Bai Ye has traversed into the era of cataclysm 2 centuries hence. Here, peril lurks at every corner. The people exhibit rustic simplicity and aberrant beasts rampage, yet he remains unfazed. This is because he possesses the ability to halt time for 1 minute each day. Should he choose not to utilize it today, he can accumulate it for tomorrow. Thus, he profoundly realizes that the essence of life is encapsulated in the value of time. Confronted by the brutal overlord of the Wasteland, Bai Ye earnestly advises, "I truly do not wish to squander time on your demise. Why not kneel and plead for mercy, and we can put this matter behind us?" Gazing upon the fallen dark deity amidst a pool of blood, Bai Ye sighs, "Do you have any inkling of how much time I have squandered to slay you? 10 seconds. A full 10 seconds. How many 10 seconds comprise a lifetime?" Years later, reporter. Mr. Bai Ye, as the harbinger of the end of the Cataclysm era, people are eager to know the secret behind your remarkable success. Bai Ye, cherish time. Reporter. So you mean to say that one should not waste time on trivial pursuits, but rather seize every moment to strive, for by valuing the present, one can embrace the future. Bai Ye. Yes, that is precisely my point. Reporter. As the new era dawns, many remain unaccustomed and bewildered. What do you believe people should do today? Bai Ye. Cherish time. Reporter. You misunderstand me. What I mean is, at the end of the day, what is the ultimate purpose of life? Bai Ye. To cherish time. Chapter 1. Good news and bad news. Time stopped 1 minute. Bai Ye's emotions are currently in a state of turmoil, as he faces both good and bad news. The good news is that despite his arrival in a cataclysmic era 2 centuries later, where civilization is shattered, resources are scarce, and the populace exhibits a rustic simplicity amidst radiation and monstrous mutations, he possesses a powerful advantage: his ability to halt time. The bad news is 1 minute. Indeed, 1 minute. His power to stop time is limited to merely 1 minute each day. What can one accomplish in a minute? Not even enough time to unfasten one's trousers. The sole consolation is that this minute can be accumulated. Should he refrain from using it today, it will transform into 2 minutes after midnight. Bang! The thunderous crack of gunfire interrupted Bai Ye's thoughts, soon followed by a raucous cacophony of savagery. He lifted his gaze to find the central square of the gray dust town teeming with people. It was the dead of night, and the square was illuminated by bright incandescent lights, casting myriad moving shadows, complemented by the wild cheers that resembled a frenzied dance of demons. Another one met their demise? This marks the third occurrence. TSK, TSK. Do these savages never tire of such spectacles? Bai Ye stretched lazily, easing his numb legs, as the chains on his feet clinked with a metallic chime. Indeed, he is a slave to this brutish horde. Grey Dust Town is a settlement of 800 souls, and such towns are plentiful across this desolate wasteland. At the center of the square lies a table. Seated beside the table is a young man clad in a floral shirt, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Opposite him, a grotesque corpse. The corpse clutches a peculiar revolver, entirely crafted from bone, adorned with meandering crimson patterns resembling writhing veins. These eerie veins not only cover the gun, but also extend into the corpse's right hand, deeply embedded within. The absurd and bizarre sight resembles a hand simultaneously pierced by 5 foreign needles, infusing 5 bottles of liquid at once. With a chilling sound of sucking, the corpse was drained into a desiccated husk by the revolver, while the group behind the floral shirt man erupted in jubilant cheers. We have triumphed once more. Truly, the master of magic, Liu, has managed to secure victory in 3 consecutive rounds. If we continue this streak, we shall undoubtedly meet the containment conditions for the forbidden object, the breath of the undead. Haha, the breath of the undead shall belong to our Western District. In stark contrast to the exhilaration of this group, the onlookers from the Eastern District wore expressions of grim discontent, enveloped in a heavy silence. Who among you dares to step forward? The Eastern District leader, Tanjie, cast a frigid glare over his subordinates. All those caught in his piercing gaze averted their eyes, unable to meet his stare. Witnessing the silence of his subordinates only intensified Tanjie's fury, tinged with a sense of impotence. With a core team of merely 20 members, 3 had already perished. Should this attrition continue, he would be reduced to a mere figurehead as the leader of the Eastern District. How could he possibly govern the wretched populace then? Incompetence. All of you are utterly worthless. The individuals from the Eastern District hung their heads, fearful of attracting ire, while many secretly cursed. If you are so capable, why not take the risk yourself? Is it not fear of death that compels us to bear the brunt? The silence from the Eastern District only emboldened the Western District, which continued to hurl various insults. At the rear of the crowd, a ragged youth with his feet shackled by iron chains wore a faint smile. This individual was Bai Ye. He recognized that his opportunity had arrived, an opportunity to escape the shackles of slavery and seize control of a forbidden object. Currently, Bai Ye was a slave in the Eastern District upon his arrival yesterday. He was merely a commoner of the Eastern District, but a brief use of his time-stopping ability had led to a minor mishap, resulting in his current status as a slave. He gazed at the breath of the undead displayed on the table, fragments of knowledge regarding forbidden objects flashing through his mind. A century prior, a cataclysmic event swept across the globe, shattering civilization and causing profound mutations in animals, plants, and even some inanimate objects. It was in this context that forbidden objects emerged, with the breath of the undead being among them, having transformed from an ordinary revolver into a vessel of peculiar powers. To wield a forbidden object, one must fulfill its containment conditions, for they're no longer mere inanimate objects, but sentient entities. They possess their own thoughts. Thus, only by meeting their demands can one gain the right to use them, commonly referred to as recognizing a master. The conditions for the containment of the breath of the undead are straightforward. It involves wagering one's life. In this desolate land, where civilization has faded, a thrilling gambling game known as the Fate Roulette has become prevalent. A revolver can hold 6 bullets, and the gameplay involves loading a single bullet and spinning the chamber. Where the bullet lands is left to chance. The two participants take turns firing at themselves, surrendering their fates to destiny, to see who the bullet shall strike. After several rounds, the one who remains alive is declared the victor. Before the breath of the undead transformed into a forbidden object, it was merely a tool for playing the Fate Roulette. Perhaps due to the excessive number of fatalities it caused, or for other reasons, this ordinary handgun became a forbidden object. The containment conditions of forbidden objects are often linked to their past experiences. Thus, to claim the breath of the undead, one must win at the Fate Roulette, not just a single victory, but a continuous string of wins until it recognizes them. Only those who are sufficiently lucky and courageous may earn the favor of the breath of the undead. Bai Ye glanced at the clock hanging on the stone wall of the square. 23:49. Just a little longer. It was not yet time. His abilities would only be restored after midnight. Tanjia, if no one from your Eastern District dares to gamble, the breath of the undead will inevitably fall into our hands in the Western District, sneered Wang Shi, the leader of the Western District, his metallic eye glinting with an eerie red light. Tanjia, his expression darkened, retorted, the forbidden object was discovered by me. You in the Western District shall not lay your hands on it. Oh, Wang Shi chuckled derisively. How long have you held the forbidden object? It is your Eastern District that is filled with incompetence, with not a single individual capable of making the forbidden object recognize them. Our gray earth town is already under siege by the external mutated creatures. How can we combat them without a forbidden object? Since your people cannot make the breath of the undead recognize them, do you intend to obstruct mine? Are you willing to sacrifice the entire gray earth town for your own selfish interests? His words elicited varied reactions among the townsfolk. They were indifferent to which district's leader obtained the forbidden object, as their primary concern was survival. Observing the shifting sentiments of the crowd, Tanjia's expression grew increasingly grim. He understood that forcibly seizing the forbidden object would incite widespread outrage. These people would not hesitate to tear him, their Eastern District leader, apart for the chance to survive. Yet, the very thought of relinquishing the forbidden object was more unbearable than death itself. The long-standing rivalry between the Eastern and Western districts, though outwardly harmonious, was fraught with friction. Tanjia was acutely aware that should the Western District gain control of the forbidden object and repel the mutated creatures, they would inevitably turn their attention toward him next. He took a deep breath and solemnly declared, I, Tanjia, shall not destroy Gray Earth Town for my own selfish gain. The forbidden object rightfully belongs to the capable. However, He shifted his gaze, coldly locking onto Wang Shi. The Eastern District has not yet lost. Wang Shi scoffed disdainfully. It seems you are intent on allowing your subordinates to perish before you relent. Very well. Let the gambling continue. I am eager to see who from the Eastern District dares to step forward. Tan Jie turned, his serious gaze sweeping over the individuals from the Eastern District who shrank back in fear. However, his gaze did not rest upon his subordinates. Instead, it traversed over them, directing its attention towards the onlooking residents of the Eastern District. Residents of the Eastern District, I, Tan Jie, hereby pledge that should any among you succeed in establishing dominion over the breath of the remains, henceforth you shall be recognized as my brother and appointed as the vice leader of the Eastern District. The inhabitants of the Eastern District exchanged glances, yet none responded, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. How many brothers have you? Tan Jie led to their doom. Who would dare to become your brother? Tan Jie's expression was one of indignation. His thoughts were straightforward. Even if his subordinates could not obtain the forbidden object, it was imperative that it did not fall into the hands of the lowly denizens of the Eastern District, as it was far preferable to have it in their possession than in the hands of those from the Western District. Yet, he was taken aback that despite his grand offer, this group of commoners remained unresponsive. Just as he was engulfed in impotent fury, a resounding clash of iron chains reverberated through the air. Step aside. One might think there is no one left in the Eastern District. A boisterous voice emerged from the crowd. Chapter 2. Who reigns at the end of the Wasteland? The residents of the Eastern District were taken aback, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that a fool would emerge to court death. It is imperative to note that this round of the fateful roulette diverged significantly from the norm. Typically, one merely needed to triumph in a single round. Yet now, victory required the endorsement of the taboo substance. The renowned magician from the Western District, Liu, had faced 3 successive defeats, discharging 5 rounds without garnering any acknowledgement, thus underscoring the formidable challenge at hand. Who is this audacious individual? The crowd turned in unison, their gaze settling upon a ragged youth, shackled by chains, who approached with deliberate slowness. His visage, obscured by grime, rendered his features unrecognizable, save for a pair of remarkably bright eyes that stood in stark contrast to the dullness surrounding him. The multitude bore expressions of either numbness and despair or cruelty and avarice, yet the light in the boy's eyes remained undiminished, a conflagration of civilization intermingled with savagery. Bai Ye, someone gasped. Wasn't he mad before? Indeed, if he were not insane, would he dare to step forth at this moment? I heard that when Bai Ye ventured into the Wasteland to hunt, he must have encountered something sinister. Upon his return, he became utterly deranged, incessantly proclaiming, I am the god of the new era, and similar proclamations. Not only that, but I also heard him reciting poetry, something about who reigns at the end of the Wasteland. And upon seeing Bai Ye, all becomes void. The wind and snow have burdened me for 2 or 3 years. Yet I tread through the snow to the mountain's peak. As whispers circulated among the crowd, Bai Ye's countenance darkened, memories of a painful past flooding his mind. Upon his arrival in this realm, he discovered he possessed the ability to halt time. Without hesitation, he fast-forwarded to a moment where he had ceased consuming beef. He fancied himself a deity of the new era, viewing others as mere beggars. It was fortuitous that Tan Jie and his cohorts arrived to collect protection fees. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, What rubbish is this? A mere leader of the Eastern District, akin to an ant, dares to demand tribute from a god. He unleashed a torrent of invective, yet as Tan Jie and his men leveled their grim weapons at him, he prepared to display his might. Only to find himself momentarily stifled, the time stopped for 2 seconds before resuming, as he had previously squandered over 50 seconds in his experiments. It was then he realized he could only halt time for a minute each day. Subsequently, he transformed from a commoner into a slave. In this age of cataclysm, many suffered from psychological afflictions. Tan Jie and his followers dismissed his madness, opting not to waste a useful laborer, thus relegating him to servitude. The past was a bitter recollection, yet Bai Ye's soiled visage concealed any signs of his turmoil. Upon hearing of a volunteer, Tan Jie felt a surge of joy. But as he focused, an expression of incredulity crossed his face. Bai Ye, is this boy not insane? This morning, he stood before me, proclaiming himself a god. Spouting nonsense about ushering in a new era, Tan Jie hesitated. My ailment has been cured. I mistakenly ingested a toxic mushroom in the wilderness, which induced some hallucinations. Bai Ye replied, his demeanor unruffled. He had always had a penchant for embellishing the truth. Recognizing Bai Ye's coherent speech and his departure from self-proclamation, a flicker of delight crossed Tan Jie's face. He was aware that certain toxic mushrooms could indeed induce hallucinations, with some individuals even seeking them out intentionally. Little Bai, I previously believed your mind was tainted, which is why I relegated you to slavery. Rest assured, if you can contain the breath of the bones, I shall not only restore your status as a resident, but also forge a brotherly bond with you. Henceforth, the Eastern District shall be governed by the two of us. Tan Jie spoke with fervent warmth, for after all, promises cost nothing. Bai Ye regarded him with disdain, having feasted on enough empty words in his past life. He had grown weary of such grandiose claims, and was disinclined to buy into Tan Jie's rhetoric. Release me, he commanded, shaking the chains on his feet. At this brazen directive, a glimmer of malice flickered in Tan Jie's eyes, yet he feigned a smile, saying, my apologies for my forgetfulness. Someone, come and free little Bai. A subordinate hurried over, keys in hand, to liberate Bai Ye from his shackles. Bai Ye stretched his stiff legs, and then delivered a powerful kick to the corpse seated on the chair. Bang! The corpse was propelled a meter away, shattering into fragments. His ostentatious entrance drew the attention of many. Although he yearned for subtlety, his prowess rendered it impossible. With the ability to halt time, how could he remain inconspicuous? Though he could not ascend to the status of a divine being, could he not at least embrace the role of an audacious individual? Liu, the magician across from him, narrowed his eyes, eyeing the brash youth with a hint of wariness. He had heard of Bai Ye, regarded as a lone wolf in the Wasteland, rarely mingling with others, surviving through hunting. In these times, one who dared to hunt alone in the Wasteland was not to be underestimated. Yet, he had also heard tales of Bai Ye's madness, only to discover it was the result of a toxic mushroom. However, would a Wasteland hunter truly fall victim to such a fungus? Was he desperate, or seeking thrill? As Liu pondered, Bai Ye took a seat across from him. Were it not for his concern that Tan Jie might concede outright, he would have preferred to wait a little longer before engaging, for the clock now read 23:55. Following a series of mishaps, he had successfully deciphered the intricacies of his time-stopping ability, even grasping its origins, time synchronization issues. Though this concept might sound convoluted, its explanation was equally intricate. The mysteries of time could only be fully comprehended when viewed from the dimension of time, much like how lower-dimensional beings struggle to comprehend higher dimensions. He found it impossible to articulate the principles of his ability with precision, resorting instead to metaphorical explanations to facilitate his own understanding. In simple terms, the world he hailed from, 2 centuries prior, the civilization era, differed in temporal flow from the present Wasteland. There existed a 1-minute discrepancy between the two realms. Regardless of whether before or after the cataclysm, humanity defined a day as 24 hours. Yet, if one were to adhere strictly to the 24-hour measure, a day in the civilized world would equate to a day in the Wasteland being 1 minute shorter, 23 hours and 59 minutes. The cause of this deviation remained a mystery, likely linked to the cataclysm that transpired a century ago. His soul, designed for a 24-hour existence, had transitioned into a world operating on a 23-hour and 59-minute cycle, thus granting him an extra minute of discretionary time each day. This elucidated why he could halt time for a minute daily. Let us commence, Liu declared. Will you go first, or shall I? Bai Ye feigned ignorance to delay, posing a question he already knew the answer to. Liu furrowed his brow, naturally. We shall determine the order by rock, paper, scissors. Have you not grasped the rules of the fateful roulette? Bang! Bai Ye slammed his hand upon the table. The sound startling both districts. Some instinctively reached for their weapons. Who dares to call me blind? Speak again if you possess the courage. Liu, taken aback, responded. When did I ever accuse you of being blind? You dare to utter such words? Bai Ye roared, seizing Liu's floral shirt collar, poised to strike him. Crack! The members of the Western District, including King Snake, drew their weapons, aiming them at Bai Ye. In response, Tan Jie and his companions, seemingly on edge, hastily brandished their firearms at one another. Tensions escalated, as if an all-out brawl were imminent. Chapter 3, the indispensable method to win the fateful roulette. Stand down. That was not my intention, Liu exclaimed, a blend of shock and fury coursing through him, fearing a chaotic clash might result in his own demise. Oh, if that were not your intention, you should have clarified sooner. You nearly led me to misconstrue your words, Bai Ye replied with a smile. Casting a furtive glance at the clock, 23:56. Damn, only a minute had passed. Bai Ye's demeanor caused Liu's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably, as he mournfully gazed at the black handprints marring his floral shirt. Who claimed he had returned to normal? Was he not still in the throes of madness? What kind of toxic mushroom had this lad consumed to have such lasting effects? That little Bai. From behind Bai Ye, Tan Jie cautiously inquired. Are you certain you've fully recovered? Or perhaps, Bai Ye, at a loss for how to stall for time, found Tan Jie unwittingly stepping into the line of fire. With a raised eyebrow, he retorted angrily. Or perhaps you would like to take my place. I despise having others whisper behind my back. If you doubt my capabilities, then step up yourself. Tan Jie's countenance instantly froze. As the leader of the Eastern District, being publicly reprimanded like this made him feel utterly humiliated, and he wished he could silence Bai Ye with a single shot. Yet, he restrained himself. The aberrant creatures beyond the borders of Grey Earth Town were watching intently, and if they could not find someone to contain the breath of bones, the entire town would face ruin. He suppressed his rage, reminding himself not to stoop to a madman's level. Let us get this started. Everyone is growing anxious. Hurry and contain the forbidden object, Wang Shi, the leader of the Western District, coldly commanded. Liu took a deep breath, slowly calming his emotions as he fixed his gaze on Bai Ye across from him. Was he truly mad, or merely feigning insanity? Regardless, it mattered little now, for he was determined to master this gamble. A glimmer of confidence sparkled in his eyes, a testament to the years of skill he had honed in the art of deception. Known as the Magic Hand, he possessed unique talents. He could discern the suits of playing cards and even manipulate the cylinder of a revolver to land on his desired chamber, meaning he could dictate when the revolver would fire. Rock, paper, scissors was a fundamental skill. If he could secure the first move, he could load the bullets, spin the cylinder, and thus control the game. Next, I will choose scissors, Liu declared, his gaze piercing. He deliberately revealed his strategy, engaging Bai Ye in a psychological duel. Bai Ye, however, paid little heed to these tactics, his mind fixated solely on time. 3 more minutes to go. Damn it, why did 3 minutes feel so interminable? He could only resort to playing it cool. At that moment, Bai Ye suddenly let out a cold chuckle. Did you know that there is a surefire method to win at the roulette of fate? Upon hearing this, not only did Liu pause in surprise, but the onlookers were equally taken aback. Not engaging in my psychological warfare? Liu narrowed his eyes, managing a dry laugh. This life-or-death game relies solely on luck. How could there be a guaranteed way to win? With a disdainful expression, Bai Ye looked down on him as if he were a naive child. Your ignorance does not equate to absence. The confidence in the youth's voice was so unwavering that even the seasoned conman Liu felt a flicker of doubt. What is this guaranteed method? Bai Ye smirked. The winning strategy is to have your opponent fire the first shot. The crowd was left in confusion. Was this truly a guaranteed win? How could that be possible? And then what? What a joke, and then what? Liu questioned, his face a mask of skepticism, suspecting Bai Ye was merely cracking a cold joke. And then, Bai Ye raised his hands in surrender. Then you give your opponent 5 shots. Liu. The atmosphere in the square, filled with hundreds of onlookers, was abruptly silenced by Bai Ye's words. It became evident that a cold joke could indeed freeze the air. Suddenly, someone burst into laughter, while others began to curse. What kind of absurd winning strategy is that? Why not just shoot at your opponent 6 times? Liu sneered. This joke isn't amusing at all. Let's just play rock, paper, scissors. As he extended his hand, Bai Ye remained silent. There were only 2 minutes left. Time ticked by slowly, and Liu's arm began to ache from holding it up. Whispers circulated around them. What is Bai Ye doing? Why hasn't he started yet? Is he having another episode? What episode? He's clearly afraid. Tan Jie's expression darkened, gripping his firearm tightly. He had tolerated Bai Ye because he dared to confront the forbidden object. But now that Bai Ye was hesitating, how could he continue to endure? If you're frightened, just step down and spare us the embarrassment. Liu snapped, retracting his aching arm, his tone unfriendly. The murmurs of doubt intensified, yet the 2 minutes dragged on interminably. Bai Ye, who was on the verge of becoming the target of public scorn, suddenly broke into a smile. I'm not afraid. I'm simply bored. Bored? Liu furrowed his brow. You find a life-or-death game boring? The chamber of breath of bones could hold 6 bullets. Currently, it contained only 1, which meant a 1 in 6 chance of death. Wasn't that dull? If they were to play, why not go bigger? What do you propose? Naturally, to increase the bullets. His words caused a stir among the crowd. A 1 in 6 chance of death was already daunting, and they could hardly fathom Bai Ye's audacity to add more bullets. Liu felt a sinking sensation. Though he was indeed a conman and had practiced the roulette of fate, he had only trained with a single bullet. To hastily add another would reduce his winning probability from 100% to 98, an excessively risky venture. Seeing Liu hesitate, Bai Ye continued. Do you know why you have been unable to contain the breath of bones, despite winning 3 rounds? Why? Because you lack the guts. Liu's rage ignited instantly. At it. Right now? He seized the breath of bones, and swiftly loaded 2 golden bullets, glaring at Bai Ye. Now that's more like it. Only those who possess both courage and luck are worthy of containing the breath of bones. However, Bai Ye suddenly shifted his tone, his gaze intense. But it's still not enough. What? Not enough? Gasps echoed through the crowd. 2 bullets weren't sufficient. Did Bai Ye intend to play with 3? Hiss. 3 bullets, a 50% chance of death. Liu was stunned by Bai Ye's words. With 3 bullets, his winning odds would drop below 80%. Was there any difference between that and courting death? Bai Ye cast a glance at the remaining time, 1 minute left. His confidence surged, but his expression remained cold. If you're afraid, just step down and spare us the embarrassment. Hearing those familiar words, Li Yu's anger flared. How could a seasoned con man like him be intimidated by a mere youth? Fine, I'll play along. He loaded the 3rd bullet into the cylinder. Unexpectedly, Bai Ye shook his head. Not enough. Li Yu was taken aback. Not enough? For bullets? Was he really going this far? He struggled to meet Bai Ye's piercing gaze, his hand trembling slightly as the crowd's uproar further unsettled him. He wanted to back down, but a hard object suddenly pressed against his back. A chilling voice from behind him, belonging to Wang Shi, the Western District leader, warned. You know what happens if you fail to contain the forbidden object? With Bai Ye in front and Wang Shi behind, Li Yu found himself with no escape. Humans are fascinating creatures. When there is no retreat, a courage known as burning one's boats arises. Gritting his teeth, Li Yu swiftly regained his composure, steadily loading the 4th bullet into the chamber. Chapter 4. 6 bullets. I bet it will miss fire. He took a deep breath, gazing at the smug youth across from him, and solemnly declared, let us play rock, paper, scissors. Seeing Li Yu's determined stance, Bai Ye smiled. With that smile, a jolt of foreboding surged through Li Yu's heart, an ominous premonition taking root within him. Surely not. The devil's whisper soon followed. Insufficient. What the hell? 5 bullets. What kind of toxic mushroom packs such a punch? That white-haired kid is playing with fire. Even the district leaders were momentarily taken aback. They had witnessed numerous games of Fate's Roulette, some of them having participated in their youth, yet they had never seen anyone so reckless as to wager on 5 bullets. This was akin to a death sentence. It became clear to me. You are not here to gamble on fate. You are here to commit suicide. Li Yu was convinced he had discerned Bai Ye's intentions and was utterly certain the other was insane. The odds of survival with 5 bullets were already below 60%, crossing his threshold of tolerance. If one is afraid to gamble, then hand over the forbidden object. Bai Ye's words sparked a glimmer of realization in Tanjie's eyes, and he eagerly concurred. Right. If you're afraid to gamble, hand over the forbidden object. As the East District leader spoke, his subordinates echoed his sentiments. Li Yu's expression soured. The Wang Shi behind him coldly interjected. Don't fall for his trick. This brat wants to scare you into willingly relinquishing the forbidden object and continuing the gamble. If you lack confidence, let him shoot first. He is not a cheat. In the game of fate with 5 bullets, I don't believe he can survive. The hard object pressing against his back intensified, the cold metallic barrel sending a chill through his floral shirt, raising the hairs on his neck. Fine, I'll gamble with you, but let us just play rock, paper, scissors. Li Yu had initially intended to follow Wang Shi's advice and let Bai Ye shoot first, but ultimately he abandoned the idea, as he was not accustomed to relinquishing his fate to another. If Bai Ye's luck were indeed extraordinary and he survived the shot, wouldn't he that spell his own doom? He preferred to wield his meticulously honed magical right hand to seize control of his destiny. Li Yu loaded the 5th bullet into the chamber, with 30 seconds remaining until midnight. In those final moments, Bai Ye once again uttered something astonishing, insufficient. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Some even questioned their own hearing. 5 bullets were not enough. A revolver could only hold 6 shots. Firing it fully loaded was tantamount to certain death? Li Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. Do you even hear what you're saying? This isn't gambling at all. Before he could finish, he noticed the youth had already approached him. The boy extended a mud-stained hand, gently taking the breath of the bones from him. Then, to the astonishment of all present, picked up the final bullet. 10, 9, 8. Bai Ye silently counted down in his mind, his eyes, a blend of rationality and wildness, sweeping across the crowd. I have never been particularly lucky. I do not believe I can win continuously until the forbidden object acknowledges me. Rather than that, it is better to settle this in one decisive game. With that, he loaded the last bullet. Click. The chamber locked into place, the bullet chambered. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Bai Ye slowly raised the fully loaded breath of the bones to his temple, the dark red veins on the gun beginning to writhe, like serpents burrowing into his flesh. Everyone present believed without exception that he had gone mad. This was not gambling, but suicide. What the hell? I'm not particularly lucky. So let us settle it in one game. Does that even make sense? Observing the varied expressions on the faces around him, Bai Ye suddenly smiled, revealing his gleaming white teeth. 6 bullets. I bet it misfires. The crowd was taken aback. Such an unusual proclamation was a first for them. Who told you Fate's Roulette was played this way? Amidst the collective shock, Bai Ye's finger descended toward the trigger. Women and children in the crowd instinctively covered their ears, some even recoiling to avoid the anticipated spray of blood. 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached its conclusion, and the midnight bell tolled. Thud. In the endless abyss of night, within a dimension unseen by all, a colossal, Magnificent golden dial materialized beneath Bai Ye's feet, swiftly enveloping the ground. He stood solitary atop the vast dial, akin to a traveler abandoned by time. Simultaneously, the surrounding crowd, trees, buildings, and even the sky seemed to vanish, as if a divine hand had swept through, erasing all existence, leaving behind a series of golden dials of varying sizes. These were the manifestations of time itself. The golden dials of the people and things pointed to 12 o'clock. Yet, beneath Bai Ye's feet, the immense golden dial displayed 12:01. This was his personal time. A full minute more than that of this realm. Feeling the return of power, Bai Ye wasted no time activating his ability. Time stopped. Buzz. An eerie ripple of time reverberated. The world seemed to have been paused. The once boisterous square fell into complete silence, all present frozen like statues. The shock in Liu Yu's eyes crystallized. The second-hand smoke he exhaled also ceased to spread, suspended in midair. In this realm of absolute stillness, only Bai Ye remained in motion. The boy who had just performed a miracle swiftly opened the chamber of the breath of the bones, beginning to pull the bullets. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Time cannot be squandered, for time is life. Since learning he had but a minute each day, he began to cherish time profoundly. Having calculated a grim arithmetic, 1 minute a day equates to 365 minutes a year. That amounts to 6 hours and 5 minutes, given a year of 6 hours. In 10 years, that totals only 60 hours. Currently, at 16 years of age, surviving to 50 in the era of cataclysm would be considered fortunate. And assuming that fortune holds, he might reach 56, which would grant him a mere 40 years accumulating to 240 hours. And 240 hours equals 10 days. Upon realizing that his entire lifetime amounted to a mere 10 days of capability, he truly grasped the essence of the saying that time is life. Perhaps the grime on his fingers, compounded by his untrimmed nails, made it difficult to extract the bullets. He attempted several times to no avail. Damn it! Hurry up! In this moment, cold sweat trickled down his brow. In a world fraught with danger during the era of cataclysm, he had remained unperturbed. He had faced the roulette of fate without flinching. But now, the mere thought of time slipping away for several seconds sent him into a genuine panic. It was not time that was passing, it was his life. Fortunately, on his fourth attempt, he finally managed to extract a bullet. Phew! Bai Ye exhaled, hurriedly stowing the bullet in his pocket. He had only pulled one bullet, the one that was about to be fired. Thus, discharging it would result in an empty shot. After completing this, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and began to pose. He repositioned the gun against his temple, swiftly adjusting his mindset, allowing the previous smile to reappear, ensuring the curvature of his smile mirrored that of before releasing the pause on time. Release. Buzz. The eerie ripple of time dissipated, and the flow of time resumed throughout the world. No one was aware that time had once been still. All attention remained fixed on Bai Ye. To their eyes, he smiled and calmly pulled the trigger, exuding an inner strength and confidence that drew their gazes. The revolver, with its metallic sheen intertwined with the visceral texture of flesh, had its trigger gradually compressing. As the trigger pulled back, it propelled the hammer in reverse, compressing the hammer spring. At the very moment the trigger reached its limit, the hammer surged forward with rapid velocity, striking the firing pin against the body of the gun. A crisp sound echoed. Click. There was no smoke, no flame, nor any bullet. Nothing at all, only the unchanging smile of the youth. Chapter 5. You previously called me Xiao Bai, and I did not hold it against you. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the crowd, their expressions frozen in disbelief, as if time itself had once more come to a standstill. The scene of Bai Ye smiling and aiming the gun seemed to be etched in their minds. Could it truly have misfired? After a prolonged silence, astonished gasps began to ripple through the crowd. This is impossible. Li Yuding stood up abruptly, his eyes wide with shock, bloodshot from the intensity of his emotions. More and more exclamations erupted. What the hell? The fate of 6 bullets was akin to that of the Almighty himself. Everyone would have to endure this shot. Yet Bai Ye emerged unscathed. Could even a forbidden object misfire? Its quality must be lacking. You know nothing. It didn't misfire. The forbidden object possesses its own consciousness and must have acknowledged Bai Ye, hence it did not discharge. Look, the gun is glowing. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the forbidden object, breath of bones, suddenly erupted with a blinding crimson light, which spread forth, enveloping Bai Ye entirely, as if a deity had descended. In that instant, Bai Ye felt an inexplicable sensation blossoming within him. He gazed at the breath of bones in his hand, as though observing his own right hand, experiencing an illusion of a bloodline connection. Has it been successfully contained? Bai Ye was not surprised. If the fate wheel of 6 bullets could not be contained, it would have been somewhat disrespectful to Breath of Bones. As the bloodlight dissipated, the grotesque veins upon Breath of Bones began to slowly writhe. first extracting from Bai Ye's right hand, then retracting into the body of the gun, vanishing entirely. The skeletal structure of the gun gradually faded, transforming into a matte black metallic hue. Ultimately, Breath of Bones bore no distinction from an ordinary revolver. It seems this forbidden object possesses discernment, Bai Ye mused, slightly raising an eyebrow as he lightly twirled the revolver in his hand. He casually tucked it into his pocket. The audacious words of the youth resonated in the ears of the onlookers, yet none dared to refute him. Deep within, they felt it was only right, that perhaps only such a person was worthy of possessing a forbidden object. At that moment, the crowd finally shook off their shock. Yet their gazes toward Bai Ye remained awestruck, as if a veil of miracles had shrouded him. A hearty laughter erupted, and East District Leader Tan Jie wore a radiant expression. The forbidden object now belongs to our East District. Wang Shi, do you have anything to say? In response to Tan Jie's arrogance, Wang Shi's face was as cold as ice. He remained silent, his chilling gaze sweeping between Tan Jie and Bai Ye, while his subordinates gripped their weapons tightly, seemingly awaiting his command. Tan Jie's smile gradually receded, signaling to his men, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Suddenly, Wang Shi chuckled lightly. Brother Bai Ye, you truly are a prodigious youth. What a pity to be relegated to a slave of the East District. Might you be interested in joining our West District? Tan Jie's expression changed abruptly as he stepped protectively beside Bai Ye, throwing an arm around his shoulder. The matter of slavery is merely a misunderstanding. Xiao Bai is now my brother, the vice leader of the East District. How could he possibly join the West District, right, Xiao Bai? His gaze toward Bai Ye was laced with both hope and menace. Bai Ye smiled faintly, brushing off Tan Jie's hand. Before I contained the forbidden object, you called me Xiao Bai, and I did not hold it against you. But now that I have contained the forbidden object, what should you call me? Before the crowd, Tan Jie's expression shifted repeatedly. He suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Brother Bai Ye, I'm not good with words, but I've always been a man of my word. From today onward, you are my sworn brother, and together we shall rule the East District. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. Old Tan, how many times have I told you? Address me by my title in public. Tan Jie paused, internally questioning when he ever said that. Moreover, he hadn't addressed him by title either. Yet, he now dared not retort, fearing Bai Ye might join the West District, and could only force a smile. Yes, Vice Leader Bai. Brothers, don't you hurry to call him. The numerous underlings of the East District hesitantly shouted. Vice Leader Bai. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, grandly waving his hand. You all, let us head home. The East District's underlings exchanged glances, some hesitant to act, casting furtive glances at the grim-faced Tan Jie. Tan Jie managed a strained smile. What are you still waiting for? Did you not hear Vice Leader Bai? Thus, the crowd returned to the East District in a grand procession. Meanwhile, the leaders of the West District, including Wang Shi, stood in place, their expressions grim. Leader Li Yu stammered. Silence. You worthless fool. Wang Shi shot him a cold glance. Return. Soon, they too departed. As the forces of the two factions retreated from the town of Grey Dirt, the onlookers dispersed. In the East District, at the Tire Tavern, Tan Jie and the others surrounded Bai Ye with enthusiasm, raising their glasses and exchanging crude banter, indulging in subpar drinks. The tavern, originally not named as such, bore a sign painted in red wood that read, Old Times. The proprietor, Old Wang, over 40, with graying hair, was said to have read a few books, thus imbued with a touch of literary flair, naming it Old Times. No one knew what he reminisced about, nor did they care. Due to limited funds and a lack of quality materials for decoration, he had salvaged a multitude of discarded tires from a junkyard to serve as seating. Most of the inhabitants of Grey Dirt were illiterate and could not read the words Old Times, so they simply referred to it by its tires. Now that Vice Leader Bai possesses a forbidden object, we need no longer fear the mutated monstrosities outside. Indeed, those aberrations have besieged our Grey Dirt for nearly a month. If we do not resolve this soon, we shall starve. Those aberrations are cunning. I feel their intellect nearly rivals that of humans. Knowing that a direct assault on Grey Dirt would incur heavy losses, they deliberately linger outside to cut off our supply lines, preventing us from venturing out for food. By the way, Vice Leader Bai, this is the first time we've seen someone contain a forbidden object. Could you demonstrate its power for us, so we may broaden our horizons? Someone flattered. Before Bai Ye could respond, Tan Jie suddenly interjected angrily. What are you saying? This isn't a circus. Why would we demonstrate anything? Moreover, firing Breath of Bones draws upon the user's vitality. Can that be demonstrated casually? Then, as if flipping a switch, he turned to Bai Ye with a smile. Vice Leader Bai, do not stoop to their level. A person's vitality is precious, best reserved for combating the aberrations. Bai Ye patted Tan Jie's shoulder with his greasy hand. You speak well, Old Tan. Bring me another plate of meat. Tanjia's eyes flashed with a hint of pain. In gray dirt, meat was a luxury. Most could afford but one meal a day, rarely seeing any meat. And sometimes going 3 days with only one meal. Now, with the aberrations besieging the town, their food reserves were rapidly depleting. Only he, the leader, could indulge daily. Chapter 6. The most important thing in life is, of course, to forget one's roots. Vice Leader Bai, the aberrations have yet to be resolved. And food is indeed scarce. Would you consider saving your appetite, and perhaps starting with a cockroach protein bar? Tanjia extracted a long, rectangular protein bar. Its surface cloaked in a deep shade of black. Faintly discernible upon it were the outlines of several cockroach antennae. This was the quotidian sustenance of the Wasteland dwellers, the cockroach protein bar. Its rudimentary packaging bore a crude slogan, Cockroach Protein Bar, truly delightful, satisfying your daily nutritional needs. Cockroach Protein Workshop. Upon catching sight of the bar, Bai Ye's fury flared instantly. This abhorrent item had frequently appeared in his predecessor's memories, serving as a staple food. Although it was undeniably unappetizing, it could at least be described as edible. The taste resembled that of a person with sweaty feet, clad in short stockings and snow boots, who had run 5 kilometers through the snow, only to stuff the stockings into the boots and seal them until spring, subsequently extracting the stockings to rub against his tongue. Before I ascended to the position of deputy commander, I consumed cockroach protein bars daily. Now that I have attained this rank, am I to continue eating this? What a waste of my title as deputy commander. Remove it. Not even a dog would eat this. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he sent the cockroach protein bar flying from the table, where it landed in the crowd, eliciting a flurry of eager hands reaching for it. Tanjia's expression soured, and he forced a stiff smile, saying, "But you have been consuming it all along, haven't you?" Bai Ye appeared not to notice. Wrapping an arm around Tanjia's shoulder and speaking earnestly, "Old Tan, do you know what the first thing is that a person does upon achieving success? What is it? It is, of course, to forget their roots. If one does not remember their origins after succeeding, then what good is that success?" Tanjia replied, "Old Tan, rest assured, with me around, the mutated beasts are but a snap of the fingers away from obliteration. At that time, there will be plenty of meat to go around. So, do not skimp on nourishment now. Let me replenish my strength. Otherwise, when the time comes to confront the mutated beasts, how can I wield breath of the undead, if I am lacking in vigor?" Indeed, Bai Ye affirmed. "Deputy Commander is right. Hurry, bring forth the meat." Tanjia wore a conciliatory smile, but deep within, he harbored a grim resolve, vowing to eliminate Bai Ye once the latter had dealt with the mutated beasts. Of course, if Bai Ye were to die from excessive blood loss after slaying the beasts, that would be even better, as it would spare Tanjia the burden of blame. After indulging in a feast, Bai Ye, feeling thoroughly satisfied, retreated to the lodging Tanjia had arranged for him. He certainly would not return to his previous squalid den. After all, one must not forget their roots. Following his departure, the Tire Tavern fell into a profound silence. Tanjia's countenance darkened, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. His underlings, sensing their leader's wrath, dared not utter a word. At that moment, one of his trusted subordinates cautiously approached and whispered, "Boss, I believe Bai Ye, relying on his forbidden artifact, has shown you a degree of disrespect." Bang! Tanjia slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Is that merely a bit of disrespect? He clearly disregards me." Shanju Tanjia. As his anger surged, every hair on his body bristled, turning dark and stiff, reminiscent of the bristles on a wild boar. An aura of ferocity unique to beasts radiating from him. Wisps of white vapor escaped from his nostrils. Observing this, everyone quickly prostrated themselves, pleading, "Boss, calm your fury. You are a genetically modified being, having injected gene agents, while that lad is merely an ordinary person, relying on external means. Once he has expended his strength slaying the mutated beasts, he will find it difficult to fire again, and then won't he be at our mercy?" Humph. Tanjia's expression softened slightly. Although his subordinate's words resonated with him, as a leader, he could not simply acquiesce and must maintain his image. "I had intended to forge a brotherhood with Bai Ye to jointly govern the Eastern District. Yet I did not anticipate that this young man would become so arrogant after acquiring the forbidden artifact. His temperament is erratic and his greed insatiable. Should he co-govern the Eastern District with me, it would spell disaster for its citizens. For the future of my brothers and the populace of the Eastern District, I, Tanjia, would rather bear the opprobrium than betray my promise. Boss, your integrity is commendable. We vow to follow you to the death." In a dilapidated red brick house, having bathed, Bai Ye stood before the mirror in the nude. He stroked his chin, scrutinizing his reflection. Not bad, quite handsomely fitting. In the mirror, the youth's tousled black hair fell haphazardly across his brow and eyes, seemingly intent on concealing his piercing, wolf-like black gaze. A prominent ridge on his nose bore an unhealed abrasion, the edges still crusted with blood, yet the wound did not mar his appearance. Rather, it lent him an added wildness. He stood tall and lean, his skin bearing a pallor indicative of malnutrition. This was Bai Ye's first moment of genuine self-reflection. Primarily due to the scarcity of water resources, he had been disheveled for days, a common state among the residents of the dusty town, save for a few exceptional laborers. Now, with Tan Jie's backing, he could indulge in a refreshing bath. If I am not mistaken, Old Tan is likely scheming my demise, isn't he? TSK. Old Tan is quite the scoundrel. Bai Ye dismissed the threat from Old Tan. Having spent 10 seconds to contain the forbidden artifact earlier, he now had 50 seconds left. Eliminating Old Tan would be a trivial task, even if his opponent were a genetically modified being. No matter how much he had been enhanced, he remained a carbon-based life form. Even if covered in bristles, his throat, groin, and eyes were all fatal weaknesses. Lying in bed, Bai Ye toyed with breath of the undead, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perfect containment, what an unexpected delight. Ordinary folk only know that forbidden artifacts can be contained, but they are unaware that there are two modes of containment, ordinary containment and perfect containment. As a wasteland hunter, Bai Ye had encountered numerous fellow hunters while fighting for survival. These individuals roamed far and wide, their strength not necessarily remarkable, yet their experience and knowledge were vast. He had learned this information from them. Simply put, ordinary containment involves the user fulfilling the conditions set by the forbidden artifact, allowing it to work for the user. Akin to an employer hiring employees and paying them to work, the employees' bodies belong to the employer, but they are not entirely aligned in purpose. Perfect containment, however, is akin to enlisting a soldier, completely subjugated to your will, body, and soul. Bai Ye had successfully achieved perfect containment of the 6 bullets with the forbidden artifact, Breath of the Undead. The ability of Breath of the Undead was straightforward. It siphoned the user's vitality and infused it into the bullets, enhancing their power. Common firearms struggled to penetrate the defenses of mutated beasts. Even if they could breach the surface, inflicting significant damage was a formidable challenge. In contrast, Breath of the Undead could effortlessly bypass defenses, even slaying foes. Due to the vitality siphoning, using Breath of the Undead could be immensely harmful to the body. Excessive firing could even lead to death from complete exhaustion of vitality. Yet Bai Ye, having achieved perfect containment, was entirely different, although he too would lose vitality. Upon slaying an enemy, the artifact would return the vitality plundered from the enemy back to him. Thus, not only would he not suffer from depletion, but he would also grow stronger with each encounter. After toying with it for a while, Bai Ye succumbed to a deep sleep upon the soft bed, his comfort starkly contrasting with the plight of his erstwhile adversary, the magician Liu, who was enduring a vastly different experience at that moment. Still watching? My friend, you are the true protagonist. Chapter 7. The Magician Liu. In the West District, within a humble 2-story villa, the pallid Liu knelt upon the floor, trembling in fear. The leader of the West District, Wang Shi, sat in a tattered leather chair, his expression icy. Liu, you fled from another town to escape, and it was I who took you in, providing you with sustenance. Yet how have you repaid me? Previously, you vowed with great certainty that should you fail to contain the forbidden artifact, you would present your head to me. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Liu trembled increasingly, pleading, Commander, you cannot blame me. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Bai Ye, I would have surely succeeded. Silence, you worthless fool. Wang Shi interrupted darkly. I loathe those who make excuses for their failures. One should seek the fault within themselves. Both of you are human. Why has Bai Ye succeeded while you have not? Are you not human? Do you truly consider yourself one? Commander, please grant me another chance. I am still of use. I have honed my right hand for over a decade, mastering the art of deception. I can help you win at the gambling tables. To hell with that. The Grey Earth town is filled with beggars. Where do you expect me to open a casino? If you refuse to act with dignity, then I shall ensure you have none. Wang Shi signaled to his subordinates, who immediately understood and readied their firearms, aiming at Liu's head. Liu shook like a leaf, incessantly begging for mercy, tears and snot streaming down his face. Commander, I do not wish to die. Spare me. My mother is waiting for me to return. I am her only son. His pitiful pleas evoked a flicker of compassion in the subordinate's eyes. But under Wang Shi's cold gaze, he slowly squeezed the trigger. Unexpectedly, as Liu was pleading, he suddenly surged forward, his right hand moving like a blur, snatching the firearm from the subordinate's grip and lunging towards Wang Shi. Wang Shi only felt a flash before the gun was pressed against his head. Liu, transformed in demeanor, fiercely aimed the weapon at Wang Shi's skull, declaring, "Step aside, or I shall kill him." Such a sudden turn of events rendered the onlookers hesitant, fearful to act. No one anticipated Li Yu possessed such audacity and remarkable speed. Applause echoed in the room as Wang Shi coldly clapped, sneering. You truly live up to your reputation as a magician. Your skills are indeed extraordinary, for even I failed to catch your movements. Enough of your nonsense. Have your men step aside. Wang Shi remained unfazed, casually lighting a cigarette, releasing smoke rings as he said, Do you know? I detest having a gun pointed at my head more than anything in this world. Damn it. You dare act so arrogantly while being threatened? I dare point a gun at you. What will you do about it? Li Yu shouted in anger, forcefully directing the gun at Wang Shi's head. However, the next moment, the muzzle made contact with Wang Shi's skull, producing a sharp metallic clang. Li Yu froze, his face paling instantly. Alloy. Crack. Bang. The sound of bones fracturing synchronized with the gunshot. My hand. Li Yu shrieked in agony as Wang Shi's mechanical arm crushed both his right hand and the firearm. Only then did he realize that Wang Shi possessed not just a metal eye, but also concealed a mechanical arm beneath his sleeve, gleaming with a metallic luster. Humph. You do possess some knowledge, Wang Shi remarked, releasing his mechanical arm and allowing his subordinates to seize Li Yu. He touched his scorched scalp, where the artificial skin had torn, revealing not human bone but a glimmer of cold metal. I told you, I despise having guns pointed at my head. I was once threatened, and since that day, I have invested heavily in installing alloy plates in my skull. Li Yu was beyond hearing. His anguished cries not stemming from pain, but from the realization that his prized magical hand, which he had diligently perfected over the years, was now irreparably shattered. Oh, my hand. My magical hand that I have painstakingly trained. Despair cloaked his eyes, rendering him a hollow shell, devoid of spirit. He allowed his subordinates to restrain him, offering no resistance whatsoever. Go ahead and kill me. Oh, Wang Shi smirked coldly. Just moments ago you were begging for mercy, and now you seek death? Li Yu chuckled bitterly. I have lived my life through this hand, and now that my pride and joy is ruined, I am but a useless being. What meaning is there in continuing to live? Tears streamed down his cheeks as he gazed into the void, choking out, Mother, I have failed you. I will not be able to show you the day I rise above. My hand is gone. With that, he seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground. Wang Shi erupted into cruel laughter, his grin savage. You wish to die? I shall not allow it. You will live forever branded as a cripple, suffering for eternity. The thrill of destroying what another cherished filled Wang Shi with delight as he waved his hand, allowing his subordinates to drag the broken Li Yu away. Bang! Like a dead dog, Li Yu was callously tossed into a dump, debris cascading over him, burying his body completely. Two subordinates covered their mouths and noses in disgust and hurriedly departed. Once they had gone, the garbage stirred, and Li Yu emerged from the refuse, his eyes gleaming with vitality, devoid of any trace of despair. Ha ha ha, that fool Wang Shi. I knew a psychopathic mind would relish such cruelty. He clutched his right hand, laughing and gritting his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he staggered away, the cool moonlight casting a silver glow to illuminate his path. Instinctively, he gazed up at the moon, lost in thought. Though it was the same moon, he found today's moonlight exceptionally beautiful. Suddenly, he began to laugh. Hee hee. I live to see another day. How wonderful. His face radiated the joy of surviving a calamity, yet the brightness in his eyes concealed an enduring shadow. Deputy Commander Bai. There is no time to waste. We must eradicate the aberrant beasts. Early the next morning, Commander Tanjie of the Eastern District arrived with dozens of armed subordinates in tow. Bai Ye yawned. There is an old saying, sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood. I have barely touched a gun before. How can I act recklessly? Tanjie paused, pondering Bai Ye's words. While Breath of the Bones was indeed effective, it was still a firearm. If one lacked precision, it would be less convenient than a simple machete. What do you mean? Naturally, we must practice shooting first. Very well, I shall accompany you in your training. Tanjie, who had struggled for over a decade in the Wasteland, though lacking formal training, had gained considerable experience and insights regarding shooting. Thus, on that first day, Bai Ye practiced shooting under Tanjie's guidance. Today was satisfying for Bai Ye, as he indulged in a taste of gunplay, wasting a significant amount of Tanjie's ammunition and consuming a fair share of meat. Tanjie, however, felt the pinch. As both bullets and meat were scarce resources in Grey Earth Town, every bit counted. Yet, to deal with the aberrant beasts, he had no choice but to begrudgingly support Bai Ye. Chapter 8. Where do all these old sayings come from? The next day, Deputy Commander Bai. You are quite familiar with the gun now. The aberrant beasts are not small. If we close in, hitting them should not be an issue. Shall we depart today? Tanjie inquired. Bai Ye waved his hand impatiently. Old Tan, I must say, there is an old saying. Haste makes waste. Yesterday I practiced stationary targets. But aberrant beasts are not inanimate. They move. Today, we practice moving targets. Tanjia suppressed his rising anger and reluctantly nodded. The third day, Deputy Commander Bai. You have practiced moving targets. Today we should take action, right? I am not rushing you, but our food supplies in the Eastern District are nearly depleted, and our ammunition is running low. If this continues, we may not survive until we deal with the aberrant beasts. Perhaps we should act today. Old Tan. There exists a timeless adage that aptly states, haste makes waste. While Bai Ye had merely initiated the conversation, Tanjia was on the verge of exploding with rage, exclaiming inwardly, where do all these old sayings come from? Just as he was about to unleash his fury, Bai Ye deftly shifted the conversation. Yet another saying goes, speed is of the essence in warfare. A swift blade cuts through chaos. Therefore, we should not delay. Let us set forth post-haste. Tanjia's chest heaved violently, his triangular eyes fixed menacingly on Bai Ye, filled with such ire that he wished to cleave open Bai Ye's head to uncover how many maxims resided within. Old Tan, what are you lingering for? Hurry up and move. We must advance swiftly, Bai Ye urged, already several meters ahead, seemingly oblivious to Tanjia's frustrations, as if he were the only one dawdling. Taking a deep breath, Tanjia silently followed behind with his subordinates, his mind brimming with murderous intent. He could scarcely contain himself. Once Bai Ye dispatched the aberrant beasts, he swore he would end Bai Ye's life immediately, lest he be driven to madness by his exasperation. After some time, the group arrived at the walls of Grey Earth Town. Rather than a formidable fortress, it resembled a makeshift barrier of earth, bricks, and barbed wire. Rudimentary, yet remarkably effective. Brother Bai Ye, it has been 3 days, and your charisma has only grown, called out Wang Shi, grinning from atop the wall, completely disregarding Tanjia. Bai Ye, now freshly groomed and in the prime of youth, despite his tattered attire, radiated an undeniable vigor. Casting a sidelong glance at Wang Shi, Bai Ye replied coolly, refer to me as Vice Commander Bai. His demeanor was frosty, offering no respect to Wang Shi, which oddly alleviated Tanjia's irritation. It became apparent that Bai Ye's indifference was indiscriminate. Wang Shi narrowed his eyes, calculating. He had heard whispers of Bai Ye's disdainful attitude towards Tanjia, and their discord suited his purposes perfectly. The last thing he feared was for the two to form a bond akin to brothers, for that would intensify his own burdens as the leader of the West District. One would assume that Bai Ye's enmity with Tanjia would render him more amiable towards Wang Shi, given that an enemy of one's enemy is a friend. Yet the reality proved otherwise, prompting deeper contemplation. Could it be that this young man, intoxicated by the power of a forbidden artifact, believed himself invincible, thus dismissing both leaders? Or was he merely concealing his prowess, adopting an air of superiority to lower others' guard? In truth, Bai Ye was not concealing anything. He simply held an air of contempt. Viewing a district leader as nothing more than a minor figure, he had never regarded them seriously, especially after the passage of 3 days. The phrase absence sharpens appreciation was particularly fitting for Bai Ye, for on this day, his temporal reserves had surged to 3 minutes and 50 seconds. What significance does 3 minutes and 50 seconds hold? It equates to Bai Ye's capacity to instantaneously annihilate Wang Shi, Tanjia, and even their subordinates. This was precisely why he scorned the notion of cultivating camaraderie with Wang Shi and Tanjia. While many might perceive a leader of 800 townsfolk as a formidable figure wielding life and death, in Bai Ye's eyes, they were all simply worthless. The reason he refrained from slaughtering them was not out of kindness. Though he hailed from a civilized world, he was no pushover. The crimes committed by Wang Shi and Tanjia over the years in Grey Earth Town warranted 100 executions. He bore no psychological burden in eliminating such individuals. The primary concern lay with the aberrant beasts. They were not solitary creatures, but a swarm. Bai Ye required Wang Shi and Tanjia's assistance to confront them. For if the aberrant beasts breached the town's defenses, he too would suffer the consequences. At that moment, Tanjia presented a battered tactical binocular. The aberrant beasts lurk nearby. These scoundrels never approach within 100 meters of Grey Earth Town, encircling it instead. Should anyone dare to venture out, they will launch an assault. Bai Ye took the binoculars, and his gaze fell upon the desolate terrain, the yellow-brown earth fissured with gaping wounds, as a howling wind stirred up clouds of dust. By all accounts, this inhospitable landscape should have been devoid of life, yet scattered tufts of weeds, withered trees, and even a few bushes stubbornly persisted. These were mutated plants, their deformity not severe enough to classify them as forbidden artifacts. Through the binoculars, Bai Ye scanned the land and soon spotted a cluster of crimson eyes lurking within a bush over 100 meters away. As the wind howled, it pressed down the foliage, revealing the creatures in their entirety. Hyenas. These aberrant beasts had morphed from ordinary hyenas. Their once tawny coats were marred by patches of grayish-purple tumors, their surfaces riddled with vascular protrusions, and their claws and teeth razor-sharp. Why are there only a few? Bai Ye inquired, lowering the binoculars. These aberrant beasts are merely scouts dispatched by the Hyena King to monitor us and prevent our escape, Tanjia elucidated. These pups possess considerable intelligence. What is your battle plan? Exit the town, Wang Shi replied, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the hyenas concealed among the bushes. Tanjia and I will each take our elite forces, and you will join us. We will engage the hyenas while you employ Breath of the Undead to eliminate them. Why must we venture outside? Bai Ye asked, perplexed. Could we not lure them in and take aim from our elevated position? Wang Shi shook his head. We have already attempted that. We sent individuals as bait to draw the hyenas within 100 meters and opened fire. While we succeeded in killing a few, the hyenas learned quickly and would no longer approach, regardless of our enticements. Thus, we must meet them outside for combat. Bait. Bai Ye's mind stirred. He needed no further thought to surmise the fate of those unfortunate souls used as bait. Surely they had met a gruesome end. In this wasteland, human life was the least valued commodity. Chapter 9. Bai Ye is still shooting? What are we waiting for? Men, follow your commander out to confront the enemy, Bai Ye declared, sweeping his arm dramatically as he strode towards the gate. He was eager to test the power of the forbidden artifact. Wang Shi and Tan Jia exchanged glances, silently summoning their subordinates to follow Bai Ye outside the town. Soon, over 30 individuals marched resolutely through the city gates. The younger members clutched their firearms nervously, scanning their surroundings anxiously, fearful that a hyena would suddenly pounce from the shadows. They formed a protective circle around Bai Ye. Wang Shi and Tan Jia, inching forward cautiously. In the distance, the hyenas remained unmoved, until they had distanced themselves from the walls by 100 meters, when suddenly, several hyenas hidden in the brush began to howl. Howl, howl, howl. The cacophony grew louder, and as the horizon darkened with swirling yellow dust, a multitude of dark shapes emerged from within. 1, 2, 3, 20. A full 20 hyenas charged forth, their sizes dwarfing that of ordinary hyenas, nearly akin to the size of adult bulls. The ground reverberated with the thunderous sound of their stampede, shaking the very earth beneath Tanjia and his companions. Open fire. Tanjia bellowed, his weapon discharging first, acting as the signal for battle to commence. As the hyenas advanced, the 30-plus individuals raised their weapons and unleashed a torrent of gunfire, a dense web of bullets cascading towards the approaching beasts. No one conserved their ammunition, nor did anyone retreat, for they all knew too well that if they could not vanquish these hyenas, they would inevitably find themselves trapped within Grey Earth Town. It is precisely such a life and death crisis that compels the leaders of the East and West districts to unite without reservation. The relentless barrage of bullets thwarted the hyenas' charge, while Bai Ye and the crowd refrained from firing, as the distance was too great and his marksmanship rather lacking. Thus, he could not afford to squander his vitality on forbidden artifacts and had to wait for the hyenas to draw closer. He observed silently, acutely aware of the formidable power of the aberrant beasts. These grotesquely transformed flesh and blood entities showed no fear of the ordinary bullets fired from firearms. The bullets merely punctured the hyena's skin. Although blood splattered gruesomely, these were mere superficial wounds, not lethal unless a barrage of bullets simultaneously targeted a single hyena or fortune favored a shot to the eye. With only dozens of guns and limited ammunition, Tanjia and his companions could not rely on overwhelming firepower and had to depend on the formidable lethality of the breath of bones. As the initial volley concluded, the group hurriedly reloaded, while the hyenas seized the opportunity to close the distance rapidly. At that moment, a hyena suddenly leaped from behind a withered tree, sinking its teeth into the arm of a man from the East District. Ah! The man screamed in agony, utterly oblivious to the hyena that had circled behind him. Panic and fear swiftly spread through the crowd, revealing the stark contrast between those who had undergone professional training and those who had not. The frantic individuals instinctively opened fire, missing the hyena and instead killing the bitten man. Bai Ye, fire now! Tanjia shouted in a mix of anger and urgency. Bai Ye methodically chambered a bullet, his cold, piercing gaze locking onto the hyena as the gun barrel aligned. Call me Vice Commander Bai. Bang! The thunderous roar of the breath of bones intertwined with his emotionless voice. The bullet, glowing with a crimson hue, sliced through the air like a sanguine meteor, striking the hyena with a resounding impact. Boom! The hyena's head exploded instantaneously, akin to a watermelon dropped from the 10th floor, with blood and flesh scattering in all directions. Is this the power of a forbidden artifact? Tanjia was astounded. As a genetic modifier, although he possessed physical traits far superior to ordinary humans, he knew he could never withstand such a shot if it were aimed at him. His animosity towards Bai Ye surged once more. But upon seeing Bai Ye's pallid complexion and labored breaths, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, such immense power was accompanied by severe aftereffects, given this boy's physique. He could hardly endure more than a few shots. Bai Ye gasped, feeling as though his body had been drained, akin to having bled for 3 consecutive days. Had he not indulged in meat over the past few days, he might have blacked out. However, when the hyena was shot down, a warm current surged from the breath of bones, coursing through his body. In an instant, the vitality he had lost was replenished, and he even felt a slight enhancement. The exhilarating sensation of improved physical prowess invigorated him. Thus, he raised his firearm and began shooting at the closest hyena. Bang! The gunfire roared once more. As the scarlet bullet accurately struck the hyena, not due to Bai Ye's precision, but because the oncoming hyena had already been hit multiple times, its movements becoming sluggish. The warm current enveloped him anew, causing Bai Ye's eyes to shine brighter, igniting the wildness and defiance within. Bang! 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 He fired continuously, and the number of corpses nearby multiplied, including both hyenas and his fallen comrades. An increasing number of hyenas compelled the 2 self-important leaders to join the fray. Wang Shi tore off his shirt, revealing a mechanical arm glinting with metallic light. The hydraulic pistons emitted a sharp whine as the silver alloy skeleton unfolded, the mechanical arm charging up in a mere 0.3 seconds. He unleashed a powerful punch, the force compressing the surrounding air into translucent ripples. Bang! One hyena's skull caved in instantly, sending it flying several meters away. Despite sustaining severe injuries, the hyena fearlessly rose from the ground and continued its charge. Tan Jie roared repeatedly, the hair on his body standing on end, transforming into an impenetrable protective layer that allowed him to engage the hyenas in close combat without faltering. With newfound defensive strength, Tan Jie even found the presence of mind to observe Bai Ye. Seeing Bai Ye fire relentlessly, he felt a surge of joy. Had this fool truly lost his wits in a bloodlust, using the breath of bones so recklessly? Surely, he would be drained of vitality before long. He had initially considered that if Bai Ye feigned effort, he would have to point a gun at Bai Ye's head to compel him to act. Yet he was taken aback by Bai Ye's fervent dedication. Tan Jie chuckled inwardly, thinking that at this rate, he would not even need to intervene with Bai Ye. The boy would end up exhausting himself. However, after a moment of amusement, his smile faded. Bai Ye was still firing? Was this boy reckless enough to throw his life away? The 20 or so hyenas now present were not the entirety of the threat, and the hyena king had yet to make an appearance. Observing Bai Ye's pale visage and unsteady stance, Tan Jie felt a pang of anxiety. He had never intended to annihilate the hyenas in one fell swoop, but had aimed for a war of attrition, killing a few each day to gradually whittle down their numbers. In his mind, Bai Ye could die, but it must not be now. There were still several days of battle ahead. Bai Ye, no, Vice Commander Bai, we have achieved significant results today. We can retreat and fight again tomorrow. Tan Jie called out loudly. He had expected Bai Ye to comply, but to his astonishment, the pale-faced youth retorted angrily, retreat? The enemy has not been vanquished. I dare anyone to take a step back. Kill them all. Chapter 10. No, what are you doing with your life? The fierce bloodlust emanating from Bai Ye momentarily stunned Tan Jie. How had he not noticed before the intensity of this boy's murderous intent? Had he truly succumbed to bloodlust? Vice Commander Bai, the number of hyenas is still increasing, and the hyena king is likely on the way. We must not act impulsively. Our brothers are nearing their limits. And Wang Shi's mechanical arm is running low on energy. If we continue like this, it could end badly. Old Tan, if you dare to waver in morale again, I will be the first to take you down. Bai Ye was currently caught up in the thrill of battle, his physical prowess continuously enhancing. How could he possibly retreat? Facing Bai Ye's fierce glare, Tan Jie felt a mix of shock and fury, coupled with a touch of absurdity. Who was the commander here? Him or Bai Ye? No, you, an ineffectual vice commander. What are you doing with your life? Despite his anger, he found himself unable to unleash it. He could only patiently urge, Vice Commander Bai, please heed my words. I will not listen. Tan Jie, this is utterly ridiculous. You are on the brink of being drained dry, yet you still wish to fight? Seeing Bai Ye, who could barely stand, Tan Jie felt his eyes redden. If Bai Ye wished to die, he should not drag them all down with him. Once the hyenas were completely dispatched, no one would stop him, but he could not afford to lose Bai Ye now. Just minutes earlier, he had yearned for Bai Ye to shoot. Now he desperately wanted him to retreat. Just as he was about to forcibly pull Bai Ye away, suddenly, Bai Ye seemed entirely drained, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. Tan Jie was startled, braving the hyena's bites as he rushed to Bai Ye's side, fearful that he might perish. Vice Commander Bai, are you all right? Bai Ye grasped Tan Jie's arm firmly, his pale face resolute. With trembling lips, he insisted, help me up. I can still fight. At that, he shouted fiercely, pulling Tan Jie's arm to stand, raising the breath of bones, and firing repeatedly. This is madness. Tanjia was utterly flabbergasted. Was this boy truly insane? Did the effects of the poison mushrooms not wear off yet? Vice Commander Bai? Vice Commander Bai? Be careful. You truly cannot continue fighting. If you persist, you shall meet your demise. Tanjia, realizing that he could not dissuade Bai Ye, seized him and attempted to retreat. Bai Ye struggled fiercely, bellowing, "Old Tan, release me. I will annihilate these scoundrels." Deputy Commander Bai, we truly cannot engage in further bloodshed. Let us retreat, I implore you. Tanjia's tone bore an undertone of desperation. Retreat? To where? Surrounded by a pack of wolves, I have no ground left to cede. At this juncture, our only option is to fight to the last breath. Charge, my comrades. Brother Tan, what nonsense are you spouting? The town of Grey Dust lies just behind us. A mere few hundred meters, and we are home. Tanjia was on the verge of tears. Disregarding Bai Ye's protests, he began to drag him away. Enraged, Bai Ye unleashed a flurry of blows at Tanjia's face, targeting the sparse hair on his visage. Behind me are the 800 residents of Grey Dust Town. As their commander, if I do not carve a bloody path for them, shall I merely watch them perish from starvation? Tanjia, having received several strikes, was livid. Just as he was about to retaliate, a thunderous sound erupted from the distant yellow sands, akin to the thunder of a stampede, as menacing shadows surged forth. Led by an imposing figure, the Hyena King, Tanjia's face drained of color, and he abandoned all else, hoisting Bai Ye and sprinting for their lives. Yet Bai Ye continued to resist. Release me. I shall face the Hyena King in a final battle. The smoke from countless hearths lingered in the air, the cries of children still ringing in his ears. Today, our weapons serve as the last bastion of protection for this mortal realm. Tanjia remained silent, his only focus on fleeing. They call me Deputy Commander Bai. This title is not merely a label. It is a responsibility. Even if I perish in battle today, my remains shall become the bricks of a wall, fortifying against the hyena. Tanjia was shaken by Bai Ye's impassioned roar, thinking, madman. He must have suffered permanent brain damage from those toxic mushrooms, completely losing his sanity. Every inch of the soil beneath them was sown with the seeds of the populace, and every piece of armor bore the weight of countless lives. There was only the path of war. Deputy Commander Bai, enough shouting, we have arrived home. Tanjia set Bai Ye down. Bai Ye persisted in his cries. What nonsense. It is precisely because we are home that I must shout. For whom else should I speak? How else can I rally the hearts of the people? To civilized ears, these words might seem insincere. Yet the denizens of Grey Dust Town, uneducated and unaccustomed to such fervent rhetoric, were captivated. Close the gates, the bloodied King Snake shouted. And the inhabitants of the town hastily secured the gates, thick iron and wooden barriers reinforced with rough iron nails, formidable against the hyena. Do not shut the gates. Let us in. Boss, we are still outside. Please, open the door. A few injured subordinates, hindered by their wounds, found themselves trapped outside. Moments later, horrific growls and screams echoed, interspersed with chilling sounds of gnashing teeth. The cacophony left those who survived pale and trembling with dread. Some turned away, unable to bear the sight, their eyes brimming with tears, for those left outside were their brothers with whom they had shared many years. Yet now, a mere door separated life from death. The Hyena King was still at a distance, and they still had a chance to return to Grey Dust Town. But King Snake and Tanjia refused to take any risks, resolutely keeping them locked out, an act that chilled the hearts of many. Perhaps no one dared to voice their discontent, yet this matter would linger ominously in the hearts of the people. Open the gates. I must save them. The youthful voice rang out like a golden sword, piercing through the clouds of despair that hung over them. The townsfolk participating in the defense, along with King Snake and others, turned in astonishment, their gazes converging upon Bai Ye's resolute countenance. Expressions varied. Seeing no one respond, Bai Ye unsheathed the breath of the bones and strode purposefully toward the gates. Such audacity startled Tanjia, who rushed to block his path. Deputy Commander, you cannot go out. The Hyena King is out there. Step aside, Old Tan. Bai Ye replied coldly. The brothers outside, whether from the east or west, are all citizens of Grey Dust Town. As long as I am Deputy Commander, I shall protect them. Had anyone else uttered such words, Tanjia would have dismissed them as mere theatrics, but coming from Bai Ye, he could not afford to doubt. Had he not pulled Bai Ye back earlier, that madman would still be out there fighting to the death. Deputy Commander Bai, it is not that I wish to prevent your rescue, but they have already perished. You can hear the screams have ceased. Tanjia, his forehead beaded with sweat, implored. Then I shall go collect their bodies. Tanjia, are you incapable of understanding human speech? King Snake and the others joined in, attempting to dissuade Bai Ye from venturing out. Bai Ye sighed deeply, feigning a look of disappointment, and turned away. As the crowd watched his solitary figure retreat, an inexplicable sense of melancholy enveloped them. After a prolonged silence, Tan Jie spat a thick loogie onto the ground, cursing madman. That lad is utterly insane. You cannot comprehend. Had I not brought him back, he would have been drained dry by the forbidden creatures. His tirade met with silence as the others wordlessly hurled stones from the wall, driving away the hyenas. Yet their hearts were beset with conflicting thoughts. They too regarded Bai Ye as a lunatic. For only a madman would sacrifice his life for those who had no connection to him in this wasteland. They had all heard Bai Ye's furious shouts outside, and those words resonated within them. Yet they felt that this madman was 100-fold, 1,000-fold better than the two current leaders. Those who had been born into this era of catastrophe, having never witnessed civilization, were unaware that a century ago, such lunatics were known by another name. 100 years ago, the people of the civilized age called them heroes. In a shadow unnoticed by all, a pair of eyes followed Bai Ye's vanishing figure until it too faded from sight. Upon returning to his temporary dwelling, Bai Ye bore no trace of melancholy. He eagerly shed his shirt and approached the mirror. The once emaciated and frail form was now replaced by a physique defined by sinewy muscle. In the recent battle, he had slain 12 hyenas, and the breath of the bones had granted him 12 pulses of vitality. With this infusion, his long-starved body had begun to rejuvenate. Feeling the surge of power within, Bai Ye smiled. Though his physique may not rival that of the genetically enhanced Tan Jie, it certainly surpassed that of an ordinary adult male. After all, he had merely hunted 12 mutated hyenas. What might occur should he vanquish the entire pack and the hyena king? What heights could his strength reach? What truly exhilarated Bai Ye was not merely the enhancement of his physique, but the prospect of saving precious time. The logic was simple. Given the same minute of stillness, a gaunt individual might cover 200 meters, while a robust one could traverse 300 meters, if not more. This indicated that within the same time frame, his efficiency would increase dramatically, effectively conserving time. Yet it was not enough. The power was insufficient. I craved even more strength. The flames of ambition ignited within Bai Ye's eyes. He understood clearly that the ability to suspend time was merely a trump card, a means to augment his strength, for time was finite. Each use diminished its availability. Thus, he must leverage the limited time at his disposal to procure greater power. Only in this manner can he avert the day when time runs out. Yet he remains unable to safeguard himself. In this desolate land fraught with peril, power alone is the ultimate truth. Here, one encounters not only various grotesque aberrations, but also formidable gene manipulators, mechanical augmenters, and even more enigmatic transcendent beings. This is an epoch dominated by the strong. Within the vestiges of his predecessor's memories, he has witnessed an abundance of sanguinary events. Murder? It is hardly a novel occurrence. A piece of stale bread, a bottle of murky water, or even a mere glance can serve as the impetus for homicide. I am hungry, and you happen to possess sustenance. Regrettably, you must perish. Do you claim to be uninterested in worldly affairs and to avoid conflict with others? When the slave-capturing squad arrives at your doorstep, they shall enlighten you on the essence of despair. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted Bai Ye's contemplations. Deputy Commander Bai, the hyena pack has retreated, and the commander is convening a celebration banquet and wishes for your presence. Upon hearing the prospect of a feast, Bai Ye's eyes brightened with anticipation. After an arduous battle, he was indeed famished. He opened the door, instantly embodying the role of a thespian, his body sagging against the young subordinate who had knocked. The subordinate, taken aback, exclaimed, "Deputy Commander Bai, support me as I go," Bai Ye feebly requested. The young man, noticing Bai Ye's frail demeanor and recalling his earlier reckless bravery, felt a surge of respect and promptly assisted him with utmost reverence. The celebration banquet was naturally held at the Tire Tavern, as the impoverished gray dust town boasted but a single tavern. Inside, patrons reveled, toasting with their cups. For the denizens of this wasteland, indulging in drink today was the epitome of luxury. They had no time to reminisce about the deceased, for the next victim could very well be themselves. Thus, it was wiser to savor each fleeting moment. This celebratory gathering featured not only Tan Jie, but also the West District Commander, Wang Shi. The two commanders shared a table, raising their cups with smiles that masked the sincerity, or lack thereof, behind their mirth. Bai Ye had undeniably captured the spotlight this time. The gaze of those from the East District towards him had shifted significantly. Wang Shi sipped his drink, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Humph," Tan Jie scoffed, easily discerning the underlying implications of Wang Shi's words. After all, one's truest insights often come not from friends, but from foes. There is no need for you to sow discord. You can clearly see what Bai Ye is. This lad's mind has been poisoned by toxic mushrooms. He has truly lost his sanity, and a madman will never bow to anyone. In other words, neither the East District nor your West District can accommodate him. Wang Shi nodded in agreement, having already gleaned the answer from Bai Ye's eyes. Neither he nor Tan Jie held any significance in Bai Ye's considerations. They had previously assumed his arrogance stemmed from youthful folly, believing his possession of forbidden items rendered him invincible. Now, they understood it was not mere youthful arrogance, but rather a profound madness. What do you intend to do? Do you require assistance? Wang Shi inquired with a smile. Tan Jie shot him a cold glance. Your help is unnecessary. This madman can self-destruct without your assistance. I suspect your offer of help is a facade, while your true intention is to covet the breath of the bones. Do not speak so harshly. After all, we are both denizens of Grey Dust Town. Infighting leads nowhere. Have you not noticed that the world grows increasingly tumultuous? Dawn City is frequently deploying troops, rampantly plundering the people of various settlements. War is surely on the horizon. If we do not unite and collaborate, we shall ultimately find ourselves without a grave. Therefore, in my view, once Bai Ye meets his demise and the hyena pack is dealt with, we shall take the breath of the bones to Dawn City for sale, dividing the proceeds equally. You may procure an advanced gene serum, while I will upgrade my mechanical apparatus. Only with strength can we ensure survival. Chapter 12. Old Tan, you shall regret this. A shadow flickered in Tan Jie's eyes. As the East District Commander, he felt as insignificant as an ant in the eyes of the behemoths of Dawn City. If war were to ensue, Grey Dust Town would be no more than cannon fodder. Wang Shi continued. Have you considered that the recent emergence of the hyena pack may be linked to Dawn City? Oh, what do you mean by that? Deputy Commander Bai? A resounding voice echoed through the Tire Tavern. Dozens of eyes turned towards the entrance, where the weakened Bai Ye, supported by a young subordinate, slowly made his entrance. The assisting subordinate, crimson with embarrassment, whispered, Deputy Commander Bai, I have called out as you instructed. Do not forget to reward me with a piece of meat later. Feeling the weight of numerous gazes, Bai Ye patted the young man's shoulder with satisfaction. Rest assured, I have not forgotten. Ah, Deputy Commander, you have finally arrived. How are you? In good health, I hope? Tan Jie approached with a beaming smile, personally aiding Bai Ye to his seat. Do I look well to you? Bai Ye shot a disgruntled glare at Tan Jie. Tan Jie, undeterred, had surprisingly maintained a positive demeanor since accepting the reality of Bai Ye's madness. He was no longer vexed by Bai Ye's insults. He had previously endured a barrage of slaps without grievance. Sit down, Bai Ye commanded, positioning himself between Tan Jie and Wang Shi, exuding the air of a leader. What are you waiting for? Quickly bring out the drinks and meat. Soon, platters of food and drink were served, the dark, unrefined roast lacking culinary finesse, relying solely on the most primitive ingredients. Yet, Bai Ye devoured it with gusto, for this body had seldom experienced a satisfying meal. Eat slowly, do not choke, Tan Jie chuckled, pouring wine. Now, watching Bai Ye consume meat did not pain him. He almost hoped Bai Ye would eat more to replenish his strength. This lad truly fought with reckless abandon. As Bai Ye chewed, he mumbled indistinctly. What were you two discussing earlier? Were you secretly talking ill of me? How could that be? You are the great benefactor. We could not sing your praises enough. We were just discussing the hyena pack, Wang Shi interjected. Their sudden appearance raises my suspicions of a connection to recent movements in Dawn City. Oh, Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. Elaborate. He had certainly heard of Dawn City. In fact, nearly every inhabitant of Grey Dust Town was familiar with it. It was regarded as a sanctuary in the hearts of the townsfolk. Legends spoke of abundant food, educational opportunities, and clean water for bathing, where women were exceptionally beautiful. Their skin smooth and fair, unlike the weathered complexion of Wasteland dwellers. Indeed, Wang Shi organized his thoughts and continued, Dawn City has been frequently deploying troops and slave-capturing squads, brazenly plundering the populations of various settlements, seemingly preparing for war. Bai Ye nodded. This wasteland was not solely inhabited by Dawn City. A century had passed since the cataclysm, during which humanity had recuperated, and large cities had risen from the desolation, with various factions vying for dominance. What does this have to do with the hyena pack? As far as he knew, the hyena pack had originally occupied the vicinity of Black Mountain. Despite their transformation into aberrations, they retained their animal instincts and territorial awareness, typically not straying far from Black Mountain. Their sudden appearance in Grey Dust Town suggested something must have occurred in Black Mountain. While trading supplies in Dawn City, he had inadvertently overheard conversations indicating that Dawn's military frequently crossed into Black Mountain, leading him to believe that Dawn City aimed to seize the treacherous terrain of Black Mountain in preparation for war. Must it inevitably lead to conflict? Perhaps Dawn City seeks to eradicate the aberrations on Black Mountain? Tan Jie scoffed. Deputy Commander Bai, you hold Dawn City in too high regard. You have yet to visit Dawn City and thus are unaware of the true nature of its inhabitants. Compared to the wasteland dwellers who live by the blade, the people in the city are the real predators, consuming their prey without leaving a single bone. Those esteemed gentlemen would never engage in actions devoid of personal gain. If the various factions united against the aberrant beasts, those wretched creatures would have been eradicated long ago. It is precisely due to their incessant infighting that none are willing to expend their military resources to eliminate the aberrant beasts beyond their own territories. Some factions even intentionally allow these beasts to remain, serving as a buffer between themselves and other powers. Bai Ye smiled faintly. A perfect reflection of my stereotypical view of humanity. Enough of this discussion. Wang Shi interjected, shifting the topic. The affairs of these influential figures are beyond our concern. Our immediate priority is to address the pack of hyenas. Deputy Commander Bai, will you be able to fight again tomorrow? Absolutely. It is imperative that I can. Bai Ye was already brimming with anticipation. No. Tan Jia hastily interrupted. You've exhausted yourself today. It would be wise to rest an extra day. In truth, the food supplies in Grey Dust Town can last a few more days. There is no rush. He genuinely feared that Bai Ye might perish mid-battle, leaving no one to take down the Hyena King. Can't you see Bai Ye can barely walk without assistance? Old Tan. Bai Ye slammed the table, his voice overpowering the tavern's cacophony. The patrons halted their activities, casting their gazes toward the three commanders, the atmosphere abruptly falling silent. Recognizing the familiar scene, Tan Jia felt a headache coming on. Deputy Commander Bai, you, what about me? As the old saying goes, one must maintain momentum, otherwise it wanes. Enough with the proverbs. I can't match your verbosity, but don't forget, I am the commander. You must rest tomorrow. Tan Jia asserted firmly. Bai Ye fixed his gaze on Tan Jia, enunciating each word. Old Tan, you will come to regret this. With that, he seized his food and drink and turned to leave. Hey, someone, quickly assist Deputy Commander Bai. As night fell, Bai Ye reclined comfortably in his bed, yet his mind replayed the conversation with Tan Jia and Wang Shi from earlier. War is imminent. A sense of urgency enveloped him. Warfare is not a leisurely feast, but rather a battlefield rife with firearms. While he possessed the ability to halt time, the crucial question remained. Would he have enough time? The speed of a bullet surpasses the swiftness of his thoughts. In the chaos of battle, with thousands of soldiers firing, even a minute may not suffice to escape the field. Beyond bullets, there are cannons, sniper rifles, tanks. In the midst of such tumult, he cannot perpetually rely on his power to freeze time. There is simply not enough time for that. Grey Dust Town is ostensibly under the jurisdiction of the Dawn City faction. Once war commences, will the other factions spare Grey Dust Town? What if one day, while lost in slumber, a barrage of artillery suddenly rains down, and he fails to activate his time-stopping ability, resulting in his demise? Who would he hold accountable for that? Even if he remains vigilant, hypothetically sensing all attacks in advance and dodging them with time stasis, how many times could he evade? Surely, he cannot squander all his time on such matters. This is unacceptable. The Wasteland is far too perilous. He must seek a secure location to better accumulate time. Upon this realization, thoughts of Dawn City began to stir within Bai Ye. If he could gain entry, it would surely be significantly safer than the Wasteland. Even in the event of war, should Dawn City fall, the citizens within would be the last to suffer. At that juncture, he could easily flee in advance rather than remain in the Wasteland, perpetually living in fear, today facing aberrant beasts, tomorrow confronting gunfire, and the day after grappling with food shortages. Chapter 13. What is there to show off? Are extraordinary beings really that impressive? Suddenly, a faint scraping sound pierced the silence of the room. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed as he turned toward the source of the sound. The window. To his astonishment, the window had opened by itself. Indeed, he was not mistaken. There was no one outside, nor was there any wind. Strangely, the window had swung open as if an invisible hand had gently pushed it aside. Bai Ye's expression remained unchanged as he lay calmly on his bed, observing the window, confronted with such a supernatural occurrence. He did not even reach for the breath of the undead by his side, for he understood its limited efficacy. He waited quietly. Should any hint of danger arise, he would activate his time-stopping ability immediately. After approximately 30 seconds, a yellowed piece of parchment drifted in through the window, seemingly carried by an unseen force. The letter floated before Bai Ye, gradually coming to a halt. Scrawled upon it was a line of blood-red text. Tonight at midnight. Meet me in the northern woods of the town. Do not make a sound. This concerns your life. Damn it. What kind of trickery is this? The floating letter and crimson text, rather than instilling fear, ignited a fierce determination within Bai Ye. With 3 minutes and 50 seconds of time at his command, he would dare to confront even a deity, let alone this situation. Time stasis. Buzz. A massive golden dial materialized beneath Bai Ye, as if decreed by a divine entity, instantly freezing the flow of time. He sprang from his bed, brandishing the breath of the undead, as he leapt through the window. His dark eyes blazed with defiance. Trying to scare me at this hour with a scrap of paper, are you? Regardless of whether you are human or specter, I will extract your essence today. Even if you are an inherently flawed being hiding in the shadows. Outside the window, Bai Ye scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting a furtive figure crouching in the corner. Their bandaged right hand raised, pinching the air as if grasping an invisible letter. Ah, so it's you, is it? He charged forward, and as he drew closer, illuminated by the moonlight, he recognized the figure with a start. Why? It was a familiar face. Magic Hands Liu. Bai Ye had heard of Liu's exploits. The tail of his right hand being severed by Wang Shi, leaving him to fend for himself. He had not anticipated encountering him here in the dead of night. An extraordinary being? The term flitted through Bai Ye's mind, although he had never encountered one. He had heard whispers of such figures, mysterious and rare compared to gene and mechanical modifiers. It was said that extraordinary beings possessed a variety of miraculous abilities, and now, Liu's demonstration seemed to align with these legends. Bai Ye surmised that Liu's power must pertain to his right hand. After all, the manner in which he held it aloft was exceedingly peculiar. To verify his suspicion, Bai Ye began to feel along Liu's right hand, and to his astonishment, he discovered an invisible, intangible hand extending from it, as solid as steel, stretching a full 3 meters. With this realization, Bai Ye comprehended that it was Liu who had opened the window and delivered the letter, causing it to hover in midair. Very well. You think to play tricks on me? Time resumes. Liu rubbed his sore right arm with his left hand, muttering, "This kid should have finished reading by now." Yet there is not a sound. Logically, he ought to at least have jumped out of bed in fright, right? Could it be that he is asleep? Suddenly, a cold, detached voice resonated from behind Liu. "I'm not asleep, but I know you're about to meet your end." Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed. A cold barrel pressed against Liu's temple. Liu froze instantly, his complexion paling. "Bai Ye, don't move. If your right hand so much as twitches, I guarantee you won't see the dawn of tomorrow." Liu stiffened further, his hand poised in midair, inwardly lamenting his predicament. This kid has discovered my ability. He initially intended to subdue Bai Ye with an invisible right hand, firmly believing that even with a forbidden object at his disposal, Bai Ye would fall prey to the unseen grasp of an ethereal force, caught off guard. However, he was utterly astonished to find that his very abilities had been effortlessly discerned. "Are you not asleep?" Liu spoke, attempting to buy time while frantically devising a strategy. A cold chuckle emanated from behind him. "Haven't you visited the restroom in the middle of the night?" Liu dismissed this statement entirely, for prior to opening the window, he had stealthily glanced back, witnessing Bai Ye still ensconced in bed. Thus, it was evident that Bai Ye did not emerge to relieve himself, but rather, upon noticing the window ajar, he had rushed out in a flash, without a moment's hesitation, stealthily approaching him as he released the message paper. No wonder there had been no movement for so long while he held the paper. The other had already slipped out. This was disastrous. It deviated entirely from his expectations. How could Bai Ye's thought process be so vastly different from that of a typical individual? A rational person, upon seeing a window open, would surely pause to contemplate the source of the anomaly. Who, in the dead of night, would recklessly charge out upon first sight of the unusual? Unafraid of encountering a specter? Liu realized, oh, wait, you should be called Liu's now. Bai Ye leisurely pressed the muzzle of his gun against Liu's head. The chilling contact of the gun sent shivers down Liu's spine, prompting him to exclaim, "Bai Ye, actually call me Deputy Commander Bai." Bai Ye interrupted, delivering a swift kick to Liu's rear, silencing him. Momentarily taken aback, anger flickered across Liu's face, yet he hastily amended, "Deputy Commander Bai. I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to discuss a matter of importance." Oh, a dangerous smirk curled at the corners of Bai Ye's mouth. What a coincidence. You harbor no malice, but I certainly do. You see, I absolutely detest having my time wasted by others. Your unreasonable actions have squandered a precious 10 seconds of my life. 10 seconds. How many such seconds exist in one's lifetime? Liu, oblivious to the fact that Bai Ye referred to time frozen in stillness, mistakenly believed he spoke of the time taken to step out of the room. After a moment of silence, he cautiously ventured, if a person lives to be 60, that amounts to approximately 189, 216, 000 10-second intervals. Are you kidding me? Bam! Bai Ye kicked Liu again, nearly sending him sprawling. So you think you're a math whiz now? Am I incapable of calculating that myself? Do you need to enlighten me? While Bai Ye was indeed capable of calculations, his speed paled in comparison to Liu's. He would have to find paper and a pen to work it out. I'll give you 3 seconds to provide me with a reason not to kill you, Liu. Liu hastily replied, I'm here to help you. Help? Bai Ye scoffed. I am an extraordinary being. Bam! Another kick followed. Why are you showing off? Being extraordinary is so impressive, is it? Chapter 14. To become an extraordinary being, one must have a mother. No, what I mean is, Don't you wish to know how I became extraordinary? Do tell. Then you must promise. Fine, I promise not to kill you, Bai Ye interjected. Li Yu's heart sank. Bai Ye's prompt agreement offered him no sense of security. Let us try that again. Li Yu inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm down, and slowly recounted. After the wheel of fate was defeated by you, the king's serpent, in a fit of rage, rendered my right hand useless, leaving me to fend for myself. The magical hand was a skill I had painstakingly honed for over a decade, my very means of survival. With my right hand incapacitated, I felt the despair of death creeping in. Yet, thoughts of my mother, waiting for my return and success, ignited a flame within me. I vowed never to disappoint her. I had to survive. Then, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my brain, as if something were stirring within. Once the pain subsided, I discovered that my once shattered right hand had begun to heal somewhat. Although I could not lift heavy objects, I could at least move it with some ease. Moreover, an invisible arm had sprouted from my right hand. Ah, I see. Bai Ye nodded with a serious demeanor. To become an extraordinary being, one must first lose their right hand. Li Yu, and one must have a mother. Li Yu was now utterly convinced that Bai Ye was indeed insane. Previously, he had been skeptical of the tales he heard about Bai Ye's conduct on the battlefield, but now he believed wholeheartedly. What nonsense are you spouting, Deputy Commander Bai? The crux of the matter is not about mothers or right hands, but rather the transformation of the spirit. In simpler terms, it is a significant stimulus that leads to a mental aberration, culminating in an awakening to become extraordinary. Bai Ye nodded, fully aware that the discussion of mothers and right hands was irrelevant. He had merely attempted a small jest, but alas, these savages lacked an appreciation for humor. He had heard from other wasteland hunters that during the era of cataclysms, whether human or object, even if they appeared normal, they had undergone some degree of aberration. It was simply that the aberration in ordinary individuals was less pronounced, rendering it imperceptible, yet it resembled a seed buried deep within everyone, waiting to sprout under certain conditions. Li Yu, having become an extraordinary being, was a clear example. Thus, during the era of civilization, no matter how much one's psyche was stimulated, it would only lead to madness at most. However, in the era of cataclysms, it could result in becoming extraordinary. The implications were chilling. So it turned out that extraordinary beings possessed the potential for madness? Suddenly, he perceived that this worldwide cataclysm was not solely a harbinger of disaster. It also harbored opportunity, a chance for evolution. The aberrant beasts were akin to misguided products of evolution, while extraordinary beings were those treading the rightful path of evolution. Wait, perhaps it is still uncertain whose evolution is truly correct. Deputy Commander Bai, I have conveyed all I needed to say. I implore you to lower your gun. I am afraid. You plead, yet you do not even address me properly. Is this how one begs? Stubborn. Li Yu gritted his teeth in frustration. Had it not been for the gun pointed at him, he would have relished the opportunity to land a punch on Bai Ye's face. Could you please just lower your gun? No. You. Then can I at least lower my right hand? It hasn't healed yet, and I cannot keep it raised like this. No. Bai Ye. Li Yu sprang to his feet, filled with righteous indignation. I told you, we are not enemies. I am here to collaborate with you. Have you not realized your predicament? The King's Serpent and Tan Jie cannot tolerate you. They have already conspired, and once you disperse the hyena pack, they will join forces to eliminate you, and afterwards sell your forbidden object for a split of the profits. And so, cooperating with me is your only chance of survival. I am an extraordinary being. You possess a forbidden object. Together, we may stand against them. Moreover, the King's Serpent has incapacitated my magical hand, and I am determined to seek vengeance. You came to find me in the dead of night to discuss this? Indeed. Moreover, I have devised a detailed plan. The next time you venture outside the city, I will lay in ambush, and when they are exhausted from battle, we will strike together, ensuring their downfall. Once successful, the Grey Dust Town will be yours to govern, and I shall not interfere. Bai Ye appeared somewhat taken aback. What do you stand to gain from this? Revenge? Li Yu shook his head. Revenge is one aspect, but I require funds. Once we succeed, Grey Dust Town will belong to you, and the money will be mine. I will leave immediately after obtaining the funds. To be candid, after becoming an extraordinary being, I found myself entirely disinterested in the position of leader of Grey Dust Town. My intention is to take my wealth to Dawn City and seek the finest physician to restore my right hand. Although awakening as an extraordinary individual significantly enhanced my physical capabilities, allowing me to barely move my right hand, it fails to match the dexterity and strength I once possessed. My extraordinary abilities are intricately linked to my right hand. If I can heal it, my combat prowess will surely exceed its current state, and I shall once again exhibit the brilliance of my magical hand. Once I, Li Yu, have established myself in Dawn City, I shall bring my mother to reside there, allowing her to relish in wealth and prosperity. Li Yu's remarks indeed caused Bai Ye to reassess his perspective of him. One must concede that, despite Li Yu's shortcomings, he displays a commendable sense of filial piety. Moreover, upon reflection, the two harbored no animosity, sharing instead a common adversary. With this thought in mind, Bai Ye retracted the breath of the bones. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Yu's heart soared. Have you agreed to cooperate? No, I have not, Bai Ye replied, shaking his head. Why not? This would be entirely beneficial for you. Li Yu exclaimed, incredulous, unable to fathom why Bai Ye would spurn such a fortuitous proposal. Sighing, Bai Ye tilted his head upward at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the luminous moon, his tone turning grave. While I certainly could ally with you to eliminate the king of snakes and his ilk, have you considered the fate of the hyena pack? What of the townsfolk of gray dust? Li Yu was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting as he regarded Bai Ye. After a contemplative pause, he replied, I can assist you in dealing with the hyena pack. Bai Ye shook his head once more. How many lives would be lost in that endeavor? Though you are an extraordinary being, your strength likely pales in comparison to that of the king of snakes and his associates. If it were otherwise, you would not seek my collaboration. They struggle to contend with the hyena pack. What chance do you have? Therefore, I will not partner with you until the hyenas are dealt with. Li Yu's impatience flared, but once the hyenas are slain, they will surely turn their attention to you. And according to your method of killing, you may not even survive long enough to face them. Do not speak further, Bai Ye retorted angrily, his tattered sleeves stirring up a cloud of dust. Am I, Bai Ye, one who clings to life out of fear? Is my life more valuable than the lives of the 800 souls in Grey Dust Town? That vehement declaration struck Li Yu's heart like a heavy hammer. In this accursed era, there truly exist such individuals. For reasons unknown, standing alongside Bai Ye instilled within him a sense of shame. Chapter 15. I do not regret my defeat. I understand now. Li Yu's expression settled into tranquility as he regarded Bai Ye intently, speaking earnestly. You may pursue your course. Although I, Li Yu, am not a paragon of virtue, I respect your character and am willing to heed your wishes. Once you have dealt with the hyena pack, we shall unite against the king of snakes and his cohort. However, I cannot guarantee that you will still be alive by then. If you find yourself in peril, I can only offer my assistance within reason, for my mother awaits my return, and I cannot place myself in jeopardy. That is of no consequence. My mind is made up, Bai Ye declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, the cool moonlight casting a silvery sheen upon him. Li Yu felt a stirring within. I do not regret the outcome of fate. Take care. No need for farewells. Came the rustling sound as Li Yu turned and vanished into the woods without a backward glance. Under the bright moon, Bai Ye stroked his chin, contemplating, is it truly right to deceive a disabled person in such a manner? Yet, it could hardly be termed deception. After all, a gentleman is judged by his actions, not his intentions. His refusal of Li Yu's plan stemmed not from a desire to protect Grey Dust Town, but rather from a wish to kill more hyenas under the protection of the king of snakes and Tanjie, thereby enhancing his own strength. While he could indeed follow Li Yu's strategy to conspire against the king of snakes and Tanjie, what would follow? Who would safeguard him as he hunted the hyenas? Could Li Yu, a mere novice, truly offer protection? It would likely require him to waste precious time employing time-stopping abilities to eliminate all the hyenas. Rather than that, it would be more prudent to continue leveraging the king of snakes, Tanjie, and their subordinates. In the previous battle, they had positioned themselves centrally, creating a protective barrier around him, allowing him to fire with ease. How considerate. Nevertheless, Li Yu's unexpected appearance was a stroke of fortune when the moment of truth arrived. Facing the king of snakes and his ilk alone with only the breath of the bones would be insufficient. He would undoubtedly need to employ time-stopping abilities. With Li Yu's presence, perhaps he could save a modicum of time. With this thought, Bai Ye could not help but chuckle. I truly am a master of time management. The following day, Bai Ye awoke to find it was already noon. Today was supposed to be the day to hunt the hyenas, but Old Tan insisted on delaying for a day out of concern for Bai Ye's health. With no entertainment to be found in Grey Dust Town, he had no choice but to sleep. After finishing his lunch, boredom overtook him, and he strolled through the streets of Grey Dust Town. To call it a street would be a misnomer. It was merely a dirt path, worn down by the passage of many feet. On either side stood lowly flat-roofed houses, with several residents opting to sleep on the roadside. It was summer, and the heat drove people to seek solace in the open air. Deputy Leader Bai greeted a weary passerby, his face etched with respect. The news of Bai Ye's exploits from the previous day had spread throughout the small town, garnering him a measure of esteem. He strode forward with an air of indifference, relishing the attention of the onlookers. The youthful defiance on his face stood in stark contrast to the surrounding apathetic figures, akin to a vibrant character amidst a black and white photograph. Though the atmosphere was dull, time seemed to stretch, and his spirits were somewhat lifted. For minutes and 40 seconds. Yesterday, Liu had squandered 10 seconds. Suddenly, a cacophony of panicked voices echoed from a distance. Trouble. The hyena pack is attacking the town. The aberrant beasts are besieging us. Bai Ye focused his gaze, spotting several ragged residents sprinting toward him from the direction of the city gate. He seized one of them, his eyes brimming with excitement, asking, "What is happening?" The individual, still trembling with fear, frequently glanced back, his pallor evident. The aberrant beasts have gone mad. They are attacking the town. Bai Ye's excitement intensified. An attack on the town? He had been worried about not being able to hunt the aberrant beasts today, but now they were coming to him, making things much easier. He wouldn't even need to venture outside the walls to lure them. He could simply fire from the safety of the city walls. Yet, amidst his exhilaration, a hint of confusion lingered in his heart. What could have prompted the aberrant beasts to attack so suddenly? Just then, the leader of the Eastern District, Tan Jie, emerged with his men. "Follow me to the city gate." Tan Jie called out to his subordinates, his gaze landing on Bai Ye. "Deputy Leader Bai, we must hurry." Bai Ye drew forth the breath of the bones, unable to contain his eagerness as he followed suit. Upon reaching the city walls, they indeed beheld nearly 100 hyenas charging toward Grey Dust Town under the leadership of the Hyena King. What on earth is happening? Why have the hyenas gone berserk? Tan Jie inquired, his unease palpable. His greatest fear was that the hyenas would disregard all caution and launch an all-out assault on Grey Dust Town. While the city gates appeared sturdy, they could hardly withstand the onslaught of 100 hyenas. If the beasts were determined to press forward regardless of casualties, they would surely breach the defenses. Until now, the hyenas had refrained from a full-scale attack, largely due to their wariness of the town's population. After all, the number of humans far exceeded that of the hyenas. Aberrant hyenas possess a measure of intelligence, yet they ultimately lack the reasoning of humans. They presumed that humans would fight fiercely against death, unaware that many would simply resign themselves to fate. They just appeared one after another without warning. A young guard exclaimed in panic. "Do not panic. Their assault may not be a bad thing," came the cold voice of the King of Snakes from afar, as he stepped onto the city wall surrounded by a throng of followers. "With the protection of the city walls, we are positioned to strike from above. As long as Commander Bai's body can withstand the assault, even if the city gates are breached, they will suffer significant losses. My only fear is that he may not be able to endure." Tan Jie glanced at Bai Ye, his eyes filled with concern, leaving one to wonder about the depth of their camaraderie. "Humph," Bai Ye snorted coldly, his rebellious gaze sweeping across the room. "If you can't speak, then keep your mouth shut. Even in death, I will not perish." With time stretching an additional minute, he could barely muster the energy to call out to old Tan. The expression on Tan Jie's face darkened. Whether it was mere perception or reality, he felt that with each passing day, Bai Ye's disrespect toward him grew ever more pronounced. Yet he understood that now was not the time to confront Bai Ye. After all, who would deal with the Hyena King in his absence? Frustrated, he redirected his anger toward his subordinates. "What are you all dawdling about? The beasts are at our doorstep. Do I need to teach you how to act? Raise your guns and, as they approach, fire with all your might." The crowd hastily took their positions, steadied their weapons, and awaited the hyena's advance. Excitement flickered in Bai Ye's eyes as he found a central spot, raising his weapon, the breath of bones, in anticipation of the hyena's arrival. Closer, closer. He could even discern the true form of the Hyena King with the naked eye, the last time, from a distance. He had only caught a vague glimpse of a towering shadow amidst the swirling sands. The Hyena King was cloaked in dark purple skin, nearly translucent, with a mass of crimson veins twisting and writhing with its movements. A grotesque, fist-sized tumor jutted from its head, an ominous sight. Bai Ye refrained from firing. The effective range of a standard handgun was merely 50 meters, and although Breath of Bones could reach 200 meters, his aim was still unreliable. Given his current marksmanship, even at 20 meters, he would be as good as a novice artist tracing outlines. Thus, he decided to wait for his subordinates to fire first, hoping to injure the hyenas and slow their charge before he would take his shot. Chapter 16, The Crisis of Desolation. "Prepare." Tan Jie raised his left hand, ready to issue commands. "Wait," Bai Ye suddenly interjected. Tan Jie's anger flared. He assumed Bai Ye was attempting to seize control of the situation, glaring fiercely. However, he soon realized that Bai Ye was not looking at him, but was instead furrowing his brow, staring intently at the pack of hyenas. "Put away your weapons," Bai Ye instructed, sheathing Breath of Bones as he spoke calmly to the group. The crowd was taken aback, some bewildered. Tan Jie, filled with indignation, demanded, "Commander Bai, what do you mean? Our enemy is not the hyenas. There is no need to waste ammunition." Bai Ye's gaze shifted beyond the hyenas, fixating on the swirling sands in the distance. "Not the hyenas?" Tan Jie thought Bai Ye had lost his mind, his frustration boiling over. But before he could express his outrage, a subordinate suddenly exclaimed, "The hyenas have changed direction." What? Tan Jia quickly turned to see the ferocious pack of hyenas veering away from the gray town, fleeing into the distance. Why are the hyenas running? Did they become scared after our last encounter? Many of the defenders remarked with relief, eager to avoid a confrontation with the hyenas. Yet, unlike their simplistic thoughts, Wang Shi and Tan Jia sensed something was amiss. "Commander Bai, what is happening?" Wang Shi asked gravely, well aware of Bai Ye's experience as a wasteland hunter. "The hyenas are not attacking. They are retreating," Bai Ye stated calmly. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Retreating? What formidable presence could be pursuing them? The fierce pack of hyenas had already instilled a sense of dread in the gray town, yet now they fled like frightened animals. What could be chasing them that was so powerful? Panic and unease rapidly spread among the people, their gazes turning toward their commanders as if seeking reassurance. However, the leaders they looked to for guidance were also flustered, exchanging frantic glances, unsure of how to react. Tan Jia forced a laugh. Could it be that the army of Dawn City is nearby, scaring the hyenas away? An army? I would sooner fear the mutated beasts, Wang Shi replied darkly. Silence. It's coming. Bai Ye suddenly raised his head, staring into the distant sky. A low, ominous hum resonated from above. A high-frequency sound that seemed capable of piercing eardrums and reaching the very soul, inducing an inexplicable sense of dread. What is that sound? Someone cried in alarm. The humming intensified. It sounds like electricity. No, it's birds. Look. The crowd gasped, their eyes drawn skyward, where a swarm of indistinct black dots appeared against the horizon. Intersecting with the clouds, the sky appearing riddled with holes. They drew closer, a dark mass, the cacophony of bird calls and flapping wings crescendoing to a deafening roar. It's the gray sparrows. Mutated beasts, gray sparrows. So many run. The gray town could not withstand this onslaught. The shrieks that erupted from the crowd acted like a signal flare, the pallid faces of the people snapping them back to reality, causing them to turn and flee. Disregarding their commander's orders, Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, fixated on the swift approaching gray sparrows. They were a type of mutated beast, originally the most common of sparrows, now appearing in swarms. This particular flock was estimated to number in the thousands. While 1,000 sparrows might seem inconsequential, they were no ordinary birds. The mutated gray sparrows were entirely gray, their eyes lifeless and pale, their size comparable to eagles, with claws sharp as steel. 1,000 eagles soaring above the town would cast a shadow so vast it would fracture sunlight into countless shards. This is troublesome, Bai Ye's expression darkened. In terms of individual combat strength, the gray sparrows were no match for the hyenas, but their sheer numbers and extraordinary agility posed a grave threat. He could indeed halt time, yet he could not fly. If the sparrows were grounded, he could unleash a massacre upon them, but airborne, they were beyond his reach. Though he contemplated using his weapon, his marksmanship was lacking. Taking the time to aim and shoot would likely prove futile, and even if he could, it would take far too long to eliminate them all. Retreating to the buildings was the only option. He would take it step by step. Bai Ye leaped from the city wall, sprinting at a speed enhanced by his physical capabilities, quickly overtaking the first fleeing group. However, two figures remained ahead of him, Wang Shi and Tan Jia. These two had bolted at the first sight of the gray sparrows, fully aware that the town's walls would offer no protection against aerial assaults. Yet, no matter how fast one ran, they could not outrun birds, especially mutated ones. A piercing scream erupted from the crowd. A gray sparrow descended, its metallic beak piercing through a man's skull, ravenously drinking his blood and brain matter. More gray sparrows descended like a storm, hunting with a ferocity and speed akin to that of predators. Gunfire erupted chaotically as some fought back, shouting, "I'll take you on." Others frantically sought refuge inside buildings. "Get inside." The panicked citizens cried out, racing home as if possessed. However, how could the flimsy wooden structures withstand the onslaught of the gray sparrows? Even brick houses could only provide minimal shelter. What of the windows? One must remember, the mutations did not only alter their bodies but their minds as well. It's chaos. Everything is in disarray. The entire town of Ashen Soil descended into utter chaos. Bai Ye accelerated through the thronging masses, unlike Tan Jia and Wang Shi, who sought refuge in the safety of buildings at the first sign of trouble. Instead, he made a beeline for the Tire Tavern, the stronghold of Tan Jia, where they had stockpiled water, food, and ammunition. Bullets were Bai Ye's objective. The breath of the skeleton extracted the user's vitality, hence Tan Jia had not provided him with an abundance of ammunition, believing he would not require so many. Swoosh. A sound akin to a piercing arrow sliced through the air above Bai Ye's head, rapidly approaching. The boy's eyes glinted with ferocity. He realized he was being targeted by the gray sparrow. After all, the number of residents on the streets had dwindled, Either they had perished or sought refuge indoors, leaving only him in a desperate sprint. It was only a matter of time before he was noticed. He chose not to evade but to invoke time stasis. Chapter 17. The Limitations of Time Stasis. Buzz. A resplendent golden dial rose from beneath Bai Ye's feet, abruptly halting the gears of time. All sounds in the world seemed to peel away from his ears, leaving only the sound of his own breathing echoing in the void. Bai Ye propelled himself an additional 2 meters due to inertia before finally coming to a stop. As is widely known, it is exceedingly difficult to change direction rapidly while sprinting, which is why he opted not to forcibly turn and shoot, but decisively activated time stasis. When he turned around, he was met with a pair of lifeless, pale eyes, those of the gray sparrow. The eagle-like gray sparrow hung, suspended 3 meters above the ground. Its gray feathers spread wide, sharp talons poised to strike Bai Ye's head. It was a hair's breadth away. Had Bai Ye delayed invoking time stasis by even a second or two, his skull would have surely been shattered. A surge of nameless fury ignited within him. So you wish to blow my head off, do you? Then allow me to return the favor. Click. The breath of the skeleton was loaded, the muzzle aimed squarely at the gray sparrow's head. At such close range, hitting a stationary target was virtually assured. Even an elementary student could not miss, and Bai Ye was no exception. Bang! A blood-tinged bullet erupted from the muzzle. However, the anticipated explosion of the gray sparrow's head did not occur. Bai Ye stood frozen, staring blankly at the blood-red bullet suspended in midair. A mere 2 centimeters from the muzzle. It remained there, utterly motionless. What was happening? Suddenly, Bai Ye grasped a possibility. He had halted time itself. In this stilled world, the only entities capable of movement were himself and external objects he came into contact with. The bullet had detached from him and thus entered a state of stasis. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, during time stasis, he would be left in a state of undress, as clothing counted as an external object. He quickly distanced himself from the gray sparrow before restoring time. The instant time resumed, the once stationary blood-red bullet vanished from Bai Ye's view, and simultaneously, the gray sparrow's head exploded in a shower of gore. The headless corpse flapped its wings a couple of times before plummeting to the ground. Thank goodness the firearm was functional, though it had proven slightly troublesome. Feeling the surge of vitality coursing through his body, Bai Ye sprinted away without looking back. At this point, the streets were deserted. To be precise, no living souls remained aside from Bai Ye. Thousands of gray sparrows ravaged ashen soil, slaughtering over 100 individuals in mere minutes, with the rest taking refuge indoors. Some gray sparrows lingered over corpses, gradually tearing and feasting, while others violently slammed against windows, breaking in, only to be met with blood-curdling screams echoing from within. A significant number, however, had set their sights on Bai Ye, the only person still running in the open, an exceedingly conspicuous target. A dozen gray sparrows flapped their wings in unison, diving toward Bai Ye. He swiftly darted to the side, entering an alley formed by the adjacent buildings, where the confined space hindered the gray sparrows from attacking simultaneously, forcing them to come at him one by one. He halted, a fierce glint emerging in his rebellious gaze. He coldly regarded the first gray sparrow to charge, raising the breath of the skeleton and waiting in silence. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Now? Bang. Blood and fire erupted as the headless gray sparrow plummeted from the sky, its lifeless body skidding across the ground due to inertia, kicking up clouds of dust until it finally came to a stop at Bai Ye's feet. This time he did not utilize time stasis. Instead, he capitalized on the terrain, shooting within the narrow alley, making it nearly impossible to miss the incoming gray sparrows. The vitality absorbed from the breath of the skeleton coursed through him, allowing the power within to burgeon wildly, intensifying the ferocity in Bai Ye's eyes, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let all your screams be transformed into my strength. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire reverberated continuously, flames flickering in the dim alley, illuminating the blood-soaked visage of the boy. Moments later, the ground was piled high with the corpses of gray sparrows, the stench of blood soaking his shoes. Yet, more gray sparrows charged fearlessly toward him. Halftime. He presided over this battle like a judge. At his command, all participants stood still. A sharp claw came to rest half a meter from his face, allowing him to count the feathers on the gray sparrow with clarity. In the dimly lit alley, littered with corpses, the bloodied boy lowered his gaze, methodically loading bullets with his soiled hands. Once he had loaded 6 bullets, he flicked the revolver, and the chamber clicked into place with a crisp mechanical sound. The boy raised his head, a sinister grin spreading across his face, the slaughter resumes. Bang, bang, bang. After emptying the chamber again, Bai Ye turned and fled, for he had exhausted his ammunition. This time, he ran faster than before, his physical prowess enhanced once more, yet he still could not outpace the gray sparrows. A racial advantage he could not overcome, for he lacked wings. Reluctantly, he repeatedly activated time stasis to shake off the gray sparrows, wasting considerable time before finally reaching the tire tavern. Upon arrival, Bai Ye discovered the door was locked. He pushed against it a couple of times and peered through the gap, noticing a pile of tables and chairs blocking the entrance. Is someone inside? Open the door. Bai Ye shouted. There was no response from within. Frustrated, he kicked the door several times. Finally, a voice emerged from inside. Get out of here. Don't attract the gray sparrows. Bai Ye recognized the voice of the tavern's owner, Old Wang. Old Wang was also one of Tanjia's men, despite his advanced age. He was well-read, knowledgeable about brewing, and possessed some culinary skills, thus managing logistics for the tavern. He had named it Old Times, as he preferred to immerse himself in pre-catastrophe literature, often lamenting his birth in such turbulent times. Old Wang, it's me. Open the door. There's no danger outside for the moment. I need bullets to deal with the gray sparrows. For the time being, he had managed to elude the gray sparrows using time stasis, and they would not catch up with him for a while. I know it's you, Bai Ye, but I cannot open the door. What if the gray sparrows take this opportunity to come in? Old Wang's trembling voice replied from within. Don't blame me for not helping. I only wish to survive. I have no obligation to save you. Bai Ye ceased his kicking and stood silently before the door. At that moment, the circling gray sparrows above had noticed him. I'll say this one last time. Open the door. His indifferent tone carried an undeniable weight. And Old Wang, panicked, seemed to be provoked into a frenzy, shouting in response. Do you truly believe yourself to be some sort of deputy commander? You are nothing but a fortunate young fool who has never even read a book. What gives you the right to command me? Old Wang shouted in a fit of rage, yet there was no response from outside the door, only the sound of gray sparrows flapping their wings as they swooped down. His face turned ashen, and he curled up in the corner of the wine cabinet, trembling uncontrollably, too afraid to look up. Chapter 18, The Scholar and the Dog Killers. Outside, 5 gray sparrows circled in the air, their pale, lifeless eyes fixated on Bai Ye as they approached from 5 different directions. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ye swiftly drew a dagger from his pants leg, his gaze fierce and unyielding. He paid no heed to the 5 gray sparrows overhead, even as they blocked all his escape routes. When these beasts drew near, time seemed to freeze, and he would easily slaughter them. What truly vexed him was Old Wang. Because Old Wang refused to open the door, he was unable to procure ammunition, and thus could not utilize Breath of the Bones to enhance his vitality, rendering his efforts a fruitless waste of time. You want to open the door, huh? Just wait until I deal with the gray sparrows. I'll set your tavern ablaze, and see if you'll open it then. The 5 gray sparrows emitted piercing shrieks as they lunged toward Bai Ye, their speed akin to 5 streaks of gray lightning. Bai Ye gripped the dagger tightly, his eyes ablaze with intensity, waiting for the sparrows to close the distance. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A sharp sound cut through the air, and to Bai Ye's astonishment, the 5 gray sparrows seemed to be struck by an invisible force. Boom, boom, boom. Flesh and feathers erupted in a shower as countless gray feathers rained down. It was Liu. Bai Ye quickly glanced toward the corner of the adjacent building, where he saw Liu lowering his hand, gasping for breath. Bai Ye, over here. Bai Ye hastily darted to the corner where Liu was hiding. Liu appeared in a dire state, clutching his right hand tightly, his expression pained. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The recent ferocious strike had aggravated his previous injuries. How are you? I'm fine, I won't die. Liu forced a smile. By the way, you came looking for bullets, didn't you? Bai Ye paused momentarily, glancing at the bulging snakeskin bag behind Liu, and suddenly understood. Liu struggled to open the bag, revealing its contents. Firearms, ammunition, cockroach protein bars, and water. You stole these from the tire tavern? Haha, Liu chuckled. I have a grudge against Wang Shi, so I had to hide in your East District. When I saw the gray sparrows entering the city, I realized something was amiss. So I came to the tire tavern ahead of time and used my magical hands to steal the supplies inside. With these resources, we can escape Gray Dust Town. Bai Ye's eyes flickered. You could have run away by yourself. Why bring me along? Liu appeared somewhat surprised. Why the many questions? Didn't I mention before that I respect your character? You took risks to protect Gray Dust Town and even agreed to collaborate with me. Isn't it only natural to help you? Besides, you possess forbidden items, and we can look out for each other on our escape. Bai Ye chuckled. You haven't read any books, have you? Liu's surprise deepened. No, I haven't. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. Old Wang has read some. Old Wang. He certainly has. I heard he used to live in Dawn City, making him one of the few cultured individuals in Gray Dust Town. However, that old coot is quite unscrupulous. He won't even open the door. Why am I still chatting with you? We shouldn't linger here. We must leave quickly. Bai Ye did not move, instead methodically loading bullets. Leave. Click. The last bullet was loaded. Bai Ye raised his head, a defiant smile gracing his lips. No rush. Li Yu was alarmed. You're not planning to stay behind to save the residents of Grey Dust Town, are you? Absolutely not. Then what do you intend to do? Li Yu's expression grew increasingly anxious as he glanced at the gathering gray sparrows. He returned his gaze to Bai Ye, only to find the youth smiling with a blade-like grin. Of course, I intend to slay them all. Are you joking? I never joke. Last time, you even called me Li Zhua and said that to become an extraordinary being, you had to cripple your right hand. Shut up, Li Zhua. Under Bai Ye's leadership, the two made their way to an alley near the Tire Tavern. You protect me. I'll take down the gray sparrows. Li Yu hesitated. But before he could voice his thoughts, a swarm of gray sparrows had already descended upon them. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous gunfire rang out as sparrow after sparrow fell into the alley, gray feathers scattering like dandelion seeds. In an instant, the narrow sky above the alley resembled a downpour of gray rain. Some gray sparrows attacking from the rear were fiercely repelled by Li Yu's invisible hands. Even the mutated beasts could not defend against such unseen assaults. Inside the Tire Tavern, Old Wong cowered behind the wine cabinet, desperately covering his ears, seemingly terrified of the cacophony of bird cries and gunfire outside. He knew that Bai Ye was battling the gray sparrows, and he also knew that Bai Ye was doomed. One person could not possibly defeat so many gray sparrows. It was merely a matter of time before death came. Old Wong, covering his ears, muttered to himself, I did nothing wrong. I just want to survive. A wasteland dweller who hasn't even read a book can only earn respect from those fools outside. If I had forbidden items, I could slay hyenas too. I could become a hero. The more he spoke, the faster his words tumbled out, and a self-assured light gradually emerged in his eyes. Bullets against gray sparrows? Who does he think he is? Even their commander couldn't save Grey Dust Town. What heroics is he attempting? He must be deceiving me, trying to trick me into opening the door to hide inside. What noise is he so afraid of? Old Wong, like a startled bird, glanced toward the tavern window, only to meet a pair of pale, lifeless eyes. In that instant, he was nearly struck by a heart-stopping fright. Thud, thud, thud. The gray sparrows relentlessly crashed against the window, each impact feeling like a blow to his chest. The fragile glass began to crack, and the various items used to block the window tumbled to the ground, scattering everywhere. Stop. Go after Bai Ye. He.s. right outside. Fear paralyzed Old Wong, preventing him from rising to reinforce the windows, leaving him to pray incessantly. Yet if prayers were effective, the world would have long been free of calamities and suffering. Boom. The fragile glass shattered with a resounding crash, and a gray sparrow the size of an eagle forced its way in, its deadened gaze locking onto Old Wong. Ah! Old Wong screamed in terror, fleeing in a panic as the gray sparrow pursued him with flapping wings. The clutter within the tavern saved Old Wong's life. The tires adorning the pillars and walls impeded the gray sparrow's flight, hindering its movement. Ironically, these tires were precisely what Old Wong despised the most. It was because of these tires that his old tavern had been mockingly dubbed the Tire Tavern by the wasteland dwellers. He had vowed more than once that once he had money, he would rid himself of all the tires. Frantically, Old Wong dashed around the tavern, only to realize in terror that he had blocked all exits himself. In a frenzy, he rushed to the front door, madly pushing aside the tables and chairs that obstructed it. Gunfire continued outside. This meant Bai Ye was still alive. He had forbidden items. He could save me. Slicing. The sharp claws raked across Old Wong's back, 3 deep gashes causing excruciating pain. Ah! He screamed in agony while using the furniture barricading the door to strike at the gray sparrow. The bird, despite losing a few feathers, remained largely unharmed, effectively halting its assault. His hands were lacerated by the splinters of the furniture, blood streaming profusely, yet the terror he felt dulled his awareness of the pain. At last, with the removal of the final obstruction, the door swung open. Chapter 19. After all, I am not obligated to save you. Old Wong tumbled out, landing awkwardly on the ground, half of his body covered in dust, his terrified eyes darting around in search of Bai Ye. But at that moment, the gunfire had ceased. A wave of panic washed over him. Had Bai Ye perished? Ah, help, help me. As he searched frantically, the gray sparrow followed him out of the building, its metallic claws sinking viciously into the flesh of his arm. Old Wong thrashed violently, the terror in his eyes nearly palpable. Just then, footsteps echoed suddenly from the alley nearby. A spark of wild joy ignited in Old Wong's fearful gaze as he turned towards the sound. Spotting a youth stepping out of the alley, bloodied footprints trailing behind him and a revolver in hand. Upon seeing the boy, Old Wong screamed with fervor, as if clinging to a lifeline. But before he could finish, the youth's languid voice interrupted. Oh, isn't that Old Wong? Bai Ye, save me. Please, save me. Old Wong grasped the gray sparrow's talons desperately, his eyes pleading with impending death. Bai Ye leisurely opened the revolver's chamber, casually flicking it. And 6 golden shells clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. Call me Vice Commander Bai. He retrieved the few remaining bullets, loading them one by one. Vice Commander Bai, I beg you, save me. Old Wang's face contorted with agony, his capillaries bursting from the strain, rendering him a grotesque figure. Bai Ye nonchalantly flicked his revolver, the chamber snapping back into place. Then, under Old Wang's intense gaze filled with hope, he slowly raised the gun, performing a flourish before tucking it into his waistband. The excitement on Old Wang's face froze instantly. Bai Ye tilted his head slightly, blood from the gray sparrow dripping down his strong jawline, sketching a sinister smile across his face. He shrugged, offering an unapologetic excuse. Old Wang, do not blame me for my inaction. After all, I am not obliged to save you. The boy's grin widened, revealing his gleaming white teeth. No, you cannot do this. I acknowledge my mistakes. I know I was wrong. Old Wang's wails morphed into a tortured scream as the gray sparrow relentlessly eviscerated him, then bent down to peck at his entrails like a chick at grain. Are you truly not going to save him? Queried the weary Li Yu, emerging from the alley with his right hand clutched tightly. Bai Ye shook his head slightly. He does not realize his errors. He only understands that he is nearing death. I always thought Old Wang was one of the few good people in Grey Earth Town, considering he is educated, sensible, and yearns for a civilized era. Li Yu sighed. Education does not equate to goodness. There is an old saying, those who act justly often slaughter dogs. Unfaithful ones are often the learned. Yearning for civilization does not imply one is civil oneself. Li Yu was taken aback. He did not fully grasp the meaning of this statement. Yet he felt as though Bai Ye was reproaching him. What do you mean by slaughtering dogs? You've killed more hyenas, haven't you? You will understand in time. Li Zhua. Bai Ye pulled out the breath of the bones, aiming it at the gray sparrow feasting on Old Wang's corpse. Bang! The gray sparrow fell, lifeless, into Old Wang's embrace. I am Li Yu, he retorted angrily. All right, Li Zhua. Enough of that. What is our next move? The gunfire in the distance had ceased. It seemed Wang Shi and the others had run out of bullets. How many do you have left? 3 shots remaining. Bai Ye weighed the gun in his hand, then glanced up at the swarm of gray sparrows circling above the western district. Even if Wang Shi and his crew had exhausted their ammunition, hundreds of gray sparrows still remained. The remaining gray sparrows were fiercely attacking the buildings, attempting to devour the people inside. Fortunately, the gray sparrows near the Tire Tavern had all been dealt with. Due to the sparse population, there were fewer predators lurking, which was why Bai Ye had made haste to this location, seeking refuge from the crowd. You have only 3 bullets left. How do you plan to save them? Li Yu inquired. Bai Ye shot him an incredulous look. When did I say I intended to save them? Li Yu was taken aback. No? You've been proclaiming your commitment to protect Grey Earth Town more fervently than anyone else. You're not going to save them now? At this point, Bai Ye had already resolved to retreat. His recent hunting of gray sparrows had solely been for the purpose of siphoning vitality to enhance his own strength. With only 3 bullets left, there was no longer a need to gather more vitality. The most pressing concern was that he had only 1 minute and 19 seconds remaining. The time he had spent hunting gray sparrows and traveling to the Tire Tavern had consumed far too much of his time. A minute was his psychological threshold. If it dipped below that, he would find it difficult to rest. Despite the considerable time lost, the gains were still substantial. His physical attributes had improved once more, now rivaling those who had undergone genetic enhancements like Tanjia. However, if it came to a confrontation without weapons, it would still be challenging for him to overcome Tanjia, who possessed both strength and resilience. Having reached this level of physical enhancement, the vitality obtained from hunting gray sparrows was insufficient for further improvement. He required the hunt of more formidable aberrant beasts. Since you don't plan to save them, let us make our escape, Li Yu suggested, having long desired to flee. The prolonged battle had pushed his mental and physical limits to the brink. Bai Ye shook his head. Running is the most foolish choice. We cannot outrun the gray sparrows. Once we are out in the open wilderness, we would be nothing but live targets. The best option is to hide in a solid building and wait for the gray sparrows to leave. All right, I'll heed your counsel. Li Yu recognized Bai Ye as a wasteland hunter with considerable experience. Thus he readily trusted Bai Ye's judgment. They avoided the Tire Tavern, which, while sturdy, boasted 2 many windows, some of which were already broken. They set their sights on a brick house in the northwestern corner, needing to cross the street to reach it. Without hesitation, they dashed towards the brick house. Several gray sparrows nearby noticed the 2 rushing figures and immediately shifted course to charge at them. Li Yu struggled to raise his right hand, an invisible force manifesting as a barrier against the oncoming gray sparrows. They collided with an invisible wall, falling from the sky, flapping their wings in a frantic effort to regain their balance. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ye drew his pistol and fired. 3 shots rang out, leaving 3 corpses on the ground. The duo's prior coordination had developed a budding synergy. With the bullets fully expended, only 2 gray sparrows remained. And Bai Ye sheathed his pistol, drawing out a dagger, intending to dispatch them before entering the house. Otherwise, their incessant attacks from outside would likely cause significant damage. Damn, that hurts like hell. Liu suddenly cried out, his right hand limp at his side, while his remaining left hand clutched his head tightly. Chapter 20. Are you so handsome that you're willing to risk your life? Bai Ye frowned slightly. What is wrong with you? My extraordinary abilities rely on mental energy, and I've severely depleted mine. Go inside first, I'll handle these 2. He reversed his grip on the dagger. His gaze fixed on the 2 gray sparrows rising from the ground. The 2 gray sparrows shook their heads, then propelled themselves off the ground, transforming into 2 gray arrows that surged towards him. Bai Ye did not utilize his time-stopping ability, given his current physical condition. Dealing with 2 isolated gray sparrows posed no challenge. Just as he was about to take action, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the nearby rooftop. Almost immediately, a sword's clear and crisp tone, reminiscent of a dragon's roar, pierced the air. A woman clad in dark armor adorned with bright silver accents descended from above, abruptly capturing Bai Ye's attention, accompanied by a flash of sword light that cut through the atmosphere with ferocity. Clang! The sword light flashed, and 2 gray sparrows were cleaved in midair, blood splattering like a grotesque painting. The lifeless bodies of the sparrows fell simultaneously with the knightly woman. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened. The speed of the sword was astonishing. He barely caught a glimpse of the afterimage of the blade before the sparrows were shattered. It was noteworthy that, with his enhanced physical capabilities, he could barely discern the trajectory of a typical handgun bullet, yet he could not perceive the woman's sword light, indicating that her blade surpassed even the speed of a bullet. Who could she be? An extraordinary being, or perhaps a genetic enhancer? The knighted woman slowly turned to face him, her striking silver mask devoid of features, save for 2 hollow spaces where her eyes resided, revealing a pair of clear, mirror-like, light brown irises. She uttered not a word, merely gazing calmly at Bai Ye, who was smeared with blood. The scorching summer wind swept through the desolate land, tousling the woman's long, dark hair. And Bai Ye could even see a playful strand curling out from her slender waist. Her fingertips gripped the hilt of the cross-shaped sword, the slender silver blade slightly raised. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes. He was uncertain of the woman's intentions, but he understood that if she harbored ill will, he must remain highly alert, for he needed to still time before she drew her sword. His focus was entirely on the blade, a pure silver cross sword, slender and elongated, with silver patterns swirling like flowing clouds along its slightly arched spine. Suddenly, the woman's sword moved. However, her target was not Bai Ye, but rather a gray sparrow. At an unknown moment, a sparrow hidden in the shadows launched a surprise attack from behind her. Without turning, she merely lifted her pure silver cross sword, allowing the blade to slice through from above her right shoulder. With a soft thud, the rushing gray sparrow seemed to collide purposefully with the sword's tip, instantly impaled and suspended midair like a skewered delicacy. While the silver cross sword was effortlessly hoisted upon her shoulder, her movements fluid and graceful. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Ye's eyelids twitched, a surge of exasperation bubbling within him. How could one be so breathtakingly skilled and reckless? The woman casually flicked her wrist, sending the sparrow's carcass and blood sliding off the gleaming silver blade. Her light brown eyes lingered on Bai Ye for a moment before she turned to leave. With a delicate leap, her lithe form alighted upon the rooftop, and she swiftly darted toward the swarm of gray sparrows in the western district. Is that her? Liu exclaimed, awestruck at the sight of the woman departing. Do you know her? Bai Ye inquired, turning to him. Liu shook his head. No? I don't know her, but I've seen her before. I spent some time in Gravel Town, and when it was attacked by aberrant beasts, she suddenly appeared and drove them away. Bai Ye furrowed his brow. A dedicated hunter of aberrant beasts? It seemed this individual aimed to protect the inhabitants of the Wasteland settlement. In the skies above the western district, the figure clad in knightly armor glided gracefully, launching herself into the midst of hundreds of gray sparrows, who darkened the sky with their numbers, their cacophonous cries piercing the air. In the next instant, the pure silver cross sword emitted a melodious dragon-like resonance, overpowering the chorus of the birds. The woman gathered her strength, spinning midair, her wrist taut, and the sword's edge traced dazzling arcs. The silver mask and the razor-sharp blade reflected one another, while her flowing black hair danced alongside the dark skirt of her knightly armor, creating a mesmerizing sight as the gray sparrows rained down like a tempest. This scene left Tan Jia, Wang Shi, and the others, who had taken refuge inside, utterly astonished. Depleted of ammunition and suffering significant casualties, they had succumbed to despair. Yet unexpectedly, in this dire moment, the woman descended like a savior. Her terrifying agility and extraordinary swordsmanship rendered the gray sparrows utterly defenseless. Her movements were poised and elegant, devoid of the gruesomeness of slaughter, resembling a dancer amidst the flock. In mere moments, the gray sparrows that had cast a shadow over the desolate town were eradicated. The woman stood amidst a flurry of gray feathers, her wrist twisting as the pure silver cross sword spun effortlessly before she precisely sheathed it. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, never anticipating that the gray sparrows, which had nearly decimated Gravel Town, would only last a few seconds against her prowess. Were still alive? Someone inside the house erupted with euphoric disbelief. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Shi and the others emerged from their hiding place, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles as they expressed their gratitude to the woman. They understood that, in the presence of such strength, their shelter was as fragile as paper. And rather than cower in fear, it was wiser to promptly convey their appreciation and respect to the formidable figure. "Thank you, my lady, for saving our lives. We are at a loss for how to repay you." Tanjia beamed, his face filled with obsequiousness. The woman did not respond, instead standing still as if deep in thought. "May I inquire your name, my lady?" Wang Shi ventured cautiously. "Please do not misunderstand. We mean no offense. We simply wish to know the identity of our savior for future gratitude." "You can repay me now," came the cool voice from beneath the silver mask, devoid of any emotional resonance, her words flowing like a still morning lake, clear and undisturbed. Wang Shi and the others were taken aback, surprised to discover that the voice behind the mask belonged to such a youthful woman, and even more so at her directness. "Whatever you need, my lady. We are at your service," Wang Shi quickly assured her. The knightly girl extended her hand and calmly stated, "Money." Wang Shi and Tanjia exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting uncertainty for a moment before hastily sending a subordinate to fetch money. They were unsure of the appropriate amount, but their experience of surviving in the wasteland told them that the more, the better. "Here, my lady, all the money is here," Wang Shi said cautiously, handing over a package, not daring to make any physical contact with the girl. The girl weighed the package in her hand, then nonchalantly remarked, "Silent court." These two words struck Wang Shi and Tanjia like a thunderclap, leaving them rooted to the spot, their expressions filled with shock. The silent court? She is one of them? Wang Shi was just about to flatter her further when he was astonished to realize that the girl was not addressing him, but rather, turning his gaze, he saw Bai Ye in the distance. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. "What are you blathering about? I didn't even ask you." Chapter 21, Kayan? The Silent Court is an organization composed of extraordinary beings. Are you interested in joining? The girl's light brown eyes fixed on Bai Ye. Bai Ye arched an eyebrow. Is recruitment for the Silent Court so casual? An organization of extraordinary beings, yet you seek to recruit someone like me? He glanced at Liu beside him, suddenly realizing something, and tentatively asked, "Kayan?" A flicker of contemplation crossed the girl's eyes, clearly perplexed by his reference to Kayan. She spoke again, "I have observed you before." At her words, a surge of murderous intent flashed through Bai Ye's mind. She had observed him? Did she perhaps uncover the secret of his time-stopping ability? The ability to halt time was his greatest secret, one he could not allow anyone to know. However, the girl's next statement quelled his murderous thoughts. "Though you are not extraordinary, you possess a good heart. I heard what you said when you faced the hyena pack." "Ah," Bai Ye exclaimed. "Are you handing out good person cards on our first meeting?" The Silent Court is indeed an organization of extraordinary beings, yet it places greater emphasis on character. We seek kindred spirits. Bai Ye furrowed his brow slightly. Given this implication and recalling the girl's act of saving others, it seemed the Silent Court was a righteous organization after all. "Since it is a righteous organization, I shall not join." Bai Ye resolutely declined. He was not a person of selfless dedication, and his time was already scarce. Wasting it on the execution of justice was utterly absurd. The girl nodded calmly, her eyes betraying no emotion. Her light brown gaze swept over the crowd as she spoke with a hint of detachment. "The aberrant beasts of Black Mountain are wreaking havoc. The hyenas and gray sparrows are merely the first wave. This place is no longer safe. If you wish to survive, you must evacuate." With that, she turned and departed, her valiant knightly armor gradually fading from view. The message left by the girl rendered those who had experienced the tragedy somewhat at a loss. They stared vacantly at the corpses and bloodstains strewn across the ground. Of the 800 inhabitants of Gray Soil Town, only a little over 300 had survived the beast calamity. As they beheld the once familiar faces falling before them, they found themselves unable to grieve. The overwhelming tide of fear consumed them. What on earth has transpired in Black Mountain? Could there be more aberrant beasts emerging from it? What a joke! Tanjia stammered, the district leader acutely feeling his own insignificance and helplessness in the face of the aberrant beasts. The members of the Silent Court would not make such frivolous jokes. Someone as formidable as her had no need to deceive us. Wang Shi suppressed his shock, Swallowing hard, we cannot remain in Gray Soil Town. Exchanging a glance. The two men had already begun to devise a plan. Tanjia, although we have clashed over the years and have our differences, we do not harbor true enmity. In this current predicament, only by uniting can we endure. What say you? Wangshi spoke in a lowered voice. Tanjia nodded thoughtfully, fully aware of this truth. What do you intend to do? The aberrant beasts are stirring. All nearby settlements are unsafe. We were fortunate this time to have help from the Silent Court. But we may not be so lucky again. In my opinion, our only path to safety lies in Dawn City. Wang Shi's thoughts aligned with Tanjia's. Yet Tanjia voiced his concerns. Dawn City does not accept Wasteland dwellers. To gain legal status, one must pay, but that woman took all our money. And even if she hadn't tea, we still wouldn't have enough for our people. Humph. At this juncture, are you still indulging in fantasies? Do you think we can parade into Dawn City? These pawns must be sacrificed. Money is not the issue. Have you forgotten we possess forbidden objects? Wang Shi sneered. At the mention of forbidden objects, a shadow flickered in Tanjia's eyes. Bai Ye is problematic. After the battle with the Gray Sparrow, he still appeared vivacious, hardly resembling someone drained of vitality. We have all been deceived by that brat. Only now do you notice? This brat poses a significant threat. Not only has he deceived us, but Liu has also misled me. During the recent battle, I observed closely, Liu has presumably become an extraordinary being. And these two have secretly allied long ago. What shall we do? Tanjia gasped. How can we seize the forbidden objects now? Wang Shi, however, appeared unfazed. A newly ascended extraordinary being. How formidable could he truly be in just a few days? If he were truly exceptional, why would he collaborate covertly with Bai Ye? He would have sought vengeance against me long ago. Moreover, I noticed his pallor earlier, clearly a sign of excessive mental strain. He is hardly a cause for concern. As for Bai Ye, I suspect he has achieved the legendary perfect containment. Perfect containment? Tanjia was momentarily taken aback, finding the term oddly familiar, perhaps having heard it in boastful tales before. However, after injecting the gene serum, his mind had become somewhat muddled, leading to frequent forgetfulness. Utilizing forbidden objects typically demands a price, while perfect containment requires none, yet few can attain it. Perfect containment is but an ethereal legend. No one knows if it is real. It is akin to a gun. Once you meld with it, you know how to wield it. While perfect containment implies a bond with the gun. Who would believe such nonsense? Yet, even if Bai Ye achieved perfect containment, what of it? No matter how formidable the breath of the undead may be, it requires ammunition. Without bullets, it is merely scrap metal. Thus, now is the opportune moment. Dawn City requires extraordinary experimental subjects, and an extraordinary being can fetch a handsome price. In that case, Liu shall return to me, and the forbidden objects to you. With that, we both can enter Dawn City. Tanjia's eyes brightened, though danger loomed. Should their plan succeed, they could turn peril into safety and become esteemed citizens of Dawn City. Let it be so. We shall gather our men to capture Bai Ye and the others, and allow our subordinates to exert their last bit of strength. His ruthless gaze subtly swept over the oblivious subordinates before he turned towards the eastern district, only to freeze in shock. Where are Bai Ye and Liu? Wang Shi followed the sound, only to find the two who had once stood in the eastern district had vanished without a trace. This is bad. They're trying to flee. Hurry, pursue them. Where could they have run to? I don't know. Let us split into two groups to chase them, surrounding them from the front and back to prevent them from escaping separately. Wang Shi and the others quickly signaled to their subordinates to spring into action. Run. If we don't hurry, it'll be too late. Liu urged Bai Ye while clutching his right hand and sprinting, trying to hasten the leisurely Bai Ye. There's no escaping. Bai Ye replied coolly. They have a vehicle. Do you? Although it was merely a few dilapidated off-road vehicles. For wheels were still swifter than two legs. Instead of wasting energy fleeing, it would be wiser to conserve strength and prepare for battle. But we can't just wait here to die. I'm drained of mental energy and unable to utilize my extraordinary abilities. And your bullets are gone. What do we have left to fight with? At that moment, the rumble of tires echoed from just behind them. Liu's already ashen face turned even paler as he glanced back to see an off-road vehicle speeding towards them, its robust tires churning up clouds of dust along the arid path. It's over. This is the end. Oh, how unfilial I am. Chapter 22. Courage. With a screech, the ear-piercing sound of friction erupted as the off-road vehicle's rear swung wildly, due to inertia, sending a cloud of dust exploding outward, with the ground marked by deep, charred tire tracks. Bai Ye squinted, observing Tanjia and 5 subordinates emerging from the vehicle. The group wielded machetes, their expressions fierce and menacing. As they had run out of bullets, they discarded their firearms and resorted to blades. The rusted machetes glinted ominously under the sun, imbued with magical damage. Even a non-fatal wound in this desolate land, devoid of medicine, could be tantamount to a death sentence. Recognizing the aggressive approach of Tan Jie and his men, Bai Ye understood that today would not end well. At this moment, Liu had essentially lost his combat capability. Even staying behind would be a burden. So Bai Ye had no plans to involve him in the fight. Liu, they are coming for me. You must leave. Bai Ye, I will avenge you. Liu's voice echoed from afar as he dashed away, leaving a trail of dust on the dry earth. He was quite literally running for his life. Bai Ye. In light of Liu's retreat, Bai Ye bore him no ill will. Previously, he had risked himself to assist, which was already commendable. Now, realizing the situation was untenable, fleeing was a natural response. Besides, during their collaboration, Liu had stated he would help, but should they encounter insurmountable danger, he would not intervene, for he still had a mother waiting for him. Yet, how could he run so swiftly? Just as Bai Ye pondered this, to his surprise, Liu returned in a flash. Why have you come back? Bai Ye asked, astonished. Liu gasped for breath. Yet his gaze became resolutely steadfast. Though I possess a fear of death, I fear even more the regret and self-reproach of living the rest of my life having abandoned my friends to flee alone. Bai Ye cast a deep glance at Liu. At that moment, Liu's complexion was pale, trembling like a leaf, yet he stood firm beside Bai Ye, as if he had undergone a fierce internal struggle. Friends? Bai Ye chuckled softly, patting Liu's trembling shoulder. Fear not. With me here, you shall not perish. Although Liu initially quaked in fear at the thought of fleeing, he later returned, oscillating between courage and trepidation. It is precisely this wavering that renders his courage all the more precious, is it not? The fierce bravery of the strong certainly astonishes. But the turning back of the weak equally stirs the heart, when instinct screams to retreat. Yet courage insists on forging a path amidst that cry of desperation. This is the essence of bravery, is it not? Booming thunder interrupted Bai Ye's thoughts, and he looked up to see an off-road vehicle approaching from the direction Liu had just fled. With a screech, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, and with a cold smirk, the king snake descended from the vehicle accompanied by his minions. He cast a derisive glance at Liu, saying, Liu, why not continue your flight? I anticipated your separation, so I preemptively blocked your escape route. Otherwise, you nearly slipped away. A polite yet awkward smile crept onto Liu's face. Bai Ye, let me explain actually. Enough, any further words would be impolite. Bai Ye felt a surge of frustration. He had nearly been deceived by this young lad, whose words were so sweetly deceptive. Though I possess a fear of death, I fear even more the regret and self-reproach of living the rest of my life having abandoned my friends to flee alone. Damn it. He was clearly driven back by the king snake, yet he pretended to embody self-sacrifice, ready to fight for his friends. White Vice Commander, spit it out. Hand over the forbidden object, and I shall spare your life. Tan Jie shouted, brandishing his machete. Bai Ye, blame yourself for your foolishness. You had the opportunity to join the Silent Court, yet you refused. Had you truly joined, we would never have dared to trouble you. Unfortunately, you severed your own path. The king snake sneered. With Tan Jie in front and the king snake behind, their retreat was completely cut off. It seems you hold the Silent Court in great fear. Bai Ye maintained his composure, even finding the leisure to extract a bit more information. The king snake had no intention of elaborating, but the self-assured Tan Jie, reveling in his perceived victory, could not resist boasting. A lowly individual, chosen by a forbidden object through sheer luck, is unaware of the Silent Court. No wonder you refuse to join. The Silent Court is an extremist supernatural organization. Anyone who has come into contact with the extraordinary circle would be aware of its existence. This organization prides itself on justice, yet in reality, it abuses its power, committing mass slaughter in the name of justice. Anyone branded a criminal by them seldom lives to see the next day. They are merely a bunch of lunatics. What era are we in, still pursuing justice? According to their standards, everyone in the Wasteland should perish. The world is as dark as a crow's feather. Bai Ye realized. No wonder Tan Jie and his ilk feared the Silent Court so deeply. If that young girl were to discover their deeds in Grey Dust Town, they would surely face judgment. The Silent Court is inherently a court for judging evil, but why is it named silent? Enough of the trivialities, let us act swiftly. We cannot allow Liu, this extraordinary being, to recover. The cautious King Snake could no longer restrain himself. He wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. However, he did not take action personally. Instead, he instructed his subordinates to strike first as a test. Tan Jie made the same choice, with the nods from both leaders. Over a dozen henchmen, wielding rusted machetes, advanced cautiously, encircling Bai Ye and Liu step by step. They could not be entirely certain whether Bai Ye's gun was loaded or if Liu could still exert his extraordinary abilities, so each step was taken with utmost caution. A long sigh broke the tense atmosphere. Bai Ye slowly spoke, capturing everyone's attention. We have gotten along rather well before. There is no need for this to escalate into a life-and-death struggle. I truly do not wish to waste time killing you. How about this? If you kneel and beg for mercy, I shall let this matter pass. What do you say? Tanjia and the others nearly laughed aloud at this audacious proposition. Do you hear yourself? Kneel and beg you? Bai Ye, I once thought you were merely feigning madness. But it seems you are genuinely unhinged. You ought to recognize who holds the reins of this situation. Tanjia scoffed. The henchmen joined in the laughter, mocking Bai Ye's overestimation of himself. Bai Ye paid no mind to their derision and spoke with a grave tone. No, truly, kneel and beg for my mercy. I have little patience for wasting time. Chapter 23. Why must you force my hand? Damn it, what a lunatic. Kill him. Tanjia commanded with a sweeping gesture, and the henchmen surged forward. Li Yu, standing back to back with Bai Ye, instantly tensed, speaking rapidly. I will handle the king snake. You take care of Tanjia. Whether we survive now depends entirely on fortune. With that, he let out a roar and charged towards the king snake, his trembling right hand swinging out. The approaching henchmen were struck down as if hit by a heavy blow, each one coughing blood and flying backward. King snake, prepare to meet your end. Li Yu's face was drenched in cold sweat, his right hand feeling as if it bore an immense weight, lifting it with great difficulty. Yet in the next instant, a faint cracking sound echoed. Crack. His right hand fell limply, as if its bones had been drawn out, swaying in the wind. Damn it. Why now? Li Yu seethed with a mix of anger and despair. His already injured right hand could no longer bear the strain, and the previously healed fracture reopened. Gazing at the king snake just 3 meters away, a surge of rage and hopelessness surged within him. So close. So very close to unleashing his magical hand upon the king snake. Suddenly, Li Yu froze, for he noticed a change in the king snake's expression. The man, cold as a venomous serpent, now appeared as though he had seen a ghost, his face reflecting sheer terror, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. His eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Had he truly been intimidated by my earlier prowess? Li Yu's heart soared with exhilaration. It must be that his extraordinary ability had overwhelmed several henchmen, thus intimidating the king snake. With this thought, he gradually straightened his posture, enduring the excruciating pain in his right hand, and spoke in a tone of contempt. King snake, blocking my path will be the gravest error of your life. Your mechanical arm shall prove futile against my magical hand. Today, I shall use this extraordinary power you have bestowed upon me to personally. Excuse me, could you step aside? Bai Ye's voice came from behind Li Yu, followed by a strong hand landing on his shoulder. Hiss. The forceful clap shattered the facade of strength Li Yu had been trying to project. The sharp pain in his right shoulder nearly made him curse aloud. He turned to glare at Bai Ye, but given the perilous situation, he refrained from shouting, instead lowering his voice to a whisper. What are you doing? Were you not supposed to deal with Tanjia? However, when Li Yu's peripheral vision caught sight of Tanjia and the others, he felt as if struck by lightning. Standing frozen in shock, in his gaze, there were no longer Tanjia and his men. There were only headless corpses scattered across the ground. Li Yu stood there, his mouth agape, utterly at a loss for words. He could not comprehend how, in the brief moment he had turned away, Tanjia and the others had perished without a sound. No cries of agony, not even the faintest whisper of distress. Bewildered, he turned to Wang Shi, only to find that the expression on Wang Shi's face mirrored his own, perhaps even more intense. It dawned on him that Wang Shi was not frightened by him, but rather by Bai Ye. What had they witnessed? How had Tanjia met his demise? No one was more qualified to answer these questions than Wang Shi himself. Within Wang Shi's gaze, he saw Bai Ye merely raise his dagger, and in an instant, the heads of 6 individuals, including Tanjia, were severed from their necks, transforming them into grotesque fountains of human blood, still frozen in the act of charging forward. This was impossible. Wang Shi suddenly erupted, his voice filled with madness. Eyes bloodshot, what have you done to them? Bai Ye, holding the bloody dagger, brushed past Li Yu and began to advance towards Wang Shi, each step deliberate. Drip, drip. Droplets of crimson blood fell from the dagger. I distinctly offered you the chance to plead for mercy. Why did you not heed my warning? Why did you force my hand? Bai Ye's expression was as cold as ice, for he had but 1 minute remaining. This egregious waste of time did not elicit the thrill of slaughtering his foes. Instead, it only bred frustration and anger. Hey, who is really forcing whom here? Li Yu felt a chill creep up his spine. Were it not for the gravity of the situation, he would have retorted. At that moment, Wang Shi's pupils dilated in horror. You are also an extraordinary being. This was the only explanation that made sense to him. How could one strike down Tanjia and the others so instantaneously without any visible action? Such terrifying prowess surpassed even that of the girl from the silent court. At least with her, one could see the motion of the blade, whereas with Bai Ye, all he could perceive was death. Speak your last words. Bai Ye halted before Wang Shi. gazing at the ragged youth before him. Wang Shi felt a primal fear welling up within, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Thud! Wang Shi fell to his knees, trembling as he begged for his life. Spare me. I implore you. Grant me this one mercy, and I shall flee as far as I can. Now you wish to plead for mercy. Where was this sentiment before? Bai Ye delivered a swift kick to Wang Shi's head, sending him sprawling to the ground. The tremendous force, even through the alloy skull, left Wang Shi dizzy. This extraordinary strength only reinforced Wang Shi's conviction that Bai Ye was also an extraordinary being. For the body of an extraordinary being transforms in accordance with the evolution of spirit and will. Your child is dead, and you come to me for aid? The vehicle crashed into a tree, and now you realize your folly? Snot drips into your mouth, and now you know to wipe it? A series of jests nearly disrupted Wang Shi's desperate pleas, leaving him momentarily stunned before he remembered the next steps. I have money. I am willing to pay for my life. Bai Ye regarded him skeptically. Wasn't he all your money taken by those from the silent court? Wang Shi hurriedly exclaimed. I still have money, hidden within my mechanical arm. Only I know how to access it. If you agree to let me go, I will give you all of it. Bai Ye smirked coldly, a glint of ferocity flashing in his proud eyes. Killing you means your money is mine. You think you can buy your life with my own funds? Have you lost your senses? Whoosh. A glint of cold steel flashed as the sharp dagger sliced through Wang Shi's neck, and his severed head fell to the ground. The look of horror had yet to fully manifest on his face before it froze in place. He never anticipated Bai Ye would act so decisively, denying him even a moment to offer his wealth. Bai Ye certainly would not grant Wang Shi the opportunity to access his mechanical arm. He knew Wang Shi was treacherous and cunning, far more astute than the simple-minded Tan Jie, and he had no desire to take any risks. What if Wang Shi's claim to the money was a ruse, while he activated some hidden mechanism? That would be a fatal misstep. Having dispatched Wang Shi, Bai Ye immediately bent down to begin dismantling the mechanical arm, fearing it might indeed hold treasure. It was not greed that drove him, but rather the panic of poverty. He was utterly destitute, unable to produce even a single coin. Chapter 24. Worse than excrement, yet sweeter than it. How on earth do I open this? Faced with the blood-soaked mechanical arm, Bai Ye found himself in a quandary. His dagger could not penetrate the arm, and lacking mechanical knowledge, he could not unlock its inner workings. Li Zhua, can you open it? Li Yu approached, his expression complex. You are also an extraordinary being? His conflicting emotions of fearing for his comrade's suffering while dreading the prospect of his brother driving a luxury vehicle were starkly evident. Do you believe me if I say I'm not? Bai Ye shot back. Li Yu looked at him as if to say, do you take me for a fool? What is your extraordinary ability? How did you manage to kill so many in an instant? I want to tell you. Bai Ye refrained from clarifying that he was not an extraordinary being. He simply was an unremarkable traveler. His ability to halt time stemmed from the differing flow of time between two eras. That is not fair. I treated you like a friend. And I've revealed all about my extraordinary abilities to you. Huh? Bai Ye scoffed, beginning to expose his vulnerabilities. While I fear death, I am even more afraid of the life that lies ahead. Brother, I was wrong. Please stop. Li Yu's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly pleaded. Allow me to assist you with the mechanical arm. The two of them exerted considerable effort and ultimately succeeded in reducing the mechanical arm to a heap of scrap metal. Damn, Wang Shi truly deserved death. Even at the brink of his demise, he spoke not a single truth. Bai Ye cursed vehemently, having wasted precious time, only to discover that the mechanical arm contained no money, merely some intricate mechanisms for ambush. Damn it, let us go? Bai Ye kicked the mechanical arm in frustration, then turned and climbed into the off-road vehicle that Tan Jie had driven. Once Li Yu joined him, he started the engine. You can drive? Li Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Observing Bai Ye's adept handling of the vehicle, he suddenly felt that Bai Ye was not like the typical wasteland dweller. What a surprise. Isn't it just about having hands? Bai Ye scoffed dismissively, entirely omitting the fact that he had failed his driving test 3 times before passing. But why are you driving back? That's the direction of Dawn City. Obviously, I'm returning to Grey Earth Town. Li Yu was taken aback. Are you insane? Why go back there? To await death? Bai Ye shot him a disdainful look. Don't use that brain of yours, which hasn't yet matured, to question my decisions. Soon it will be dark. As a wasteland hunter, I solemnly inform you that venturing out at night in the wasteland is tantamount to suicide. Bai Ye spoke the truth. The dangers of the wasteland at night were tenfold greater than during the day. Even the most seasoned wasteland hunters would avoid hunting at night. If caught in the wild, they would seek a hidden, safe place to hunker down. Beyond this reasoning, he also wished to buy some time, for he had only 1 minute left. What if he encountered danger in the wilderness? While Grey Earth Town was not without the risk of mutated beasts, it at least offered a temporary refuge and a place to rest. The yellow sand, swept by the wind, traversed the streets of Grey Earth Town, scattering gray feathers around the hundreds of corpses. The ground, stained with blood and yellow earth, cracked into a spiderweb pattern, with a rusted can half buried in the crevices, rolling out hollow echoes in the swirling dust. Clang, clang, clang. The can rolled past Liu's feet, and gazing upon the desolate, abandoned town, he could not help but voice his existential query. Where are the people? Grey Earth Town had so many inhabitants. Despite enduring numerous tribulations, the town of Grey Dust has managed to survive with a population of 300 to 400 souls. Yet, in the span of merely an hour, they have vanished. Bai Ye bent down to observe the traces upon the ground, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. There were numerous footprints, alongside marks that suggested heavy objects had been dragged. If I am not mistaken, it appears that the townsfolk have all fled. Fled? Indeed. The town of Grey Dust is quite small, and many had heard the words of that knightly maiden. Coupled with the fact that Wang Shi and others directly pursued us in their vehicles, the residents, mistaking the commander's departure for a retreat, naturally fell into greater panic and scattered. Damn, these people run so fast. I was hoping to find a doctor to bandage my right hand. Liu grimaced, clutching his right hand and muttering in dissatisfaction. Aside from his life, nothing was more precious to him than his right hand. He feared that an injury might linger and hinder his ability to wield his extraordinary powers in the future. They may run quickly, but can they outrun you? Liu's expression turned awkward. Can we not discuss this? Let us find a place to rest first. After several hours of labor, the two managed to secure a relatively sturdy brick house, sealing off the windows and doors. Liu busily wrapped his right hand in bandages, while Bai Ye pondered the cockroach protein bars in his hands. For the time being, food was not an immediate concern, as Liu had pilfered supplies from the Wheel Tavern beforehand, which included not only liquor but also cockroach protein bars, albeit lacking in meat. Liu found meat cumbersome to store and space-consuming, so he had left it behind. By the time they returned to the Wheel Tavern, it had already been ransacked by the residents. The gray sparrows outside were aberrant beasts, and their flesh had long since been contaminated, rendering it inedible. What were you thinking? You'd rather take liquor than meat? Bai Ye retorted, displeased. Meat could be acquired through hunting, but liquor is irreplaceable. In this wasteland, one can forgo many things, but not alcohol. Liu took a swig of the low-quality liquor, feeling the pain in his right hand dissipate. Alcohol is the essence of grain. The more one drinks, the younger one feels. Not only does it stave off hunger, bolster courage, and disinfect, but where else could one find such a wondrous substance? With that, he exhaled a puff of smoke. Bai Ye, with a scowl, inquired, what else with the smoke? It's worth more than gold. Spending money is not an issue. And given the immense pressure of survival in this wasteland, one needs to alleviate the tension somehow. Hey, what are you doing? Are you beating a disabled person? Do you have no conscience? Get away with that. Bai Ye shooed the bothersome Liu aside and resumed staring blankly at the cockroach protein bars. I could endure the cockroach protein bars, provided I had never tasted meat. Ugh. Bai Ye gulped down the dark, cockroach antennae-laden bar without daring to chew, fearing he might involuntarily regurgitate it. Ugh. Brother Ye, your expression is akin to someone who has just consumed excrement. Ugh. This is even worse than excrement. It's stickier than dung and lacks its sweetness. Dung is free, but this costs money. Is it truly that dreadful? I consume this daily and have not reacted as dramatically as you. You've only been a vice commander for a few days, and you've forgotten your roots far too quickly, Liu muttered under his breath. That's because you've never tasted good food. Bai Ye shot him a fierce glare. He longed for the days of civilization, when he would have already been downstairs at a barbecue stand, sipping beer and savoring skewers. Chapter 25, Curly Noodles. You've never tasted good food? Liu immediately countered. In my heyday at the gambling dens, I won more money in a day than you've seen in your entire life. Have you ever had curly noodles? I wager you've never even encountered them. Those noodles, twisted and compressed into hard cakes, boast patterns more intricate than a sweater. Cooked in hot water until golden, they possess a firmness unlike ordinary noodles. And when topped with an egg, the flavor is simply divine. This is a delicacy only city dwellers get to enjoy. Curly noodles? Bai Ye's face contorted in confusion. The more he heard, the more it sounded like instant noodles. No, it's not just that. It is indeed instant noodles. Observing Liu's nostalgic expression, Bai Ye felt a sense of absurdity and disconnection. Having only recently traversed time, he occasionally found himself mentally anchored to the days of civilization. Once scorned as junk food, instant noodles had now become a culinary treasure that many wasteland dwellers had never encountered. Noticing Bai Ye suddenly fall silent, Liu chuckled, knowing his words had delivered a minor shock to this sheltered lad. What's the matter? Are you craving it? Rest assured, in gratitude for saving my life. Once we reach Dawn City, I'll treat you to a couple of bowls, with 2 eggs each. I truly appreciate your offer, Bai Ye replied curtly. No problem. We're pals. Liu thumped his chest with a grandiose air, despite his pockets being emptier than his face. By the way, why didn't you join the Silent Court earlier? From the looks of Tanjie and the others, the Silent Court seems to be a formidable organization. And how could you refuse such a powerful and beautiful invitation? You can see beauty even with a mask on. Perhaps she wore a mask because she was too ugly. Who wears a mask if they're respectable? Bai Ye recalled the knightly maiden's visage, her tall and striking figure, long black hair cascading down to her waist. A true back-profile assassin. You wouldn't understand. In my time of navigating the romance scene, I encountered countless beauties. Even with a mask, I could tell she was stunning. Such unique charm cannot be deceived. It was evident she had an interest in you. Otherwise, why would she invite you instead of me, a clearly established extraordinary being? I truly feel sorry for you. Had you joined her, you might have spent day and night together and perhaps even won her heart. Naive. Bai Ye dismissed Liu's remarks. He found such adolescent fantasies to be juvenile. Unlike him, he harbored no such childish notions. As a deity of the new era, possessing the supreme authority over time, he was currently merely sealed, able to extract only a minute each day, yet his pride as a god remained intact. How could he squander precious time on a woman? Hey, you still Haven T answered me. Why did you reject her? She has a formidable background, great strength, beauty, and kindness. You wouldn't happen to be. Liu's eyes gradually took on a strange glint, a mixture of wariness and suspicion. What the hell are you thinking? Bai Ye exclaimed in frustration. I'm truly at a loss for words. How did I end up encountering someone so ridiculous? You wanted to know the reason? Well, listen closely. My reason for rejecting her is simple, just 6 words. Pregnancy is a burden. Liu was momentarily stunned, blinking in confusion. What do you mean? I didn't quite catch that. You said 6 words, but that's only 3. Understand it slowly. No, don't leave me hanging. What does it mean? Suddenly, Bai Ye stood up and walked towards the window where Liu was situated. Liu was startled. Hey, what are you doing? If you're not going to say it, then don't resort to violence. He soon realized that Bai Ye was not coming to strike him, but instead leaned against the window. Outside. Don't speak. There are vehicles approaching, many vehicles. Bai Ye listened intently, hearing the rumble of an oncoming convoy. Liu's expression shifted, and he hastily arose to look, but in his haste, he inadvertently aggravated his right hand, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet, he refrained from voicing his discomfort, enduring the pain to listen, and indeed, he too discerned the sound of vehicles. Within Grey Dust Town, 10 military transport vehicles advanced in a single file, each filled to capacity with armed soldiers, numbering no less than 100. Accompanying the transport vehicles were over 200 grimy wasteland dwellers, herded along by the soldiers like sheep. Through the window, Bai Ye gazed out, recognizing numerous familiar faces among the over 200 wasteland inhabitants. They were the residents of Grey Earth Town, returning at last. The Eye of the Apocalypse. Those soldiers bear the insignia of the Eye of the Apocalypse on their uniforms. They belong to the army of Dawn City. Liu exclaimed in a hushed tone. Bai Ye too discerned the so-called Eye of the Apocalypse, its core resembling an eye imbued with the mysteries of the cosmos. Adorned with patterns akin to twinkling stars, while 3 streaks of silvery lightning traversed its entirety. What on earth is occurring? Why have the soldiers of Dawn City driven the residents back? You ask me, but to whom shall I turn for answers? Bai Ye retorted, his irritation palpable. He loathed unpredictability and merely wished to quietly accumulate time. Damn it, is even that too much to ask? Regardless of the purpose behind the arrival of these Dawn soldiers, it was certain that their intentions were far from benevolent. Stop the vehicle, it is getting late. We shall rest here for the night, and set forth towards Black Mountain tomorrow. A voice crackled from a transport vehicle, where an officer was issuing commands. The convoy soon halted in Grey Earth Town, evidently indicating that this army intended to spend the night here. Both Bai Ye and Liu were no ordinary individuals. Despite the distance, they strained to hear the officer's voice. Black Mountain. They are heading to Black Mountain? Liu's eyes widened in astonishment. Currently, Black Mountain was plagued by aberrant beasts, and only a formal military unit would dare venture there. What could possibly lie within Black Mountain? Why does Dawn City continuously dispatch troops? Is it truly for the sake of war? Yet this 100-man squad carried no heavy weaponry and transported no supplies, presenting no semblance of a force prepared for battle. Bai Ye pondered quietly. Though claiming indifference would be untruthful, he was indeed curious. Yet he had no intention of joining the fray, as it would be a waste of time. If only he had an hour to spare, he would surely venture closer for a glimpse, perhaps even glean some advantage. But with merely a minute at his disposal, it was wiser to remain inconspicuous. Why were they bringing these residents along to Black Mountain? Suddenly, Liu grasped a possible explanation, and as he exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Ye, they both comprehended each other's thoughts. Cannon fodder. A suicide squad. The two exclaimed in unison. it became evident that their supposed synergy was non-existent. As not only did they use different terms, but even the number of words diverged. They were herding a group of defenseless wasteland dwellers towards Black Mountain, clearly intending for them to serve as the vanguard. Li Yu's expression darkened. As a fellow wasteland inhabitant, he felt a deep loathing for the actions of the Dawn soldiers. Chapter 26. The 16 Words of Wasteland Survival. Bai Ye nodded. You are indeed correct. Black Mountain harbors not only aberrant beasts, but also perilous aberrant flora. Firearms are effective against the beasts, yet their efficacy diminishes drastically against the vast expanse of aberrant plants. Thus, they intend to sacrifice lives to chart the safest route. With this analysis, he pieced together the sequence of events. This 100-man squad was likely en route to Black Mountain on a mission when they encountered fleeing residents of Grey Earth Town, subsequently subduing them to act as their pawns. Seeing that night had fallen, they had come to the nearest Grey Earth Town to find shelter for the night. These damned city dwellers do not regard our lives as valuable, Li Yu muttered, his frustration mounting, only to be overtaken by a sense of sorrow. Such is the wretched state of affairs. Those lofty figures hide away in their fortresses, instigating wars while all the common folk suffer the consequences. Bai Ye's eyes glimmered. Li Yu's words stirred many thoughts within him. The previous calamity of aberrant beasts and the current military presence were ultimately the result of a decree from the high-ranking officials of Dawn City. While the residents of Grey Earth Town led arduous lives, they had at least been able to exist in relative peace, only to now face the dual threats of aberrant beasts and soldiers urging them towards death. They had not provoked anyone, yet misfortune continually beset them. In such an era, most individuals were powerless, with every speck of dust from the times weighing heavily upon the shoulders of the ordinary. Bai Ye spoke somberly. Li Yu's eyes brightened, savoring Bai Ye's words, determined to remember them for future boasts. I never realized you possessed such culture, unlike me, who can only lament misfortune. Shoo, silence. Bai Ye suddenly became alert, leaning in to listen to the military's movements. Team 1, Team 2, deploy thermal imaging devices to inspect all buildings. Ascertain whether there are any survivors in the town. The officer resumed, issuing commands from within the transport vehicle. Li Yu's complexion paled as he urgently exclaimed, "This is bad. They are about to conduct a search. We must hide. It's futile. They have thermal imaging devices." Bai Ye's gaze flickered. He had initially intended to lie low until the military departed, but now that plan was rendered impossible. What is a thermal imaging device? Li Yu asked, bewildered. A thermal imaging device can detect the heat emitted by human bodies in darkness. Thus, hiding is of no use. What? Li Yu sprang up, alarmed and furious. At this point, we must confront them. Brother Ye, with your strength, seizing a vehicle shouldn't pose much of a challenge, right? Then we can escape. His previous confidence in Bai Ye's remarkable abilities emboldened him. Bai Ye shot him a sidelong glance. So now you call me brother when danger looms? Hey, Brother Ye. How could you say that? Am I the kind of person who sways with the wind? Bai Ye. Outside, the soldier's footsteps grew ever closer. Brother Ye, when shall we strike? Li Yu asked earnestly, glancing at his bandaged right hand, a flicker of pain crossing his features. Damn it. Ever since becoming an extraordinary being, this arm has never healed properly. Strike? What do you mean by that? Bai Ye replied incredulously. There was no possibility of action now, with only a minute remaining. It was far from sufficient to eliminate over 100 men. Even if they were to act, it would be prudent to wait until midnight. Yet Li Yu, even more astonished, insisted, Brother Ye, this is not the time for jokes. If we do nothing, shall we merely await our doom? I refuse to be taken as cannon fodder. Sigh. Bai Ye, disappointed, patted Li Yu's shoulder. Young people are always eager to act bravely. How do you expect to live long this way? Do you understand the way of survival in the wasteland? Li Yu was taken aback. What is the way of survival in the wasteland? The way of survival in the wasteland is a doctrine that enables one to endure in the wasteland for an extended period. The principle is quite simple. Encapsulated in 16 words. If the enemy is weak, insult them. If the enemy is small, bully them. If the enemy is fierce, evade them. If the enemy is strong, yield to them. The 16 words left Li Yu dumbfounded. Yield to the strong? A teachable child indeed. Bai Ye's expression reflected his satisfaction. He had already resolved that this troop desired cannon fodder. Thus, they might as well play the part of cannon fodder for now. Considering there were still several days' journey to Black Mountain. When the time was ripe, they could do as they pleased. But, Brother Ye, what if the enemy has no intention of leaving us a way out? That is even simpler. If the enemy is strong, we perish. Bai Ye replied nonchalantly. Li Yu. Bai Ye bent down, beginning to smear the dust from the ground across his face. Observing this, Li Yu hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, shouts of alert rang out from outside the house. There are 2 people inside. A cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed as numerous soldiers began to converge on the building where Bai Ye was situated. Hearing the commotion, Li Yu appeared increasingly flustered. Bai Ye, however, remained unperturbed, patting Li Yu's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. To survive in the wasteland, one must harbor a heart of reverence and humility. Grasp this well. For I believe my words have reached your very soul. With that, he strode toward the doorway, calling out loudly, "Don't shoot, Commander. We're one of your own." Bang! The door was violently thrust open, and a dozen rifles were aimed at Bai Ye and Li Yu. "Who are you two? Why are you hiding here?" a soldier inquired. "Sir, we are law-abiding citizens of Grey Dust Town. When the Grey Sparrows attacked, my brother and I took refuge in our room, too frightened to venture outside. Now that we see the commander of Dawn City, we finally feel we have encountered a savior." Bai Ye began to spin a tale. The soldiers, however, did not lower their weapons but continued to interrogate. "All the residents of Grey Dust Town have fled. Why did you not escape?" "My brother is injured, and I feared that traveling would exacerbate his condition, so I wished to wait a bit longer before departing." As Bai Ye spoke, he pulled Li Yu closer and discreetly pinched his right hand, causing his face to turn pale and beads of cold sweat to form. The soldiers, noticing Li Yu's genuine distress, finally relaxed their guard slightly. One soldier produced a walkie-talkie and reported, "Commander, we have discovered 2 Wastelanders, requesting instructions. Check for weapons. And if there are none, allow them to join the ranks," came the cold and authoritative voice from the other end. "Yes, sir." The 2 soldiers approached and began to search them. Li Yu continually cast furtive glances at Bai Ye, fully aware that Bai Ye possessed forbidden items. Yet, Bai Ye acted oblivious, allowing the search to proceed. Moments later, the soldiers found nothing and completely lowered their vigilance. "You two follow me." The pair trailed behind the soldiers toward the gathering place of the residents of Grey Dust Town. Chapter 27. No one understands humility better than I. Along the way, Li Yu scrutinized Bai Ye with suspicion and whispered, "Brother Ye, what about your forbidden items? I didn't see you dispose of them." He shaped the words with his lips without uttering them aloud. Bai Ye cast him a sidelong glance, but offered no response. The forbidden items were indeed still on his person. The reason they were not discovered was simple. When the soldiers searched his upper garments, he concealed the forbidden items in his trousers, and when they searched his trousers, he merely halted time to hide the forbidden items in his upper garments. If they were found, it would truly be a miracle. Soon, under the soldiers' guidance, they arrived at the main encampment, where soldiers were setting up tents. The residents of Grey Dust Town huddled in a vacant area, guarded by armed soldiers. Bai Ye observed intently. Among the soldiers, 2 individuals stood out conspicuously. One was an officer clad in a high-ranking uniform, while the other was a young man carrying a half-human-sized silver metal box. The officer appeared to be in his 30s, his expression cold and arrogant, his limbs replaced by mechanical structures, with exposed areas gleaming like mercury. The intricate alloy machinery was evidently far superior to the mechanical arms of the King's Snake. The young man with the silver box, in contrast, seemed rather normal. His physique indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, save for his particularly unsettling eyes, sharp, hawk-like, with golden-brown pupils that seemed capable of piercing the darkness. After a brief glance at the two, Bai Ye surmised their identities, a cybernetic individual and a genetic modifier, both of whom, by mere appearance, far surpassed the likes of the King's Snake and Tangia. Reporting to the commander, the 2 Wastelanders have been brought in. No weapons, genetic modifications, or cybernetic traits were found on them, a soldier reported respectfully. The officer nodded indifferently, casting a cursory glance at Bai Ye and Li Yu, who were covered in dirt and dressed in tattered clothing, indistinguishable from other Wastelanders. He chose not to comment further, instead waving his hand impatiently. Assigned them numbers and placed them in the refugee camp. Subsequently, Bai Ye and Li Yu each received a rudimentary identification tag and were placed among the gathered residents. They seamlessly integrated into the crowd, observing the sorrowful and numb expressions of those around them. Finding a secluded spot, they settled down. Nearby, a few Wastelanders glanced at them, but upon noting their disheveled appearance, quickly diverted their gazes. Seeing that no one recognized him as Commander Bai Ye finally felt a sense of relief. He had always been wary of the malice lurking in human hearts. Amidst such a crowd, it was inevitable that some would harbor ulterior motives, potentially revealing his possession of forbidden items to curry favor with the officers. "Brother Ye, I'm 258, you're 259. What is the purpose of these numbers?" Li Yu pondered, scrutinizing the tag in his hand. "Am I not the one who arrived first?" Bai Ye shot him a sidelong glance. Li Yu paused. "But didn't we come together? Knowing we came together, why even ask me? Go inquire with someone else." After being rebuffed, Li Yu mumbled a few indistinct curses before seeking conversation with a nearby individual. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a troubled expression. "The numbers are for grouping, 20 individuals per group. They must supervise each other, and if anyone in the group attempts to flee, the entire group will be executed." These scoundrels are utterly malicious. Now no one dares to escape. Bai Ye nodded thoughtfully. Go ask them what they intend to do with such a large number of captives. Despite having his suspicions, it was essential to confirm. Fellow townsmen, what do the commanders of Dawn City intend to do with us? Liu quietly approached a Wastelander. The individual appeared numb, seemingly disinterested, but after Liu persistently questioned him, he finally muttered, the lords in the city want to take us to Black Mountain. They claim to be short-handed and wish for us to scout the terrain. They also said that if we succeed, they would bring us to Dawn City, and we would no longer have to scrape by in the Wasteland. That sounds promising. We could become citizens of the city. Liu feigned enthusiasm. The man offered a hollow smile. That kind of talk might fool a child, but Dawn City isn't a place just anyone can enter. Even if the lords speak the truth, how many would survive after reaching Black Mountain? After saying this, the man lapsed into silence, his gaze vacant. Liu's heart sank. It was indeed as he feared. He leaned back toward Bai Ye. Brother Ye, what should we do now? Should we find an opportunity to escape? Escape? Do you not see this from a different perspective? Bai Ye replied, firmly resolved not to flee. Venturing into the wilderness at night was tantamount to courting death. What perspective? While it appears we have become cannon fodder, in reality, until we reach Black Mountain, we are under the protection of this troop. Liu's eyes brightened. That is true. With the abominations rampant, nowhere is safe. As long as we stick with this troop, at least we don't have to worry about the mutated beasts. Brother Ye, that is brilliant. I increasingly understand your earlier statement. One must maintain a sense of reverence and humility to survive long. Enough. Rest well, Bai Ye replied, lying down to close his eyes. Dong, dong, dong. The clock in the central square of Grey Dust Town chimed, signaling midnight. Bai Ye, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly opened his eyes and discreetly nudged the slumbering Liu. Liu groggily opened his eyes. What is it, Brother Ye? Prepare to act. Bai Ye's low voice jolted Liu to full alertness. What do you mean, Brother Ye? Act how? They must be eliminated. Liu was taken aback, suspecting Bai Ye was jesting, but the ferocity concealed in Bai Ye's gaze suggested otherwise. But Brother Ye, the two of us against 100 armed soldiers? Indeed. Liu's mind went blank, replaying Bai Ye's earlier words in a loop. The so-called art of survival in a desolate wasteland is a profound knowledge that enables one to endure in such an inhospitable environment. It is encapsulated in a succinct 16-character maxim. When faced with the weak, humiliate them. When confronted by the small, deceive them. When challenged by the ferocious, evade them. And when up against the strong, yield to them. To thrive in the wasteland, one must harbor a heart filled with reverence and humility. Brother Ye, my dear brother, this is entirely different from what you previously stated. Liu lamented, his countenance filled with despair. Did you not say that one must be humble? What is the disparity? No one understands the art of migration better than I. While I relocate graves, I can simultaneously shift tombstones. Bai Ye sneered. Liu, taken aback, exclaimed, are we even speaking of the same humility? How is it that after a single night's rest, you have transformed into an entirely different person? Chapter 28. The Hidden Truth of the Era, the Panga Project. But what happens after the killings? Naturally, we seize their vehicles, weapons, and money. Then wait for dawn to depart from Grey Dust Town. At that point, we can sell the car and the guns, and with sufficient funds, we can acquire residency in Dawn City. Brother Ye, for heaven's sake, do not act impulsively. That officer and the young man by his side are clearly formidable adversaries. We are not in immediate danger. Why take unnecessary risks? Liu urged desperately, almost to the point of tears, attempting to awaken Bai Ye's scant sense of reason. Bai Ye interrupted. You know nothing. There is no immediate danger, but their aim is to push all of us into the fiery pit of Black Mountain, coercing us into our demise. A true man, born between heaven and earth, cannot be coerced by others. My mind is made up. I will stealthily approach and behead those two officers. Once chaos ensues in the camp, you must act immediately. Together, we shall annihilate them all. With that, Bai Ye left no room for further counsel, silently slipping into the shadowy corners beneath the surrounding buildings. Brother Ye, do not act rashly. Ponder the 16-character maxim. This is a grave sin. Liu sighed in exasperation. He watched anxiously as Bai Ye moved into the shadows, and in the blink of an eye, he realized he could no longer discern Bai Ye's presence. Bai Ye stealthily advanced toward the camp area, easily evading the numerous sentinels stationed outside. Time stood still. A strange wave of temporal distortion enveloped the world, and Bai Ye surged into the camp like a racing cheetah. Time resumed. After slipping past the outermost guards, he wasted no time in heading straight for the very center of the tent area, where the officers and the sharp-eyed man were located. If he could eliminate these two, the remaining ordinary soldiers would be manageable. Such a perilous endeavor was not the result of Bai Ye being intoxicated by an extra minute of frozen time. Rather, it was a calculated decision. It was well known that the forces of Dawn had already infiltrated Black Mountain, and once this unit merged with the main force, the difficulty of his escape would increase exponentially. Thus, it was wiser to strike early. In truth, he could have simply fled. Escaping during a time freeze is a trivial task, but where would he procure the necessary funds? Dawn City is notorious for its stringent checks on smugglers. Even if one managed to infiltrate, lacking formal residency would render one immobile within the city. Presently, with countless firearms before him, how could he not seize the opportunity? With the aid of time manipulation, Bai Ye evaded all patrolling soldiers and swiftly reached the tent housing the officers. Mr. Ng, rumors are circulating outside that the Panga Project, established before the Great Cataclysm, is hidden within Black Mountain. Is there any truth to this? The officer's somber voice resonated from within the tent. Bai Ye paused, intrigued by the mention of the Panga Project. What plan could possibly bear the name of Pangu? After all, Pangu is the legendary figure credited with the creation of the world. This suggests that the implementation of such a plan could yield transformative effects. Furthermore, it pertains to events preceding the Great Cataclysm, which piqued his curiosity. The Great Cataclysm occurred a century prior, and he had traversed from 2 centuries ago, indicating that the civilization he inhabited had advanced a further 100 years, only to be shattered by a cataclysm of unknown origins. After the collapse of civilization, the remnants of humanity spent a century reconstructing the current era. The history spanning these 2 centuries captivated him. He suddenly found himself in no rush to carry out the beheading and decided to listen intently to the exchange between the 2 men. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you, the young man, Mr. Ng, stated coldly. Very well, let us kill them all, Bai Ye silently resolved. Drawing forth his dagger, Mr. Ng, with information spreading across North Mang, why keep secrets from our own? The officer chuckled. Mr. Ng contemplated for a moment and ultimately divulged. Within Black Mountain lies a refuge established before the Great Cataclysm, designated as Shelter 189, where the Panga Project is being executed. So it is true. The officer's tone bore no surprise. He had evidently anticipated this revelation. The Panga Project is rumored to possess the potential to create a new era following the Great Cataclysm. But is it indeed true? It is true. When the Great Cataclysm struck, humanity established numerous shelters to evade disaster. Due to the limited space and resources within these shelters, only the elite of humanity were permitted entry. These elites intended to emerge from the shelters after the catastrophe, utilizing the Panga Project to forge a new epoch of human civilization, with the key to this plan residing within Shelter 189. Regrettably, they failed. A century has passed since the Great Cataclysm, yet the Panga Project has yet to be realized. Nor have any of the elite from the shelters emerged. No one knows what transpired. All that is known is that the elites perished. Ultimately, it was the ordinary people they had forsaken who survived, with 95% succumbing to the pollution following the Great Cataclysm. The remaining 5% miraculously adapted to the contamination, rebuilding civilization amidst the wasteland. Some fortunate individuals even uncovered buried shelters, acquiring fragments of the previous era's technology, which enabled them to rapidly expand their influence and establish sizable cities akin to Dawn City. As he spoke, Mr. Ying's tone carried an ambiguous note of irony. Indeed, I am well aware of this, as the true power behind Dawn City, the Apocalypse Technology Corporation, thrived due to a surviving shelter. Mr. Ng, having shared so much, what exactly is the content of the Panga Project? Mr. Ng remained silent for a moment. I am uncertain of the specifics, but I do know that at the heart of the Panga Project lies a crucial artifact known as the Panga USB. The Panga USB? This device contains the entirety of knowledge from the civilized era. It is the essence of human civilization. It is precisely for this reason that the Panga Project holds the potential to reshape the wasteland. The essence of human civilization? The officer instinctively gasped, a tumult of emotions surging within him. He understood all too well what the essence of human civilization entailed. The Apocalypse Technology Corporation, which controls Dawn City, became a formidable entity precisely because its founder discovered a surviving shelter and acquired a portion of gene editing technology. If merely a fragment of gene editing technology could forge such a powerful force, then should any faction obtain the entirety of human civilization's essence? Ruling the world in time would hardly be a challenge. Your words bring amusement to Mr. Ng, the officer said, taking a moment to regain his composure before continuing, his tone still tinged with astonishment. With my limited insight, it is truly difficult to fathom how much world-altering technology could be contained within the essence of human civilization. Gene editing, mechanized armor, artificial intelligence, life engineering, extraordinary evolution, whatever you can conceive, and even what you cannot, all reside within the Panga USB. Hiss. The officer inhaled sharply. Chapter 29, The 12 Zodiac Signs. Outside the tent, Bai Ye hastily covered his mouth, nearly gasping in astonishment. My goodness, it turns out that during my civilization's era, it had developed to such an extent at the end of civilization. But how could there be extraordinary evolution? The officer within the tent shared the same perplexity. Mr. Ing, I can comprehend the earlier instances, but what is this extraordinary evolution? Were extraordinary beings not a phenomenon that emerged only after the cataclysm? Could it be that there were extraordinary beings during the civilization era as well? Indeed, extraordinary beings did only appear after the cataclysm, which obliterated the civilization era in less than 3 years. During the tumultuous 3-year period when civilization still lingered, a batch of extraordinary beings emerged, and the people of that era took the opportunity to conduct research on them. In such a brief span, they even unraveled the mystery of the extraordinary, mastering methods to facilitate stable awakenings. Wow. The officer inhaled sharply once more. Are you implying that they accomplished in 3 years what we have been unable to achieve in a century? In the present age, the awakening of extraordinary beings remains an enigma. Otherwise, their numbers would not be so scarce. Mr. Ing shook his head. Not 3 years, but rather 2.5. Upon hearing this, a brief silence fell over the tent. Outside, Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. The mystery of the extraordinary? He had long covetedly used magical abilities, such supernatural powers that consumed only mental energy without wasting time. Who wouldn't envy that? If he too could become an extraordinary being, how much time could he save? He held no admiration for gene editing or mechanical augmentation. He found such transformative technologies unreliable. However, extraordinary beings were different. They represented an evolution of the mental realm. Moreover, aside from extraordinary evolution, there was also biotechnological engineering. This was technology capable of extending human lifespan. An increase in longevity could only mean more time. The more Bai Ye contemplated, the more fervent his desires grew. His rebellious eyes filled with unadulterated ambition. He despised hypocrites. In his view, humans were merely aggregates of desires, and one should confront their own ambitions. Clearly understanding what they want, there's nothing shameful about it. Now he desired the Pangu USB drive. The culmination of the civilization era rightfully belonged to a civilized individual like himself. With this thought, Bai Ye altered his plans. He no longer intended to kill these people. Instead, he aimed to venture into Black Mountain. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, and success often arises from peril. If he could obtain the Pangu USB drive, he would never have to worry again for the rest of his life. Although he regarded time as life itself and loathed its waste, it was because, oftentimes, the time spent did not equate to the rewards gained. If he could utilize time stasis to acquire the Pangu USB drive, how could that be deemed a waste? It was clearly an investment for long-term gain. Rather than risking his life to journey to Black Mountain alone, it would be far wiser to enter under the protection of the military. Their intent was to guide the Wasteland dwellers through Black Mountain, meaning that prior to reaching Black Mountain, the Wasteland dwellers would be safeguarded by the army. As he schemed, the two inside the tent shifted to another topic. Mr. Ing, being a member of the 12 Zodiac, was indeed well informed. However, there is still one matter I do not understand. Now that news of Black Mountain has leaked, numerous factions are converging there, each vying for a piece of the action. Given the significance of the Pangu USB drive, why, with your unparalleled sniping skills, do you not join the main forces to assist the company in seizing the USB drive? Why venture to the perilous cliffs of Black Mountain instead? Isn't the 189 refuge situated beneath the Black Mountain range? The officer voiced the confusion that had plagued him since receiving this escort mission. Why abandon the refuge to head to the cliffs of Black Mountain? The company has its arrangements regarding the refuge. I am not responsible for seizing the Pangu USB drive, but rather for eliminating targets. The officer was taken aback. Surely, there are few individuals in this world worthy of your personal involvement in an assassination? Hearing such overt flattery, Mr. Ying's cold demeanor softened slightly. Everyone enjoys a well-timed compliment. Clearly, Mr. Ying took immense pride in his sniping prowess. Humph, Mr. Ying scoffed, your statement holds some truth. Indeed, there are hardly any worthy of my personal intervention. However, this assassination target is undoubtedly qualified. He paused, and then coldly uttered a name, Yang Jie. What? The officer's eyes widened in shock. Are you referring to the tyrant Yang Jie? Naturally, it is he. For only he possesses the merit to compel me to utilize the Black Flood M300. Mr. Ying caressed the metallic box, a flicker of fervor in his gaze. Contrasting Mr. Ying's confidence, the officer felt a twinge of apprehension. But the tyrant Yang Jie is one of the 10 kings, a being of such immense power that his mental prowess has long surpassed human limits. Any assassination attempt would trigger a mental alert. It's likely. Indeed, if the tyrant Yang Jie, ranked among the 10 kings, were so easily assassinated, he would have been eliminated by other snipers long ago. Then Yumph. Mr. Ing sneered. Recently, the tyrant single-handedly destroyed one of the company's satellite cities, gaining notoriety. Some even rank him as the foremost among the 10 kings. That battle indeed inflicted significant losses on the company, but it also allowed the company to gather extensive data on the tyrant. The tyrant's mental alert zone extends 3,000 meters. If someone attempts to snipe him within that range, he would detect it the moment the shot is fired. However, should one shoot from beyond 3,000 meters, he would naturally be unable to sense the impending danger. From 3,000 meters away, the officer was visibly stunned. Having long been acquainted with firearms, he knew the significance of a sniper accurately hitting a target from such a distance. Snipers are already a rare breed, and those capable of striking from 3,000 meters are truly the best of the best. One must consider the effects of gravity, wind speed, humidity, and other factors. The bullet initially travels in a straight line, but as the distance increases, it deviates further from its trajectory. The sniper must account for all these variables, ultimately calculating the bullet's landing point. The difficulty is self-evident. Regaining his composure, the officer quickly praised, "I see now. No wonder it is you." In my view, the tyrant's vulnerability cannot truly be considered a weakness, as even if other snipers were aware, they could not possibly achieve an accurate shot from 3,000 meters against such a formidable, extraordinary being. Only you possess such capability. Such flattering words even elicited a smile from Mr. Ng, who was not one to easily display amusement. Indeed, once I eliminate the tyrant, the company's acquisition of the Panga USB drive will also be a mere formality. Oh, killing the tyrant will also aid the company in obtaining the Panga USB drive? The news of the Panga USB drive had already leaked. Do you know why, until now, no one has managed to secure it? Why? Chapter 30, Bullying the Weak. Bowing to the strong. The officer's role as the supportive character pleased Bai Ye immensely, as it was evident that the officer was eager to curry favor with Mr. Ng, consistently aligning his words with the latter's. Because of the defensive facilities at the 189 refuge, their technological level far exceeds this era and is insurmountable by anyone. Only the tyrant could potentially breach the defenses of the 189 refuge, and he is already nearing Black Mountain. The officer's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting that once the tyrant breaches the defenses, you will personally snipe him, allowing the company's personnel to smoothly enter the refuge and retrieve the USB drive? Precisely so. Once the tyrant falls, who within Black Mountain could contest with the company? Impressive. Truly impressive. If Mr. Ng were to slay one of the 10 kings, it would likely elevate his rank among the 12 Zodiac, and ranking first among them would not be out of reach. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye ceased to listen. For the remainder of the discourse bore little substance, laden with flattery and an unvaried array of extravagant praises cascading from the officer's lips. It was a pity this person did not pursue a career in comedic performance. Bai Ye had a general understanding of the plans of the Tianqi Company, which revolved around exploiting the tyrant to eliminate the tyrant. Little did they realize, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The 10 kings? The 12 zodiac signs. What utter rubbish. Once time is halted, they shall all kneel before me. Bai Ye turned to leave, and before departing, he deliberately scanned the ground nearby for any withered branches or similar detritus. To his astonishment, he indeed discovered a half-broken branch enticingly positioned for him to tread upon. Should he step on it, it would undoubtedly trigger the cinematic law of eavesdropping. Fortunately, I am clever. Bai Ye deftly sidestepped the branch, stealthily departing in the shadow cast by the tent, wasting no small amount of time while successfully evading patrolling soldiers. Among the throng of refugees, most had succumbed to slumber. Yet Li Yu's eyes were wide open, akin to bronze bells. He was anxious, nervously surveying the tent area where the soldiers were stationed. Why hadn't Bai Ye made his move yet? Could he have failed? Surely not. If he had faltered, there would be at least some commotion. Could it be that he was captured upon contact? Perhaps he was being subjected to severe interrogation, bound to divulge my whereabouts. As Li Yu's thoughts spiraled into a frenzy, he felt an overwhelming urge to flee. What are you mumbling about? Bai Ye's voice resonated from behind him. Startled, Li Yu nearly cried out, but upon turning to see Bai Ye unscathed, he breathed a sigh of relief. What could I be mumbling about? Naturally. I was praying for you, Brother Ye. By the way, what is the situation? Did you kill anyone? A look of surprise flickered across Bai Ye's face. Kill someone? Who would I kill? Li Yu was taken aback. Aren't you supposed to kill the officer? Don't speak nonsense. I would never engage in such reckless behavior. That would be the act of a fool. I have always been one to strategize before acting. It seems you have yet to grasp the 16-character principle. Let me teach you a simpler one. The 8-character principle. Oppress the weak and flatter the strong. Remember this, and do not forget it. Brother Ye, please don't act this way. You're making me quite uneasy. If you didn't kill anyone, then what took you so long? Of course, I was relieving myself. Relieving yourself for that long? I often find myself troubled by an overactive kidney function. All right, let us sleep. Bai Ye wiped his hands on Li Yu's shoulder. Indeed, he had taken the opportunity to relieve himself upon his return. Li Yu, exasperated, exclaimed, "Just earlier, you mentioned killing someone. Now you want me to sleep? How can I possibly sleep? Bai Ye, what on earth are you trying to do? Can you not be straightforward?" After contemplating, Bai Ye decided that he could still utilize Li Yu's right hand in the Black Mountain, thus revealing his purpose. "I am going to the Black Mountain." "What? You intend to commit suicide?" "I go to your..." Bai Ye, incensed, kicked him. "I said I'm going to the Black Mountain. How did it turn into suicide in your mouth? Is there a difference? Get lost, I'm going to sleep." Watching Bai Ye recline on the ground with his eyes closed, Li Yu remained stunned for a long while before finally managing to utter, "I think I understand how you awakened. It must have been the toxic mushrooms that stimulated your nerves, thus transforming you into an extraordinary being." The next day, as dawn broke, the ragtag survivors were urged to set off by the military. Among the crowd, Bai Ye yawned in dissatisfaction, having not had enough rest. And his frustration grew as he recalled the 30 seconds wasted the previous day. With a thunderous roar, 10 transport vehicles rumbled, soldiers aboard brandishing firearms, incessantly urging the crowd onward. "Move faster. Keep up, or you'll die." A throng of ragged individuals was herded like sheep by the soldiers. Bai Ye, blending into the crowd, inconspicuously followed the flow of people. Soon, the morning passed, and the soldiers halted their vehicles to kindle a fire and prepare lunch, providing the weary survivors their first chance to catch their breath. Having scarcely eaten, their strength nearly depleted from the arduous journey, they collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Many gazed hungrily at the soldiers' provisions, swallowing hard. These individuals had fled from the food-scarce Grey Earth town, only to be driven back with naught to sustain them. The soldiers ignored the pleading gazes, chattering and enjoying their canned meals. Once their meal was nearly finished, one soldier mischievously tossed an empty can into the crowd, igniting a frenzy as several scavengers fought over it, desperate to lick the remnants. "Ha ha ha, look at these wastelanders. They resemble wild dogs fighting over scraps." The soldiers sneered, reveling in their superiority as city dwellers directly affiliated with the Tianqi Company, oblivious to their shared humanity with the Wastelanders. "Damn it, this bunch." Li Yu bit into a cockroach protein bar, unable to tolerate such blatant cruelty toward his fellow Wastelanders. "Brother, could you spare a bite?" A middle-aged man approached, swallowing hard as he fixated on the cockroach protein bar in Li Yu's hand. "Here." Without hesitation, Li Yu tossed him one, demonstrating his distinction from the city folk. The moment the middle-aged man received the bar, his eyes lit up, and he devoured it ravenously. Bai Ye, witnessing this, shook his head. "Still too young, Li Yu." After finishing, the middle-aged man offered no thanks but instead fixated on the tattered sack behind Li Yu. "Brother, do you have any more? I'm still hungry." "Wait, you really ate that?" Li Yu frowned slightly. Before he could respond, several nearby Wastelanders, akin to locusts, swarmed toward him, extending their filthy hands in desperation. "Please, anything to eat. I haven't had a meal in days." Me too, me too." Seeing their eager faces, Li Yu paused, then pulled out a few more cockroach protein bars to share. However, this action was akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Those who had eaten instantly lit up with excitement, clamoring for more. More and more Wastelanders took notice of the commotion, gathering around. "He has food. Give me some. I'm starving. Get back. Don't block the way." Li Yu's brows knitted together. Though he had a fair amount of food, it was insufficient for so many. If he distributed even a little to everyone, he would surely starve himself. "There's none left. Move aside," he shouted. Yet, upon seeing food, the crowd resembled starving wolves, their eyes gleaming with hunger. "I see it. The sack behind him is filled with food. Hurry, give us the food. We haven't eaten." Some could no longer contain themselves and began to attempt to seize the sack. Li Yu, furious, though injured, was still an extraordinary being. With a mere push, he sent several individuals tumbling to the ground. "Why should I starve you? The soldiers have food. Why don't you go ask them for it?" A tall Wastelander retorted defiantly, "What nonsense. If the soldiers were willing to give us food, would we come to you? Hurry and hand over the food. Or don't blame us for being rude. Born to die? You bunch of wretches." Li Yu's face turned a pale hue, his right hand beginning to throb painfully once more. Observing the crowd's mounting agitation, more and more individuals were eager to partake. At that moment, Bai Ye, having finished his cockroach protein bar, slowly rose to his feet. His audacious eyes swept over the assembly, a chilling smile emerging on his face. "Look at your stinginess. Everyone merely desires a morsel of food. Why refuse them? You're quite generous, Bai Ye." Li Yu stared blankly as Bai Ye picked up a sack and approached the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, who wishes for food? Come to me. I am not as miserly as him," Bai Ye said with a beaming smile. The crowd erupted in excitement, rushing towards Bai Ye with a fervor that suggested they might devour him whole. A towering wasteland dweller, leveraging his robust physique, pushed to the forefront. "Kid, you're quite generous. Hurry and hand over the food." Bai Ye smiled as he extended a cockroach protein bar. No need to rush. We are all inhabitants of Gray Soil Town. When outside, we ought to assist one another. When one is hungry, it is natural to eat. You lack food, and I happen to have some, so it is only reasonable for you to partake of mine. Wouldn't you agree? The man eagerly reached for the protein bar, praising. Exactly. You know how to speak. It's just food we want. No need to be so stingy. However, the man soon realized that Bai Ye had not released his hold on the bar. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Kid, what do you mean by this? Yet Bai Ye feigned even greater surprise, as if witnessing the most incredible spectacle. Wait, you actually intend to eat it? A piercing scream reverberated through the crowd as Bai Ye casually relinquished his grip, causing the towering wasteland dweller to collapse, his right hand contorted unnaturally. The sudden turn of events startled the others, who gazed at the youth before them with a mix of fear and trepidation. I was merely jesting with you. I didn't expect you to truly eat my hand. The man shrieked, you bastard. I will kill you. With a swift movement, Bai Ye stomped down on the man's broken hand, savoring the agonizing screams while applying pressure. Still hungry? And no, I've had enough. Spare me. Cold sweat poured down the man's face, his eyes wide with terror. I just wanted a bite of food. If you didn't wish to share, was it necessary to resort to violence? An irate, diminutive wasteland dweller in the crowd interjected. To hell with you. Bai Ye lunged forward, seizing the speaker by the collar and effortlessly lifting him from the throng, slamming him to the ground with the force of a small chicken being tossed aside. Another scream echoed. Yet, the ordeal was not over. Bai Ye forcefully planted his foot on the man's mouth, muffling his cries and forcing them into his belly. In his wild, defiant gaze flickered a glimmer of savagery. I loathe those who yap behind my back. Go on, shout. Bam, bam, bam. One by one, he kicked out the man's teeth, leaving him with a mouthful of mangled flesh. You wanted food, didn't you? Why hit him if you want to give it? I'm not only hitting him. I'll take you down too. The brutal scene left the crowd paralyzed with shock. Their mixed emotions of anger and fear directed at the rampaging Bai Ye, none daring to intervene. What are you staring at? A bunch of fools. Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Now scram. Bai Ye's fierce, untamed gaze swept over the onlookers, his ferocity and palpable pressure compelling them to disperse. Not far away, within the transport vehicle, Mr. Ng and the officer observed the unfolding drama with intrigue. This is the barbaric and ignorant wasteland dweller. I truly fail to understand why the company retains such individuals. In my view, all wastelanders should be eradicated to restore civilization at the earliest, the officer scoffed. Mr. Ng replied coolly, even refuse has its value. The company's vision is beyond your comprehension. Indeed, you are correct, Mr. Ng, the officer quickly agreed. Sir, a wasteland dweller has just reported a significant matter. A soldier approached the vehicle window. The officer frowned slightly, waving his hand dismissively. Tell him to scram. What does a mere wasteland dweller know of significant matters? They consider spotting a mutated hyena to be a grand event. The soldier hesitated. Sir, he mentioned it concerns a forbidden object. The officer paused, his expression shifting as his eyes narrowed. He refrained from making a decision and glanced at Mr. Ng. A spark of interest crossed Mr. Ying's stern face as he nodded slightly. Bring him in. Soon, a timid wasteland dweller was brought before the window by the soldier. Greetings. Esteemed officer, my name is Wang. Nobody cares what your name is. What news do you have about the forbidden object? Speak, and if you dare to utter nonsense, I will shoot you dead, the officer said, his expression one of disdain as he pulled out a white handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, as if to block the tainted air from this wasteland dweller. Terrified, the wasteland dweller collapsed to the ground. I wouldn't dare. Every word I speak is the truth. Please, let me explain. Speak. Yes. There is a forbidden object, called the Breath of the Bones, in the Gray Soil Town where I was previously residing. It has been acquired by Bai Ye. I just saw him among the crowd. What? The officer's eyes lit up with excitement. Are you saying there is someone in the refugee camp with a forbidden object? Wait, that can't be right. Everyone was searched earlier and no weapons were found. The wasteland dweller hastily replied, Sir, you are astute. I assure you, Bai Ye has indeed claimed the forbidden object as his own. Even if he is not carrying it now, he must have hidden it away. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Mr. Ng's gaze pierced through him, his hawk-like eyes glimmering with a chilling light. I didn't mean to conceal it. Bai Ye was one of the two who joined the refugee camp just yesterday. He was so covered in dirt that I didn't recognize him in the darkness. When he started attacking, I suddenly felt he looked familiar. He is the deputy leader of our East District. I even assisted him when he was injured and took him to eat. He promised me a piece of meat, but in the end, didn't give me anything. Sir, could I please have a piece of meat for providing this information about the forbidden object? Clearly intimidated by Mr. Ying's gaze, the wasteland dweller babbled nervously, divulging everything he knew. Bai Ye, did I err? Li Yu said dejectedly. I merely felt pity for him. Bai Ye scoffed. What? Has your conscience been gnawed at by a dog? Liu was nearly breathless with anger. He initially fumed, but soon deflated. Perhaps I was truly wrong. No, you are not at fault. The fault lies with this era. Liu's heart trembled as he suddenly raised his head, gazing at Bai Ye with newfound admiration. Surprised by his comforting words. You are right, Bai Ye, the fault lies with this era. If it were the age of civilization, such events would never transpire. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow in astonishment. What nonsense are you spouting? What I mean is, if one wishes to live well, the first rule is to never admit one is wrong. How could I possibly be at fault? That is merely mental exhaustion, which is unacceptable. Remember, if you can blame others, do so. If not, blame the times. Liu. He has come to realize that in the brief span of merely a few days since he met Bai Ye, his fragile psyche has been bombarded by an endless barrage of twisted and convoluted principles. The mantras of 16 characters and 8 characters, along with the notion of humbly migrating monuments, have now expanded to include yet another. It is not my fault. It is the fault of the times. He does not consider himself a virtuous person, yet in comparison to Bai Ye, he suddenly feels a peculiar sense of self-worth. Brother Ye, I truly envy your state of mind. By the way, do you still have those poisonous mushrooms you ate before? I could use a dose. Wait. That was a joke. Don't hit me. Liu hurriedly dodged, instinctively protecting his right hand, preferring to risk his life than to suffer harm to that hand. However, Bai Ye's character is well known. His habitual cruelty, like kicking a cripple, is notorious. After some playful banter, an unexpected disturbance arose from the nearby military encampment. As an officer and Mr. Ng emerged from their vehicle, accompanied by a timid Wasteland dweller. Upon catching sight of the Wasteland dweller, Bai Ye sighed. What is it, Brother Ye? Liu inquired, curiosity piqued. Prepare for action. What? Again? Bai Ye did not respond, instead rising slowly and striding towards the officer and Mr. Ng. His movement instantly drew the attention of the crowd. Even the Wasteland dwellers, who had been engaged in their meals, paused to observe with trepidation. None could foretell what would transpire next. They merely witnessed the officer, elevated above them, making his way toward the refugee camp, while simultaneously, a youth emerged from within. Commander. This is him, he is Bai Ye. The Wasteland dweller, following closely behind the officer, excitedly pointed at Bai Ye, fervently asserting his honesty. As Bai Ye approached, a smirk of interest played upon the officer's lips. This Wasteland dweller is rather intriguing, he mused. Mr. Ying's cold gaze assessed Bai Ye, his hawk-like yellow-brown eyes seemingly capable of piercing through one's very soul. Do you possess any forbidden objects? He inquired flatly. Bai Ye did not deny it. I do. With that, he produced the breath of the bones from his person. This action instantly set off the soldiers' nerves. The sound of bullets being chambered echoed ominously as several soldiers raised their weapons in unison, aiming at Bai Ye. The officer furrowed his brow, admonishing, What are you doing? With Mr. Ng present, do you truly believe that a single forbidden object could cause upheaval? Lower your weapons. You agree, don't you, Mr. Ng? Mr. Ng nodded calmly, his demeanor devoid of arrogance, yet exuding an undeniable confidence. In his eyes, even with a forbidden object in the hands of this Wasteland boy, there was no threat posed to him. You have 6 bullets to gamble with destiny, harboring the breath of the bones. Though just a Wasteland dweller, you display a modicum of courage. The unique tone of praise reserved for those in power was expressed in full measure by him. This was not mere pretense, but a natural consequence of his ingrained habits. You should thank Mr. Ng. Receiving his commendation is a tremendous honor. The officer continued to flatter. Bai Ye remained silent, contemplating how to eliminate the 100 or so soldiers present in the shortest time possible. Hey, I'm talking to you. Oh. It is quite normal for a Wasteland dweller to be lacking in manners. Mr. Ng gently raised his hand, silencing the irate officer. His yellow-brown eyes shifted towards the breath of the bones in Bai Ye's hand, inquiring languidly, What is its power? There are no bullets, Bai Ye replied, raising an eyebrow and casually waving the revolver in his hand. Give him bullets. Mr. Ying's command shocked the soldiers. To provide bullets to a Wasteland dweller? Surely. They harbored fears. Yet, upon observing Mr. Ying's composed expression, they too were unconsciously influenced by his air of control. Soon, bullets were delivered to Bai Ye, who accepted them without hesitation, promptly loading them and then firing. Bang! The thunderous gunshots startled both the Wasteland dwellers and the soldiers, while only Mr. Ng and the officer maintained their composure. Thud! The informant standing beside Mr. Ng collapsed, a gaping wound in his chest, his eyes wide open in death. The Wasteland dwellers were astounded by Bai Ye's audacity. How dare he kill in front of an officer? Mr. Ng cast a casual glance at the corpse on the ground, a smile creeping onto his lips. A snake-class forbidden object. Its power is quite commendable. Should you survive the journey to Black Mountain, I may offer you an opportunity to follow me. With that, he turned to leave, seemingly unconcerned with Bai Ye's response. For in his view, no Wasteland dweller would refuse the honor of following him. The officer scoffed. Kid, you've gotten lucky. He too turned to depart, devoid of any intention to seize the forbidden object, not because he looked down upon it, but rather because he had already learned from the informant the method of containing such objects. He would not resort to such a crude and barbaric method. Moreover, the side effects of the breath of the bones were considerable. Its only real value lay in selling it. However, since Mr. Ing had taken a liking to this Wasteland youth, he had abandoned any thoughts of claiming it. Did I permit you two to leave? The boy's brazen voice rang out, causing the entire scene to freeze in shock. Both Mr. Ing and the officer furrowed their brows, halting in their tracks. Bai Ye brandished the breath of the bones, casually pointing it at the two, dust and grime failing to obscure the defiance in his eyes. Brother Ye, calm down. Liu urgently whispered from the side. Haven't they already spared your forbidden object? What more do you want? Bai Ye's lips curled into a sinister smile. They may not have taken it from me, but I intend to take from them. Liu stared in astonishment at the youth before him, utterly taken aback by his reckless audacity. While he could not comprehend it, he was nonetheless profoundly shaken. In his understanding, a peaceful resolution was possible. They had already let you go. Why seek further trouble? Indeed, this was the common perception. Yet Bai Ye saw it differently. He perceived not a peaceful coexistence, but rather two self-important figures tossing a bone to the ground and expecting him to lick it in gratitude. Right in front of me. You think you can act grandly and then just walk away? He had intended to quietly accompany the group to Black Mountain, but unexpectedly, two nuisances had appeared, flaunting their arrogance in his face. It infuriated him to the point of laughter. Who gave them the audacity? Kid, I had thought you were clever. But it seems you've chosen the path of a fool, Mr. Ing stated coldly, the last vestiges of appreciation in his gaze evaporating, replaced by utter disdain. Mr. Ing need not waste his anger on such a person. Merely a Wasteland dweller intoxicated by a forbidden object, he would leave it to others to resolve the matter. Mr. Ing mused lightly, as his status made it beneath him to act against a Wasteland dweller. The officer stepped forward casually, his neck emitting the sound of grinding metal gears. Kid, I have encountered many foolish individuals, but you are a true gem of stupidity. Surely, you do not believe that a mere broken gun renders you invincible? The power of a forbidden object is indeed formidable, but one must still hit their target. Given your rate of fire, even if I stood here willingly to be shot, you could not harm me in the slightest. Stop wasting time with him. Dispose of him quickly and prepare to set off. Mr. Ying's voice suddenly rose in intensity, his body freezing in place as his instincts screamed of impending danger, sending chills down his spine and causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. The origin of it all stemmed from the cold muzzle pressed against the nape of his neck, wielded by a youth. Surely, there must be a limit to one's self-dialogue. Wouldn't you agree? The audacious voice of Mr. Ing reverberated in his ears. This is impossible. The moment his hawk-like, yellow-brown eyes narrowed to pinpoints, disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom how Bai Ye, who had just been before him, had instantly materialized behind him. His keen eyesight was renowned for its exceptional dynamic vision. Even facing the 10 kings, none could surpass his gaze. Could it be that he had achieved the fabled ability of teleportation? Release Mr. Ing. The officer's voice brimmed with fury, and he instinctively attempted to activate his mechanical limbs. Yet, to his horror, he discovered that both his mechanical arms and legs had been severed from their connections. The most terrifying realization struck him as his torso began to slide downwards, crashing to the ground with a thud. The officer collapsed, left with only his torso and head. His mechanical limbs scattered like discarded toys around him. What on earth is happening? What have you done to me? His face contorted with sheer terror. The dust from the ground marred the pristine skin of the city dwellers. He had never witnessed such a bizarre occurrence. His limbs disassembled before he could even make a move. How did you accomplish this? After a fleeting moment of panic, Mr. Ing regained his composure. He refrained from acting rashly and instead sought an opportunity to counter. While it was true he was a genetically modified individual, his prowess in direct combat was not formidable. He could at best evade bullets. His inclusion among the 12 zodiac signs was primarily due to his hawk-like vision and unparalleled sniping skills. Given distance and a sniper rifle, even the 10 kings could fall before him. Yet now, with breath of bones aimed at his head, even his greatest abilities were rendered moot. Lower your weapons, Bai Ye. Concealed behind Mr. Ing, stated calmly. All of you put down your guns. Mr. Ing commanded, his voice low and authoritative. The soldiers, tense and uncertain, exchanged glances before ultimately relinquishing their weapons to the ground. Li Zhua, it's time to get to work, Bai Ye called out to the crowd. The dazed Liu stumbled forward, his astonished eyes glued to Bai Ye. He navigated through the throng, approaching Bai Ye, and foolishly asked, Brother Ye, what do you need me for? Seeing his foolishness, Bai Ye's frustration boiled over, and he delivered a swift kick, exclaiming, "Pick up the guns." "Oh." Liu scrambled to gather the weapons strewn about, and after a moment, he finally emerged from his stupor, turning to Bai Ye with a thumbs up. "Brother Ye, you're incredible." Chapter 34. Who would have thought he was still alive before his death? Once Liu had collected all the firearms, Mr. Ing spoke solemnly. "I have complied. Now we can discuss matters." Before Mr. Ing could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Bai Ye's sinister laughter. "You think just because I asked you to do something, you will? Are you a dog?" Bang! Breath of Bones erupted with a deafening roar, flames and blood bursting forth as a crimson bullet struck Mr. Ying's right kneecap with unerring accuracy. He grunted in pain, collapsing to the ground, his face paling as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Yet, even in agony, he clenched his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. In that moment, the distinction between Mr. Ing, the genetically modified individual, and an ordinary person became evident. While a common person would likely lose a limb to such a wound, Mr. Ing sustained only a bullet-sized hole in his leg. Though he could not use his right leg for now, at least there was hope for recovery. The soldiers' expressions shifted dramatically. Just as they prepared to rush forward to reclaim their weapons, Mr. Ing raised his hand in a pained gesture. "Do not act rashly." After halting the soldiers, he painfully turned to face Bai Ye. "Your decision not to kill me indicates there is still room for negotiation. I acknowledge my previous indiscretion. I was unaware that such a powerful, extraordinary being lurked within your ranks. I concede. Propose your terms, and if you can spare my life, I will comply." "Now you see the error of your ways? Wasn't it your chance to dictate terms?" Bai Ye's gaze was fierce and unyielding. The metallic barrel of his weapon trained unwaveringly on Mr. Ying's head. "I shall grant you an opportunity. I have yet to witness a noble from the lofty heights of the city bow an apology to a wasteland dweller. If you prostrate yourself properly, perhaps I shall let you go." Mr. Ying's complexion soured to an unprecedented degree. The thought of bowing to a wasteland dweller was more unbearable than death itself. A gentleman may be killed, but never humiliated. Bang! Mr. Ying's mind reeled as he toppled to the ground, his hawk-like eyes wide with horror and disbelief. He could scarcely believe that Bai Ye would act so swiftly. "You actually killed Mr. Ing?" The officer shrieked, his voice twisted with despair. Bai Ye shrugged nonchalantly. "You can't blame me. He said it himself. A gentleman may be killed, but never humiliated, so I merely granted him his wish." The officer's eyes bulged with rage. "How dare you? Do you understand the consequences? Mr. Ing is one of the 12 zodiac signs. The corporation will not let you go." "Damn it." Bai Ye advanced, delivering a powerful kick to the officer's face, causing blood to gush from his nose. His eyes gleamed with malice as he leaned closer. "Why are you so foolish, like a pig? Have you become so accustomed to posturing that you dare to boast, even with death looming over you? I not only intend to kill him, but I also plan to kill you." The officer, suddenly awakened from his stupor, was drenched in cold sweat. "No, no. You can't kill me. If I die, the corporation, to hell with the corporation." Bai Ye roared, delivering several more kicks to the officer, shattering his front teeth. "Do you have anything else to say? If not, you may as well die. Please, spare my life. I beg you, spare me. I'll do anything for you. I will bow and apologize." The officer's desperate cries were muffled, as he, devoid of limbs, resorted to repeatedly banging his head against the ground with the strength of his abdomen and neck. "Ha ha." Bai Ye laughed heartily, addressing the stunned wasteland dwellers. "Do you see? Even the esteemed nobles of Dawn City will bow to a wasteland dweller." In the throng of hundreds, silence reigned, with only the boy's raucous laughter echoing in the wind. Liu glanced between the officer, who was still bowing in submission, and the now lifeless Mr. Ing, swallowing hard, eyes wide with disbelief. Everything had transpired too swiftly, too surreal, akin to a dream. His mind lingered on Bai Ye's declaration of intent to act, and now, witnessing the demise of such a significant figure, he felt as if awakening from a dream. "Brother Ye, is the big shot really dead?" Even faced with the stark reality, he found it hard to believe. The chasm between the city dwellers and the wasteland people was unimaginable, so vast that he couldn't fathom such a prominent figure meeting his end so carelessly before his very eyes. Sighing, Bai Ye remarked, "Indeed. Who could have imagined he was still alive before his death?" Liu responded, bewildered. "Rest assured, his death was not in vain," Bai Ye grinned. The demise of Mr. Ing proved valuable, providing him with a significant boost in vitality. The essence from one Mr. Ing was roughly equivalent to that of 10 gray sparrows, further enhancing his physical prowess. "Spare me, spare me." The officer continued to plead, his face a mess of blood, yet he did not cease. Bai Ye surveyed the restless soldiers nearby, a plan forming in his mind. His original intention had been to leverage the military strength to reach Black Mountain. Now, it seemed feasible to threaten the officer with a gun to ensure his compliance in guiding him there. Though the approach differed, the outcome remained unchanged. "Enough of this bowing. I offer you a chance to live. Escort me to Black Mountain." The officer first experienced a surge of elation, then froze in disbelief. Why you wish to go to Black Mountain? Bai Ye cast a cold glance at him and said, what? Are you unwilling? The officer's heart quivered. No, I'm willing. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and drive. Escort this esteemed person to Black Mountain. The soldiers exchanged apprehensive glances, yet none dared to act rashly. The enigmatic Mr. Ng had just met a gruesome end, and their commander was swiftly dismembered. Even with weapons in hand, they felt utterly incapable of confronting Bai Ye, the extraordinary being, especially when their firearms were out of reach. Just as they prepared to act, a sudden, blood-curdling scream erupted from the crowd of Wasteland dwellers. "Ah! A snake!" shouted a ragged Wasteland dweller, leaping as if struck by lightning, for a small, jet-black serpent was coiled around his left arm. The man flailed desperately, but he could not shake off the snake that had sunk its fangs into his flesh. Within mere seconds, a dark hue crept up his arm to his cheek, and his screams abruptly ceased as he collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, his eyes bulging in death. This shocking transformation sent the crowd scattering in terror. But as they fled a few meters, they were horrified to discover that the ground was writhing beneath them. The earth bulged with small mounds, accompanied by the faint sound of cracking soil, as countless black snakes emerged from below. Snakes, a veritable sea of serpents. They raised their triangular heads, their scarlet tongues flicking in and out, surging like a black tide towards the throng. The sound of scales scraping together coalesced into a spine-chilling tremor, their sheer numbers enough to instill dread in even the most stoic of souls. Transmuted beasts, black snakes. The officer on the ground cried out in despair. Chapter 35. Speak more if you can. Bai Ye furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated encountering transmuted beasts so soon. First hyenas, then gray sparrows, and now black snakes. How many more transmuted beasts had been unleashed from Black Mountain? Li Yu, arm them with guns and prepare for battle. Li Yu hastily summoned soldiers to retrieve firearms. There was no time for internal strife. They had to confront the snakes first. Bai Ye seized the officer by the collar and coldly commanded, "Have your men hunt the black snakes." Yes. The officer nodded vigorously, understanding the urgency without further prompting. After all, when confronted with the extraordinary Bai Ye, he could plead for mercy, but against the transmuted beasts, words were futile. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid sounds of gunfire erupted as soldiers armed with weapons joined the fray, for they knew they would perish if they did not fight. Meanwhile, most of the Wasteland dwellers were in a frenzy, fleeing in panic, with only a handful picking up stones from the ground, futilely attacking the black snakes below. Their efforts were in vain. Fleeing only led to swifter death, and stones could not kill the snakes. A cacophony of screams ensued as one frantic Wasteland dweller stumbled into the writhing mass of snakes, only to have dozens of them slither up his pant legs and ascend his thighs. The cold, reptilian body sent chills down his spine, and goosebumps erupted all over him as he screamed in terror, jumping around like a monkey, clawing at his own body. He discarded one snake, but soon more crawled onto him. Eventually, a black snake slithered up to his neck, its triangular head raised, flicking its crimson tongue before plunging into his mouth. He writhed in agony, his eyes bulging, letting out muffled whimpers before his body stiffened and he collapsed among the serpents. In an instant, countless black snakes enveloped him. Watching this scene, Bai Ye felt a twitch of his eyelids. Having just killed Mr. Ng and dismembered the officer in 33 seconds, he now had only 57 seconds left. 57 seconds. He doubted he could even escape, let alone kill the snakes. There appeared to be at least 1,000 of them, sprawled like a black carpet on the ground. He refused to succumb to despair and began firing wildly. Several crimson veins sprouted from the bone gun of breath of the undead, piercing his palm and siphoning his vitality. Bang, bang, bang. The scarlet bullets shot forth, each powerful enough to claim the lives of 2 or 3 black snakes, and with a stroke of luck, he could even take down 5 in a densely packed area. Yet, even so, against the overwhelming number of snakes, it was but a drop in the ocean. Damn it. What trash. The vitality provided is even less than that of gray sparrows. Bai Ye cursed in dissatisfaction, seizing a moment to reload. He glanced at the nearby crowd of Wasteland dwellers. Lacking weapons and consumed by panic, they were nearly wiped out, with only a few still struggling for survival, madly sprinting toward the soldiers. However, the soldiers were also faltering. Handling the writhing serpents with bullets was cumbersome, and some soldiers, overwhelmed, even abandoned their firearms to engage in close combat with military knives. Among them, the one exhibiting the highest efficiency in killing snakes was none other than Li Yu. Gritting his teeth, he wielded his bandaged right hand, and his extraordinary ability, Magic Hand, activated instantly. An invisible hand, 3 meters long, descended from above. Capable of crushing dozens of black snakes with a single swipe, leaving behind massive palm prints half an inch deep in the ground. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. He hadn't anticipated Li Yu would prove useful. Li Zua, how much longer can you hold on? Li Yu gasped, 33 seconds. Bai Ye rejoiced, 3 minutes is sufficient. Based on Li Yu's efficiency, he could eliminate at least 2/3 of the black snakes in that time, leaving just a third to deal with. 2. Bai Ye froze. 1. With a soft thud, Li Yu's right hand fell limply to his side, crimson blood seeping through the white bandages. Li Zua, what kind of nonsense are you pulling at a time like this? Do you think this is amusing? Li Yu forced a smile. Isn't this what you taught me? Yiga, can't you learn something better? Realizing Li Yu was no longer reliable, Bai Ye turned his gaze to the officer. He believed that since the officer and Mr. Ing dared to venture into Black Mountain, they must have some means to contend with the transmuted beasts along the way. What if I were to equip you with a mechanical arm? The officer let out a bitter laugh. It's useless. Installing a mechanical arm isn't as simple as it seems. It requires a neuromuscular connection device to operate effectively. Since you've severed the connections, installing it now would be futile. Damn it, then I might as well send you to meet Mr. Ing. Bai Ye threatened, preparing to toss the officer into the snake pit. Wait, there's a way. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, releasing the officer. What method? My mechanical arm is equipped with a self-destruct mechanism, designed for mutual destruction with the enemy and to prevent them from dismantling it for technology. Although I can't activate the self-destruct now, if the arm suffers severe damage, it can trigger the mechanism. You just need to shoot at the connection point with a forbidden object to set it off. Why didn't you say so earlier? Bai Ye kicked the officer, nearly knocking the breath out of him. The officer had refrained from mentioning it sooner because he didn't want to destroy his valuable mechanical arm, which cost millions. Combined with the limbs, it totaled over 10 million. He had invested his entire fortune into the mechanical limbs to achieve his current status. If he lost them, he would have no chance of rising again. Furthermore, he had assumed that someone as formidable as Bai Ye would easily handle the black snakes. Hence his reluctance to disclose this information. Now, facing the prospect of being fed to the snakes, he dared not conceal anything. Bai Ye picked up a silver metallic mechanical arm from the ground and hurled it toward the densest cluster of snakes. Then, as the arm landed, he aimed at the connection point and pulled the trigger forcefully. Bang! Nothing happened. The mechanical arm did not self-destruct. You dare to deceive me. Bai Ye exploded with fury and kicked the officer again. The officer's face turned ashen with pain as he repeatedly insisted, it's impossible. I truly did not deceive you. There is indeed a self-destruct mechanism inside. Brother Ye, it seems you missed your shot, Li Yu quietly reminded him from the side. Bai Ye's expression darkened immediately. If you can speak, then speak more. He fired again, and after 3 shots, he finally hit the target. When the bullet struck the connection point of the mechanical arm, a crisp metallic clang echoed, followed by a tremendous explosion that resembled the simultaneous detonation of 10 grenades. A massive fireball surged skyward, instantly toppling hundreds of black serpents, with countless charred snake heads raining down from the sky. The remaining black serpents, seemingly terrified by the deafening blast, turned tail and fled, disappearing underground in the blink of an eye. The immediate crisis was averted, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 36. A gift from Mr. Ing. Bai Ye surveyed the group and noted that all the Wasteland dwellers had perished, with over 30 soldiers also lost, leaving the once formidable team reduced to just over 60. The silver lining was that there were no injuries, as those bitten by the black serpents had succumbed to the poison. At this moment, several soldiers regained their composure and anxiously looked towards Bai Ye. He smirked disdainfully. What's wrong? Have you all forgotten how Mr. Ing met his end? A chill ran through the soldiers as they recalled the grim sight of Mr. Ying's lifeless body. In a desperate bid for survival, an officer hastily shouted, "Lower your weapons. Anyone who dares defy Lord Bai Ye will face military law." Bai Ye then sought to placate them, saying, "As long as you escort me to Black Mountain, I shall spare your lives." Yet he was lying again. Once they reached Black Mountain, their fates would be sealed. If even one of them returned alive to Dawn City, he would be forced to confront the overwhelming forces of Dawn City and the vengeance of the so-called 12 Zodiac. After a brief display of both benevolence and intimidation, the remaining contingent set out once more. To prevent any soldiers from fleeing, Bai Ye confiscated their firearms and punctured all the vehicle tires, retaining only a transport truck for himself to drive while the soldiers jogged ahead. The roles had reversed. Previously, Bai Ye had been the one on foot while the soldiers rode. Now the situation had flipped. Inside the transport vehicle, Bai Ye was at the wheel while Li Yu held the officer hostage. "Brother Ye, what's in this box?" Li Yu asked curiously, eyeing the silver metal case beside him. "This is a gift from Mr. Ing. Open it and see for yourself," Bai Ye replied dismissively. Though he already knew its contents, the sniper rifle, the Black Mamba M300. With a click, Li Yu opened the metal case, and a chilling metallic scent mingled with the aroma of machine oil rushed forth, revealing 8 meticulously crafted components resting on a black foam pad. The barrel coiled like a dormant black python at the center. This is a sniper rifle, Liu exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the Black Mamba M300. Although he lacked expertise in sniper rifles, anyone could perceive the exquisite craftsmanship of this weapon. This is Mr. Ying's Black Mamba M300, one of the finest sniper rifles. Its power comparable to forbidden artifacts of the dragon level. The officer murmured from the side, keenly aware of the gravity of his situation and eager to ingratiate himself. Bai Ye, intrigued, raised an eyebrow. Forbidden artifact of the dragon level? Previously, when Mr. Ying had encountered the Breath of Bones, he referred to it as a forbidden artifact of the snake level. Now another level had emerged. Could this signify the hierarchy of forbidden artifacts? The officer, perceiving Bai Ye's confusion, quickly elucidated. Forbidden artifacts are classified into 3 levels: snake, mamba, and dragon. Your revolver is a snake-level artifact, while Mr. Ying's Black Mamba M300, though not a forbidden artifact, is of similar power and rarity to a mamba-level artifact, hence its name. Then this sniper rifle must be worth a fortune. Liu's eyes gleamed with excitement. The value of the Black Mamba M300 is difficult to quantify in mere currency, for it is not a product of this era but a remnant from the age of civilization, irreplaceable and thus regarded as a collector's item. After undergoing extensive restoration, it was finally revived. Current technological capabilities cannot replicate such precision. Contemporary sniper rifles possess an effective range of only 800 to 1,000 meters, while the Black Mamba boasts a terrifying effective range of 4,000 meters, utilizing specialized supersonic ammunition capable of penetrating any ballistic protection. Enough of this chatter. Just tell me how much it's worth. Liu was far more concerned with the monetary aspect than the technicalities. The officer paused. If sold on the black market, it could fetch at least 10 million. How much? Liu's exclamation nearly pierced Bai Ye's eardrums. Keep your voice down. You look like someone who's never seen wealth. It's merely a few tens of millions, Bai Ye grumbled, rubbing his ears. Liu's face flushed with excitement. He had never encountered such sums in his life. Brother Ye, that's over 10 million. If we sell the Black Mamba M300, we'd never have to worry again. Wrong. It's I who will never have to worry again. Liu's expression fell, and he quickly ingratiated himself. Brother Ye, considering our shared hardships, could you spare a little for your little brother? Not a chance. Liu's exhilaration was doused like a bucket of cold water, his face reflecting despair as he gazed at the Black Mamba M300 with longing. Bai Ye remained focused on the road, stating calmly, but I have no intention of selling it. Not selling. Brother Ye, this gun is worth over 10 million. Why not sell it? Because it's too conspicuous. There are hardly a few of these sniper rifles in the world. Selling it would be tantamount to announcing to everyone that you killed Mr. Ying. Liu paused. But if you don't sell it, how is it any different from scrap metal? Bai Ye shot him a sidelong glance. Who says it's scrap metal? Can't I keep it for my own use? You? Liu recalled how Bai Ye had only managed to hit the connection point of the mechanical arm after 3 attempts and regarded him with deep skepticism, lacking any trust. Bai Ye's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily. I merely had an upset stomach from eating cockroach protein bars. I didn't perform well, that's all. Come on. Brother Ye, deceiving others is one thing, but don't deceive yourself. Get out of my vehicle and run 1,000 meters away. Let us see if I can't hit your rebellious tuft with a single shot. Liu instinctively touched the rebellious strand of hair atop his head, quickly smoothing it down. However, as soon as his hand left, the tuft sprang back up defiantly. He hurriedly changed the subject, fearful that Bai Ye, in his madness, might actually attempt to use him for target practice. Brother Ye, the range of the Black Mamba M300 is quite impressive. Reflecting on it now, I feel a bit apprehensive. Fortunately, you dealt with Mr. Ying directly. Otherwise, facing a sniper 1,000 meters away, I wouldn't even know how I died. Bai Ye was acutely aware of this fact. His time-stopping ability wasn't infallible. A sniper could effectively counter him, as it would be challenging to detect a bullet fired from 1,000 meters away. If he failed to react in time, he could meet a swift demise. Hence, he wished to retain the Black Mamba M300, hoping to train himself as a sniper. Knowing oneself and the enemy would enhance his combat readiness. Liu continued. Snipers are the most terrifying enemies when they hide out of sight. Brother Ye, tell me, if a sniper were out to eliminate me, should I run in a straight line or zigzag? Neither would work. My advice is to stand still and wait for him to have a change of heart. Liu. Chapter 37. So Mr. Ying was this strong? Night fell, the sky enveloped in darkness, the stars seemingly erased, with only the bright moon hanging high. In the encampment, a group of soldiers sat around several campfires, their faces etched with discomfort as they gazed at the identification tags in their hands. Indeed, they had been divided into groups by Bai, much like their previous encounters with the denizens of the Wasteland. 20 men were assigned to each group, tasked with supervising one another, should one dare to flee. The entire group would face dire consequences. The officers had been turned into overseers, with Bai informing them that for every deserter, a piece of flesh would be severed. The terrified officer did not dare to blink, fixating his gaze on the soldiers with unwavering intensity. Meanwhile, in the transport vehicle, Bai was lost in thought, fixated on a golden pocket watch, an unselfish gift from the officer. 10:28. Ynt had yet reached midnight. Ever since acquiring the ability to halt time, he had yearned for the hours to pass swiftly. Currently, the available time dwindled to less than a minute, a disconcerting adjustment for him, particularly tonight. As they camped in the wilderness, proximity to Black Mountain meant fewer signs of civilization. There were no towns nearby where they could find refuge, leaving them with no choice but to set up camp under the stars. Brother Ye, let us hope we don't encounter any aberrant beasts tonight, Liu said, peering into the pitch-black darkness, anxiety gnawing at his heart. He had developed a profound fear of the aberrant beasts after witnessing 3 waves of them within mere days. Witnessing hundreds perish before his eyes, if he managed to sleep without nightmares tonight, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Surely not, Bai replied. Uncertain, Black Mountain Isn't Zoo. It can't possibly harbor so many aberrant beasts. Sir Bai, the officer hesitated, according to the records. There indeed existed a wildlife sanctuary within Black Mountain during the era of civilization. Bai. Furthermore, it is common for shelters to collect various species to maintain biodiversity along. Haunting wolf howl echoed through the pitch-black wilderness. You cursed harbinger of doom, Bai exclaimed, kicking the officer before leaping from the vehicle. Everyone, arm yourselves and prepare for battle. As is well known, wolves are pack animals. The sound of a howl often signifies that one is encircled by a pack. The soldiers, startled as if struck by an arrow, hastily grabbed their weapons, readying themselves for combat. In their line of sight, pairs of eerie, green eyes emerged from the distant dark expanse. Bang! A soldier, in a panic, pulled the trigger, and chaos erupted. The green-eyed beasts surged towards the illuminated area surrounding the fire, revealing their true nature. Towering at over 2 meters, the gray wolves possessed powerful, robust limbs and claws as sharp as hooks. A single step could leave deep imprints in the ground. Their fur was not the uniform color of ordinary wolves, but displayed a bizarre mottled pattern, with a dark gray base interspersed with crimson and black stripes, reminiscent of congealed blood intertwined with the night. Dozens of gray wolves charged forward, their eyes brimming with bloodlust and hunger, their strong limbs pounding the earth with the force of a stampede. Their speed was astonishing, compounded by the darkness that hindered visibility. The soldiers' aim faltered dramatically, and in mere moments, the wolves were upon them. Cries of terror echoed as some soldiers, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen while others fled in panic. But how could 2 legs outrun 4? Bai continued firing, emptying his magazine, yet only managing to fell a single gray wolf. The creatures, displaying a notable intelligence, seemed aware of the threat posed by firearms. After dispatching one soldier, they did not linger but swiftly moved on to the next, exhibiting remarkable agility. Especially after their transformation into aberrant beasts, the already swift gray wolves became even faster, appearing to leave afterimages in the night. At that moment, Bai loathed his marksmanship. He vowed to practice diligently when the opportunity arose. Not just him, even the soldiers trained in marksmanship found it difficult to hit the gray wolves, their speed overwhelming. Damn it, I'll have to toss out another mechanical arm, he resolved, employing the same tactic as before, hurling a mechanical arm into the midst of the wolves before firing again. Bang! Bang! This time, fortune favored him. The second shot struck the joint of the mechanical arm. Boom! A colossal fireball erupted into the sky, a deafening explosion toppling several gray wolves and a few soldiers. The immediate effect of the blast terrified the remaining wolves, as they instinctively feared fire and loud noises. Bai breathed a sigh of relief. He had not wasted time in vain. After the skirmish, only about 50 soldiers remained, more than half of whom were injured. Brother Ye, perhaps we should retreat? It seems Black Mountain isn't essential to our mission. There are other shelters besides this one. Once my right hand heals, we can explore other sanctuaries, Liu suggested, clutching his bandaged right hand, stained with blood, his heart still racing. He feared that if this continued, he might never regain full use of his hand. Watching the gray wolves retreat into the distance, Bai's expression darkened. Where do you propose we retreat to? The aberrant beasts of Black Mountain are already out and about, lurking nearby. Who can guarantee we won't encounter them if we withdraw? Staying here might be the safer option. He had already informed Liu about the 189th shelter, planning to scavenge whatever remnants of the civilized era might fetch a fortune on the black market. At that moment, Bai seemed to have an epiphany. He seized the incapacitated officer and coldly remarked, I am genuinely curious how you possess the audacity to venture into Black Mountain with such meager strength. Do you harbor some secret weapon? The officer, feeling utterly helpless, hastily explained, Sir, it is not that we are weak. It is simply that you are too formidable. We truly possess no secret weapons. If there were, it would only be Mr. Ing. Isn't Mr. Ing merely a sniper? Is he truly that powerful? Bai pondered. Somewhat skeptical, he had never perceived Mr. Ing as remarkably strong, though he certainly had a talent for boasting, claiming he could eliminate the 10 kings. While Mr. Ing excelled in marksmanship, his close-quarters combat abilities were lacking. With his extraordinary shooting skills and sniping techniques, he had earned a place among the 12 Zodiac. Regarded as both the strongest and the weakest, his strength lay in the ability to kill any of the 12 Zodiac from a distance, while his weakness was that any of them could slay him in close quarters. Take the Grey Wolves from earlier. Had Mr. Ing been present, he alone could have dispatched all the wolves. Despite their speed, they would appear as sluggish as turtles before Mr. Ing's keen eyes. With a submachine gun, he could pierce the eyes of all the Grey Wolves within 3 seconds. Bai was taken aback. Is that scruffy fellow truly so formidable? Does he wield a submachine gun like a sniper rifle? Wait, that doesn't make sense. Among the 12 Zodiac, where is the eagle? The officer was momentarily stunned, clearly not anticipating Bai's peculiar focus. He cautiously elaborated. The 12 Zodiac are part of the organization under Apocalypse Technology, composed of 12 powerful genetically modified individuals. Their titles are determined by their genetic modifications, not by the Zodiac signs. And what of the gunfighting technique? Bai inquired. I'm not entirely certain. It appears to be a sophisticated method of shooting, using high-speed movements to create centrifugal force that allows bullets to curve, the officer replied. Bullets that curve? That defies logic. Chapter 38, Arrival at Black Mountain. Bai recalled having heard of the technique of curving bullets in his past life. Although it was confined to the realm of cinematic fiction, he was astonished to discover its existence in reality. Glancing at the corpses of the aberrant Grey Wolves strewn across the ground, he felt a surge of acceptance. After all, aberrant beasts were themselves a departure from the natural order, or perhaps too advanced scientifically, surpassing his comprehension of technology. After all, this place is replete with mechanical augmentations, genetically enhanced individuals, and extraordinary beings. Are you, a mere band of detestable miscreants, capable of protecting a marksman like Mr. Ing? The officer, torn between indignation and restraint, could only ponder the insult of being compared to such detestable creatures. Had it not been for the dismantling of my mechanical arm, I would have eagerly demonstrated my prowess. Though not without strength, the officer found himself incapacitated by the oppressive nature of time suspension, rendering him unable to utilize the power of his mechanical limbs, which had been forcibly removed. My lord, there is no need for Mr. Ing to be shielded. We merely accompany his endeavors, one of the soldiers interjected. To slay him, one must engage in close combat, for no one could rival him from a distance. Yet, before his piercing gaze, who among us could dare approach? Bai Ye nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the face of time suspension, the distinction between the powerful and the ordinary fades, leaving all as immobile targets. As the night slipped away, it was a relief that after the Grey Wolf's escape, no aberrant beasts emerged. Time returned to the count of 1 minute and 57 seconds. And Bai Ye felt a renewed sense of vigor. As they pressed onward, the silhouette of the Black Mountain gradually came into view. On the distant horizon, the undulating peaks of the Black Mountain range sprawled like a colossal dragon lying upon the earth, its summits towering into the clouds and cloaked in a sinister shade of bluish-black, as if infused with poison. At last, they had arrived at the Black Mountain. Liu exclaimed with delight. Bai Ye merely smirked. It's still early. As the saying goes, one cannot outrun a horse merely by gazing at the mountain. Brother Yi, as a fellow denizen of the Wasteland, how do you possess such profound wisdom? It's rather disheartening, Liu lamented. Realizing his combat prowess paled in comparison to Bai Ye's, and even his understanding of such wisdom fell short. Though slightly older than Bai Ye and having frequented various town casinos, he now felt as if his efforts had been in vain. Sometimes I even question the utility of my own abilities as an extraordinary being, he sighed, feeling increasingly defeated. His right hand had yet to heal, and during battles, he barely lasted 3 seconds, relying heavily on Bai Ye for support. His state of mind resembled that of a newly wealthy lottery winner, inflated with pride upon arriving in the big city, only to discover that his fortune scarcely afforded him a restroom in the affluent district. Bai Ye patted his shoulder, offering a word of encouragement. Young man, have confidence in yourself. Is there any need for doubt? Just as a flicker of gratitude appeared on Liu's face, the latter half of Bai Ye's statement darkened his expression. Listen, is that something a person should say? As the group continued their journey, the Black Mountain became increasingly distinct in their view. However, after a full day of travel, they had yet to enter its domain, a testament to its vastness. Fortunately, no aberrant beasts had appeared. Perhaps all had fled from within the mountain's depths. Thus, they passed the day in relative peace. And when Bai Ye's accumulated time reached 2 minutes and 57 seconds, they finally set foot within the Black Mountain. The saying one cannot perceive the true visage of Mount Lu while within its confines applied aptly here. From afar, one could admire the mountain-esque grandeur, but upon arrival, they found themselves amidst a sea of towering trees, as if enveloped in a primordial forest, only glimpsing a fraction of the Black Mountain's magnificence. In the age of calamity, it was not only animals that had mutated, but also vegetation. In his previous life, Bai Ye had never encountered such monumental trees, each nearly 100 meters tall, with the slenderest trunks requiring 5 men to encircle. Let us disembark. The vehicle cannot traverse the mountain paths, Bai Ye called out, promptly exiting the car. Aware of the potential dangers lurking within the Black Mountain, he distributed firearms to the remaining 50 soldiers and instructed them to forge ahead. The soldiers, their expressions taut with anxiety, navigated through the dense underbrush, gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes involuntarily darting into the depths of the thicket, fearful of the imminent emergence of ferocious aberrant beasts. An even greater source of tension stemmed from the presence of Bai Ye, the ragged wasteland youth, who kept his weapon, the breath of the bones, steadfastly aimed at them. With over 50 soldiers leading the way, Bai Ye, Liu, and the officer followed closely behind. Although Bai Ye had forcibly affixed a mechanical limb to the officer, it lacked the neurolinking apparatus, rendering it only a makeshift prosthetic. He limped along with the group, his shoulders bare, devoid of arms. "My lord, we have arrived at the Black Mountain. Might I be released?" The officer ventured cautiously. Bai Ye's piercing gaze fell upon him, causing a chill to run through the officer's spine. "My lord, I still possess over 1 million in the bank. If you let me go, the entirety is yours. You need not worry about my betraying you to the Apocalypse Corporation, should Mr. Ing perish. The company will not spare me. Thus, I intend to flee to another city to live in peace." Bai Ye disregarded his pleas, thinking how naive it was for him to view them, the wasteland denizens, as mere cannon fodder. He shot the officer a cold glance before redirecting his attention to the soldiers ahead, his brow furrowing in concern. "Halt!" he commanded, bringing everyone to a standstill. The soldiers turned back in confusion, awaiting Bai Ye's next directive. "What is it, Brother Ye?" Liu inquired, approaching him. "We're one short," Bai Ye replied, meticulously counting the soldiers. He distinctly recalled there being 52, yet in the blink of an eye, the number had dwindled to 51. The silent disappearance of one individual raised alarm bells within him. He feared not the overt enemy. To him, whether they were kings or formidable aberrant beasts, all carbon-based life forms would meet their demise in the face of time suspension. His greatest apprehension lay with the unknown, elusive threats, for even when time stood still, he could not discern where the enemy lurked. "One is missing?" Liu's face paled. Could it be that they ran away? Bai Ye shook his head. Though the soldiers are trained, they remain within the realm of ordinary humans. How could one vanish from my sight so swiftly? The soldiers, too, recognized the sudden absence, their anxiety escalating. "Silence. No one can vanish into thin air. Scrutinize your surroundings for any signs." The soldiers hastily began their search, and after a thorough examination, one soldier exclaimed, "There's a shoe in the grass." Bai Ye stepped forward and indeed discovered a bloodied shoe amidst the chest-high weeds, standard-issue military boots from the Dawn Brigade. "You, search the grass," he commanded, leveling his weapon at the soldier. Chapter 39. Rest assured, they would not spare you even in death. The soldier's face turned ashen, yet faced with Bai Ye's formidable power, he dared not resist. Cautiously advancing towards the thicket, the rustling of military boots against the grass produced a sound that, though faint, felt alarmingly loud in the tense atmosphere. As he delved deeper, the bloodstains grew more numerous, accompanied by signs of a struggle. The trail abruptly ceased at the base of a towering tree. "My lord, the blood trail ends here." The soldier stammered. "Return," Bai Ye instructed. The soldier nodded fervently, hurriedly making his way back. As he approached the group, he felt a modicum of relief. However, just as he neared within 10 meters, he sensed something was amiss in the expressions of his comrades. Shock, fear, bewilderment. His heart sank as he turned back, trembling in horror. A thick green vine, resembling a serpent, had descended from the tree above, its tip adorned with a colossal flower bud that had split open, revealing jagged petals akin to a beast's gaping maw, filled with sharp barbs. "Ah!" he shouted in panic, dashing towards the crowd like a madman. While the robust vine adorned with carnivorous flowers on the towering tree lunged at them with the swiftness of a living entity. It was the man-eating flower tree. The officer's eyes widened in terror as he cried out. "Fire!" Bai Ye commanded decisively. After a brief moment of chaos, the soldiers raised their rifles and began to shoot. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, with most bullets striking empty air, yet their sheer volume compensated for their lack of accuracy. As several bullets hit the cracked flower bud, the vine emitted a roar akin to that of a wounded beast, green liquid oozing from it, and sizzling as it dripped onto the ground. The soldiers rejoiced at the sight. Anything that could be resolved with bullets was not a problem. With their confidence restored, their aim sharpened, and after several shots, the vine had been riddled with holes, drooping helplessly to the ground. Just as a sigh of relief escaped their lips, Bai Ye's voice rang out from afar. "Why aren't you running, you fools?" The crowd was momentarily stunned, and the next moment, a scene of despair unfolded before them. Between the canopy that obscured the sky, thorny green vines descended in a dense array, resembling a rain of serpents in the woods. Hundreds of green vines, each topped with a gaping maw of a carnivorous flower, fell from above, accurately landing on the soldiers' heads before swallowing them whole. The screams of horror echoed relentlessly. Each time a soldier was devoured, the green vine would retract rapidly back into the towering canopy, presumably to digest its meal. In that moment, their firearms seemed utterly powerless. The carnivorous vines appeared endless, and for every one they shot down, dozens more would descend. A few astute soldiers recognized that the tree was the key, raising their guns to shoot at it. But against a 100-meter giant that required 10 men to encircle, their bullets were akin to ants gnawing at an elephant, utterly ineffective. Bai Ye, having reached a safe distance, watched the bloody scene unfold with a twitching eyelid. Was this truly Heishan? "Save me. Sir, save me." The leg-crippled officer, unable to escape the reach of the man-eating tree, lost his balance in his panic and fell heavily to the ground. Bai Ye rushed over upon seeing this. The officer's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, my legs." Just as the words left his mouth, Bai Ye swiftly detached the officer's 2 legs and ran off, cradling them. "Bai Ye, you bastard, give me back my legs." The officer's eyes were filled with rage as he watched Bai Ye's retreating figure. In the next instant, the shadow of death descended from above, and a massive maw engulfed him. Bai Ye and Li Yu, possessing extraordinary physical abilities, managed to escape the man-eating tree's domain amidst the chaos, aided by the distraction of the cannon fodder. Moments later, all screams ceased, and the hundreds of vines retracted back into the canopy, leaving no corpses on the ground. Only pools of blood attested to the soldiers' previous presence. "Yay, Li Yu. They're all dead, and only the 2 of us, the extraordinary ones, have survived. Don't worry, they won't let you off even as ghosts." "Huh?" Li Yu paled. "No, Brother Yi, you brought them here. Why wouldn't they come after me?" "Because even as ghosts, they wouldn't dare to confront me. They would naturally seek you out," Bai Ye replied dismissively, continuing onward with the mechanical legs slung over his shoulder. Heishan was indeed perilous, but it did not frighten him. The Panga USB was his to claim. If there was a 50% benefit, he would be tempted. If there was a 100% benefit, he would dare to take risks. The Panga USB offered not merely a 100% benefit, but 1,000, even 10,000. The culmination of technological advancements from the age of civilization contained methods to become extraordinary and life extension projects, each technology potent enough to incite wars among the great powers. As the adage goes, wealth and prosperity come with risk, though the latter can lead to loss. Strike that. It's unnecessary to remember. "Don't come looking for me. Don't come looking for me," Li Yu muttered repeatedly. "You were meant to head to Heishan. Dying here was inevitable. It has nothing to do with me. Brother Yi, wait for me." Amidst the verdant shade, the 2 continued on together. If one were to overlook their vigilant expressions, they might resemble a pair of leisurely picnickers in the wilds of Heishan. "Brother Yi, don't stand so close to that tree. It frightens me." "What are you afraid of? That tree is so thin. It's clearly not dangerous." Bai Ye fell silent, gazing up at a carnivorous vine that hung from the canopy, watching him with an unsettling intent. Although it possessed no eyes, it gave the impression of making direct eye contact. "Are you doing this on purpose?" Bai Ye was genuinely exasperated. He had assumed that man-eating trees would be as robust as the one they had just encountered, so he had intentionally chosen to walk near the thinner ones, only to find himself in another predicament. "Brother Yi, run," Li Yu urged anxiously, swinging his right hand to explode the carnivorous vine. "Run? These trees are clearly intelligent. They know how to ambush. If we don't show them a bit of strength, they might really think I'm the prey." Bai Ye surmised that these man-eating trees possessed predatory instincts akin to beasts that understood the dynamics of survival, preying on the weak while avoiding the strong. Thus, displaying their own might at this moment was essential to avert trouble. Chapter 40. I didn't ask, but upon entering, I saw them shooting at nothing. Do they enjoy eating? Then try this mechanical leg. Bai Ye tossed a mechanical leg beside the great tree. At that moment, more and more carnivorous vines descended from the canopy. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. His powerful physique surged forth, nimbly dodging several attacking vines before creating distance. His right hand shot to his waist, fingers deftly curling around the gun handle, pulling it free as the black revolver slid into his palm like a serpent. He swiftly raised his right hand, his wrist flicking, the revolver spinning half a turn in his grasp, its muzzle steadily aimed at the target. His index finger shot out like lightning, hooking into the chamber, and with a forceful pull, the brass bullet clicked precisely into place. Dark red veins extending from the gun's body into his palm. In that instant, his right index finger squeezed the trigger, and with a thunderous bang, flames erupted. The bullet whistling forth as if the entire sequence had been rehearsed countless times. Yet he missed. Bai Ye's expression darkened as he rolled to evade another incoming vine and fired again, this time hitting the target. He performed a flourish with the gun, holstered it, and turned to leave, beckoning the stunned Liu to follow. Real men never look back at explosions. Boom. A massive fireball erupted skyward, the explosion resounding through the forest. The man-eating tree was blasted to pieces, green liquid splattering everywhere, a gaping hole forming in the trunk as flames ignited it, and amidst the roaring flames, the man-eating tree crashed to the ground. Having sacrificed a leg, he successfully eliminated a carnivorous tree, thanks to the selfless gift from an unknown officer. Bai Ye never learned the officer's name, for the dead do not require names. By midday, the two had not encountered any more disturbances from the man-eating trees. How about it, Liu? I guessed correctly, didn't I? Once we struck the man-eating tree, it finally recognized who the prey was. A hint of color appeared at the corners of Bai Ye's mouth. Could it be possible that we have stepped beyond the growth range of the man-eating flower trees? Absolutely not, Bai Ye asserted emphatically. Liu's lips twitched. Yes, you're absolutely right. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint emanating from them. Is it that your right hand is healing quickly these past few days, making you feel capable again? No, wild brother. Let me explain. Bang, bang, bang. A series of rapid gunshots saved Liu's right hand. His expression shifted as he glanced toward the east. Gunshots. It must be others who have entered Heishan. At this time, those who can come to Heishan are certainly seeking refuge. Wild brother, the gunfire is so intense. And there are cries of agony. These people must be encountering something troublesome. We should keep our distance. Instinctively, Liu regarded these people as competitors, wishing to steer clear of trouble. However, Bai Ye shook his head, disappointment etched across his face. Lizua, one should not be so selfish. How can we ignore our kin in peril? Liu was taken aback, blinking repeatedly as he attempted to discern what had overtaken Bai Ye. Wild brother, we are complete strangers to them, and moreover, they are our competitors. Why should we save them? What if we end up sacrificing ourselves? How shallow and narrow-minded. When we venture out, we must assist one another. You help me. I help you. This is how society can develop harmoniously. If I save them this time, surely they will help me in return? Observing Bai Ye's insidious smile, Liu suddenly understood. You wish for them to assist you in finding the way. Just like those soldiers. A promising pupil indeed. As the old saying goes, those who are righteous receive assistance, while those who stray from the path receive little help. If I save their lives now, then they should reciprocate by helping me navigate. Wouldn't that be fair? After all, our destination is the 189 refuge deep within Heishan. We are all headed in the same direction. Bai Ye wore an entirely innocent smile. His thoughts were quite simple. Heishan harbors numerous unknown dangers, where a moment's inattention could lead to death before one even realizes it. It is during such times that having someone to scout ahead becomes invaluable. Thus, the two stealthily made their way toward the source of the gunfire. When they traversed a thicket and beheld the source of the gunfire, they were instantly dumbfounded. Bai Ye and Liu exchanged glances, both reflecting confusion in their eyes. What on earth are they doing? I have no idea. Upon my arrival, I see this group battling with thin air. It is no wonder the two were perplexed. This group was indeed rather abstract. Amidst a grove of trees, a dozen individuals clad in varied attire were indiscriminately firing at the surrounding air, as if they bore a grudge against it. Wild brother, do you think they might have ingested some poisonous mushrooms? Remove the mite. What on earth are they shooting at? Wild brother, look at that person wearing a black mask. He seems to be an extraordinary being. Liu exclaimed in a hushed voice. Bai Ye focused his gaze and noticed a man in the crowd, donning a black mask and a black trench coat, standing out conspicuously amidst the others. This individual stood tall, arms crossed over his chest, starkly contrasting the grave expressions of the others. Most peculiarly, the shadow beneath him appeared to possess a life of its own, entirely detaching from his body and standing upright on its own. The eerie black shadow waved its hands, sending a flurry of shadowy darts hurtling through the air toward the invisible foe. Whoosh! The shadowy darts sliced through the sky, and a feather abruptly floated down from above. The crowd turned their heads, scanning the area anxiously, and the intense gunfire ceased. Moments later, seemingly reassured of their safety, Joy crept onto their faces. A stout man in his 20s laughed heartily. Mr. Li Xiaoshan is indeed as renowned as his reputation suggests. He truly deserves the title of a top extraordinary being, second only to the 10 kings, managing to knock down a feather from that beast. It seems that creature has been frightened away. A glimmer of cold arrogance flickered in the masked man's eyes. Second only? I, Li, have never engaged in battle with the 10 kings. On what basis does the world judge me to be inferior? The stout man froze, surprised that his words had struck a nerve. Yet he quickly regained composure and continued. What Mr. Li says is true. I have heard that one of the 10 kings, the tyrant Yang Jie, will also be coming to Heishan. Perhaps we will witness the birth of a new 10 kings. The eyes beneath the black mask ignited with fervor and combativeness. I, Li, have come for the tyrant. Otherwise, would you, Boss Gao, be able to summon me? The man referred to as Boss Gao nodded in silence, seemingly accustomed to Li Xiaoshan's haughty demeanor. After this battle, the name of the Shadow People shall resonate throughout the world, Li Xiaoshan declared proudly. Mr. Li, Boss Gao, this is not a suitable place for conversation. I fear that Beast may return. We should leave swiftly, urged a middle-aged man with scruffy facial hair, wielding dual pistols. He appeared unkempt, wearing a tattered cowboy hat, and slung with gun holsters, a quintessential bounty hunter's appearance. Chapter 41, The Fastest Bird in the World. Yes, Li Gu. You are absolutely right. We should hurry and flee. Boss Gao repeatedly agreed, summoning a nearby young maid. Xiao Kuei, we are leaving. Weighing over 200 pounds. He hurriedly leaped onto the back of a girl, not even 6 feet tall, her expression blank in her black and white maid outfit, as though she bore a featherweight burden. From behind a distant tree, Li Yu watched in utter confusion. Wild brother, what on earth are they doing? Why did a feather suddenly fall from the sky, and now they are leaving? That extraordinary being appeared quite formidable, and also, that hefty man is rather shameless. Making that little girl carry him? A barrage of questions left Bai Ye feeling exasperated. He had no desire to engage with Li Yu, instead focusing on the feather that had fallen to the ground, feeling an uncanny familiarity. The feather was entirely gray-black, adorned with black spots and stripes, with a dirty white tip, together forming a unique pattern. Such a distinctive feather. He felt as though he had seen it in the animal world. What was it? Oh my goodness. A headshot. Li Yu suddenly gasped, startled to the point of trembling. Bai Ye's pupils constricted as he looked toward the group of a dozen individuals, witnessing one among them suddenly have their head explode without warning. That beast has returned. Mr. Li, act quickly. Panic erupted within the crowd as they resumed firing at the air, and the shadow behind Li Xiaoshan began to writhe and stand once more. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, weaving a net of dark, eerie shadow darts that spun rapidly in the air. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the shadow darts collided with some unseen creature, tiny sparks flying forth. In that moment, Bai Ye finally discerned what they were shooting at. They were not firing at the air, but at a peregrine falcon, previously obscured by distance. The falcon's incredible speed rendered it nearly invisible to the naked eye, a mere flicker of black lightning that vanished in an instant. Now, pressured by Li Xiaoshan's shadowy darts, the falcon's speed had slowed, revealing its true form. It is indeed a peregrine falcon, Bai Ye whispered. Li Yu caught a fleeting glimpse of the falcon's shadow and hurriedly inquired, what is a peregrine falcon? Bai Ye recalled the description from the animal world. The peregrine falcon ranks as the second fastest bird in the world, renowned for its incredible speed. Dubbed the invisible bomber among birds, it strikes with a claw at anything it deems unworthy, often leaving its target unaware until it is too late. Li Yu was astonished. Having never read much, he was unaware of such creatures existing in the world. Such an exaggerated speed only ranks second. Then who is the fastest bird? Bai cast a glance at him and remarked nonchalantly, of course, it is you, my friend, for you have but 3 seconds. Huh, me? Li Yu's face was a mask of confusion, and it took him 3 seconds to comprehend that he had been subtly mocked, causing a flash of indignation to ignite within him. Before them soared an aberrant peregrine falcon, its speed evidently enhanced, nearly surpassing the limits of the human eye. This group of individuals was in grave danger. Bai scrutinized the panicked crowd, and just moments ago, another person had been struck down, their skull pierced. The falcon's velocity was so extraordinary that it had transcended even that of a bullet, zipping past ordinary onlookers, rendering it invisible to the retina. After observing for a while, he formulated a plan, resolutely deciding to intervene and save the beleaguered group. They were not without merit. One extraordinary individual could manipulate shadows, and a petite maid proved herself no ordinary being, having withstood a claw strike from the falcon to protect the corpulent man, sustaining little more than a minor jolt. The middle-aged man wielding dual pistols demonstrated remarkable marksmanship and possessed proficiency in gunfighting techniques. Among the group were also several genetically modified individuals, evidently a cut above the likes of the wild boar, Tangia. Only the corpulent man seemed truly mundane, requiring constant protection. This team was undeniably formidable. Had they faced the hyenas or the gray sparrows earlier, they would have easily crushed them. Unfortunately, they now contended with an aberrant falcon. While the falcon's strength was not particularly impressive, its speed was unparalleled. No matter how powerful they were, striking the falcon would prove futile. Yet, to Bai, the falcon's breakneck pace was of little consequence. Could it outstrip the stillness of time? He pondered for a moment before addressing Li Yu beside him. Li Zhua, it is time for you to showcase your prowess. Huh, me? Li Yu gaped, pointing at himself, utterly bewildered. Bai smiled enigmatically and leaned closer to whisper a few words into his ear. Li Xiao, can you actually manage this? I have expended considerable resources to enlist your protection. Boss Gao, drenched in cold sweat, exclaimed, having narrowly escaped death moments ago. Had it not been for Xiao Kuei's timely intervention, he would have already met his demise. Seeing Li Xiao struggle to deal with the falcon, he could no longer afford to be polite. Li Xiao's expression was grim, his eyes darting frantically within their sockets. Yet he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the falcon's afterimage. How could his proud demeanor allow him to admit that his earlier success in plucking a feather had been mere luck? Silence. Do not disturb me. I am devising a strategy. Li Xiao's brow glistened with sweat. He even contemplated abandoning these individuals and fleeing alone. After all, he aspired to become one of the 10 kings and could not afford to perish at the talons of a mere bird. At that moment, the grass in the distance began to rustle, the sound of shoes scraping against the underbrush breaking the tension. Someone is coming? Li Xiao and his companions felt a surge of hope. Anyone daring to appear in Heishan at this hour was surely no ordinary person. However, as the figures emerged from the thicket, their hearts sank. 2 ragged wastelanders stepped forth, their appearance peculiar. One bore a mechanical leg slung over his shoulder, while the other had a filthy bandage wrapped around his right hand, clutching a bulging sack in his left, which seemed to contain a box and various odds and ends. Wastelanders. What are Wastelanders doing here? Have they been captured to scout the area? They had seen many brought to Heishan for reconnaissance. In dire straits, Boss Gao could no longer afford to hesitate and shouted towards Bai and his companion. Friends behind us, I am Gao Banqing, son of the esteemed Gao Shana, president of the Jinfu Merchant Association. If you can assist me in overcoming this peril, I will offer substantial rewards in the future. Everyone awaited a response. Yet only the 2 Wastelanders stood there, their allies remaining unseen. Damn it, Gao Banqing cursed under his breath. Just then, the Wastelander with the bandaged hand coldly inquired. How much? Gao Banqing was taken aback. Could these 2 not be mere Wastelanders? It was not that he judged by appearances, but even the most unkempt of powerful beings would not dress as shabbily as Bai and his companion, nearly seeming to be in a state of undress. Initially, their garments, though tattered, had at least provided some semblance of coverage. However, after enduring 3 waves of aberrant beasts and attacks from carnivorous flora, their already meager rags had become even more tattered. Friend, if you can save us all, I am willing to pay 5 million. Gao Banqing implored urgently. A flicker of intrigue crossed Bai's eyes. He had not anticipated that this rotund man, resembling a shrewd merchant, would display such generosity, willing to spend to rescue the entire group. Furthermore, the man claimed to be the son of Gao Shana, a name nearly everyone in Beiming recognized, not for his strength, but for his immense wealth, widely regarded as the richest in the region. Even the Wastelanders residing in the town had heard of him, as the cockroach protein bars they consumed were part of Gao Shana's enterprise. 5 million was indeed a sum he could afford. Deal. Li Yu replied coolly. He then began to methodically unwrap the filthy bandage from his right hand, his expression focused and serious, as if engaged in a matter of great importance. Gao Banqing grew anxious. What are you doing? Wasn't the deal made? Please, I urge you to act swiftly. Li Yu did not even glance up, replying languidly, no rush. Before my magical hand, no foe shall evade their fate. Bai was momentarily taken aback. Was his companion truly so enamored with his role that he had even choreographed actions and lines? His initial intention had been to have Li Yu masquerade as a formidable figure, while he employed the stillness of time to subdue the falcon, thereby concealing the use of his power and diminishing his own presence. Though he held the title of a god in this new era, he was acutely aware of the frailty of his mortal form. Not to mention, if someone were to strike from the shadows, he might not even have time to activate the stillness of time. While the stillness rendered him invincible in direct confrontations, he was most vulnerable to ambushes. He feared not the 10 kings in open battle, but a sudden attack from an armed commoner could suffice to spell his doom. The unfamiliar faces before him were not weaklings, and he needed to exercise caution in their company. Thus, he had intended for Li Yu, the extraordinary one, to take center stage and draw attention while he discreetly provided support. However, he had not anticipated Li Yu's awkward and overly theatrical performance. Bai hastily gestured at him, signaling. Stop the pretense. If people die, who will pay? Upon noticing Bai's reassuring gaze, Li Yu's confidence soared. Indeed, brother, you recognize my talent. And he became all the more engrossed in his charade. Due to the distance, Gao Banqing and his companions could not discern the silent exchange between the two. They only saw Li Yu meticulously unwrapping the bandage, seemingly with no intention of action, which disheartened them further. Li Xiao scoffed. What are you waiting for? You still hope for 2 Wastelanders to save you. This beast is temporarily restrained by me, but my shadows cannot hold for long. Soon, your maid shall carry you while I make my escape. Fear not. As long as I am here, you shall not perish, but additional payment will be required afterward. Gao Banqing glanced at the others beside him, gritting his teeth. And what of them? I am only responsible for protecting you, Li Xiao replied coldly. A classic display of high emotional intelligence. He refrained from asserting that he could not safeguard the others, but emphasized that his protection was limited to one. Gao Banqing hesitated further, when suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed the Wastelander unwrapping the bandage was now directly approaching him. As he advanced, the bandage on his right hand gradually fell away, and as the blood-stained cloth slithered to the ground like a serpent, a pale hand emerged, revealing itself once more. The whiteness was strikingly pronounced, surpassing even his own complexion by a degree. Hiss! Li Yu inhaled sharply, cursing inwardly, realizing that he had been too tightly restrained in his daily life, to the point of not being able to bleed. Unsealing his powers, Li Yu flexed his rusty right hand and strode into the falcon's attack range with the gait of a champion, leisurely, as if strolling through a garden. The gunfire and the whistling of shadowy darts seemed to herald his entrance with fervent applause. Be careful, my lord, that beast is exceedingly swift, Gao Banqing cautioned, noticing Li Yu's audacity in facing the threat unarmed. Oh, how swift? Li Yu queried, his expression impassive as he raised his right hand. The moment his toes barely grazed the ground, Bai Ye activated his ability. Time froze. He could no longer bear the embarrassment of his companion's antics that never seemed to cease. A colossal golden dial materialized beneath Bai Ye's feet. With a delicate tap, the gears of time emitted a soft clicking sound, sending ripples of golden light through the air. Hum! A mysterious temporal wave enveloped the world. The wind stilled in the forest, leaves hung suspended in midair, and the whizzing bullets and shadowy darts froze in place. The once vibrant crowd now resembled a still photograph captured by a camera. Also caught in this stasis was the aberrant falcon, resembling a black lightning bolt. Its half-meter-long body and black-gray wings folded tightly against its side, abruptly suspended above the heads of the onlookers, its sharp beak glinting with metallic coldness. In this realm of absolute stillness, a ragged wasteland youth navigated the seams of time, the sole individual capable of interacting with the fabric of existence itself. Each step he took shattered the mirror of time, yet behind him, it reassembled into a complete stillness. Bai Ye approached the aberrant falcon, took a running leap, and effortlessly captured it. Gazing at the falcon in his hands, akin to a specimen, he swiftly broke its wings and thrust it into Li Yu's outstretched magical hand. All done, Bai Ye quickly returned to his original position, and time resumed. Hum! The mysterious temporal wave dissipated, and everything seemed as if it had never occurred. The crowd's consciousness remained anchored to the moment Li Yu had uttered those words. Oh, how swift! In the next instant, they saw a shadow abruptly freeze in midair, and the previously intense gunfire came to an abrupt halt with the shadow's emergence. Their pupils constricted violently, as if they had been petrified in place. Once again ensnared in the stillness of time, they stared in disbelief at the falcon, gripped tightly by an unseen force, its distorted head thrashing in agony, emitting a series of piercing, anguished cries. The intensity of its struggles caused numerous gray-black feathers to fall away. How is this possible? The shadowy figure, Li Xiao, gasped internally. Having personally faced the aberrant falcon, he understood all too well the creature's speed, which surpassed the limits of visibility. Its velocity was such that even his shadow darts could not keep pace, and one must remember, these darts were weightless, an extraordinary product capable of ignoring air resistance. A solemn expression crossed his face as he silently reassessed Li Yu's rank to match his own level of strength. The others, lacking Li Xiao's confidence, found themselves utterly astounded. No one had anticipated that this tattered wasteland dweller could so swiftly subdue the aberrant falcon. Chapter 43. So it was before the 10 kings. Li Yu himself was equally perplexed. He raised his right hand, bewildered as he looked at the aberrant falcon in his grasp. Wait, what is going on? How did the falcon just crash into my hand the moment I lifted it? Bai Ye had merely advised him to act impressively, but he hadn't anticipated such a grand display. At that moment, Li Yu's figure took on an aura of mystery and grandeur in the eyes of the others, who could now only see the aberrant falcon, which had previously caused them much distress, being effortlessly grasped by a wasteland dweller. Was this wasteland dweller also an extraordinary being? What power does he possess? Airborne manipulation? Realizing that what he had initially deemed swift was, in fact, not so remarkable, Liu hastily resumed his aloof persona, infusing his tone with a mix of coldness, arrogance, derision, and disdain. He relaxed his grip, allowing the barely conscious aberrant falcon to plummet to the ground. Bang! A scarlet bullet shot forth, piercing the falcon's skull with unerring precision, blood splattering in its wake. Bai Ye silently stowed away the breath of the bones. As this had been prearranged with Liu, who would deliver the final blow. After all, it was still an aberrant beast, and its vitality could not be squandered. A forbidden object? The crowd's hearts raced, realizing that neither of these wasteland individuals was ordinary. They had misjudged them. As Bai Ye felt the rush of fresh vitality, he suddenly paused, noticing that the energy provided by the aberrant falcon was somewhat off. Too little. Logically, the falcon's strength far exceeded that of any aberrant beast he had previously encountered. Even the hyena king was no match for it. Yet the vitality it provided was equivalent to merely 10 gray sparrows, akin to what he had received from Mr. Ing. Wait a moment. Bai Ye suddenly comprehended. It was the upper limit of vitality that Breath of the Bones could provide. 10 gray sparrows worth of vitality was already its maximum capacity. No matter how many stronger aberrant beasts he killed, the vitality yield would remain the same. Breath of the Bones was like a bottle, and the aberrant beasts were the water source. Filling the bottle from a stream or the ocean would yield the same result. Ultimately, only a single bottle would be filled. No wonder Breath of the Bones was merely a snake-level forbidden object. If it could endlessly siphon vitality from others to nourish its user, it would surely be classified as a dragon-level artifact. Thank you for your assistance. May I ask for your esteemed name? Gao Bansheng was the first to regain his composure, hastily cupping his hands in respect towards Liu. Liu cast a disinterested glance at him, responding flatly, Magic Hand Liu. Magic Hand Liu? The minds of the crowd raced, scouring their memories for any information regarding Magic Hand, but found none. It was inconceivable that such a formidable individual would remain obscure. Was he not a local? Thank you, Mr. Li, and this young brother for saving our lives. By the way, may I inquire about this young brother's name? Gao Bansheng then turned his gaze to Bai Ye. Bai Ye. Gao Bansheng hastily introduced himself. I am Gao Bansheng, son of Gao Shanha, president of the Jinfu Commerce Association. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Li and young brother Bai. The others, now coming to their senses, quickly expressed their gratitude as well. The middle-aged man wielding dual pistols said appreciatively, I am Double Gun Li Baitian, a bounty hunter. Thank you both for saving my life. If ever you require assistance, I, Li Baitian, will be at your service without expectation of reward. I am Hejian Slim Tiger, Quick Shooter, Rattlesnake. The crowd offered their names in a scattered manner, expressing their thanks. Only Li Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a proud glint in his eyes. With your strength, you have yet to ascend to the ranks of the 10 kings. It is clear that the world is blind. Magic Hand Liu, your prowess is commendable. Surely a place among the 10 kings awaits you in the future. It seems this journey to Heishan will not be tedious. There was an undercurrent of camaraderie in Li Xiao's words, a recognition shared among the strong. His haughty gaze, concealed behind a black mask, fell upon Liu, as if he alone among the crowd had caught his interest. Liu was taken aback, thinking, who are you, my friend? Do we know each other? He cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ye, seeking some indication, for Bai Ye had merely suggested he play the part of a master without divulging much detail, leaving him uncertain about how to respond to this seemingly powerful extraordinary being. At that moment, Bai Ye was preoccupied with the peculiar vitality provided by Breath of the Bones. Oblivious to Liu's silent plea for help, Liu felt a sudden jolt of nervousness. It was his first encounter as a formidable individual, who could enlighten him on the intricacies of dialogue among the powerful. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself to maintain the persona of a taciturn yet intimidating figure. Coldly, he inquired, who are you? Li Xiao's lips curled into a sharp smile as he proudly declared, I am the Shadow Man, Li Xiao. The name? Shadow Man Li Xiao? Liu had never heard of him. A wave of bewilderment washed over him. Having recently ascended to the ranks of the extraordinary, he had previously mingled solely with the lowly denizens of the Wasteland, and thus was unfamiliar with renowned superhumans. The only two he knew were the Night Girl from the Silent Tribunal and the 10 Kings, the latter of which he had learned about from Bai Ye. Hearing Li Xiao mention the 10 Kings suggested an implicit acknowledgement that he too could become one of them. Could it be that? A sudden realization dawned upon Liu, and he replied, Ah, so you are in the presence of the 10 Kings. Li Xiao's expression froze. His lips trembled, momentarily rendering him speechless. The others exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Though obscured by his black mask, the shifts in Li Xiao's eyes were evident. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to stammer. I am not. The tension escalated. Had Li Yu just misidentified a Ten King? Would his formidable persona crumble under such embarrassment? Clueless about how to respond, Li Yu maintained his stoic facade and awkwardly uttered, Oh, what is this attitude? You're saying you're not a Ten King. And now you have nothing to say? To Li Xiao, Li Yu's demeanor felt like a blatant provocation. What did this imply? Was he mocking the very idea of being acknowledged as a potential Ten King? If only Li Yu were privy to Li Xiao's thoughts, he would feel utterly wronged. He had no intention of provocation. It was Li Xiao who had invoked the prestige of the Ten Kings, insinuating that he could somehow determine their ranks, even expressing a hint of disdain towards them. The audacity. Chapter 44. An unexpected encounter? The atmosphere between the two grew increasingly peculiar until Gao Banqing, with a sudden smile, produced a check, shattering the tension. Mr. Li, here is a check for 5 million. Please take a look. The mere mention of 5 million nearly caused Li Yu, who was trying to play the role of a seasoned expert, to falter. He had never encountered such wealth. He pressed his lips tightly together, fearful of betraying his astonishment with laughter. Just as he reached out to accept it, Bai Ye interjected, snatching the money for himself while cheerfully stating, Just give it to me. Mr. Li isn't fond of such mundane matters. Li Yu's lips twitched in irritation. Who had said he didn't appreciate such things? He most certainly did. He understood that once the money was in Bai Ye's hands, he would receive nothing. What a farce. Gao Banqing nodded repeatedly and respectfully handed the check over. Once the money was secured, his demeanor relaxed, and he jovially inquired, Are you both heading to the 189 shelter? Li Yu responded with a curt nod. That is splendid. We are also bound for the 189 shelter. How about we travel together? To be frank, our group is a makeshift assembly. Aside from Li Xiao and my maid, Xiao Kuei, the rest are companions we encountered along the way, all of whom are accomplished bounty hunters. Since our destinations align, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us. It would be beneficial to have mutual support on the journey. What's more, should you procure valuable items from the previous era at the shelter, you would save the hassle of seeking buyers. Save the trouble of finding buyers? Bai Ye questioned, slightly puzzled. Gao Banqing flashed a confident smile. Because I am the best buyer there is, my dear brother Bai. I assure you, my offers are unmatched. Do you know why I am called Banqing? Bai Ye eyed him skeptically, pondering if it was because he only completed tasks halfway, earning the moniker of half-finished products. Precisely. Wait. What? Gao Banqing was momentarily taken aback, nearly amused to the point of laughter. Had it not been for Li Yu's presence, he would have thoroughly dissected that comment. Brother Bai, you jest. I am named Banqing, as in half a city, not half-finished goods. One of the cities under the control of the prestigious Jinfu Chamber of Commerce is named Wangguanjing. Upon my birth, my father gifted me half of that city, and thus, I earned the name Gao Banqing. After sharing this, he maintained his politeness while chuckling heartily, a laugh indicative of the wealthy. Bai Ye, upon hearing that laughter, recognized that Gao Banqing was not fabricating tales. Only those whose fortunes surpassed 1 billion could laugh in such a manner. Mr. Li, what say you? Gao Banqing inquired. Li Yu, already aware of Bai Ye's intentions, saw no reason to refuse. With a stoic countenance, he nodded. Upon receiving Li Yu's agreement, the others displayed visible delight. Who wouldn't wish for a powerful ally? The group set off with newfound enthusiasm. With the inclusion of the adept Li Yu and Bai Ye, the tension among the party dissipated, and many seized the opportunity to engage Li Yu in conversation. After all, in this wasteland, knowing a formidable individual, if only for a few words, was a valuable asset for future tales at the tavern, particularly for bounty hunters like the dual-gun-wielding Li Beitian. Bounty hunters operated as a loose network in the wasteland, addressing various tasks for employers, assassination, hunting, and even serving as mercenaries for powerful factions. They lived a precarious existence, spending their days either on missions or mingling in taverns. To uphold his powerful persona, Li Yu remained mostly silent, only engaging in brief exchanges with Bai Ye, fearful that too much conversation would reveal his lowly origins as a denizen of the wasteland. Rather than being offended, the others grew even more enthusiastic, as if believing that a true powerhouse should behave in such a manner. This left the shadow man, Li Xiao, feeling quite disgruntled before Li Yu's arrival. He alone enjoyed such privileges. Yet, with Li Yu now in the picture, everything had shifted. Even Gao Banqing had begun addressing him by name. This compelled Li Xiao to silently vow, once I defeat the tyrant Yang Jie and ascend as the new Ten King, you all will find yourselves unable to reach me. He refrained from confronting Li Yu, partly because Li Yu was not a Ten King, making victory meaningless, and partly due to his inability to swallow his pride. After all, he had just received assistance from Li Yu, albeit not by his own request. Brother Yi, that money is at the rear of the convoy, Li Yu murmured. Money? What money? Where did this money come from? Mr. Li, are you starting to speak nonsense? Bai Ye feigned astonishment. Brother Yi, I've lost a hand. I can't play along with your act. You can't even shortchange a disabled person. You've had your fun. I'm not asking you for money. Which is already generous. Just as Li Yu was about to say more, Gao Banqing approached, prompting him to fall silent and maintain his aloof demeanor. Brother Bai, at such a young age, you've already acquired forbidden items. Your future is boundless. Gao Banqing's plump face beamed with a smile. Noticing that Li Yu was indifferent to the group, he sought to establish a rapport with Bai Ye. Haha, Bai Ye responded with a forced smile. You can't compare to Boss Gao, who is always escorted by a maid. With those little arms and legs, just don't break them. He glanced at the petite maid, Xiao Kuei, who silently bore Gao Banqing on her back, her porcelain-like face exquisitely doll-like. Bai Ye couldn't help but wonder if she had been caught killing someone by the rotund Gao. Gao Banqing appeared oblivious to Bai Ye's sarcasm, chuckling, Brother Bai, you misunderstand. Though I, Gao Banqing, am wealthy, I never demean others. And her? Bai Ye pointed at the maid, Xiao Kuei. Gao Banqing smiled slightly. Oh, she is not human. Hiss. Bai Ye inhaled sharply, his eyes widening involuntarily, as if he were encountering the rotund figure before him for the first time. It must be you. Such words could only emanate from a capitalist. He had thought his own standards were low enough, yet today he bore witness to Gao Banqing. Truly a case of one mountain surpassing another. Dear Brother Bai, do take a look. Gao Banqing's pudgy hand reached towards the collar of Xiao Kuei's garment, tugging it downwards. What the hell? Can I truly behold this without cost? Directly gazing at her undergarments? Bai Ye hastily widened his eyes, staring intently. Yet he was left dumbfounded. A flash of silvery metallic coldness nearly blinding him. Ah, my eyes. Am I to develop styes? The glistening metallic exterior was exposed to the air, its intricate threads and circular patterns intricately interwoven. The minute grooves shimmered with ripples of light as Xiao Kuei moved, resembling liquid mercury coursing beneath the surface of her skin. This metallic undergarment was rather unique. Gao Banqing paused, perplexed. What on earth is metallic wind? Surely, you must be out of your mind? Dear Brother Bai is jesting. Gao Banqing continued. This is not mere undergarment. It is the very structure of Xiao Kuei's body. As you can see, she is not human, but a robot. One of the remnants from the era before the Great Cataclysm, unearthed from a shelter, and subsequently acquired by me. Bai Ye was secretly astonished. A robot? Such an advanced creation? He felt an increasing sense of the world's grotesqueness. While many lacked the means for mere sustenance, the wealthy possessed even bioengineered robots. By the way, dear Brother Bai, I observe that your physical condition is commendable, and you bear no traces of gene enhancement. Have you practiced the Qi and blood martial arts? Or are you an extraordinary being? Gao Banqing, noticing Bai Ye's ability to keep pace with the group, his composure unwavering, inquired further. Qi and blood martial arts? Bai Ye was not unfamiliar with the term. His previous amiable exchanges with military officers had imparted considerable knowledge, including the concept of Qi and blood martial arts. It sounded mystical, yet in truth, it was rather commonplace. Essentially a regimen that combined breathing techniques to enhance physical fitness. Post-cataclysm, survivors underwent a degree of mutation. Though their appearances remained unchanged, they possessed an internal essence known as Qi and blood, a form of biological energy. Research indicated that even before the cataclysm, humans harbored Qi and blood energy, merely concealed within. The mutations unleashed by the cataclysm merely brought this energy to the forefront. Through years of development, humanity had continuously researched and harnessed Qi and blood, ultimately culminating in the emergence of Qi and blood martial arts. This was not akin to the martial arts of novels, but rather involved specific breathing frequencies to mobilize internal Qi and blood, thereby enhancing one's physical prowess. Even without employing breathing techniques, as long as one maintained proper nutrition and consistent training, Qi and blood would naturally amplify. Strengthening the body over time, breathing techniques merely served to enhance efficiency. Qi and blood martial arts, also known as the civilian martial arts, were accessible to all, akin to fitness training. However, to achieve notable success, immense effort was required, often rendering it less effective than a mere injection from a genetic modifier. A saying circulated in the Wasteland, the poor rely on effort, while the rich depend on technology. As for the extraordinary beings, they were judged solely by talent and fortune. Bai Ye pondered before replying, Qi and blood martial arts. He was neither an extraordinary being, nor had he undergone gene enhancement or mechanical modification. He had merely appropriated a modicum of Qi and blood through forbidden means, which strictly fell within the realm of Qi and blood martial arts. Indeed, dear Brother Bai is a prodigy. Not all possess the tenacity to achieve in Qi and blood martial arts. It is evident that you aspire for greatness. Gao Banqing's high emotional intelligence elicited a raised eyebrow from Bai Ye. Could this truly be flattery? who was unaware that Qi and blood martial arts was often the path chosen by those in dire straits. Most practitioners spent their entire lives training in Qi and blood martial arts, only to find themselves outmatched by a single injection from a genetic modifier. As the group engaged in light-hearted banter, they traversed the perilous Black Mountain, finding an unexpected sense of leisure amidst the danger. Bai Ye, nestled within the crowd, felt increasingly astute. They had traversed half the journey, anticipating arrival near Shelter 189 by the morrow. Their swift progress was indeed owed to Gao Banqing and Li Xiao, who had procured an expensive map of the Black Mountain, allowing them to avoid numerous detours. Li Xiao seemed to be in a frenzy of sorts, eager to showcase his prowess before Li Yu. Throughout the journey, he required no assistance from others, leading the charge against mutated beasts and plants, effortlessly dispatching them with flair. After each encounter, he would glance back at Li Yu. As night descended, the already quiet Black Mountain fell into a profound stillness, punctuated only by the soft crackling of the fire. Bai Ye sat beside the flames, roasting a wild rabbit, his demeanor relaxed. They had saved considerable time today, he thought with a grin. 2 minutes and 49 seconds. This was the time remaining for him. Since joining the group, he had not utilized his ability to halt time, relying entirely on others to mitigate crises. He retrieved his golden pocket watch, glancing at it. 3 more hours, and he would accrue another minute. Please, let there be no unforeseen events. Allow me to pass this night in peace. As he savored the rabbit, he silently prayed, and indeed, the night passed without incident. The following morning, the group set forth once more. Throughout the journey, Bai Ye found himself in a daze. Could it be that they had truly encountered no danger? The night forest was the most perilous, and yet they had evaded all threats, leaving him questioning reality, even suspecting he had been poisoned by the rabbit's meat and was hallucinating. Before arriving at the Black Mountain, they had faced waves of mutated beasts daily. In conversation with Gao Banqing, Bai Ye's confusion was clarified. Chapter 46, The Panga Plan, merely a fantasy before death. After the forces of Dawn City discovered Shelter 189, they had repeatedly dispatched troops to purge the Black Mountain, resulting in the death or retreat of numerous mutated beasts, significantly diminishing the threat level. Otherwise, he would not have dared venture here. Bai Ye nodded. This aligned with his previous knowledge. Ultimately, the attacks on the Gray Soil Town were attributable to Dawn City. But why have we not encountered any troops from Dawn City along the way? Gao Banqing chuckled. Because most of the troops have been withdrawn. Withdrawn? Mobilizing an army was no simple task. Even the logistical concerns regarding sustenance were enough to give one a headache. Moreover, the dangers of the Black Mountain extended beyond the visible mutated beasts. There were venomous insects, toxic miasma, and other unseen threats that posed the greatest peril. Though Dawn City was formidable, it could not provide gene enhancements for every soldier. Ultimately, even trained soldiers were merely ordinary individuals. They could drive away mutated beasts with firearms. Yet surviving long-term in the Black Mountain was another matter entirely. It is said that Dawn City has been unable to unlock the doors of Shelter 189, and the uproar caused by their efforts has led to leaks of information, prompting various factions, even some extraordinary organizations and bounty hunters, to flock here, all eager to partake in the spoils of the shelter. Backed by the apocalyptic technology company, Dawn City was indeed powerful. Yet it could not afford to offend everyone simultaneously. Thus, they refrained from sealing off the Black Mountain, leaving only a cadre of elite warriors to lie in wait. Gao Banqing's expression turned sardonic as he continued. In my view, it is evident that the apocalyptic company is aware of their inability to open the shelter doors, and thus they allow the capable individuals from the entire North Mang to converge here, relying on their strength to unlock the shelter. Once the doors are ajar, it will be the moment the apocalyptic company reveals its fangs. The Black Mountain, after all, lies within the sphere of influence of the Apocalypse Corporation. Unless the various factions tear apart their facades and truly ignite a full-scale war, who could possibly usurp his dominion in this territory? Bai Ye's gaze flickered. He had anticipated that this wealthy, rotund man possessed some intelligence. This indeed was the grand design of the Apocalypse Corporation, of which he had already gleaned from Mr. Ng. Initially, Mr. Ng had proclaimed that only the tyrant Yang Jia could unlock the 189th shelter, and thereafter, he would take aim at Yang Jia. If you are aware of the Apocalypse Corporation's cunning scheme, then why do you wade into these murky waters? Gao Haching chuckled, his jowls quivering as he was jostled on the back of Xiao Kuei. The goal of the Apocalypse Corporation is the Panga Project. As for the other artifacts within the shelter, they are unlikely to be of much concern to them, with all factions sending representatives to Black Mountain. Do you think they would go to such lengths over trivial items, driving everyone to their doom? This implies that as long as one does not encroach upon the Panga Project, direct confrontation with the Apocalypse Corporation can be avoided. You seem rather unperturbed. Can you truly resist the temptation of the Panga Project? What nonsense is this so-called Panga Project? In my view, it is merely a rumor. Little Bai, do you know how many times the Panga Project has emerged? Bai Ye was taken aback. How many times? Gao Haching extended 5 chubby fingers. 5 times. What the hell? Bai Ye's heart sank. If there was no Panga USB in Black Mountain, then his time would have been utterly squandered. 5 times indeed. This thing is a colossal pitfall. The 112th shelter, the 134th shelter, the 181st shelter, and 2 others I can't recall. Each time these shelters emerged, they claimed to be nurturing the Panga Project. Yet, what came of it? All mere fabrications. In my estimation, the Panga Project does not exist in this world. It is but a fantasy spun by those from the age of civilization before their demise. If, as the legends say, the Panga Project possesses the power to create and destroy, how could the age of civilization have faced extinction? Another part of Bai Ye's heart turned cold. He even felt that Gao Haching was right. In the shattered era of civilization, decision-makers might very well have woven a lie called hope to preserve the spark of humanity. Wait, even if the Panga Project is a myth, the Panga USB should be real, right? The people of the civilized age would not have neglected to preserve those precious pieces of knowledge. There remains a glimmer of hope. Ahead, someone approaches. Bai Ye, who was leading the way to scout, suddenly lowered his body and gestured for everyone to be silent. Someone. Bai Ye followed the group closer. Encountering people in Black Mountain was not unusual, especially as they were nearing the 189th shelter, where the numbers would surely increase. 2 groups were at an impasse. Bai Ye whispered. This seasoned bounty hunter pulled out a tactical binocular from somewhere and began to observe quietly. One group consisted of 8 individuals, clad in matching attire, indicating they belonged to the same bounty hunter team. The other was a solitary figure, a youth with 4 swords strapped to his back. Let me see. Bai Ye reached for the binoculars. The others were curious, but, intimidated by Li Yu's presence, allowed Bai Ye to go first. With the aid of the binoculars, Bai Ye quickly spotted the 2 groups Bai Ye had mentioned. The youth, who bore 4 swords, held a ginseng root, still caked with fresh soil, suggesting it had been recently unearthed. The other group of 8 was pointing guns at the youth, and it appeared they were engaged in a heated discussion. Bai Ye deciphered their lip movements and gleaned they were arguing over the ginseng. Little Bai, let me have a look too. Gao Haching exclaimed eagerly. Like a bystander who relished the unfolding drama, Bai Ye handed him the binoculars and addressed the group. They must have discovered a ginseng root in Black Mountain, leading to this dispute. At that moment, Gao Haching gasped. I recognize that youth with the 4 swords. He is the swordsman Xiao Yi. Li Xiong narrowed his eyes, a glint of dangerous coldness flashing within. The swordsman Xiao Yi, the extraordinary being with a bounty of 85 million from the Eastern Continent Federation? Gao Haching nodded, his expression tinged with excitement, though no one knew the source of his thrill. He passed the binoculars to Li Xiong. It is indeed him. 85 million. Li Yu, who had been feigning nonchalance, nearly lost his composure upon hearing that astronomical figure. Had it not been for Bai Ye's discreet cough to remind him, his facade would surely have crumbled. Bai Ye was no stranger to the Eastern Continent Federation mentioned by Gao Haching. To be precise, anyone residing in this wasteland was familiar with the Eastern Continent. The land they inhabited was Eastern Continent, and the Eastern Continent Federation served as its supreme governing body, an institution established by various factions to maintain balance. Although it appeared to wield utmost authority, its actual management was rather lax, with major factions ruling their territories independently. As for the bounties, they were a deliberate scheme by the Eastern Continent Federation to fracture the ranks of disobedient extraordinary beings and genetic modifiers with formidable powers. Since time immemorial, heroes have transgressed laws with their might. In this era of cataclysm, these extraordinary beings and genetic modifiers were no exception. The Federation, in an effort to solidify its rule, instituted a series of stringent regulations targeting such individuals, prohibiting them from profiting through their extraordinary abilities, displaying their powers before ordinary people, and mandating monthly supervision. Any violation would result in a bounty. Chapter 47. Wait, hold on, stop. Once a bounty is placed, one must not only guard against the Federation but also remain wary of other extraordinary beings and genetic modifiers who might seek to exchange one's life for a reward. In this climate of mutual distrust, uniting becomes exceedingly difficult. To avoid a bounty is quite simple. One merely needs to join one of the major factions and serve the powerful, thus securing immunity. Strictly speaking, individuals like Li Yu, as extraordinary beings, could be classified as wanted criminals by the Federation. However, as their notoriety is currently low, no bounty has been placed upon them. This blatant stratagem renders extraordinary beings in the civilian sector incapable of flourishing. Some deranged extraordinary beings even take pride in their high bounties, actively challenging those with higher rewards to elevate their own. Li Xiong had sought him for quite some time. Not expecting to encounter him today in Black Mountain, he stated coldly, "Do you have a grudge against him?" Gao Haching asked, puzzled, as he had never heard of such a thing. Li Xiong set down the binoculars, stating, "No grudge." "Then what?" "Humph. I merely happened to slay a second-generation scion of a prominent family and was subsequently branded with an 85 million bounty. It is indeed a sign of the times when a mere child can achieve fame while true heroes remain obscure." Gao Haching. "Bai Ye, the crazy ones are showing up." Li Xiong, "I did not hire you to stir up trouble." Gao Haching implored anxiously. "Humph, rest assured." Li Xiong replied with a disdainful snort, his gaze dismissive. "The tyrant among the 10 kings approaches. A mere swordsman is hardly worthy of my interest." Bai Ye quietly marveled. He had come to realize that in Li Xiong's eyes, only the 10 kings mattered. Others failed to provoke his attention. He seldom spoke, but whenever he did, the 10 kings were invariably mentioned. "Boss Gao, what shall we do now? Should we take a detour?" Li Beitian inquired. Gao Haching beamed with a forced smile. "I am a kind-hearted person who cannot bear to see bloodshed. Naturally, I must intervene to prevent this conflict." In the depths of the forest, the swordsman Xiao Yi, clad in a flowing azure ancient-style robe, faced the 8 gunmen with an expression of calm. "Gentlemen, this century-old ginseng was discovered by me first. I kindly ask you to relinquish your claim." "You claim it was you who discovered it?" "Though I, Black Panther, maybe down an eye, the newly fitted metallic eye is sharper than any human eye. I clearly saw it first, and you simply snatched it away." A burly man wielding a shotgun growled ferociously, one of his eyes replaced with a gleaming metal prosthetic, radiating a cold red light. "Young man, as long as you surrender the ginseng, we shall not resort to violence." The Black Panther refrained from a direct assault. Unlike Gao Banqing, who was well acquainted with the world, he could not ascertain Xiao Yi's true capabilities. He merely understood that anyone capable of traversing the Black Mountain alone was certainly no ordinary individual. Under normal circumstances, he would never provoke such a person, yet the tantalizing allure of the century-old ginseng, a rare and extraordinary herb that could enhance vitality and fortify the body, was a temptation too great to resist. Its value in the black market was exorbitant. Faced with such evident profit, and bolstered by the superiority of numbers, they felt emboldened to take a risk. "Ah, it seems we must engage." Xiao Yi sighed, resting his forehead on his hand, weariness etched on his handsome face. A glint of ferocity flickered in the Black Panther's eyes. Exchanging glances with his companions, they swiftly loaded their firearms, ready to fire. Just then, Xiao Yi suddenly shouted, "Hold on." The Black Panther chuckled, sensing the young man's fear, but his expression shifted dramatically the next moment. Clang! A crisp sound of a blade ringing filled the air as a gleaming sword shot forth from behind Xiao Yi, resembling a shimmering white ribbon as it hurtled towards the Black Panther. The astonishing transformation left everyone astounded, for the sword seemed to possess a will of its own, soaring through the air as if on an automated course, reaching the Black Panther in an instant. Whoosh! The shotgun in the Black Panther's grip was cleaved in twain, falling to the ground with a dull thud. Xiao Yi smiled, gesturing with his hand as the sword returned to its sheath behind him. Observing the stunned expressions of his adversaries, he inquired with a smile, "Do we still wish to fight?" The Black Panther's countenance shifted through various shades of disbelief and rage. "Despicable. You called for a halt, only to launch a sneak attack. Such treacherous behavior." "Not at all," Xiao Yi replied with a gentle shake of his head. "When I said hold on, I was referring to my sword, which is named Hold On." The Black Panther's fury ignited as he felt ridiculed. His powerful form surged with energy, muscles rippling as a layer of dense black first sprouted forth. He crouched low, resembling a leopard poised to pounce. Just at that critical moment, Bai Ye and others entered the fray. Gao Banqing leaped from Xiao Kuei's side, bellowing, "Stop!" The Black Panther, startled by the sudden influx of people, hesitated, his gaze betraying a flicker of wariness and respect. Xiao Yi turned to Gao Banqing and his companions, offering a nod and a smile. Clang! Another sword instantly unsheathed from behind Xiao Yi, darting forth like a flash of lightning. "You dare to sneak attack again?" The Black Panther's eyes widened in fury, unable to fathom Xiao Yi's audacity in perpetually attempting ambushes. Yet, the fury in his gaze quickly morphed into terror as the sword's light loomed larger in his vision, the shadow of death enveloping him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Gao Banqing's expression soured. He had not anticipated Xiao Yi's blatant disregard for decorum. Just then, an unexpected scene unfolded. The sword aimed at the Black Panther's head halted mere centimeters from his eye. The Black Panther snapped back to reality, hastily retreating a few steps, only to find Xiao Yi inexplicably standing before him, gripping the sword's hilt firmly. Phew! Xiao Yi exhaled, relief washing over him. "That was close. I managed to intervene just in time." His words left the onlookers perplexed. What was happening? He turned to Gao Banqing, casting him a slightly reproachful glance. One mustn't call out stop indiscriminately. My sword is named stop. Gao Banqing was left speechless. What kind of absurdity is this? Hold on. Stop. Which well-meaning individual bestows such names upon their swords? Bai Ye was equally bewildered, pondering the eccentricities of the extraordinary beings around him. Was it truly that the awakening of their powers led to such eccentricities? Li Xiu likes to show off. Xiao Yi is an old silver coin, and Li Yu is a complete fool. Are there no normal individuals among them? Bai Ye blurted out. Xiao Yi, taken aback, asked, How did you know? Clang. Another sword unsheathed from behind him, and he hurriedly pressed it down, his face flushing red as he managed to suppress it. Chapter 48. My father, Gao Shanha. Brother, one cannot continue to shout. Lives are at stake. However, you only guessed half correctly. The sword that just intervened is named Wait a Moment, while the last one is not Stop. Bai Ye's expression turned peculiar, and he began to suspect. What is it called? Xiao Yi smiled mysteriously and revealed 3 words. I was wrong. Bai Ye was momentarily stunned by those 3 words. After regaining his composure, he gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up. Impressive. Xiao Yi accepted the compliment with grace. If after these 3 swords the enemy still stands, then I can only admit my error, hence the name I was wrong. How much longer must we converse? The Black Panther interrupted, seething with indignation at being blatantly disregarded. Xiao Yi turned to him. Do we still wish to fight? Despite the apprehension in the Black Panther's demeanor, he refused to concede verbally. Previously, I was merely caught off guard by your sneak attack. If it comes to a true confrontation, I am not so easily defeated. I am a genetic modifier who has undergone 3 injections. Oh, Xiao Yi feigned astonishment. A 3-injection powerhouse. How impressive. Hiss. Everyone, please remain calm. Let us resolve this amicably. After all, we are all here in Black Mountain seeking fortune, and there is no need for bloodshed. Gao Banqing stepped forward, adopting the role of peacemaker. The Black Panther's expression darkened. Give you face? Who do you think you are? Unfazed, Gao Banqing smiled and introduced himself. I am Gao Banqing. Gao Banqing. I have not heard of you. My father is Gao Shanha. What? The president of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce, the wealthiest man in Beimang, is your father? The Black Panther and his companions' faces transformed, their astonishment palpable. Gao Banqing nodded with a smile, producing a golden token intricately crafted, depicting mountains and rivers. Each detail lifelike and exquisite. The mountain river token of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce? The Black Panther exclaimed, clearly recognizing its significance. May I ask if you could grant me this favor? Gao Banqing repeated his earlier request, but this time the response was markedly different. The Black Panther scrutinized him for a moment, then relented. Since it is Boss Gao in person, I shall grant this favor, but... He shifted his gaze, glaring fiercely at Xiao Yi. He stole my ginseng. How will we address this? According to protocol, the ginseng was discovered together, so he owes me half. Should this ginseng be cut, its value will drastically diminish, so do not harbor such delusions, Boss Gao. It is best you do not involve yourself in this matter. Xiao Yi remarked nonchalantly. Gao Banqing smiled slightly, stepping between the 2 factions. He then pulled out a stack of checks and a pen, writing confidently and calmly. The price of this ginseng is approximately 1.5 million. I will round it up to 2 million. With a rip, Gao Banqing tore off 2 checks, handing one to Xiao Yi and the other to the Black Panther. They both stared at the checks in disbelief. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. 2 million? You also received 2 million? The Black Panther was equally astonished. 2 million each? They had expected Gao Banqing to offer 1 million to each, as that would constitute a fair split. The 2 exchanged glances, looking at the smiling Gao Banqing. I will pay double the price to purchase this ginseng from both of you, as a gesture of friendship. How does that sound? At that moment, both men felt momentarily blinded, dazzled by the glimmer of wealth radiating from Gao Banqing. What does it mean to be extravagantly wealthy? They have certainly witnessed it. It appears that the affluent consider doubling the price as merely splitting the cost. Truly, the son of the esteemed President Gao is indeed generous. I, Xiao Yi, have resolved to befriend you. I too, Black Panther hurriedly chimed in. Accepting the mutated ginseng, Gao Banqing turned to Li Yu and expressed his gratitude. I am forever indebted to you for your life-saving assistance. Mr. Li, aware of your disinclination towards trivial material wealth, I have procured a century-old mutated ginseng for you. I humbly ask you to accept it. Li Yu was momentarily taken aback by the ginseng before him. You gave this to me? He was still reeling from the shock of Gao Banqing purchasing the ginseng at double the price when, to his astonishment, it was now being gifted to him. Is this truly the world of the wealthy? This exchange left not only Li Yu, but even Bai Ye, utterly astounded. The enchantment of wealth was indeed breathtaking, but what truly amazed him was Gao Banqing's audacity. A ginseng worth 1,500,000 was turned into a 2 million offer to foster friendship, ensuring mutual satisfaction, and then presented to Li Yu with such seamless grace. In light of this, Bai Ye could only conclude, I too wish to befriend you. Swiftly, he snatched the ginseng and tucked it into his own clothing. Just give it to me. I shall keep it for Mr. Li. After showcasing a modicum of wealth's allure, Gao Banqing naturally extended an invitation to form a team with Xiao Yi and the others. Unsurprisingly, all parties agreed without a moment's hesitation. To bend the knee for wealth is an act unworthy of true strength. Li Xiao, who had previously regarded the sword-bearer Xiao Yi with disdain, now held him in even greater contempt. This sentiment was overheard by Bai Ye, who could not help but inquire, did you not also accept Gao's money? Li Xiao shot him a sidelong glance and retorted coldly, I am different from them. They seek wealth, while my purpose here is to confront the tyrant Yang Jie, one of the 10 kings, and perhaps earn a bit of travel fare along the way. Is there a problem? To this, Bai Ye responded succinctly, Touché. I truly find it futile to converse with you. You never stray from the topic of the 10 kings, a double standard if ever there was one. He realized that Li Xiao and Gao Banqing were indeed a match made in heaven. One spoke of his father, Gao Shanha, while the other spoke incessantly of the 10 kings. No wonder they found common ground. With the addition of Xiao Yi and the others, Bai Ye felt increasingly at ease, oftentimes. To bolster his vigor, he found himself eagerly employing Breath of the Undead, lest the mutated beasts prove insufficient. Observing Gao Banqing mingling with the crowd, Bai Ye began to suspect that this hefty individual was not here for refuge, but rather to recruit allies. By noon, the group arrived safely at the vicinity of the entrance to Shelter 189. Beyond this grove lies the entrance to Shelter 189, Li Beitian declared, pulling out a map of Black Mountain and pointing to a red circle. Why is there a mountain depicted within the red circle? Bai Ye inquired curiously. Li Beitian chuckled. My young brother Bai, you may not be aware, but Shelter 189 is located beneath the mountain. It is a mystery how the people of the old era managed to establish a refuge in such a locale. At long last, we are nearly there, Xiao Yi proclaimed, a spark of determination igniting within him as he took the lead. Brother Xiao, have you come seeking the rumors surrounding the Panga project? Gao Banqing asked. Not quite. I am here to procure a few suitable swords. Gao Banqing paused, taken aback. The technology of the old era was remarkably advanced, predominantly employing firearms. To seek swords within a shelter may prove fruitless. Xiao Yi gently shook his head, smiling as he replied, your assumptions are misguided. It is said that in the old era, there existed a divine sword, its edge as swift as lightning, devoid of substance or blade, able to dissolve matter upon contact as if it were snow in boiling water, incinerating armor in its luminous wake. Do such divine swords exist? Gao Banqing pondered for a while, but could not conjure an answer that met the criteria. Meanwhile, Bai Ye was momentarily startled. Isn't that akin to a laser sword? Xiao Yi beamed with joy. Who would have thought that despite your humble origins, Brother Bai possesses such extraordinary insight, recognizing the divine sword as a laser? Bai Ye's expression darkened. You could have omitted the remark about humble origins. That is a misconception. As the ancients said, humble beginnings are not a disgrace. It is the ability to endure and adapt that defines a true man. In my eyes, Brother Bai, with your youthful vigor and your association with Mr. Li, you are destined for greatness. During their shared journey, the group had learned a bit about each other, including the miraculous feat of the magician Li Yu capturing a mutated peregrine falcon. A laser sword is a high-tech weapon, likely not in line with your swordsmanship aspirations. Bai Ye remarked. Xiao Yi shook his head earnestly. A laser sword is still a sword. As long as it is a sword, it can be wielded by me. Are you implying that supersonic fire swords, aircraft carrier swords, and interstellar battle swords also count as swords? The group chuckled as they soon traversed the grove and arrived at an expansive clearing. Goodness, so many people, Xiao Yi exclaimed, astonished by the sight of several hundred individuals. These people appeared to be divided into two factions, occupying the southern and northern regions, with a clear pathway between them. The individuals in the southern group were clad in standard uniforms, adorned with the emblem of the Eye of Apocalypse on their chests, evidently members of the Apocalypse Technology Company. Numbering close to 200, their expressions grim and stony, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. The northern group was larger, approximately 300 in number. Their attire varied and their weaponry eclectic, gathering in small clusters, each wary of the others, resembling a disorganized rabble. Bai Ye paid little mind to these individuals, instead gazing beyond the crowd towards the shelter he had longed for, a massive cavern situated within the mountain, surrounded by rubble and signs of an explosion. With several charred corpses scattered haphazardly on the ground, the cavern was shrouded in darkness, akin to a black hole that devoured sunlight, rendering its interior invisible. The people seemed to harbor a profound fear of the cavern, daring not to approach it, resulting in a vacuum-like area extending 100 meters around it. The individuals on the south are gene warriors from Apocalypse. Gao Banshing suddenly whispered. Bai Ye snapped back to reality and glanced at the gene warriors. His attention quickly drawn to a man and a woman flanked by the gene warriors, seemingly the leaders of the group. The man, bare-chested, perched upon a massive rock. His bronze-hued muscles glistening in the sunlight, stood a towering 2 meters tall, resembling a small giant. His eyes were not human, but rather beastly, featuring slit pupils reminiscent of toxic amber. The woman was even more striking, her physique exaggeratedly muscular, clad in a snakeskin mini-skirt and tube top, her long, pale legs exposed to the air, possessing a countenance that bore the hallmark of a snake spirit, her alluring gaze directed at Bai Ye and the others, her crimson lips curling into a subtle smile. Swordbearer Xiao Yi and Shadowman Li Xiao, who would have thought that two of you, each with a bounty exceeding 10 million, would travel together? Bai Ye wondered, glancing furtively at the two. Just as Xiao Yi was about to speak, Li Xiao stepped forward, positioning himself before the crowd, hands clasped behind his back, and proclaimed with an air of arrogance, "To recognize me at a glance speaks to your significance. Now, state your name." His commanding presence drew the attention of many, and it was evident he reveled in the sensation of being the center of attention. The woman let out a melodious laugh, her voice as enchanting as a siren's call. The silver serpent of the 12 Zodiac. The 12 Zodiac? Bai Ye's expression grew slightly peculiar as he recalled the eccentric Mr. Eagle, discreetly casting a glance towards Li Yu. However, Li Yu ignored him entirely, his sharp gaze fixated on the silver serpent, his pupils quivering in response to her movements. With a deep sigh, Bai Ye found himself at a loss for words regarding Li Yu, who indulged in smoking, drinking, gambling, and the pursuit of wealth and pleasure. Did he possess any redeeming qualities? He cautiously approached Li Yu and cleared his throat softly. Only then did Li Yu snap back to reality, wiping his mouth and slightly parting his lips to ask, "What's up, brother Yi?" In the presence of the 12 Zodiac, he inquired, "What do you think of this situation?" Li Yu swallowed hard and replied eagerly, "Of course, we must watch it repeatedly." Bai Ye felt a surge of frustration, nearly cursing aloud, but managed to restrain himself just in time. "Can you not display a modicum of vigilance?" He pointed towards the tattered sack containing the black M300 serpents. Finally regaining his composure, Li Yu hurriedly concealed the sack behind him. After doing so, he paused, seemingly realizing something. "Did you just insult me?" "No," Bai Ye retorted, casting him a disdainful glance. "I meant that your mother's laughter surpasses everything." In the midst of the gathering, Li Xiao's eyes glimmered with a sharp light. Entirely disregarding the voluptuous silver serpent, his gaze fixated on the wild man beneath it. Among the 12 Zodiac, the silver serpent and the underworld tiger were inseparable, famously known as the tiger's head and the serpent's tail, and it appeared that the gentleman before him was indeed the underworld tiger. The man known as the underworld tiger shot Li Xiao a cold glance, his eyes filled with disdain, uttering not a word, seemingly unimpressed by Li Xiao's presence. Li Xiao's expression darkened. "I did not expect that the famed underworld tiger of the 12 Zodiac would be mute. It seems Tiankai Company has truly faltered in their selection process." Goodness. Bai Ye stood there, dumbfounded. "How dare you? That man is accompanied by 200 gene warriors. Do you think you are me?" Had he known that Li Xiao would act so recklessly, he would not have teamed up with him. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, he quietly retreated to the back of the crowd. However, upon reaching the very end of the line, he discovered someone had beaten him to it. "Li Zhua, when did you arrive?" "Just a bit earlier than you." Li Yu sheepishly scratched his head. Meanwhile, the underworld tiger had risen from the boulder, his blood surging with a terrifying aura reminiscent of a fierce tiger, emanating the presence of a top predator. "Shadowman Li Xiao, do you wish to die?" Chapter 50, A Gathering of the Strong. The shadow beneath Li Xiao stood silently, sneering, "You think you can intimidate me?" The atmosphere in the arena grew tense, with many spectators eager to witness the unfolding drama. Gao Banshing, sweating profusely, hurriedly stepped forward. "Hold on, Mr. Underworld Tiger, my father," clang. Before he could finish, the crisp sound of a sword echoed, interrupting him. Gao Banshing turned in shock to see Xiao Yi's sword soaring above his head, aimed at the Underworld Tiger. This action was immediately perceived by the Underworld Tiger and his men as a declaration of war, prompting 200 gene warriors to draw their submachine guns, targeting Gao Banshing and his companions. "Hey, come back." Xiao Yi dashed forward, grabbing hold on. He chuckled awkwardly at the crowd. "If I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" The only response he received was the ominous sight of 200 gun barrels. Gao Banshing panicked, lamenting the choice of his companions. "What kind of teammates have I found? At least Mr. Li is reliable, never spouting unnecessary words. Where are Mr. Li and Brother Bai?" Just as the confrontation seemed imminent, Gao Banqing cried out, "My father, Gao Shanhe." A wave of paternal authority surged through the crowd, bringing an abrupt silence. A flicker of intrigue crossed the underworld tiger's eyes as he raised a hand, signaling his men to refrain from firing. "And you are?" Gao Banqing, panting heavily, replied. "I am Gao Banqing, son of the president of the Jinfu Merchant Association." As he spoke, he fumbled to produce the Mountain River Order. "Mr. Underworld Tiger, this is merely a small misunderstanding. My friends do not intend to oppose Tiankai Company. I kindly request your leniency." The Underworld Tiger glanced at the Mountain River Order, his demeanor softening. "Ah, so you are the son of President Gao. The company has extensive collaborations with your merchant association. Naturally, we must show you some courtesy. Stand down, everyone." He then returned to his perch atop the boulder, lapsing into silence as if awaiting something. However, Li Xiao remained unsatisfied, eager to continue his provocation, prompting Gao Banqing to hurriedly intervene, whispering, "Li Xiao, do not forget your purpose for coming to Heishan. Humph. Before slaying the 10 kings, Li, do not mind teaching a lesson to the lesser ones." Gao Banqing felt an overwhelming urge to slap Li Xiao. If the 12 zodiac were deemed lesser beings, then true power would be non-existent in this world. His mind raced, formulating a plan. If the Underworld Tiger is not even one of the 10 kings, then should you strike him, it would be a disgrace to your dignity. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao's expression softened slightly, yet he still coldly remarked, "You speak with some sense. Very well, I shall spare him today." With a sigh of relief, Gao Banqing urged the group, "Let us proceed north." The northern region was teeming with no fewer than 300 individuals, surpassing the numbers of Tiankai Company, yet they were disorganized, scattered into numerous small factions. These individuals donned a variety of attire, wielding an array of weapons, including bounty hunters, extraordinary organizations, and representatives from various factions. Tiankai Company, enjoying the advantage of home ground, led in both numbers and equipment, prompting these diverse groups to momentarily unite in a bid to prevent Tiankai Company from monopolizing the 189 shelter. Bai Ye mingled among the crowd, quietly observing. Some clusters consisted of just a few people, forming small circles, while others boasted dozens, and some stood alone. Like the night girl from the silent court. Upon seeing her for the second time, Bai Ye was not surprised. She was clearly drawn to the 189 shelter. Yet for reasons aligned with her organizational ethos or personal choice, she sought to rescue the wasteland settlements surrounding Heishan. Leaning against the mountainside, the night girl seemed vigilant against potential ambushes. Her long, dark hair danced in the wind, while she cradled her slender silver cross sword. Clad in the same attire as before, her color palette remained limited to black and silver. A 2-meter radius around her was devoid of anyone, as those nearby seemed to understand that she was not to be trifled with, and no one dared approach. At that moment, the night girl appeared to sense something. Her light brown eyes turning toward Bai Ye. Her gaze was calm and steady as she offered him a slight nod before averting her eyes. Not deluding himself into thinking that her attention stemmed from his handsomeness. Having gone 3 days without washing his face and being battered by the elements, Bai Ye recognized that her interest arose from his actions in the ash-laden town. He too shifted his gaze, surveying the others when, from the nearby thicket, a man emerged, smiling as he scanned the crowd before making his way toward the northern group. Finding a spot to sit down, indicating he had just arrived. This solitary man attracted considerable attention, not for any other reason but his striking appearance. Clad in tattered formal wear, his face painted like a clown, his vividly red lips stretched almost to his ears. While many present wore peculiar garments and masks, none resembled a clown. After seating himself, the clown exhibited even more eccentric behavior, laughing jovially despite the absence of company, conversing with the air beside him, and occasionally pulling faces. He seemed less a seeker of refuge in Heishan and more a harbinger of humor. People gazed at him as if he were a madman, and many laughed derisively, yet he appeared oblivious, engaging in lively conversation with the air. "Who was that rotund fellow?" Bai Ye inquired curiously. Based on his self-devised law of the eccentricity of extraordinary beings, he surmised that this jester must possess considerable strength, for the madder they were, the stronger they became. And the more abnormal, the mightier. Gao Hanqing's face darkened as he cast a glance at Li Yu, deciding to swallow his indignation. Following Bai Ye's pointed direction, his expression shifted noticeably. "The phantom jester, this lunatic has arrived too? Do you know him?" Gao Hanqing nodded slightly. "It's my first time seeing him, but his characteristics are too distinctive to mistake. Is he also an extraordinary being? Probably not." "Probably." Bai Ye was taken aback. The phantom jester's prowess was formidable, yet he had never exhibited extraordinary powers, nor undergone genetic or mechanical modifications. Qi and blood martial arts? Indeed, he has made quite a name for himself solely through Qi and blood martial arts. Even those who have undergone 5 injections of genetic enhancements cannot match him. Bai Ye cast another scrutinizing glance at the phantom jester, astonished that this seemingly frail man had cultivated qi and blood martial arts to such an extent, rivaling genetic technology with mere flesh and blood. Then why do you say he probably isn't an extraordinary being? Because he has an invisible girlfriend. Haven't you noticed he has been talking to the air? In truth, he is conversing with his girlfriend. Chapter 51, The Black Mountain Grand Stage. If you're not alive, don't come. An air girlfriend? Bai Ye's perception was once again challenged. Indeed, in this era of cataclysms, there existed all manner of oddities. More accurately, it was a ghostly girlfriend, entirely invisible, akin to a specter. Others called him the phantom jester, and rumors circulated that his ghostly girlfriend might actually exist. Purportedly his extraordinary ability, though it had never been substantiated. However, even if he were not an extraordinary being, his strength was not to be underestimated. Do you know how much he is being offered for a bounty? Gao Hansheng inquired mysteriously. How much? 170 million. What? Does that mean Li Xiao's bounty doesn't even compare to a fraction of that? Li Xiao turned, casting a cold glare. Kid, say that again if you dare. Bai Ye showed no inclination to indulge him. What? Is the truth not permitted to be spoken? If you have the guts, raise your bounty to 170 million. Li Xiao seethed with fury but refrained from attacking Bai Ye, as if adhering to some personal principle of only challenging the strong. Observing the furious Li Xiao, Bai Ye silently counted down, 3, 2, 1. 10 kings. The tyrant Yang Jie had a bounty of 1,290 million. Once I triumph over him, a bounty exceeding 1.5 billion is but a matter of time. Bai Ye wore an expression that conveyed his expectations. I knew you would mention the 10 kings. He paid little attention to Li Xiao, instead feeling a burgeoning interest in the phantom jester. He stealthily approached, eager to overhear the jester's conversation with his ethereal girlfriend. Amidst the bustling crowd, the jester embraced the air with one arm, his movements gentle, a smile gracing his face, as if he were holding an invisible lady. Do you think the scenery of Black Mountain is beautiful? We should come here often. I've heard that the sunrise from the peak of Black Mountain is even more splendid. Once this matter is settled, I shall take you to witness the sunrise at Black Mountain. The jester paused, seemingly listening to his ghostly girlfriend's response. Surrounding onlookers snickered, mocking the jester for abandoning the circus to join the fray, suggesting he might be devoured by aberrant beasts. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let this madman hear you, or he might come over and bite you, haha. In an age where information was scarce or entirely severed, not everyone was as worldly as Gao Hansheng, the son of the wealthiest man, whose access to intelligence surpassed common imagination. The phantom jester was not a celebrity. Many did not recognize him, and even among celebrities, universal recognition was a rarity. Listening to the crowd's derision, the phantom jester continued to smile, gazing affectionately at the air, with no room in his eyes for anything else. In his vision, it was not merely air, but a young woman clad in a white pleated skirt, her features gentle and her smile warm. This woman, in the bloom of her youth, was not exceptionally beautiful, yet radiated the unique charm of a girl in her prime. Blossoming like a flower, each gesture exuding an enchanting allure. Yi's gaze reflected innocent curiosity and shyness as her fingertips unconsciously twirled the pristine hem of her skirt, softly asking, why are they laughing? The jester gently combed Yi's hair, smiling as he replied, because they cannot see you. Yi looked up, her eyes sparkling as she regarded the vibrant-faced jester, grinning. Then why do you smile? The jester's smile widened, brimming with joy, because only I can see you. His tone carried a hint of pride and delight, akin to a little squirrel triumphantly hiding a treasure it had pilfered. Gasp! Bai Ye, eavesdropping from a distance, inhaled sharply. He could neither see nor hear Yi, only witnessing the jester professing his affections to the air. The sincerity of his words, intertwined with the bizarre nature of addressing the void, sent shivers down his spine. He hastily distanced himself from the phantom jester. Returning to the group, where he found Gao Hansheng engaged in conversation with others, their camaraderie evident. Brother Bao, why are all of you waiting at the cave entrance? Why not venture inside? The man known as Brother Bao replied quietly. Only you would dare to ask. Anyone else, and I would ignore them entirely. Did you see the dozen corpses in front of the cave? Yes, how did they die? Killed by the guards inside the cave. There are guards in the cave? Gao Hansheng feigned surprise. Brother Bao clearly relished this attention, his vanity satisfied by the astonishment of the wealthiest heir. Indeed, a colossal figure clad in silver armor, with eyes that can shoot lasers, truly terrifying. With so many of us, can't we deal with a single robot? Boss Gao, do not underestimate this robot. It is a relic of the old era's warfare, capable of activating the legendary energy shield. This energy shield is no trifling matter. We've used guns, fire, and explosives, and left no trace behind. Did you see the Zodiac 12 over there? They've been here for a month and still haven't breached the robot's defenses. What should we do? Are we to just wait here? Gao Hanqing's expression turned anxious. Do not fret, Boss Gao. We are not idle. We are merely resting. Previously, the Steel Brotherhood conferred with the Zodiac 12 regarding strategies, launching attacks on the robot at intervals. The robot is quite rigid. As long as we remain outside a 100-meter radius, its defense mechanism will not activate. We can gradually wear down its energy. It has survived for a century since the old era, and I refuse to believe it has endless energy. Gao Hanqing chuckled dryly. As the son of the wealthiest man, he was privy to numerous secrets of the old world, including controlled nuclear fusion. If this robot was powered by controlled nuclear fusion, this group would perish before they could exhaust its energy. Ah, what was that sound? Gao Hanqing was startled by the sudden noise. A sound he recognized all too well, yet wondered how it had come to be in Black Mountain. Not only him, but the majority of those present had heard it. Bai Ye turned to the source, his gaze landing on the tent of the apocalyptic company to the south. The tent was shaking violently, and the sound emanated from within, while Silver Serpent and Dark Tiger had vanished. Damn, are they that desperate? Bai Ye was bewildered, yet deeply shocked. Was there truly no normal person left on Black Mountain? He felt both exasperated and amused as an incongruous phrase sprang to mind, perfectly encapsulating this journey to Black Mountain. The grand stage of Black Mountain. If you can't perform, don't show up. Were these two truly so uninhibited in their daily lives? Gao Banqing's face was a portrait of astonishment. Bao Ge chuckled. There's no need for surprise. Boss Gao, we are quite accustomed to their antics. These two make it a point to engage in some activity every day. It is said that the genetic serums injected into the 12 zodiac signs are distinct from those available on the market, specifically researched by Apocalypse Corporation. While they bestow formidable combat prowess, they also come with evident side effects, such as retaining a degree of bestial instinct. After all, beasts will always find a way to procreate, regardless of the circumstances. Gao Banqing, Chapter 52, The Robot. Half an hour later, the cacophony subsided. Clad impeccably, the grim tiger emerged from the tent, cradling the flushed silver serpent in his arms. At that moment, the alluring serpent seemed even more enchanting. Finally, you've emerged. I've been waiting for quite some time past our agreed hour. An emaciated elder with graying hair stepped out from the north. A dozen mechanical augmenters trailed behind him. Bao Gu, conversing with Gao Banqing, whispered, that is he Qianjun, a formidable warrior adept in blood and martial arts, and the instructor of the Iron Brotherhood. It is said that he trained the 100,000 Iron Guards within the Brotherhood, earning the title of Grand Commander of the Iron Guards. One crane can match 1,000 soldiers. Moreover, he is one of the few in the Iron Brotherhood who has not undergone mechanical augmentation. Gao Banqing squinted slightly. I didn't expect him to be here. It seems the Iron Brotherhood is determined to seize Black Mountain. It's a pity he has brought so few men. The grim tiger grinned at He Qianjun. It appears we didn't quite perform to our potential this time. The silver serpent shot him a mock glare, her delicate hand playfully grasping his muscular chest. He Qianjun's expression darkened. If the 12 zodiac signs do not wish to breach Shelter 189, you may leave at once. Ha ha ha. Old He, do not be angered. We, the 12 zodiac signs, are certainly intent on breaching the shelter. Is that not the very purpose of our gathering? The grim tiger replied with a smile. Though he spoke with ease, internally, he felt no urgency, well aware that their group lacked the means to exhaust the robot's energy. Previous attempts by the company had all ended in failure. The only way to neutralize the robots was to await the tyrant, but alas, the tyrant was far away. Even if he learned of the happenings in Black Mountain, it would take him 3 days to arrive. What are we waiting for? Gather your men and commence. He Qianjun hunched over, hands clasped behind his back, making his way toward the cave, closely followed by a dozen fully armed mechanical augmenters. Observing his movement, the others rose cautiously, making their way toward the cave, evidently united by a prior agreement. Boss Gao, let us proceed as well. Everyone has committed to jointly depleting the robot's energy. Anyone who hesitates will find themselves targeted by the rest, Bao Gu kindly reminded before joining the main group. Gao Banqing nodded. In that case, Mr. Li, Brother Xiao, and Li Xiao, let us take action too. As it is an opportune moment to witness the might of the war machines from the bygone era, the group readily consented, with Bai Ye trailing at the back, curious to discover just how formidable the robots of the civilized age truly were. As He Qianjun reached the 100-meter mark of the cave's entrance, a thunderous rumble erupted from within, as though some colossal entity was awakening and slowly making its way out. The atmosphere grew tense among the crowd. The ground began to tremble, rippling as if subjected to a minor earthquake, causing even the pebbles on the surface to dance. The next moment, a silver giant emerged from the cave, its gleaming metallic exterior flowing like liquid mercury, reflecting a harsh light. Each facet of its form appeared to have been crafted with laser precision. It stood at the cave's mouth, towering as high as a 2-story building. its shoulder armor slightly bulging, adorned with diamond-shaped vents from which wisps of white steam billowed forth. This colossal robot from the bygone era bore no facial features. Its visage enveloped in a silver-white metallic mask, save for a pair of crimson eyes that glowed like two eternal flames, scanning its surroundings. Warning! Warning! Crimson plague-infected individuals detected. Immediate extermination required. A cold electronic voice emanated from the robot, and its crimson eyes began to flicker at a high frequency. Attack! He Qianjun bellowed, prompting the mechanical augmenters behind him to raise their metallic limbs. Accompanied by the sounds of gears turning and metal clashing, their mechanical arms rotated, revealing gun barrels reminiscent of Gatling guns. With a rapid-fire da-da-da, eerie blue flames erupted from the gun muzzles, weaving into a dense web of firepower that rained down upon the robot. However, in the next instant, a beam of ghostly blue light burst forth from the robot, swiftly forming a diamond-shaped blue energy shield, rendering the bullets that struck it into mere vapor, leaving no trace behind. Everyone, attack together, the grim tiger shouted, and the crowd promptly complied, joining the fray. Yet, none dared approach the robot, opting instead to fire from a distance. Hundreds opened fire simultaneously, unleashing a metallic storm within the confines of Black Mountain. Logically, such firepower could easily conquer a small county, yet it proved ineffectual against the silver robot. Bai Ye pretended to pull out the breath of the bones and fired twice, deliberately refraining from using blood energy. He was aware that a forbidden object of the snake level wouldn't be capable of breaching the energy shield, thus he saw no need to waste his blood energy. Gao Bansheng, the wealthy heir, was even less inclined to pretend, choosing instead to stand behind the maid, Xiao Kuei, too lazy to even fire a shot. Hey, Fat Gao? What exactly is this crimson plague the robot mentioned? Bai Ye inquired while feigning indifference. The crimson plague is a mysterious virus that erupted during the Great Cataclysm. The aberrant beasts are a result of the infection from the crimson plague, Gao Bansheng shouted, his voice barely rising above the din of gunfire. So, does that mean that superhumans and blood martial artists are also a consequence of the crimson plague? Bai Ye leaned closer to Gao Bansheng, shouting into his ear. Keep it down. You're going to deafen me. Gao Bansheng quickly pushed Bai Ye away. Indeed, it is all due to the crimson plague infection. When the Great Cataclysm occurred, many perished, while those who survived adapted to the crimson plague, developing blood energy within them. Those with exceptional talent became superhumans. Bai Ye's mind raced. If aberrant beasts exist, why don't humans transform into aberrant beings? Is it that those infected with the crimson plague either die or adapt? Gao Bansheng waved for him to come closer. Once Bai Ye leaned in, Gao Bansheng shouted at the top of his lungs, nearly sending Bai Ye's soul soaring. There are aberrant beings. Lower your volume. Bai Ye retorted, exasperated, as he aimed a kick at Gao Bansheng, only for Xiao Kuei to deftly intercept it with a raised hand. Xiao Kuei regarded Bai Ye with an expressionless gaze. Her eyes, though indistinguishable from those of any human, lacked any semblance of anger. Gao Bansheng hastily reassured Xiao Kuei, and she finally turned away. He smirked at Bai Ye. My dear brother Bai, I am merely a somewhat affluent ordinary person. Since I dared to venture into Black Mountain, I must have my own means of support, so I would advise against any unwarranted physical confrontations with me. I would not want Xiao Kuei to misunderstand. Bai Ye, Chapter 53. Mr. Ng is still too naive. Gao Bansheng continued. Many years ago, there were aberrant beings, but they have long been eradicated by humans. In truth, aberrant beings are quite weak. They can only intimidate ordinary individuals. You see, humans owe their strength to intellect, not mere physicality. Aberrant beings lack brains, possessing only a savage physique. How could they withstand modern firearms? They are even inferior to the aberrant beasts. Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback, realizing that perhaps he had indulged too much in zombie films in his previous life, where a single zombie crisis nearly led to the extinction of humanity. In retrospect, it seems rather unrealistic to assume that human firepower is merely ornamental. But do you know the origin of the Crimson Plague? And how exactly did the Great Cataclysm come to be? Gao Bansheng rolled his eyes. Little Bai, if I knew everything, would the Jinfu Merchant Association still have my father as its president? Bai Ye fell silent for a moment. That makes sense. As the two conversed, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Perhaps due to the depletion of ammunition, Ming Hu, Yin Shi, He Qianjun, and others had engaged the robots in close combat. Not only them, but renowned powerful figures like Li Xiao, Xiao Yi, the Phantom Clown, and the Knight of the Silent Court also surged forward. The robots' agility was far inferior to theirs, yet the thickness of their energy shields, a technological marvel far surpassing contemporary capabilities, still posed a dimensional threat to these extraordinary beings. In the hearts of the people, those endowed with extraordinary powers are often perceived as mysterious and formidable. However, in reality, They too are mere mortals, carbon-based beings. Regardless of whether one can breathe fire, expel water, manipulate shadows, or wield a sword, if one cannot withstand a nuclear blast with their flesh, they must kneel before technology. Nonetheless, this battle allowed Bai Ye to witness the terrifying prowess of the top-tier combatants. Ming, who let out a roar and unleashed a punch, the air tearing under the force, producing a piercing sonic boom. When his fist struck the energy shield, a terrifying white shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sending debris and dry leaves swirling backward like a hurricane, causing the energy shield to tremble violently. The robots caught in the fray were actually forced back several steps, their massive metallic feet carving deep trenches into the ground. Bai Ye's eyes widened in shock. Previously, hundreds of gunmen had failed to make the robots retreat even an inch, yet Ming Hu's single punch could push them back. Is this what the 12 Zodiac are capable of? It appears that Mr. Ing was indeed too weak. Having been killed by a single bullet from me, surely he rose to power through connections. If Mr. Ing were to know what Bai Ye was thinking, he would likely be enraged enough to leap from the underworld. After all, he was not a combat-oriented member of the 12 Zodiac, but rather a sniper. As Ming Hu struck, the others did not remain idle, each attacking the robots from various angles. Yet, aside from He Qianjun, none could match Ming Hu's terrifying might. There is indeed a disparity among the strong. Ming Hu is undoubtedly among the elite, which explains why the leaders of both factions are Ming Hu and He Qianjun. Be careful, He Qianjun suddenly exclaimed, his stooped form dropping low. Whoosh! A red laser, slicing through the air, swept past his head, the intense heat causing the air to emit wisps of white smoke. Although he adeptly evaded the laser shot from the robot, he could not escape the heat. The terrifying intensity singed and curled his already sparse hair, making it even thinner. Unfortunately, the three mechanical augmenters behind him were not so fortunate, lacking He Qianjun's agility. They were caught unawares and were severed in half by the laser, their mechanical armor crumbling like paper. Though they did not die immediately, they screamed in agony, blood gushing forth like a fountain, pooling on the ground. Such a gruesome scene instilled dread in the hearts of many, causing them to distance themselves from the robots until only He Qianjun and the 12 Zodiac remained engaged in battle. They appeared to maneuver with ease. Even if they could not breach the energy shield, the robots could not harm them. Bai Ye grew weary of watching, although he had initially been astonished by their strength. Prolonged observation led to aesthetic fatigue, for true combat lacks spectacle, offering only the simplest, most direct, and effective killing moves. In short, He Qianjun and the others effortlessly dodged the lasers, then seized opportunities to strike the robots, retreating, then attacking again, gradually wearing them down. However, one detail caught his attention. While the energy shield could extinguish bullets, He Qianjun and the others' fists landed upon it without a scratch. What could this mean? After observing closely for a moment, he finally discerned the truth. He found that as He Qianjun and the others attacked the robots, a faint red glow emanated from their bodies, enveloping their fists and negating the damage from the energy shield, thus leaving them unharmed. Is this chi and blood? Bai Ye glanced at his own hands, clenched his fists, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not summon the red glow. Could it be that my chi and blood are too scant, or have I not practiced the arts of chi and blood, unaware of the techniques for chi protection? He realized that his understanding of the extraordinary world was still too limited, lacking fundamental knowledge. Once the matters in Black Mountain concluded, he must urgently bolster his understanding. Why didn't they take the opportunity to enter the cave? Gao Bancheng, observing from the sidelines, noted the oversight and inquired of the retreating Bao Ge. That's because there is a massive alloy door in the cave that cannot be opened in a short time. Recklessly entering such a confined space, if blocked by the robots, leaves no room to evade the lasers. Certain death, Bao Ge breathlessly explained. An hour later, He Qianjun lightly tapped the energy shield atop the robot's head with his toes, then executed a backflip, tracing a graceful arc through the air and landing safely 100 meters away from the cave. The others, as if choreographed, also retreated collectively. The robots seemed to possess a sensory range of only 100 meters. After the group withdrew, they stood still for a long moment, their crimson eyes flickering before ultimately turning to retreat into the darkness of the cave, returning to silence. Damn, this shell remains as tough as ever. Bring me some wine. Ming Hu returned to the camp, accepting the drink offered by his subordinate, and embraced the alluring yin shi as he drank heartily. Numerous bottles lay scattered at his feet, indicating this was not his first indulgence. After all, having been stationed at Black Mountain for a month, with no entertainment in sight, returning to the camp for drinks after battling robots had become routine. This display elicited envy among the bounty hunters who had been in Black Mountain for days. Their food supplies long depleted, surviving solely by hunting in the area, let alone having any wine. The 12 Zodiac, however, were different. They were backed by Dawn City and had ample manpower, with Gene warriors delivering food and drink at regular intervals. Thus, they could only watch as Ming Hu reveled with beautiful women, indulging in wine and meat, living a life of pleasure. Chapter 54. Ming Hu. You have found your path to death. This scene sparked envy even among Xiao Yi and the others, especially Li Beitian and the Black Panther, who were accustomed to frequenting taverns but had not tasted a drop of alcohol since arriving at Black Mountain. Initially, they could tolerate it, provided they didn't witness others drinking. Gao Bansheng quietly observed the expressions of those around him and pondered, I should go buy some from them. Boss Gao need not spend on us. Once this is over, there will be plenty of opportunities to drink, Xiao Yi remarked, though his gaze often drifted towards Ming Hu, clearly yearning for wine. In this era of catastrophic upheaval and spiritual desolation, alcohol had become a source of solace for many. The harsher the survival environment, the greater the reliance on alcohol. One cannot alter the harsh reality, but one can, through alcohol, transform their mood and briefly escape from it. He. Gao Bansheng chuckled. To be honest, while at home, I indulged in a life of revelry. Now, upon seeing others drink, the glutton within me is awakened. Even if you choose not to partake, I shall certainly indulge myself. What is the point of being in this dull black mountain if we do not drink? Shall we merely exchange glances? Bai Ye observed this with keen insight, reflecting on Gao Bansheng's emotional intelligence. It was clear that his desire to drink was a ruse to spare his companions from embarrassment. This sentiment was not lost on others, including Xiao Yi, who felt a wave of appreciation for Gao Bansheng's selflessness. Gao Bansheng approached Ming Hu with Xiao Kuei in tow, clasping his hands and smiling. Mr. Ming Hu, I wish to purchase some wine from you, if you would allow it. Ming Hu gently set down his wine glass, replying, Young Master Gao, there is no need for such formality. If you wish to drink, simply join me in my cup. There is no need for payment. Gao Bansheng shook his head. Money must be exchanged, for I have friends over there who require ample supplies. Ming Hu cast a glance at Li Xiao and the crowd before returning his gaze with a smirk. Since when did young Master Gao become friends with bounty hunters and wanted criminals? As a person of status, you must be cautious of your associations to maintain your dignity. His voice was loud and unrestrained, causing the expressions of Li Xiao and his companions to darken. Gao Bansheng's smile faded, and the hands he had clasped fell to his sides. Friendship knows no status. As long as we resonate on the same wavelength, that is enough. If Mr. Ming Hu wishes to sell, then sell me some wine. However, if you refuse, there is no need to belittle my friends. Ming Hu chuckled, yet his eyes held no warmth. I shall not sell. Gao Bansheng fell silent for a moment, then turned to leave. I take my leave. He walked back to the group. Behind him, a silvery laugh echoed. Brother Hu, it seems you have offended young Master Gao. Ming Hu scoffed dismissively. He is merely a bastard child. I previously spared Li Xiao for the sake of goodwill, but now my invitation to drink is met with disdain. Does he mistake me for someone easily trifled with? Gao Bansheng paused for a moment, but ultimately chose silence, returning to his companions. Observing their indignant expressions, he laughed heartily. If they refuse to sell, so be it. Once we leave Black Mountain, I shall take everyone to the finest hotel in Wangwenjing for drinks. His jovial laughter only deepened the silence among the group. A dangerous glint flickered in Bai Ye's eyes. He had always found Gao Bansheng to be rather likable, despite the ridicule he faced. However, Ming Hu's mockery not only insulted Gao Bansheng, but extended to the entire group. As a future deity of the new era, Bai Ye had been remarkably low-key, yet there were still those who dared to insult him from afar. Ming Hu of the 12 Zodiac, you have sealed your own fate. Gao Bansheng's voice shattered the silence, as a ragged youth from the Wasteland, with a dusty visage, smiled dangerously. How about you fund my efforts to eliminate Ming Hu? I mean, I could request Mr. Li to handle him. The group was taken aback, their gazes darting between Bai Ye and Li Yu, astonished not only by Bai Ye's audacity, but also by Li Yu's reputed strength. Eliminate Ming Hu of the 12 Zodiac? Are you out of your mind? You're not the 10 kings. Gao Bansheng's eyes glimmered with gratitude, but he quickly waved his hands. That is unnecessary. Humph. Li Xiao snorted. This matter arose from my actions, and I shall provide you with an explanation. I will return shortly. Wait, truly unnecessary. Gao Bansheng hurriedly stopped him. Bai Ye silently observed, then began to count down. No way, just a mere 12 Zodiac, not even the 10 kings. 3, 2, 1, 10 kings. Li Xiao paused, glancing at Bai Ye in confusion, then his expression darkened. Are you mimicking my speech? Bai Ye burst into laughter. So, how accurate was my guess? You. The group watched as Li Xiao trembled with anger, feeling deeply humiliated. Ming Hu, who had been drinking, suddenly paused at their laughter, his grip on the wine glass faltering, his eyes flashing with cold fury. Brother Hu, are they mocking you behind your back? Silver Snake giggled as she clung to Ming Hu's arm. Humph, once I deal with the tyrant. I will settle the score with them. Amidst the laughter, Liu reached into the tattered sack behind him and, as if performing magic, pulled out 1 bottle, then 2, 3, 10 bottles of wine. The group stared in disbelief at Liu's impassive demeanor. They had speculated about the contents of his sack, believing it to hold treasures worthy of a powerful transcendent, yet it turned out to be wine. Wait, who brings such an abundance of wine to Black Mountain? Liu coldly opened a bottle and poured it down his throat. His eyes narrowed in enjoyment before handing the bottle to Gao Banqing. Gao Banqing was taken aback, staring at the unlabeled, murky glass bottle, then burst into laughter, accepting it and taking a hearty swig. The fiery liquid rushed down his throat, igniting his stomach like a blazing inferno. Coughing, Gao Banqing had never tasted such inferior wine and turned a bright shade of red. Yet the smile in his eyes grew ever brighter. It is indeed terrible, but this is the most exhilarating drink I have ever had. Chapter 55. Liu's Unmatched Prestige. Xiao Yi chuckled, casually grabbing a bottle of the inferior wine. Drinking is not about the quality of the wine, but rather the company and the setting. To drink with friends in the treacherous Black Mountain, is that not a delight? Gao Banqing's earlier defense of them in front of Ming Hu, openly declaring their friendship, had naturally earned him their respect. Thud, thud, thud. Xiao Yi downed half a bottle in one go, showcasing the undeniable physical prowess of a transcendent. Inspired by their boldness, more individuals reached for their bottles, raising their cups in camaraderie. These bounty hunters were known for their drinking and boasting, and lifting their bottles rekindled their confidence as if they had returned to their home turf. The atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant, with some even starting a fire to roast their earlier catches. Even Li Zhao's eyes flickered with desire, yet he maintained his aloof persona, refraining from action, refusing to accept any offered bottles. Bai Ye suppressed his laughter, his eyes darting mischievously as he clinked his bottle with Xiao Yi's, proclaiming loudly, "No wonder the sword-bearer commands a bounty of 85 million. Not only is his bounty high, but his drinking capacity surpasses that of ordinary transcendent beings." As soon as the words left his mouth, whoosh, Bai Ye felt a blur as a figure darted into the crowd, seizing a bottle and pouring it into the mouth of the masked figure. Puff! He burst into laughter, teasingly saying, "Li Xiao, perhaps you should pace yourself," leaving some for Xiao Yi, who can handle his drink better. Li Xiao remained silent, merely continuing to drink, lifting the bottle higher as if to touch the heavens. Xiao Yi laughed, equally raising his bottle to down more. Some onlookers even broke into applause. A motley crew of individuals from distant lands gathered and indulged in raucous revelry, their boisterous drinking standing in stark contrast to the desolate Black Mountain. Their uninhibited laughter drew many curious glances. He Qianjun observed the exuberant youths with a wistful glimmer in his aged eyes. The knightly maiden watched in silence, her gaze not fixated on the wine, but rather on the golden-brown roasted meat. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she abruptly scanned her surroundings with vigilance, ensuring no one was paying attention. She swiftly retrieved a piece of chocolate from her pocket and brought it to her lips, only to falter when she realized she still wore a mask. With caution, she surveyed her surroundings again, then shielded her face with her left hand, gently shifting aside the silver-white mask to reveal her lips, which appeared as if they had been imbued with the essence of roses. In one swift motion, she thrust the chocolate into her mouth. Once this act was accomplished, she readjusted her mask and leaned quietly against the mountainside, as if nothing had transpired. However, the size of the chocolate made chewing laborious. Her cheeks bulged, causing the silver mask to jiggle comically with each bite. The ghostly jester cradled the unseen Yi, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes, yet he spoke tenderly. "Fear not, Yi, there must be a way to revive you here in Black Mountain, and then you shall feast once more. Such a little glutton. I know you have long been deprived of sustenance. Perhaps I should eat in your stead and describe the flavors to you. You wouldn't want to see? Do not be upset, Yi. I could eliminate all who are eating, so you wouldn't have to witness it. Would that please you?" "Oh dear, I won't do that. Please don't cry." He fumbled with the earnestness of a child, attempting to comfort the non-existent Yi. Meanwhile, Ming Hu's gaze darkened as he observed the laughter of Bai Ye and others, the exquisite wine in his grasp suddenly losing its allure. With a disdainful huff, he violently hurled the empty bottle to the ground. The shattering glass resonated sharply, interrupting the lively chatter of Gao Banqing and his companions. Many turned their attention towards Ming Hu, who coldly scoffed, "How obnoxious! Disrupting my enjoyment of wine." His voice bore no restraint, deliberately directed at Gao Banqing and the others. The previously jubilant crowd felt as though cold water had been poured over a blazing fire. The atmosphere abruptly stifled, and their expressions turned uncomfortable. Ming Hu seemed pleased with their reaction, sneering as he picked up a new bottle of wine, casting a condescending glance over the assembly before leisurely pouring himself a drink. The mood grew increasingly tense. Gao Banqing's grip on the bottle tightened, his knuckles whitening, yet he refrained from retaliating, aware that provoking the 12 Zodiac was unwise, particularly in this domain of Black Mountain. At that moment, Li Xiao could no longer contain himself, rising from his seat, only to be firmly restrained by Gao Banqing. Unnoticed by anyone, Bai Ye had stealthily extended his hand behind Li Yu, inscribing words with his finger, as Ming Hu filled his cup and raised it to his lips. A cold, indifferent voice pierced the air. If you do not wish to drink, then do not. The assembly turned in astonishment towards the speaker. A ragged figure seated between Gao Banqing and others, his right hand wrapped in thick bandages, resembling a decrepit denizen of the Wasteland. Yet, this very individual had dared to confront one of the 12 Zodiac, Ming Hu. The hand that held the wine cup faltered, his eyes narrowing, a predatory glint flickering within. You, he began, but then calamity struck. Crack. The sound of shattering glass erupted from his grasp, soft yet jarring, causing Ming Hu's countenance to shift drastically. The cup had shattered. Fragments and wine cascaded down his muscular torso, soaking his trousers and leaving a conspicuous stain. He sprang to his feet, horrified, casting an incredulous glance at the impassive Li Yu, instinctively adopting a defensive posture, a faint crimson aura enveloping him as if facing a formidable foe. Yet, Li Yu paid him no mind, his gaze unwavering as he lowered his bandaged hand, then picked up a bottle, addressing Gao Banqing and the others with a casual, drink. The group exchanged bewildered glances, uncertainty clouding their minds. They observed the indifferent Li Yu and the brooding, silent Ming Hu, a sense of shock washing over them. With the shattered wine cup in mind, they began to piece together the unsettling scenario. Their astonishment was not unfounded. There were no ordinary individuals present, for only those of considerable strength could reach the 189 refuge. Yet, it was precisely this realization that stirred their fears. They could not fathom how such a formidable figure as Ming Hu could lose control, inadvertently shattering a wine glass and drenching himself. Even if it were Ming Hu had broken the glass, why at this moment? Why did the cup explode right after Li Yu's words? And why did Ming Hu fall silent, abandoning his drink? What manner of power was at play? Chapter 56. The fleeting joy of youth is worthy of a lifetime of reminiscence. Ming Hu fixed his intense gaze upon Li Yu, his expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions. The smile on Yin Shi's face faded as she regarded the scattered shards of glass. A flicker of deep apprehension crossing her features as she murmured, "The evidence indicates that the force used was minimal, just sufficient to shatter the cup. But how could such a slight force traverse this distance? It is as though someone was close enough to shatter it. Did you see anything?" she inquired, initially suspecting a small projectile like a stone, but if it had indeed been launched by the bandaged man, such a distance could not be achieved with mere minimal force. It would have been too slow to avoid detection. Ming Hu shook his head. "I saw nothing. Even my beastly instincts offered no warning. I felt no shift in the air, as if nothing had transpired, yet the cup shattered nonetheless." Inshi was increasingly unsettled. How could one guard against such a silent and enigmatic power? This time it was merely a shattered cup. Who could assure that the opponent could not crush a skull next? The unknown is often the most terrifying. Ming Hu, do not act rashly. We know little of their capabilities, and we have important tasks at hand. We must not deviate. Any delay in the company's affairs could lead to dire consequences. Inshi admonished sternly. Ming Hu clenched his fists, anger flaring in his gaze. But recalling his mission to await the arrival of the tyrant Yang Jie and to distract him, thereby providing the eagle an opportunity for a sniper shot, he reluctantly relaxed his grip. Faced with a mysterious and unpredictable enemy, even if he had confidence in his ability to prevail, he could not guarantee he would remain unscathed. How could he divert Yang Jie if injured? Taking a deep breath, he fixed a grave stare upon Li Yu and asked, "Who are you?" Li Yu took a sip of the inferior wine and replied nonchalantly, "The magician, Li Yu." Ming Hu's eyes narrowed, and he scrutinized Li Yu deeply. "The magician, Li Yu. I shall remember you." With that, he ceased drinking and settled into silence among the 200 Jin warriors. Not just he but all present would remember this encounter. Though they feigned indifference, their ears were attuned, absorbing every word with keen intensity. They had never heard the name of the magician Li Yu, yet none among them dared to underestimate the weight of that name. A formidable force capable of instilling fear in the heart of the fierce Ming Hu, leaving him trembling in silence, was destined to resound throughout Bai Ye. "What are you all standing around for? Let the music play and the dance continue." Bai Ye, chuckling, lifted a bottle of wine and began to drink heartily. He chose not to slay Ming Hu, but rather issued a warning, advising him not to overstep his bounds, a gesture that proved futile. For to kill Ming Hu would necessitate the elimination of the Silver Serpent and the 200 Jin warriors. A course of action that would waste a considerable amount of time and trigger a chain reaction. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, The annihilation of the 12 Zodiac and Gene warriors would likely terrify others. How would Tyrant Yang Jie react upon his arrival? The variables were too numerous, unfavorable to his quest for the Pangu USB drive. Upon Bai Ye's reminder, the crowd regained their composure, stealing glances at Liu, who was still drinking, before once again lifting their glasses, and the atmosphere gradually returned to its former vibrancy. At that moment, Gao Banqing suddenly raised his bottle with both hands, his expression earnest. "Mr. Li, the wine you treat us to today shall remain etched in my memory for a lifetime." Liu, taken aback by Gao Banqing's heartfelt display, felt somewhat at a loss, as he too was uncertain of what had transpired. He had merely followed Bai Ye's instructions to put on a show. Unsure of how to respond, he remained silent for a moment, then replied, "It's all in the wine." Gao Banqing was momentarily stunned, looking down at the half-full bottle in his grasp. With a determined grit of his teeth and a stomp of his foot, he raised the bottle and began to drink recklessly. Having never encountered such poor wine, he was choked to the point of tears, yet he persevered, finishing every last drop. After downing the bottle, Gao Banqing's face flushed crimson, his eyes glazed over, yet he laughed even more joyously, resembling a 250-pound jester. Indeed, he was a 250-pound jester. "Mr. Li, I shall refrain from further words. From this day forth, I shall." He performed a comedic gesture that elicited hearty laughter from the crowd, rekindling the lively atmosphere. Bai Ye took a generous swig of wine, a smile gracing his lips. He suddenly felt that the 5 seconds spent earlier were well worth it. In this world, true value transcends mere material wealth. Genuine worth is never inscribed upon titles and riches, but is etched in the youthful spirit of camaraderie and loyalty among friends. Perhaps their paths would diverge after this fleeting encounter, but so what? At this very moment, amidst the desolate Black Mountain, surrounded by rivals, they were friends sharing a drink. Anyone who dared to spoil his enjoyment of wine today would find their own enjoyment thwarted. He was inherently a free-spirited and rebellious soul, seeking nothing more than the thrill of life. He lived not for accolades, but for joy. He firmly believed that the fleeting pleasures of youth are what truly deserve to be cherished for a lifetime. Thus, what harm was there in spending 5 seconds for a moment of joy? Bai Ye reveled in this sentiment, yet Li Xiao appeared somewhat preoccupied, his mind echoing Li Yu's succinct phrases. "If you do not wish to drink, then do not drink." Drink. The magician Liu. The more he pondered, the more discomfort he felt. That icy demeanor, the dismissive attitude towards Ming who, leisurely seated amidst the crowd, calmly raising his glass under the astonished gazes of others. This was, without exaggeration, how Li Xiao perceived himself. With a complex expression, he cast a glance at Liu, his eyes a mix of jealousy, admiration, and defiance. He instinctively straightened his posture, unconsciously mimicking Liu's cool demeanor, even wishing to bind his own wounds. After a hearty meal, a new wave of attack commenced. As if choreographed, the group made their way to the vicinity of the cave, drawing out the robots, and combat erupted instantaneously. However, unlike before, this time Ming who did not charge ahead. Instead, he mingled within the crowd, feigning casual engagement while his wary gaze frequently darted towards Liu. The searing crimson lasers sliced through the air, and Ming who crouched low to evade them effortlessly, not because his speed surpassed light, but because the robot's eyes would suddenly illuminate with a bright glow, indicating the buildup before firing. Once one understood the pattern, it was possible to evade and advance. After dodging the laser, he braced himself on one arm, his biceps bulging, using his hand as a pivot to twist his torso. Then unleashed a powerful kick with his right leg, striking the robot's energy shield and forcing it back several paces. Seizing the opportunity, Ming who swiftly rose, his peripheral vision instinctively catching a glimpse of Liu, who merely watched from a distance without intervening, causing Ming who to furrow his brow in concern. He glanced at He Qianjun beside him, only to find him also quietly observing Liu. Not just him, but all the top-tier warriors bold enough to engage the robots in close combat divided their attention towards Liu. Chapter 57. The Tyrant Yang Jie, an unconventional entrance. A thought crossed Ming Hu's mind, and he understood what these individuals were contemplating. They were all competitors, formidable figures of the same echelon. They could tolerate weaker individuals lingering at a distance, as their presence posed no threat, but they could not bear to witness a powerhouse like Liu remaining idle. Especially given Liu's enigmatic methods. What if he harbored malicious intent and chose to strike from the shadows? It was akin to a dozen scheming individuals wielding firearms in frontline combat, while another armed individual merely stood aloof in the rear, raising concerns about whether he might unleash a surprise attack. With this in mind, Ming Hu devised a plan and suddenly turned to declare, "Magician Liu, with your strength, hiding among the crowd without taking action, are you not hoping to reap the benefits from others' toil?" His words subtly positioned Liu in opposition to the crowd. prompting several warriors to cast scrutinizing and wary glances in Li Yu's direction. The agile silver serpent deftly dodged a heavy blow from the robot, laughingly taunting, "Brotherly. Even a weak woman like me has stepped onto the front lines, yet you, a strong man, remain hidden in the back?" An increasing number of scrutinizing gazes caused Li Yu to stiffen, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he realized he had become the focus of ire. Yet he could not engage the robots in battle. With his current strength and an injured right hand, recklessly advancing would surely result in his demise. He covertly glanced at Bai Ye, who offered him a knowing look. Li Yu inwardly lamented, "Brother Ye, I've already stated I am colorblind. I cannot decipher your gestures." Under the weight of the crowd's scrutinizing gazes, he hesitated momentarily before coldly stating, "There is no necessity to engage." "Oh," Ming, whose brow furrowed slightly. "What do you mean by that? You wish to enter the 189 shelter yet refuse to exert yourself?" He was resolute in forcing Li Yu to act, eager to witness the extent of Li Yu's extraordinary abilities. With so many allies aligned with him, he felt little fear of Li Yu daring to embark on any reckless actions. What to do? What to do? Li Yu internally shouted. Overwhelmed by the attention of a dozen top-tier warriors, his scalp tingling, his mind in chaos. He was at a loss for how to respond, merely managing to persist with, "I said, there is no necessity to engage. It is well known that under stress, individuals often become repetitive." Ming, whose expression darkened, asked to him. Li Yu's stiff response was a clear indication of disdain. The cold glances from the other warriors reflected a similar sentiment, perceiving Li Yu as excessively arrogant. What did he mean by no necessity to engage? Was he implying that the robots of the old era were beneath his notice? What then of them? Merely jesters? At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the east, initially faint, but growing increasingly louder with time. The sudden noise captured everyone's attention. What could this sound be? How does it sound like a train? Bai Ye had frequently traveled by train in the past, thus he was well acquainted with the sound of locomotives. Xiaoyi was taken aback. What kind of joke is this? We are in the treacherous Black Mountain, where even off-road vehicles cannot ascend. How could there be a train? The rumbling grew louder, reaching a deafening crescendo, accompanied by the sharp crack of high-pressure steam bursting through the valves. "Look quickly," someone exclaimed in horror, pointing towards the distant eastern horizon. As the crowd turned to follow the sound, they were momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. There, in the eastern sky, a coal-black steam train was indeed approaching. Thick, gray-black smoke tore through the clouds, while the massive, coal-black locomotive resembled a 1,000-meter black dragon, winding its way through the heavens. Speeding towards the Black Mountain, the miraculous scene left the onlookers in awe. Even those formidable beings like Ming Hu and He Qianjun were no exception. A steam train stretching 1,000 meters. What a colossal entity. While it might not seem overwhelming racing along the ground, witnessing such a steel behemoth defy gravity and float through the sky was beyond imagination. Bai Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he had experienced the civilizational era, he had never seen a train flying in the sky. Wait, is there someone standing on top of it? As the train drew closer, Bai Ye noticed a figure atop the locomotive, the silhouette becoming increasingly distinct. Not just him, but everyone present could see it. Amidst the billowing white steam, a man clad in crimson armor stood with his arms crossed at the front of the train, his scarlet armor adorned with dark golden patterns, and shoulder pieces shaped like fierce beasts. His gaze was cold and disdainful, as if he were a deity surveying the crowd below. The tyrant Yang Jie. Li Xiao cried out in disbelief, his pupils trembling. The man he had seen posted on the wanted notices was now before him. The very man he had idolized day and night, now appearing like a god in his line of sight. He had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting the tyrant, even fantasizing about defeating him with all his might, yet in this moment, seeing him standing atop 1,000-meter steam train soaring through the sky shattered all his fantasies without mercy, even without engaging in battle. Merely exchanging glances with the renowned tyrant Yang Jie, one of the 10 kings, was enough to leave Bai Ye gasping in disbelief. So, this is what the 10 kings truly are. The manner of his entrance is on an entirely different scale compared to the others. While others wield swords, play with girlfriends, or fight barehanded, the tyrant Yang Jie simply arrives aboard a flying train. It was akin to an adult stepping into a kindergarten. Though unaware of Yang Jie's extraordinary abilities, the sheer fact that he could make a 1,000-meter train soar into the sky suggested that whatever his powers were, they were terrifyingly formidable. Previously, after hearing Li Xiao's incessant talk about the 10 kings, Bai Ye thought that even if they surpassed Li Xiao, they wouldn't be excessively exaggerated. Now, it was evident he had underestimated Li Xiao's courage. You have always regarded such a person as your target? Bai Ye glanced at the dazed Li Xiao, giving him a thumbs up. You truly are something else, Li Xiao. I previously thought you were merely pretentious, but it seems I was mistaken. You not only possess a flair for the dramatic, but also exhibit a remarkable sense of humor. Your humor clearly surpasses mere pretension. It seems you might need to change your name. No longer shall you be called the Shadow Man, but rather the humorous Dart Man. Li Xiao absorbed none of this. His gaze fixated on Yang Jie, his eyes flickering with a tumult of emotions, resentment, ferocity, and fear. He loathed his own impotence and cowardice. Having long viewed the 10 kings as his aspirations, now confronted with the tyrant, he found himself bereft of the courage to strike. Chapter 58, The 10 Kings. In the heavens above, Yang Jie tapped his fingers against the chimney, causing the steam train to erupt with a thick plume of white smoke. Like a black dragon exhaling clouds, the locomotive suddenly veered downwards, hurtling towards the open space where the crowd stood. Run! Someone shouted in panic. Abandoning all thoughts of the robots, turning to flee. Others quickly followed suit, scrambling away. Who could withstand the terrifying force of a train descending from the sky? In mere moments, the area was cleared, as if the crowd had intentionally created a space for Yang Jie's arrival. With a resounding crash, the steam train landed firmly, causing the ground to tremble violently, and those concealed in the surrounding woods could distinctly feel the tremor. Damn it! How did Yang Jie arrive so swiftly? Ming Hu gritted his teeth. Can't you see? He came by train. Of course, he would be fast. Inshi's narrow eyes fixated on Yang Jie as he descended from the sky, a glimmer of desire evident within them. The tyrant was even more handsome than depicted on the wanted notice. If only he could share a night with such a man. He would willingly forfeit 10 years of his life. She bit her soft lip, her cheeks flushed. Shut your mouth, you wench. Ming Hu snapped. About to say more when he suddenly froze, his gaze snapping toward Li Yu, concealed in the trees, his heart racing with tumultuous waves. I told you. There's no need to strike. Li Yu's indifferent words echoed in his ears, and he finally grasped their meaning. Damn, just what kind of monster is the magician Li Yu? Could he have sensed the tyrant's arrival before anyone else? Such a terrifying perceptive ability even surpassed my beastly instincts. Everyone present heard Li Yu's statement. And as the tyrant descended, many turned to Li Yu with astonished expressions. Brother Hu, what's wrong with you? Inshi asked with concern. Ming Hu shook his head, temporarily setting aside thoughts of Li Yu. The most pressing issue was the tyrant. I'm fine. It's just the sudden appearance of the tyrant has disrupted my plans. He spoke, a hint of fear crossing his face. Fortunately, the company dispatched the Eagle days in advance. He must have already reached the summit of Black Mountain. By the way, have you contacted the Eagle? No, the magnetic field around Black Mountain is peculiar. It might be related to the 189 shelter. With our communication capabilities, it's impossible to get a signal. But rest assured, Brother Ing is incredibly reliable. He takes his missions more seriously than life itself, and has never failed in all these years. How can I be at ease? This mission is different. The target is one of the 10 kings, and we cannot afford a single misstep. I initially planned to send someone to coordinate with Ing Tian. But now that the tyrant has appeared early, we don't even have time for coordination. Inshi chuckled. Brother Ing is not like you. I recall one time when we were halfway through a task, and the company suddenly assigned another mission. He simply pulled up his pants and left without a second thought. From that moment on, I knew that among the 12 Zodiac, Brother Ing is the most dependable. Ming Hu's face turned slightly green as he hissed. You and he have a past? Inshi hurriedly reassured him. Oh, we're just colleagues. Don't be so formal. Besides, my interactions with them are merely casual. My true feelings lie with you. Them? Lower your voice. What if the tyrant notices us? The company has had grievances with him. Ming Hu coldly snorted. Rest assured. As long as we don't provoke him, he won't make a move against us. Inshi paused. Why not? Because Yang Jie is too arrogant. Such a person, apart from harboring desires to confront the other 10 kings, looks down on everyone else. To him, striking against the weak is tantamount to demeaning himself. Although Ming Hu spoke thus, he instinctively lowered his voice. After hearing Ming Hu's words, a spark of admiration seemed to ignite in Inshi's eyes. Oh dear. I think I like him even more now. What should I do? The infernal tiger seethed with fury. This is not the time for your madness. He merely looks down upon the weak. Should you dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to end your life. Outside the cave, on the vast expanse of land, only Yang Jie stood alone. His disdainful gaze swept over the figures concealed within the woods, a chilling smile, sharp as a blade, gracing his lips. He was acutely aware that this expedition to Black Mountain was a trap devised by the Apocalypse Corporation aimed at ensnaring him, yet he still chose to come. For he was Tyrant, one of the 10 kings, a title that rendered him impervious to any trap. Warning, warning, scarlet disease infectee detected, immediate elimination required. The robots emitted a cold, electronic voice, their crimson optic sensors flickering relentlessly at Yang Jie. Yang Jie observed the robot with indifference, remaining steadfast in his position. Making no move. The disparity in their sizes was striking, akin to a man standing before a towering edifice. One would expect him to appear minuscule. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. Yang Jie's gaze was commanding, his garment billowing like a battle standard, the scarlet armor reflecting a metallic sheen under the sun, exuding an undeniable aura that was hard to overlook. His stance, with hands clasped behind his back, made him appear more formidable than the towering Black Mountain itself. A veritable pillar of the heavens. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Yang Jie, as if he were the very center of the stage. The protagonist of this realm. Could Yang Jie defeat the robot? The answer was evident. After all, he was one of the 10 kings. But what of the 10 kings? They too were human, and the robot was fortified with an energy shield from the bygone era, capable of withstanding even missiles. Did they not witness the struggles of the seasoned warriors like Infernal Tiger against this mechanical foe? Even the tyrant, no matter how powerful, could not hope to surpass the combined might of all. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Some believed Yang Jie would surely prevail, while others harbored doubts. Yet, the resolution to this quandary would soon reveal itself. The robot advanced with heavy steps, shaking the ground beneath it, dust swirling in its wake, while its eyes began to coalesce with crimson light, preparing to unleash a laser. Yang Jie frowned, not out of concern for the robot, but rather at the dust that settled upon his scarlet armor. He brushed the grime from his shoulder guard, his expression as cold as ever. An artifact of the bygone war. Such feeble creations. His voice, though subdued, resonated throughout the area. Everyone was taken aback. Feeble? Could that term be associated with the robot? If this behemoth was deemed feeble, what did that make those who had besieged it for days? Suddenly, in the very moment before the laser was fired, Yang Jie sprang into action. Chapter 59, The Infernal Tiger, Tyrant. Today, you must provide me with an explanation. With deliberate slowness, he raised his hand, his middle finger and thumb intersecting in the air. Snap! The crisp sound of his fingers echoed. In the next instant, a bizarre scene unfolded. The robot's crimson optic sensors, poised to fire, exploded with a resounding crack after the snap. Tiny red shards scattered from its eye sockets. Warning! Warning! Visual system compromised by external force. Initiating biological perception mode. The robot blared its shrill alarms. Such a cacophony. Yang Jie coldly lifted his hand, gesturing towards the robot with an ethereal grip. In an instant, the robot's massive form froze mid-air, as though a hand had grasped its throat. As Yang Jie tightened his grip, the alarms ceased abruptly, the metal of the robot groaning under the strain, as if an immense force was compressing it. Bang! 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 The hydraulic joints of the robot shattered violently, and countless sparks erupted from its body. With a final, thunderous explosion, the robot crumpled to the ground, contorted and lifeless, like discarded scrap metal. The arena was engulfed in an eerie silence. The Infernal Tiger and his companions stared, their pupils constricting in disbelief at the scene before them. The robot that had thwarted them for days had been obliterated by the tyrant in a single blow. What a farce. One strike to vanquish the robot. Was this still human? How could the energy shield prove futile against him? It seemed he had directly attacked the robot's core. This was the legendary 10 Kings? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The unfolding spectacle surpassed all their expectations. They had presumed Yang Jie would require considerable effort to dispatch the robot. Yet he had annihilated it with a mere flick of his fingers? Bai Ye was equally astonished. Good heavens, is the disparity between humans truly so vast? Speak up. Li Xiao. He nudged the seemingly petrified Li Xiao beside him. Li Xiao. Gao Hansheng, unable to watch any longer, whispered a consolation. Little Bai, do not provoke him further. Li Xiao, it's really not that exaggerated. It's just that the tyrant's ability is to control metal, which just so happens to counter the robot, allowing for such an outcome. Do not lose heart. The future is long. Li Xiao finally regained his composure, a flicker of hope igniting in his numb, despondent eyes, as if clutching at a lifeline. Yes, yes. You are correct. It's a matter of ability countering. Metal manipulation excels against robots, but does not necessarily translate to superiority over humans. I still have a chance. Gao Hansheng was alarmed. No, my friend, you can deceive others, but do not deceive yourself. Even if it is a matter of ability countering, he can still make a 1,000-meter train soar. Can you not see the disparity? Li Xiao, do not act rashly. Controlling metal? Bai Ye pondered, realizing that this was the tyrant's power, explaining how he could send a train soaring and swiftly dispatch the robot. No wonder Mr. Ing proclaimed that only the tyrant could open the door to the sanctuary. After vanquishing the robot, Yang Jie paid no heed to the onlookers, striding directly towards the cave. As he passed by the remnants of the robot, its metallic carcass emitted a piercing sound of metal scraping together. Numerous metallic components levitated into the air, reassembling into a humanoid shape, dutifully following in Yang Jie's wake, evidently under his control. As he neared the entrance of the cave, Infernal Tiger inhaled deeply, casting a glance at Silver Serpent. "Are you prepared?" Silver Serpent nodded obediently. "Rest assured. I brought no metallic weapons to counter Yang Jia." Infernal Tiger's expression darkened. "Be serious. I meant the ribbons." "Why so fierce?" "I'm ready with the ribbons." Silver Serpent retrieved a long red ribbon from her chest, deftly tying her hair into a ponytail, allowing the flowing strands to cascade down. The red ribbon fluttering like a playful whip in the wind. "Prepare to act," Infernal Tiger commanded gravely, then took a signal gun from one of his subordinates and fired it into the sky. The red flare shot into the heavens, exploding against the backdrop of the sky. It was a signal for the Hawk. His and Silver Serpent's task was to restrain Yang Jia, granting the Hawk an opportunity to aim and shoot. Though Yang Jia could manipulate metal, the Hawk had already prepared specialized bullets. The role of the red ribbon was that of a reference point for the sniper. Shooting from 3,000 meters away necessitated consideration of numerous factors: gravity, humidity, wind speed, and direction. It was impossible for Ying Tian to sense the wind speed and direction at Yang Jia's location from that distance, but the red ribbon could serve to ascertain it. By observing the ribbon's movement and amplitude through the scope, he could make the necessary judgments. "Stop!" Infernal Tiger shouted as he suddenly emerged from the woods, trailed by Silver Serpent with her ponytail and 200 formidable Gene warriors. Such a bold move garnered no admiration from the onlookers. Rather, they regarded them with the incredulity reserved for fools. Were they so eager to court death? Yang Jia gradually came to a halt, turning to face the colossal robot beside him, which mirrored his movement. He slightly lowered his gaze, as if pondering the audacity of someone daring to call out to him. His lashes cast a harsh shadow beneath his eyes, which resembled frosted gray glass, reflecting the distant sky imbued with a sharp chill. Under the scrutiny of those piercing eyes, Ming Hu faltered, despite the ominous presence of 200 genetic warriors behind him. His primal instincts screamed in alarm. After a brief hesitation, he steeled himself and approached. The Silver Serpent's demeanor was even more pitiful, her gaze evasive and complexion flushed, akin to a naive girl besotted by her idol. "Despot Yang Jia, you have obliterated a satellite city belonging to our company. Do you not owe us an explanation?" Ming Hu intoned gravely. Witnessing this scene, Bai Ye could not help but cover his forehead with his hand, feeling a pang of embarrassment on behalf of Ming Hu, as he recalled the whimsically audacious Mr. Ying. Yang Jia regarded the two with an indifferent stare, his eyes as calm as a still pond. Either leave or perish. Ming Hu's expression darkened, realizing the tyrant's arrogance. So striking, the Silver Serpent thought, her eyes shimmering like water as she puffed out her chest in defiance toward Yang Jia. "Attack!" Without a shred of hesitation, Ming Hu dropped to all fours, muscles coiling with sudden energy as he launched himself toward Yang Jia like a cannonball. The 200 genetic warriors behind him roared in unison, their collective thunder akin to a stampede of wild beasts, creating a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 troops charging forth. Such a terrifying display of force rendered even the seasoned veterans among them grave and awestruck, marveling at the formidable foundation of Dawn City. Among the 200 genetic warriors, most had received 2 injections of genetic serum, with a select few having undergone 3. Not to mention the formidable leader, the Zodiac Beast Ming Hu. This assembly was capable of swaying the outcome of battles involving tens of thousands, yet now they were deployed against a solitary individual. Chapter 60, The Silver Serpent's Steel Ring. Faced with such a stark numerical disparity, Yang Jia remained impassive, his right hand, which was crossed over his chest, gradually withdrew. Ming Hu's complexion shifted alarmingly, abruptly halting in his tracks. He raised his palm in a gesture of cessation, and the 200 genetic warriors behind him followed suit, their expressions tense and anxious, even reluctant to meet the gaze of those indifferent eyes. What transpired next was utterly unexpected. Yang Jia did not unleash an assault with his raised hand, but instead allowed it to descend slowly onto the crimson pauldron on his shoulder, gently brushing off the dust. The expressions of Ming Hu and his companions soured instantaneously, creating an atmosphere steeped in awkwardness. Observers from a distance exchanged bewildered glances, marveling at how a mere gesture had caused the Zodiac beasts and 200 genetic warriors to freeze in place. The power of one's name is indeed formidable. Is this the terrifying aspect of the 10 Kings titles? They found themselves under the illusion that although it was Ming Hu and his cohort who surrounded the tyrant, it felt as if it were Yang Jia who encircled them all. A true monarch requires no blade. A single name commands legions. Do you lack even the courage to meet my gaze? How utterly uninteresting, Yang Jia mused, shaking his head slightly as he turned to stride toward the cave, scarcely casting them a second glance. Ming Hu's fury ignited. As one of the Zodiac beasts, though not as renowned as the 10 Kings, he was nonetheless a force to be reckoned with. To be so brazenly disregarded incited his wrath. Kill. The crimson surge of his vitality burst forth, igniting his entire being like a blazing flame. He thrust forth a punch, his blood boiling with fervor, forming a grotesque illusion of a tiger's head upon his fist. Tiger's fury. The ferocious blood-red visage of the tiger's head clashed violently with the air, enveloping a torrent of searing white currents as it surged toward Yang Jie's back. Just as the attack was about to land, a colossal shadow descended upon him, enveloping Ming Hu like a flowing tide. Boom. The deafening roar echoed as Ming Hu's fist collided with the robot, the impact generating shockwaves that rippled visibly outward. The trees sheltering the onlookers were uprooted as if swept away by a tempest, many snapping in two, leaves swirling chaotically. The robot's steel arm was shattered by the blow, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Its intricate internal components had long been dismantled by Yang Jie, rendering it incapable of activating its energy shield or retaining any semblance of intelligence. It appeared to move at will, but was merely Yang Jie's iron puppet. Yet, this puppet possessed its own advantages. It was impervious to destruction. While a sophisticated robot might succumb to systemic errors and circuitry chaos when damaged, the iron puppet would not. The severed mechanical arm, drawn by an unseen force, reattached itself to the robot. Ming Hu gritted his teeth. He could reduce the robot to scrap metal, but could not transform scrap into oblivion. Even if he succeeded in turning it to dust, Yang Jie could still restore it. Seeing their leader obstructed, the 200 genetic warriors suppressed their dread of the tyrant and charged forth recklessly. The coal-black steam locomotive came to life, resembling a menacing black dragon. Its whistle echoed like a dragon's roar, as dozens of connected carriages swept toward them like the tail of a dragon. The cacophony of screams and the sound of breaking bones erupted as the steam train, with the force of autumn winds scattering leaves, swept away the 200 genetic warriors, leaving only a scant few standing, while some unfortunate souls were instantaneously transformed into clouds of blood mist. As Yang Jie neared the cave, a sultry and enchanting figure suddenly materialized before him. The silver serpent coyly covered her mouth with her hand, giggling, "Tyrant brother, I admire you greatly." Bang! A carriage detached from the steam train, hurtling through the air and violently striking the silver serpent, embedding her into the mountainside alongside the carriage. Spectators watched in stunned silence. The combined might of 2 zodiac beasts and 200 genetic warriors had failed to even halt Yang Jie's advance. Just as Li Xiao felt a surge of confidence, his spirits plummeted. "Li Xiao, I see the 10 kings are no great shakes. He dares not approach Ming Hu and the others. Surely he is physically weak. Why not take this chance to throw a dart at him? You might just succeed," Bai Ye suggested to Li Xiao from the sidelines. Li Xiao, he wished he could silence Bai Ye's incessant chatter. It was not that he feared approaching, it was that they were utterly incapable of doing so. If I were to throw him a dart, I would be the one who succeeding in becoming a ghost. A giggle emanated from the train carriage embedded in the mountainside. Bang! A tremendous force hurled the carriage away, and the silver serpent elegantly emerged, brushing off the dust from her attire, exclaiming, "Tyrant brother, you truly lack the appreciation for delicate beauty." Oh, for the first time, Yang Jie paused, his gaze towards the silver serpent revealing a flicker of interest. The world speaks of a tiger's head and a serpent's tail, but it seems the rumors are not to be trusted. The silver serpent's smile grew more radiant, her elongated eyes shimmering with a snake-like allure. "You flatter me, tyrant brother. Compared to you, I am still far inferior." Yang Jie nodded calmly. Indeed. The silver serpent's smile faltered momentarily before she regained her composure, continuing with a grin, "Though I may not surpass you, I doubt it will be so easy for you to defeat me. Perhaps your strength exceeds that of Ming Hu, but you are undeniably foolish." The silver serpent's brows furrowed slightly. "I am foolish? You dare to say I am more foolish than Ming Hu?" As she spoke, she subtly adjusted the red ribbon in her ponytail. "Respond, brother. Why do you hesitate to act?" Yang Jie remarked indifferently. "Knowing full well that my power lies in the manipulation of metals, yet you still dare to approach me clad in metal? Is that not the height of folly?" She stood momentarily stunned. "Metal? Did I bring metal? Impossible. I didn't even carry my most adept silver snake whip. Where would metal come from?" Instinctively, she glanced down at herself, and as her gaze fell upon her chest, her complexion turned ashen. She incredulously lifted her head, the steel ring in response. Yang Jie made a gesture as if grasping the void. Boom, boom. 2 muffled explosions erupted before Shi. A shrill scream, reminiscent of a soprano's wail, escaped Shi's lips as her chest became a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, 2 indistinct gory holes barely visible. In that instant of devastation, a train car suddenly soared into the air, crashing violently towards her frail form. Shi was sent flying several dozen meters, her body a gruesome sight, bones shattered. as she, along with the train car, tumbled down the mountain, disappearing from the spectator's sight. Chapter 61. We surge forward. Striving to act before Yang Jie's mental energy was depleted. Inshi, Ming, whose eyes widened in fury, he bore the brunt of a robot's strike and, in a frenzy, rushed before Yang Jie, his fists clenched into hammers, ready to deliver a heavy blow. Yang Jie's crimson shoulder armor detached on its own, levitating silently, effortlessly blocking Ming, whose formidable strike. His eyes glowed a blood red, fists raining down like a torrential storm, while pieces of armor fell away from Yang Jie, swirling around like countless petals of red roses, absorbing all of Ming, whose onslaught. The onlookers were still reeling from the shock of Shi's swift demise. Xiao Yi, perplexed, murmured, "What on earth is happening? Did Shi have explosives on her? How did her chest just explode?" Bai Ye shared his confusion, but it was Li Bai Tian, a seasoned bounty hunter familiar with taverns, who elucidated the matter. "Clearly, you do not understand women." "What do you mean?" Bai Ye retorted, indignant, convinced he had seen it all, even if only through screens. "Did you know that women often wear steel rings in their undergarments?" "Steel rings? What purpose do those serve?" Li Bai Tian glanced around before whispering. "Steel rings provide shape, support, and enhance posture." Bai Ye, a day of new knowledge indeed. He finally comprehended why Shi had exploded. It was because Yang Jie had controlled the steel ring. Upon realizing this, he glanced down at himself, wincing from an unexplainable sharp pain. "Shi, your demise was so tragic." As the group engaged in their enlightening discourse, the battle on the field underwent a dramatic shift. Ming, who, gritting his teeth, pressed against the crimson armor, his arms tightly restraining Yang Jie, despite his body being sliced by the armor, blood seeping profusely. Yet, Yang Jie was undeniably held captive. Ming, whose formidable physique clung to him, veins bulging, hands locked behind Yang Jie's back, clutching a long strip of cloth torn from his trousers, fluttering in the wind. "Qing Tian, hurry and shoot." Ming, who cried inwardly, having exerted every ounce of his strength to prepare the perfect sniping opportunity for Qing Tian. With just one shot, they could eliminate the tyrant. Even in captivity, Yang Jie remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged, betraying no sign of struggle. With Ming, whose strength, he could easily crush steel, yet Yang Jie remained entirely unscathed. The remnants of his crimson armor, bolstered by extraordinary might, fully absorbed Ming, whose force. Moreover, this power continued to swell, causing Ming, whose fingers to turn white, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking under pressure. In stark contrast to Yang Jie's calm demeanor, Ming, who appeared utterly beleaguered, yet he remained unfazed. Convinced of his impending success, he firmly believed that Qing Tian, who prioritized the mission above all else, would seize the opportunity he had crafted and deliver a perfect shot. At that moment, Yang Jie slowly lowered his head, his indifferent gaze resting on Ming, whose contorted face. "What are you anticipating?" "What?" Ming, whose expression shifted dramatically, as an unimaginable force erupted from Yang Jie's crimson armor, overwhelming him. He could no longer withstand it, and his body was launched away like a cannonball. As he flew through the air, he pondered why he hadn't pulled the trigger. Bang! Ming, who was violently embedded into the mountainside, countless boulders shattering and cascading down, burying him beneath. The arena fell silent. Even the combined efforts of two from the Zodiac could not inflict a single scratch upon Yang Jie, and they could not even endure for 2 minutes. The tyrant's overwhelming power was indelibly etched into the minds of all present. Having dealt with the two, Yang Jie calmly entered the cave, the silver robot trailing closely behind him. A strange, eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Atop the black mountain, amidst swirling mists, a sheer cliff loomed barely visible. At the cliff's edge, jagged stones jutted out like an eagle's beak, and upon the weathered surface stood a dark wooden easel, a pristine white canvas fluttering gently in the mountain breeze. Before the easel, a tall, elegant man clad in white, wielding a dark wooden brush, was absorbed in his painting. However, he was not depicting the imposing cliff before him, but rather a portrait. Though he faced an empty chasm, his eyes seemed to reflect countless figures, which the dark wooden brush brought to life upon the canvas. The central figure of the painting was a defiant man adorned in crimson armor, standing at the center, surrounded by adversaries, tigers, snakes, and men. At that moment, the white-clad artist suddenly raised his brush, lightly touching the canvas, a droplet of ink resembling a bullet slowly taking shape, aimed directly at the central figure. But the next second, he let out a soft gasp, a playful expression crossing his face, for that ink droplet vanished into thin air. "What troubles you, painter?" A man clad in a black suit and white gloves appeared unexpectedly behind the artist. His entire form seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of ink, rendering him somewhat indistinct, with only his face, pallid as a corpse, discernible. The artist smiled faintly. It failed. The man in the black suit remained expressionless. After all, The opponent is a tyrant. Failure is to be expected. The artist shook his head. I know the eagle cannot slay the tyrant. This scene is merely the prologue, a grand performance that must be initiated with the tyrant's blood. Alas, the tyrant has not bled, and the eagle has perished. Perished? The black-suited man questioned, his tone uncertain, yet his face remained rigid, devoid of expression, as if the inquiry was not his own. Those capable of slaying the eagle are concentrated at the entrance of Shelter 189. The eagle traversed the back mountain. How could it have died? The artist gazed into the abyss of the cliff, his eyes profound. A playful smile gracing his lips. It seems an unforeseen character has emerged in this grand performance. What character? I do not know. Do not know? Or do not wish to say? The artist chuckled softly. The canvas is limited. How could I encompass all of existence? Fate is capricious. My destiny can only dictate a portion. However, the identity of that individual is inconsequential. The tyrant's deadlock remains unalterable. All is within control. Merely await in silence. After Yang Jie had entered the cave for a considerable time. What shall we do now? Someone inquired. The robotic sentries had already been dealt with by the tyrant. The alloy door within would undoubtedly pose no obstacle for him. Naturally, we must follow him into Shelter 189. Do you truly dare to enter? You've witnessed the tyrant's might. What if men die for wealth, birds for food? The treasure lies before us. Are we to fear a single tyrant? Listening to the fervent discussions among the crowd, Bai Ye joined in to add his voice to the commotion. With a fierce and commanding shout, he declared, indeed, if we all charge together, that tyrant Yang Jie may not be able to annihilate us all before his mental fortitude is exhausted. Chapter 62, The Laser Passage. The fervent discussions abruptly ceased, and a palpable silence enveloped the group as they exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The courage they had painstakingly mustered was swiftly dashed by Ye's remark. After an awkward pause, one individual hesitantly suggested, the tyrant surely holds no interest in the trivial remnants within the shelter, and he cannot carry away everything. Thus, let him take the lion's share while we salvage whatever scraps we can without incurring his wrath. Damn it, let's do it. Fortune favors the bold. Several bounty hunters clenched their jaws and stomped forward from the woods, heading straight for the cave. This act triggered a chain reaction akin to a row of dominoes. While one might not seek fortune for themselves, watching others prosper was far more unbearable than death. An increasing number of individuals made their way toward the cave. What shall we do? Gao Bansheng turned to Li Xiao and the others, inquiring. Li Xiao remained silent, offering no response. The others wore expressions of uncertainty, their gazes unconsciously gravitating toward Li Yu, evidently considering this enigmatic powerhouse as their anchor. Li Yu, taken aback, thought, why are they looking at me? I certainly won't go in there. It's a death sentence. That tyrant is no mere man. He wished to observe Bai Ye, yet refrained from doing so overtly. While others feared the tyrant, Bai Ye exhibited no such trepidation. He was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to follow in the tyrant's wake and seize the spoils. He was determined to enter the cave. What if there were other secret passages within? What if, after locating the Pangu USB drive, the tyrant exited through a hidden route? Or worse, what if the tyrant found the USB drive and simply departed on a flying train, leaving him behind? For precaution's sake, he needed to witness the tyrant obtaining the Pangu USB drive with his own eyes before attempting to seize it from him. Only then would he feel assured. As for why he wouldn't retrieve it himself, was it necessary to explain? The remnants of the old world within the shelter had perished. So how could it possibly be devoid of danger? Such perilous tasks were best left to professionals. He would merely reap the rewards. Thus, as the crowd hesitated, Bai Ye boldly stepped forward, emerging from the woods. Little Bai, are you truly going? Gao Bansheng exclaimed, astonished that the most timid among them was also the most daring. Bai Ye did not look back, responding with a firm, yes. Now that we are here, we might as well take a look inside. The group paused, momentarily taken aback. There was something oddly compelling in Bai Ye's words, as if they held an enigmatic power. Indeed, since they had come this far, why not venture deeper? Li Yu silently rose to follow Bai Ye, well aware of who the true pillar of strength was. The moment the others saw Li Yu, a formidable figure, join them, their confidence swelled. Little Bai is right. Now that we are here, if we do not enter, we may regret it for a lifetime. Xiao Yi quickly followed suit. As bounty hunters, we thrive on the edge of danger. If we can uncover just a few treasures from the old world, our worries will be forever alleviated. Brothers, let us proceed. Li Beitian addressed the other bounty hunters. The bounty hunters, ignited by fervor and determination, rose one by one. Li Beitian grinned broadly, proclaiming, brothers, let's pull off this final heist. Once it's done, we can retire in peace. Even before embarking, he had already set a lofty expectation for himself. Black Panther and others joined in the enthusiasm. Witnessing the collective bravado, Gao Banqing could not help but thump his chest. I've grown weary of a life of indulgence. My purpose in coming to Black Mountain was twofold, to forge friendships and seek thrills. Now that my friends have resolved to enter, how could I possibly refrain? Xiao Kuei, let us go. He leaped onto Xiao Kuei's petite frame, raising his fist triumphantly. At this point, only Li Xiao had yet to declare his intentions. This proud shadowy figure seemed still entrapped in the terror of the tyrant. Do not forget your objective. Remember why you came. He silently raged, ultimately choosing to join the group. Inside the pitch-black cave, many individuals retrieved their lighting devices. As the illumination flickered to life like stars igniting, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Contrary to their expectations, the interior of the cave was not a rocky cavern, but rather a passageway adorned with silver alloys, creating a strikingly sci-fi metallic corridor. The passage stretched interminably, twisting and turning beyond sight. Bai Ye and Gao Banqing trailed behind the throng, proceeding cautiously. As they walked, Bai Ye furrowed his brow. Have you all noticed that this passage descends? Indeed, it does. My intelligence suggests that Shelter 189 was constructed beneath the mountain. So we are indeed descending, Gao Banqing replied, attempting to conceal his corpulent figure behind Xiao Kuei's slight frame. Yet, his size rendered him conspicuously unable to conceal himself. The alloy door has been opened. A voice from the front of the line erupted in jubilant exclamation. At the end of the passage stood a heavily damaged alloy door, measuring a formidable 20 centimeters in thickness and several meters in height, now grotesquely embedded within the walls. Beyond the door, the long silver metallic corridor continued. True to his reputation, the tyrant had effortlessly breached a door that even explosives couldn't budge. Enough chatter. Clear the way. Let me through. A one-eyed man, donning an eye patch, surged forward into the passage without hesitation. A few others followed him, seemingly anxious to claim any treasures before others could seize them. However, many chose to remain behind, observing the unfolding scenario. Opinions diverged. Those who waited feared potential dangers lurking beyond the door, while those who rushed in believed that since the tyrant had been inside for some time, any threats had already been mitigated. It was wiser to enter early and discover the treasures within. Who was right and who was wrong would only be discerned in the aftermath. As the one-eyed man traversed roughly 2 meters into the passage, a sudden surge of eerie blue electricity coursed along the silver walls, rippling like water and swiftly spreading throughout the corridor, as if some mechanism had been activated. The faces of the one-eyed man and his companions paled in alarm as they sensed impending doom, hastily halting their advance, but it was too late. In the next instant, 3 beams of crimson laser erupted from the left wall, hurtling toward them with astonishing speed. Run! The one-eyed man barely had time to stifle a gasp before. Whoosh! The lasers struck with lethal precision. The first beam sliced through his left shoulder and diagonally into his right abdomen, before the searing pain could register. His collarbone and half of his scapula melted away like plastic under extreme heat, unveiling his still-beating heart within. The second laser cleaved through his navel, severing his upper body from his lower in a mere fraction of a second, blood droplets bursting forth from his spinal column, only to be instantly vaporized by the laser's intensity. The third beam vertically cleaved through his right hip, rendering his mechanically enhanced leg as fragile as paper, which fell lifelessly to the silver alloy ground. Chapter 63, The Black Knight. The individuals behind the one-eyed man were paralyzed with terror, their bodies stiffening momentarily before they turned to flee. Yet, the speed of the lasers was too swift. By the time they had turned halfway, they were mercilessly torn apart. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of flesh hitting the ground echoed ominously. The death came swiftly and brutally, leaving the crowd outside the door in stunned silence for several seconds before they regained their senses in horror. Those who had hesitated earlier now revealed a flicker of trepidation in their eyes. It was a close call, merely a thought away from either salvation or damnation. Is it a laser corridor? Gao Banqing exclaimed in shock, his complexion turning pale. Damn it! How could there be a laser corridor here? How did the tyrant pass through? Bai Ye spoke slowly. It is not surprising that the tyrant can traverse the laser corridor. What is truly astonishing is that he, who can control metal and easily destroy all the laser emitters, chose not to do so. It appears he does not wish for others to enter. He likely despises intervening on behalf of others, but feels no obligation to assist in eliminating dangers. What should we do now? Gao Banqing began to retreat. This laser corridor was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person like him. Xiao Yi fixed his gaze on the scattered corpses of several individuals, stating solemnly, I just observed. The lasers are indeed formidable, yet their speed is not imperceptible to the naked eye. If one possesses sufficient agility, it might be possible to navigate through. He was evidently contemplating the challenge, confident in his own abilities, yet he refrained from attempting it immediately, uncertain of how many lasers lay within the passage and their operational trajectories. The optimal strategy would be to wait for others to enter first and ascertain the laser patterns, ensuring a foolproof approach. But who would willingly risk their life to pave the way for others? Only those with unparalleled confidence in their own strength, like the tyrant Yang Jie, or those who are selfless and fearless, willing to lead the charge, would consider such an act. At that moment, many cast furtive glances toward He Qianjun, the instructor from the Iron Brotherhood. This venerable figure, known as the Grand Commander of the 100,000 Iron Guards, had a reputation that resonated throughout Beiming. Over the years, countless formidable superhumans and genetic modifiers had perished at his hands. Even someone as powerful as the underworld tiger treated He Qianjun with utmost respect, a testament to his prowess. If anyone were likely to navigate the laser corridor, it would undoubtedly be He Qianjun. Sensing the gaze of the crowd upon him, He Qianjun remained impassive, standing quietly without taking any action. As the crowd remained in a stalemate, an unexpected figure slowly emerged from the throng, the Knight of the Silent Court. This solitary young woman, having arrived alone, stepped silently into the laser corridor, drawing the attention of the crowd as if she were a magnet. Her petite knightly boots lightly touched the metallic floor, producing a faint sound. It's the Black Knight of the Silent Court. She actually entered the laser corridor first. Someone gasped in astonishment. The Black Knight was known for her elusive nature, serving as a sharp blade for punishing criminals on behalf of the Silent Court. It was rumored that even bounty hunters with rewards exceeding 100 million had met their demise at her hands. No wonder she dared to step forward first. The Black Knight of the Silent Court? Bai Ye furrowed his brow. It hardly sounded like a name befitting a girl. His impression of this nameless maiden lingered on the events in Grey Dust Town, where she had effortlessly slain hundreds of gray sparrows. He had recognized her strength then, yet it seemed he had underestimated her. With a sudden motion, the knightly girl sprang into action, her toes barely grazing the ground as she glided into the laser corridor, her black skirt billowing like rippling ink in the air. The laser corridor seemed to sense her intrusion, and the lasers surged forth. As the first laser slashed down from above at an angle, she deftly slid across the ground like a black cat, the crimson beam barely grazing the edge of her silver mask. The second laser came slicing horizontally, but with a forceful push against the ground, she leapt gracefully, arcing through the air and successfully vaulting over the laser. The third laser ignited above her head, threatening to cleave her in two. Yet her composure remained unshaken. Like an elegant dancer in the center of a ballroom, she glided past the laser with effortless grace. The crowd gasped in astonishment as she seamlessly evaded 3 lasers. Her pace quickened, and more lasers ignited in rapid succession, yet she always found the tiniest openings to slip through with ease. They watched in rapt attention. Not so much for her, but for the lasers. 18 lasers. A total of 18 lasers, some horizontal, some vertical, some diagonal, and others merely 20 centimeters above the ground. They frantically memorized the trajectories she tested. At this juncture, the girl reached the edge of the corridor. Just as she was about to exit when an unexpected turn of events occurred, a fierce crimson light suddenly ignited beneath her feet. Just as the crowd assumed the girl was doomed, she leapt backward into the air as if foreseeing the danger, narrowly avoiding the lethal laser. But the horror was far from over. The 18 lasers she had previously evaded abruptly reversed direction, simultaneously shooting towards her rear. It was over. She was finished. No one believed the girl could evade 18 lasers. Yet, against all odds, she succeeded. In midair, with no leverage to assist her, her slender waist suddenly surged with power, and her black skirt twisted like a spinning dark enchantress, evading the first 8 lasers at an impossible angle. Then, with a deft thrust of her sword sheath against the wall, she shifted her form midair, narrowly grazing several lasers as she transitioned from the left wall to the right. Her long legs made contact with the wall, seemingly as if drawn by a magnet, allowing her to traverse a half-circle along its surface. By this point, she had evaded 17 lasers, yet the final one was inescapable, as her escape route had been completely sealed off while avoiding the others. Facing the inevitable 18th laser, the girl's pure silver cross sword suddenly sprang forth from its sheath, its brilliance resembling a suspended galaxy, meeting the laser with impeccable precision. The invincible beam of light was instantaneously deflected by the sword's blade. From a distance, that blinding red light seemed to illuminate the sword, as well as the silver mask that captivated the crowd's attention. Seizing the moment, the girl reached the corridor's edge once more, this time changing her direction to break free. Yet, once again, a laser shot forth beneath her like a bullet. This time, she was prepared. The pure silver cross sword trembled as it precisely blocked the laser. And then, like a wraith, she flashed out of the corridor, vanishing into its depths without a moment's pause. The crowd fell into stunned silence, overwhelmed by the girl's astonishing agility. After a long while, someone murmured, "What material is her sword made of? How could it withstand even a laser?" "Look!" He Qianjun is moving too. Having remained inactive until now, He Qianjun finally stepped into the laser corridor, hands clasped behind his back, hunched over. With the Black Knight having paved the way, he had fully grasped the patterns of the laser corridor and saw no need to delay. He needed to enter quickly, lest he be outpaced by others. You lot can't pass through the laser corridor with all that heavy metal on your backs. Stay outside to assist me, he instructed. Yes, instructor. A dozen mechanical modifiers replied loudly. He Qianjun nodded, reassured, and then entered the corridor. In the face of the incoming lasers, he displayed greater calm and composure than the knightly girl, taking even less time to reach the edge of the laser corridor. However, discerning eyes could see that He Qianjun's shorter time was not necessarily due to superior strength compared to the knightly girl. Rather, it was primarily because he had prior knowledge of the laser trajectories. As they reached the precipice, everyone was eager to witness how he would navigate the final challenge without a maiden's sword. However, He Qianjun stood motionless. He gradually straightened his back, his muscles suddenly bulging, transforming his previously gaunt frame into that of a diminutive giant. In an instant, he unleashed his power, his figure morphing into a series of afterimages. As he swept past the edge, the sensing laser beneath him ignited with a flash, activating in less than 0.1 seconds. Yet, the laser was fast. But He Qianjun was faster, the beam grazing his back as he evaded it. He landed outside the laser corridor, the 18 beams trailing him belatedly. Unable to reach him at all, the crowd was astonished, not anticipating that He Qianjun's strategy was to rely on a speed surpassing that of the laser to conquer the challenge. He Qianjun seemed stronger than the Black Knight. Bai Ye remarked in amazement. Beside him, Xiaoyi shook his head. It's hard to say who is stronger or weaker. The Black Knight is equally swift. However, that last laser was particularly insidious, triggered suddenly and catching the Black Knight off guard, forcing him to confront all 18 lasers. He Qianjun, having foreseen the surprise attack of the final laser, was naturally better prepared. Don't mention him. Even I could have made it through. You? Bai Ye eyed him skeptically. Ah, the old saying rings true. One becomes red by being near vermilion and black by being near ink. Look at you and Li Xiao. You've both learned to boast. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. Don't believe me? Just watch. With that, he boldly approached the laser corridor. Are you serious? Bai Ye hastily called out. Wait. Don't be so impulsive. Xiao Yi turned back with a smile. I didn't expect you, little Bai, to be so concerned about me. Don't worry. I want to proceed without absolute certainty. First, hand over that 200,000 check for safekeeping, then you can go. Just don't let the lasers destroy the check. Xiao Yi. Ultimately, he departed with a dark expression. Indeed, as he predicted, none of the preceding lasers could impede him. Xiao Yi's agility was commendable. While he may not have equaled the Black Knight or He Qianjun, he was more than capable of dealing with the lasers. Yet, the final laser proved to be a formidable foe. The instantaneous sensing laser was exceedingly swift. Unlike the others that appeared in advance, it struck like a firearm, delivering an unexpected shot as one reached the designated spot. Faced with this last laser, Xiao Yi sprinted forward, shouting, Halt. His command left everyone bewildered. Halt the laser? Had his mind been befuddled? But in the next moment, clang. A sword named Halt sprang from its sheath, shooting forth. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yi grasped the hilt, soaring through the passage like a celestial swordsman. Is this possible? Bai Ye was taken aback, surprised at such a use of the sword. With numerous successful examples before them, more and more individuals could no longer restrain themselves, attempting to follow suit. However, they were evidently overconfident. Some perished after breaching 3 or 5 lasers, while others fell victim to the last one. Yet, there were successes, such as the Phantom Jester. This clown, hand in hand with his girlfriend, traversed the laser corridor as if entering an amusement park, laughing joyfully all the while. He stood at the opposite end of the corridor, grinning at the empty air beside him. Was that funny? Do you want to play again? Very well, I can't resist you. Then, in a shocking turn of events, the clown returned with his girlfriend, repeating the process multiple times before finally vanishing from sight. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals is vast. What is a life-threatening laser corridor to others is merely a playground for the clown, whose speed rivaled that of He Qianjun. Bai Ye marveled even more, realizing that this was indeed the grand stage of Heishan. If you weren't up to it, you ought not to enter, for this group was far too capable. He nudged Li Xiao. Hey, humor dart man. All these renowned strong individuals have entered. Can you manage it? Humph, a mere laser corridor. It will take me but a second, Li Xiao retorted coldly. See, there goes the humor again. Li Xiao ignored Bai Ye's taunts and strode confidently towards the laser corridor. The shadows beneath his feet stood silently, and then with a swift motion, he hurled a shadow dart that was formless and intangible, evading any detection by the lasers. A shadow connected the dart and Li Xiao, stretching as the distance increased, resembling a black line. At the moment the dart crossed the laser corridor, the shadow beneath Li Xiao suddenly collided with him, enveloping him entirely, and then he vanished along the line of shadows. Meanwhile, the already past shadow dart abruptly released a surge of ink-like shadows, transforming into a humanoid form as the darkness receded to reveal Li Xiao. What the you have a way to? Bai Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Outside the cave, a dozen genetic warriors struggled to clear the boulders when suddenly, the pile erupted violently, sending the warriors flying. Amidst the swirling dust, the grim-faced Ming Hu emerged slowly. In the woods, several genetic warriors pried open the deformed train carriage and gasped in horror upon seeing the silver serpent crushed beneath the train. Tragic. Utterly tragic. The silver serpent's once alluring visage had contorted, her chest a gory mess, her limbs twisted in irregular shapes. She was undeniably lifeless. Let us retrieve Lady Silver Serpent's body, one genetic warrior said, straining to extract her from the pit in the ground. Chapter 65. I will weep more sorrowfully after your demise. There's a long crack on Lady Silver Serpent's head. Why is there no brain matter? Has anyone seen Lady Silver Serpent's brain matter? The crowd looked around, exchanging bewildered glances. How strange, the head is cracked, yet there's no brain matter. Could it be? The genetic warriors' faces paled as they realized. Lady Silver Serpent has no brain. Who is lacking in brains? Suddenly, the distorted corpse of the Silver Serpent spoke, startling everyone and causing them to drop her body. Amidst their astonished gazes, they watched as the crack on her head widened, damp hair slowly oozing out, accompanied by the sound of skin tearing, her body rubbing against the slime. Gradually, a pale-skinned, beautiful head emerged, followed by slender arms, a torso, long legs, and delicate feet. It was indeed the Silver Serpent. Rising gracefully, the naked Silver Serpent stood, her shed skin instantly shriveling and becoming translucent, resembling a snake shedding its skin. The genetic warriors stared, dumbfounded, their minds momentarily blank. Is it beautiful? The Silver Serpent asked, displaying herself with a beaming smile. Very beautiful, one replied, swallowing hard. The Silver Serpent's smile grew even more enchanting. I will relay your words verbatim to Brother Tiger. The man's face instantly drained of color as he knelt, bowing his head deeply, not daring to steal even a glance at her glistening little feet. The others followed suit, bowing their heads in fear. Please spare me. I won't look anymore. Humph. Then hurry and strip off your clothes for me. Moments later, Ming Hu and the Silver Serpent reunited. How are your injuries? Ming Hu inquired darkly. The Silver Serpent tugged at her oversized garment to cover her exposed shoulders. Nothing serious, just shed a layer of skin. Ming Hu nodded. That useless Ingtian. I provided him with such a splendid opportunity, and he didn't even pull the trigger. The Silver Serpent pouted, tears shimmering in her eyes. Brother Ing must be in trouble, otherwise, he would not refrain from firing his weapon. Boo-hoo. Cease your weeping. The Silver Serpent sniffled, playfully chastising. Are you feeling jealous? Fear not. When your time comes, I shall weep even more sorrowfully. The grim tiger erupted in fury. Silence. You wretched creature. How vexatious. You frighten me. Our immediate concern is the Pangu USB drive. The original plan was to eliminate the tyrant so that no one could seize the USB from us. However, with Qianjun and his men lacking adequate manpower, they do not pose a threat. Yet, the plan has faltered. If we return like this, the company will certainly not spare us. Without the stabilizer for the Type 3 gene serum, our days are numbered. We face death either way, so we might as well take a gamble. What do you intend to do? The Silver Serpent, sensing the gravity of the situation, became solemn. Naturally, we shall infiltrate the 189 refuge and secure the Panga USB before the tyrant does. I have already arranged for personnel to be mobilized. As long as we can delay the tyrant, there is still a chance. Mr. Li, it seems we are fated to miss the 189 refuge. You need not wait for us, Gao Bansheng and the others sighed. Li Yu's face stiffened, cursing internally. Who the hell is waiting for you? If I could get in, I would have done so long ago. Unbeknownst to Li Yu, Gao Bansheng and the others were utterly convinced, even blindly so, that he could breach the laser corridor. After all, if even Li Xiao could enter, there was no reason Mr. Li could not. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Beside them, Bai Ye discerned Li Yu's predicament, but could not devise a suitable plan, pondering whether he could simply suspend time and carry Li Yu across. The laser corridor posed no challenge for him. In fact, he could traverse it as if walking on flat ground. Yet wouldn't that expose him? Mr. Li, you truly need not wait for us. If you delay any longer, you may miss out on the good fortune, Gao Bansheng continued to urge, a glimmer of emotion flickering in his eyes. Why isn't Mr. Li entering? He clearly does not wish to abandon us. Truly, Mr. Li is a good person. Li Yu's mind raced. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Gu, say something. He subtly gestured to Bai Ye. Bai Ye immediately understood and was about to change the subject when the crowd suddenly stirred. A path parted in the throng as the Grim Tiger and Silver Serpent, flanked by the remaining Gene warriors, strode forth with an imposing air. At that moment, the Grim Tiger, covered in wounds and stained with blood, bore an aura of ferocity rather than disarray. The Silver Serpent, enscathed and draped in a clearly ill-fitting black uniform, allowed her pale neck to peek through the loose fabric. Her long, fair legs alternating between steps, barefoot, yet her strikingly red nail polish stood out vividly. These two had somehow survived. Bai Ye was increasingly convinced that Mr. Ing must have used his connections to enter the Zodiac. I told you there was no eagle among them. One shot, and he was dead. Yet look at the Grim Tiger and Silver Serpent. They were battered but still brimming with vitality, especially the Silver Serpent. Bai Ye found it hard to fathom how the Silver Serpent could remain unharmed despite the potentially fatal injuries a woman could sustain. Wait, not entirely unscathed. Why did she seem to have diminished in stature? Could it be silicone, which allowed her to evade a fatal blow? The Grim Tiger and Silver Serpent stood before the laser corridor, their gazes flickering. They were not blind, seeing the crowd frozen in place and the corpses severed by lasers. They quickly grasped the situation. The Grim Tiger seized a bounty hunter by the throat, demanding, "Explain everything that just transpired, word for word." Faced with the Grim Tiger's intimidation and the imposing Gene warriors behind him, the crowd could only seethe in silence. The frightened bounty hunter recounted the events surrounding the laser corridor in detail. "I see. You enter." The Grim Tiger flung the bounty hunter into the laser corridor, watching as he tentatively advanced. Unsurprisingly, the man met a gruesome fate. The Grim Tiger then compelled others to enter the laser corridor, and after several attempts, he deduced its patterns, the cost being the lives of a few unrelated bounty hunters. Xianjun, the Black Knight, and other powerful figures had already traversed the laser corridor, leaving the Grim Tiger and Silver Serpent as the sole dominant forces. They dared to challenge everyone except Liu. "You all will provide cover from the outside." After coldly uttering this command, the Grim Tiger and Silver Serpent plunged into the laser corridor, as beings capable of contending against the tyrant without succumbing. The laser corridor posed no obstacle, and soon the two vanished at the corridor's end. The remaining weaklings exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Chapter 66. Stubborn? Do you believe Mr. Li will make you all rigid? The laser corridor acted as a filter for the strong. Despite the grandiose titles and formidable appearances of this group, it became evident who was left exposed once the tide receded. Liu felt as though he was laid bare before the onlookers, akin to being stripped and displayed for all to see, as countless bewildered gazes fixated upon him, invoking a sense of social demise. Not only Gao Bansheng and his companions were puzzled, but also the passers-by. How could the illustrious magician Liu, a figure so formidable that even the Zodiac's Grim Tiger dared not act recklessly, still remain outside the laser corridor? Liu, at a loss, steeled himself and called out to Bai Ye. He led Bai Ye to an unoccupied corner, their actions observed by the crowd, yet none dared to follow. Fearing Liu's wrath, Liu scanned the vicinity, noting the absence of others and the pitch darkness of the cave, his expression faltering as his image of strength crumbled. "Ego, what now? These freaks have all found a way through the laser corridor. Even the humorous dart thrower has survived, yet here I am with no way out." Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "You still have no way out? Don't you realize that in the entire Black Mountain, you are the only one with a way out? You've been spinning circles around everyone." Liu, in a panic, implored, "Ye go. What are you joking about at a time like this? Think of a solution. Do not fret. I have a plan that will not only allow you to pass, but will enable everyone to do so." "What plan?" Leaning closer. Moments later, Liu's heart steadied, confidence swelling within him, his aura of strength amplified as he strode towards the laser corridor, his gait exuding authority, causing those nearby to step back. "Mr. Li, are you finally ready to proceed?" Gao Bansheng exclaimed with delight. "You have wasted too much time waiting for us. Hurry." Liu's indifferent gaze swept the assembly, and he stated coolly, "Who wishes to traverse the laser corridor? Raise your hand." His voice, though not loud, reverberated like thunder in the hearts of the crowd. They even questioned their own hearing. What did Mr. Li mean? Was he offering to help them cross the laser corridor? But how could that be possible? As the crowd stood in shock, Bai Ye, the accomplice, was the first to raise his hand. I want to go through." Gao Bansheng quickly reacted, raising his hand as well. "Me too. Me as well." Black Panther and others followed suit, hands shooting up like a herd mentality, many sporting peculiar expressions, reminiscent of the embarrassment felt when called upon in class. In other words, if it had been anyone but the magician Liu speaking, no one would have dared to raise their hands. They would have merely laughed it off. Bai Ye, with a carefree demeanor, addressed the bewildered crowd, saying, "Mr. Li possesses a kind heart and cannot bear to see you return empty-handed. Hence he has graciously facilitated your passage through the laser corridor. All that is required of you is a modest ticket fee of 10,000 each. Why are you all dawdling? Hurry and pay up. Ticket fee. Do you think this is a tourist attraction? The crowd stood in shock. Having weathered numerous storms and faced perilous challenges, they had encountered all manner of scenarios. Yet they had never seen a sanctuary demand an entry fee. Is this something a reasonable person would do? 10,000 just to pass through the laser corridor? Who would be foolish enough to pay? Little Bai, here is a check for 200,000. I've covered my brother's expenses, Gao Banshing declared, pulling a check from his pocket and extending it to Bai Ye. The crowd was taken aback. Bai Ye grinned broadly, accepting the check, and, with a burlap sack in hand, approached the members of the Iron Brotherhood. Facing a dozen towering mechanical augmentations, he boldly extended his hand. What are you waiting for? Pay up. Do you wish to witness He Qianjun left isolated and helpless inside? One mechanical augment hesitated. Can Mr. Li really help us get in? Bai Ye, growing impatient, retorted, how would I know? The money is for Mr. Li. If he fails to deliver, you can take it up with him. With so many of you here, are you really afraid he won't pay up? Liu. After much deliberation, the mechanical augment finally produced the money. 10,000 was a trivial sum for him. He preferred to trust the mysterious powerhouse, Liu, treating it as a hopeful investment. As Bai Ye watched the sack grow heavier, he felt a surge of joy, realizing he was indeed a devoted man, steadfastly enamored with money, just as he had been in his past life. It proved that genuine affection remains unchanged by the tides of time. In truth, Bai Ye wished to collect more money. But the issue lay in storage. Not everyone carried checks like Gao Banshing. Most had only cash. As more people paid, it became clear that they were not averse to parting with 10,000. However, some remained reluctant, suspecting Liu was taking advantage of the situation to line his pockets. Little brother, I didn't bring any money this time, a bounty hunter in a cowboy hat sheepishly admitted. Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed as Bai Ye pressed his handgun against the hunter's forehead. No money? And you dare come to Black Mountain for a vacation? Scram. The hunter could only fume silently, fearing to offend Liu. Bai Ye continued, listen up, everyone. Mr. Li has declared that this place does not welcome the impoverished. Those who cannot afford the ticket should leave at once. Anyone who dares to resist can take it up with Mr. Li. Don't say, I didn't warn you, Mr. Li has a notoriously bad temper. If he is displeased, he'll make sure your entire family is equally unhappy. Liu instantly became the focus of the crowd. Feeling their gaze upon him, he silently lamented his predicament, compelled to maintain the facade of a formidable figure, acting as if he held them in disdain. To his surprise, many fell for it, hastily producing their cash. The cowboy hat-wearing hunter awkwardly smiled. Little brother, I truly have no money. A glint of defiance flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Still stubborn, are we? Do you believe Mr. Li will leave you unscathed? Not at all. I suddenly recalled that I found 10,000 on my way here. Here it is. Bai Ye made a full circle, the sack nearly bursting at the seams, yet a few individuals remained without payment. These few were genuinely broke. They had no intention of offending the enigmatic Liu over a mere 10,000. One person lamented, I truly haven't any money. Nor have I found any. Me too. Little brother, could you perhaps write me an IOU? Or maybe you could speak with Mr. Li and see if he can make an exception? Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. A watch? What watch? Several individuals stiffened, reluctantly removing their watches to hand over, while those without watches offered up ammunition instead. Only then did Bai Ye nod in satisfaction, dragging the heavy sack over to Liu. Mr. Li, I've collected all the ticket fees. We can begin. Chapter 67. Only the likes of the 10 kings are worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as Mr. Li. Liu's lips twitched slightly. Very well. He slowly advanced to stand before the crowd at the entrance of the laser corridor, leaving them with an enigmatic silhouette. Before the captivated audience, this magician gradually unwrapped the bandages from his right hand, his movements deliberate and steady, akin to unsealing the power of a dark lord. The atmosphere thickened with tension, the darkness of the cave flowing like a heavy tide, oppressive. The blood-stained bandages, resembling serpents, fell to the ground, revealing a pale hand. Liu reflected on the tyrant's might, and then reached out into the void toward the laser corridor. Time came to a standstill. As a colossal golden clock enveloped the world, the flow of time was momentarily halted by the divine. In an instant, Bai Ye darted forward, traversing the laser corridor as though it were a mere path. His method of assisting the crowd through the laser corridor was simple: destroy the corridor itself. As he had surmised earlier, he could not simply vanish before their eyes and pass through the laser corridor without exposing himself. Nor did he possess the agility of a knightly maiden. Faced with this dilemma, he resolved to eliminate the source of the problem. Having observed for some time, he noted that the lasers within the corridor were emitted by hidden laser emitters embedded within the silver-white walls, which bore numerous deep holes. They were impervious to destruction from the side, as the walls would obstruct any attempt to dismantle them. One would need to confront the holes directly. However, Doing so would inevitably lead to being pierced by the lasers. Yet, for Bai Ye, this posed no issue. Under the suspension of time, the lasers remained dormant. He drew forth a dagger and deftly inserted it into the small hole, effortlessly dismantling the laser emitter within. He repeated this process, taking merely 14 seconds to neutralize the seemingly insignificant laser corridor. Bai Ye's actions were not solely for the sake of collecting ticket fees and avoiding exposure. More importantly, he sought to have these individuals provide him with cover. Given the arduous entry into Shelter 189, one could only imagine the myriad dangers lurking within. Hence the significance of having someone to scout ahead became apparent. Furthermore, he was determined to acquire the Panga USB drive. If only he, along with Yang Jie, He Qianjun, and Ming Hu, were to enter the shelter, once he snatched the USB drive from Yang Jie, suspicion would arise far too easily. At that point, the entire world would know that the Panga USB drive was in the possession of one among them, and he had no desire to attract the ire of various factions due to such a treasure. Thus, the more individuals present, the easier it would be for him to navigate the murky waters. Having accomplished this, Bai Ye returned to his original position, with 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Time resumed its flow. The crowd's eyes were riveted on Li Yu's right hand. As he made a sweeping motion, a series of shattering sounds erupted, and sparks erupted violently from the holes that housed the laser emitters. On the silver-white wall, a ghostly blue current flickered erratically, before ultimately dimming completely. Li Yu gradually retracted his hand, and an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Was it successful? Did Mr. Li just dismantle the laser corridor? How is that possible? He merely raised his hand, and it was destroyed. What could his extraordinary ability be? Is it akin to that of the tyrant? Truly, the magician was nothing short of miraculous. The crowd gazed in astonishment at Li Yu's right hand. At this moment, he had already retrieved the bandages and re-wrapped them around his hand, his expression remaining cold and detached, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Li Yu turned to face the crowd, his indifferent gaze sweeping over them, though in truth, he was searching for Bai Ye. Bai Ye subtly nodded, his heart at ease, and coldly remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed." With that, he boldly stepped into the laser corridor, moving slowly, as uncertainty gnawed at him. To be frank, he was unclear about the true nature of Bai Ye's extraordinary abilities. It felt as though he wielded a transcendent version of a magician's hand. He speculated that the earlier destruction of the Minghu wine cup was the result of Bai Ye extending this extraordinary hand from a great distance to shatter the cup. Now, the same seemed to apply to the destruction of the laser corridor, where Bai Ye must have unleashed several magical hands to simultaneously dismantle the laser emitters. In his imagination, Bai Ye possessed countless magical hands that could infinitely extend and moved faster than any human hand, activated at the mere flicker of a thought. Li Yu advanced cautiously, fearful that Bai Ye might have overlooked a laser emitter. Yet, to the onlookers, Mr. Li's mysterious silhouette appeared both imposing and serene, his steps light and untroubled, exuding an air of composure. At last, he successfully traversed the laser corridor, without triggering a single beam. Excited cheers erupted from the crowd. "Mr. Li is incredible. Is this the true extent of Mr. Li's prowess? In my view, the 12 Zodiac and the Silent Court pale in comparison to Mr. Li's magical hand." Indeed, while they could only evade the lasers alone, Mr. Li had guided everyone safely through, a clear testament to his superiority. What nonsense! The 12 Zodiac and Silent Court dare to challenge Mr. Li? In all of Beiyang, only the likes of the 10 Kings could be mentioned in the same breath as Mr. Li. Listening to such flattery, Li Yu felt a chill run down his spine. "Stop praising me. If the tyrant hears this, I'm as good as dead. Did you not claim that everything was under control? Why do you now begin to falter?" Atop the black mountain, the man in the black suit gazed expressionlessly at the artist who was hurriedly sketching. The artist wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled bitterly. "It's all gone awry. Everything's a mess. That individual outside the script has led everyone into the refuge. Originally, this scene was meant only for the strong, but with hundreds pouring in, countless threads of fate intertwine. Truly a tangle that cannot be severed. Still under control? Yes, of course, it is still under control, but it requires much more effort. It seems we must deal with this individual outside the script. Otherwise, the trajectory of fate might deviate." The crowd proceeded safely through the laser corridor, cautiously moving deeper within. Soon, rows of magnetic levitation tracks came into view, neatly laid out on the ground, covered in dust and rust, yet devoid of any vehicles. People from the old era must have taken cars from here to reach the underground refuge, but it seems the cars are gone, so we must walk, Gao Banqing explained. The crowd began to run along the tracks. The presence of tracks indicated that vehicles had once been here, suggesting they were still some distance from the refuge. If they did not hurry, the good things might be taken by the Minghu. After running for a considerable time, they finally reached the end of the tracks. where a discarded railcar and a gigantic elevator platform awaited them. However, it appeared that a collapse had occurred, burying much of the elevator, rendering it unusable. There's an emergency passage, someone shouted, pointing to a small door beside the elevator. A loosely hanging LED sign above it flickered with the words emergency passage in fluorescent green, though the letters had long lost their luster due to a severed connection. Chapter 68. Holy cow. So many Rambutan. The small door to the emergency passage had been violently breached, the marks still fresh. Undoubtedly the work of Yang Jie and his companions. The crowd surged into the emergency passage, which sloped steeply downward at nearly a 30-degree angle, twisting and spiraling as they descended. As they progressed, they found the passage becoming narrower and deeper, transforming from a side-by-side formation into a single-file line. Have we descended hundreds of meters underground? Someone murmured in the darkness. Surely not. We've been walking for so long. I feel like we've gone over 1,000 meters. Look ahead, there's sunlight. Sunlight? How could there be sunlight underground? It must be a lighting facility. The leading individuals moved toward the light, discovering that it emanated from the end of the passage. They squinted to adjust to the brightness, and upon seeing the scene behind the light, they were taken aback and hastened into the illumination. What's in there? Those behind called out, not immediately entering. After a while, the astonished voices of those who had entered echoed back. A city. It's a city, and the sun. There's even a sun here. What on earth is going on? Is this still underground? They exclaimed, their words tumbling out in confusion. Seeing no danger, the others followed suit, entering the light, followed by a chorus of astonished gasps. Not only is there sunlight, but there's also a sky. Holy cow, what's that floating in midair with red fur? That looks like Rambutan. A Rambutan with a diameter of several dozen meters. Bai Ye paused, momentarily taken aback. Rambutan? What on earth? He recognized Rambutan, having eaten it before. It was a tropical fruit, a round red ball covered in hairy spines. But the problem was, even the largest Rambutan was no bigger than a palm. Where could such a colossal Rambutan come from? His curiosity about what the others were witnessing grew, and he pushed through the crowd. Move faster. We'll miss out on the good stuff at this rate. Those he pushed turned back, ready to glare. But upon seeing it was Bai Ye, they merely smiled sheepishly, unwilling to provoke him. After all, who didn't he know that this ragged wasteland youth had the formidable magician Liu backing him? No one dared to cross him. After squeezing through for about 2 minutes, Bai Ye finally emerged into the light, and his vision expanded as if he had stepped into another world. Holy cow. So many Rambutans. It turned out those people had not been lying. A city truly lay hidden here, along with countless Rambutans floating in midair. This was an immeasurable modern city, with skewed and toppled skyscrapers stretching as far as the eye could see. The most distant structures had crumbled into rolling hills, and abandoned magnetic levitation tracks wound through the ruins, coiling like a lifeless serpent around the concrete remains. A viewing tower, hundreds of meters high and bearing the name Eye of the Universe, jutted into a parched artificial lake, its glass curtain walls entirely stripped away, exposing a honeycomb-like metal framework. Above, a blue sky adorned with white clouds and a sun radiating warmth and light shone down. Most striking, however, were the Rambutans suspended in the air above the abandoned city, which resembled not so much fruit as a magnified virus, the bright red colossal spheres covered in countless sharp spikes. The spikes extended infinitely, tapering to a fine point, some even as thin as a hair, intertwining to form a vast red web that enveloped the entire city. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Rambutan, is this the 189 refuge? Did people from the old era truly build a city beneath Black Mountain? But what of the sun and the sky? Li Beitian exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Ye observed the sky for a moment and realized it was not a sky at all, but rather a colossal screen shielding the city. The blue sky and white clouds merely projected images. While this technology was indeed staggering, he could still accept it. What he could not fathom was the Rambutan. The densely packed, virus-like crimson spheres looked nothing like a product of technology. Had the aesthetics of the people from the old era become so distorted? Perhaps these Rambutans were the cause of the deaths within the refuge? Bai Ye gazed intently at the Rambutan, a sudden illusion enveloping him. He felt as though the fruit was staring back at him, as if it possessed life. Abruptly, an odd sensation began to swell within him, intensifying with each passing moment of his fixation. His vision blurred, and instinctively, he blinked. Yet, upon reopening his eyes, the Rambutan had transformed. Countless pale, vengeful eyeballs erupted from its surface, or rather, they squeezed forth accompanied by a thick, green slime and a nauseating squelching sound. 1, 2, 3, an innumerable quantity of eyes clustered grotesquely, sending shivers down his spine. However, with another blink, all the eyes vanished, as if they were mere phantoms. Was it merely an illusion? A faint sense of horror lingered in his mind, prompting him to avert his gaze. Yet, when he looked at himself, He was taken aback. An overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity assaulted his brain. Is this my body? Why does it feel so alien? Bai Ye scrutinized his hands, which he knew all too well. Yet they seemed utterly foreign to him, as if forcibly affixed to his being. A sudden wave of irritation and nausea surged within him. He yearned to tear apart his hands, to reveal the true self hidden beneath. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig jolted Bai Ye from his reverie. Awakening from his daze, he turned abruptly to discover that many around him bore expressions resembling his own, all reflecting the terror of awakening from a nightmare. There was something deeply amiss with the Rambutan. Without a moment's thought, he noticed Gao Banqing tumble from Xiao Kuei's back, his pudgy hands tearing at his own body, scratching at fresh wounds. The scream had emanated from Gao Banqing, whose ordinary constitution rendered him vulnerable to the Rambutan's effects, and he had already begun to take drastic action. Just as Li Beitian and the others attempted to intervene, a sudden flash of golden light erupted from Gao Banqing's chest, only to vanish in an instant. Awakening as if from a dream, he ceased his self-harm, scrambling to his feet, sweat beading on his forehead as he gasped, "Cursed be it, I nearly met my great-grandmother. This Rambutan is indeed peculiar. It cannot be gazed upon directly." As he spoke, he grasped a red string around his neck, producing an ancient bronze coin. He fervently kissed the coin several times, still shaken, exclaiming, "What a treasure! It has saved my life once again. Is this a forbidden item?" Bai Ye's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 69. The forbidden item exclusively for the wealthy. Terrified, Gao Banqing hastily tucked the coin into his bosom. This is a Jiao-level forbidden item, life-buying money. Once faced with fatal harm, it can be used to purchase one's life. Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with fervor, barely concealing his desire to claim it as his own. Gao Banqing took a step back. "Brother Bai, you mustn't covet my life-buying money. Even if I were to give it to you, you wouldn't be able to utilize it. How would you know I couldn't use it if you don't give it to me? I'm speaking the truth. You do not meet the conditions for the containment of life-buying money. I have contained forbidden items before. A gamble for life like Breath of Bones is nothing in comparison to this trifling, life-buying money. It's worth over 100 million. Bai Ye was momentarily at a loss for words, then erupted in anger. Isn't this just bullying the poor? Furthermore, one must pay a monthly tribute of 1 million. And in the event of danger, additional fees apply. The greater the peril, the more one must pay. For instance, within the month, I must pay an additional 3 million. Or it will retaliate. Why are you explaining so thoroughly? Do you think I'm the kind of person who robs friends of their forbidden items? Bai Ye reproached him. Gao Banqing chuckled. His words not only extinguished Bai Ye's ambitions, but also quelled the desires of others who had set their sights on Gao Banqing. No one would reject a life-saving forbidden item, yet to use it, one needed to prove a net worth of 1 billion. A worthless forbidden item. Not even a dog would want it. After this incident, the crowd recognized the danger posed by the Rambutan, and they no longer dared to gaze upon it. At that moment, Bai Ye finally understood why Gao Banqing, an ordinary person, would dare to venture into the Black Mountain. He was protected by a forbidden item. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed that the number of people around him was dwindling. Looking up, he realized many had grown impatient to leave the group, eagerly venturing into the city in search of treasures. "Mr. Li, Boss Gao, shall we set forth?" The fierce Black Panther urged eagerly. Gao Banqing glanced at Li Yu, who nodded slightly, prompting him to wave his hand grandly. "Let us depart." A grand procession boldly entered the abandoned cityscape, and as they approached the structures, they discovered that the dilapidated buildings were ensnared by red lines that twisted like veins. These crimson strands varied in thickness, some as robust as octopus tentacles, others as fine as strands of hair, yet they all originated from the Rambutan hovering in the air above the city. Not only were the buildings ensnared, but the ground was also riddled with these lines, sending chills through those who beheld them. The group cautiously navigated around the crimson threads, their eyes scanning the surrounding edifices. A bounty hunter, spotting an open door to a house, attempted to enter, only to be stopped by Li Beitian. The seasoned bounty hunter explained, "The 189 shelter is vast. Any valuable items are unlikely to be found in mere houses. We are limited in what we can carry, so we mustn't squander time in such places. Look at that dome-shaped building ahead. It surely contains plenty of good treasures." His words garnered the approval of the group, and they hastened toward the dome-shaped structure. This building was peculiar, resembling a half-sphere overturned upon the ground, its silver alloy walls in a state of disrepair, and at the entrance lay a discarded sign. "Gene something or other." Gao Banqing squinted at the filthy sign, managing to discern those 3 characters, but the rest were illegible. His expression brightened. Perhaps this pertains to gene serums. After all, the gene technology of the Cataclysm era originated from the old era. Everyone rejoiced. Who does not recognize the power of gene technology? The Cataclysm era merely inherited a fraction of the old era's gene advancements. resulting in the emergence of countless formidable gene-modified beings, with the 12 Zodiac being the most illustrious among them. If we could acquire the entirety of the old era's gene technology, surpassing the 12 Zodiac would be a trivial feat. Do not celebrate too soon. A century has passed. And even if there are gene serums within, they would have long since expired. Bai Ye doused their enthusiasm with cold water. His focus remained not on the sign, but rather on scanning the depths of the city, searching for Yang Jie and the others. Gene serums are trivial. The Panga USB drive is the true treasure. Unfortunately, since Yang Jie and his companions entered the shelter, they had seemingly vanished without a trace. I must devise a plan to separate from the group. Yang Jie and the others are surely deeper within the city. The Black Panther, impatient, strode toward the entrance. Disregarding whether the items had expired, even if they had, selling them outside would still yield a handsome profit. Yet, upon reaching the door, he hesitated. For it was concealed beneath a multitude of dark red veins, writhing as if alive. Fearing contamination from some virus, he refrained from touching them. Instead, drawing his gun and firing several shots at the door, causing blood and flesh to splatter as small dents appeared, yet failing to destroy it entirely. Let me handle this. Li Beitian stepped forward, revealing a large-caliber single-shot rifle in hand. Bai Ye observed in quiet astonishment as he scrutinized Li Beitian from head to toe. The latter carried only a tactical backpack, yet it seemed almost magical. How could such a massive firearm possibly be retrieved from it? The Ironback Viper MK-03? Exclaimed Black Panther. Taken aback. This weapon is a rarity even in the black market. I never imagined you could acquire it. Oldly, Li Beitian chuckled heartily. For this expedition to Black Mountain, I invested my entire fortune to procure this gun. Although it fires only single rounds and has a limited range, its destructive power is immense, comparable to the breath of the skull wielded by Brother Xiaobai. Of course, in terms of other attributes, it pales in comparison to the forbidden relics. No sooner had he finished speaking than a deafening explosion echoed through the air. A brilliant flash igniting like a grenade being launched. The dilapidated door was blasted off its hinges, with the blood vessels affixed to it transforming into a veritable shower of crimson mist. As the sanguine haze dissipated, the group hurried into the Gene Institute. Inside lay a scene of utter devastation. Shattered glass, broken bottles, and an array of rusted instruments littered the floor. The group scoured the premises with the fervor of locusts, seeking anything of value. None noticed the remnants of the blood vessels, shattered by Li Beitian, writhing on the ground, seemingly drawn together by an invisible force, coalescing into a single mass. Suspended in midair, a colossal rambutan floated silently towards the Gene Institute, thousands of red blood vessels cascading from it, firmly connecting it to the building. Clearly, the blood vessels that had just been destroyed belonged to this very rambutan. Chapter 70. Women in revealing attire within the sanctuary. Bai Ye treaded carefully over the shards of glass, each step producing a faint crunch beneath his feet. He surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing in concern. What troubles you, Brother Ye? Li Yu whispered beside him, mindful that the others were preoccupied with their treasure hunt, oblivious to their exchange. Don't you find this peculiar? Li Yu nodded gravely. Indeed, it is strange. The streets are devoid of corpses, which is one thing, but there are none even within the houses. Bai Ye regarded him with surprise. It was the first time they had aligned in thought. Could you refrain from looking at me as if I were a simpleton? I am, after all, a seasoned card shark. I may not boast of much, but my observational skills certainly surpass the average. Li Yu rolled his eyes. You are correct. Despite the passage of time, even if the inhabitants of Sanctuary 189 had perished, there should still be remains. Our journey thus far has revealed a city in ruin, yet conspicuously absent of any corpses, even inside the homes. Considering the scale of this city, there must have been at least 100,000 souls residing in Sanctuary 189. Where have their remains vanished to? Li Yu pondered for a moment. Could it be? That's my discovery. Release it. That robot is mine. The heated argument from the second floor interrupted their conversation. Bai Ye and Li Yu exchanged glances before ascending the staircase, entering a room resembling a bedroom to find Black Panther embroiled in a dispute with a bounty hunter. Upon a disheveled bed lay a woman clad in revealing attire. Black Panther grasped her arm while the bounty hunter clutched her delicate ankle, both tugging insistently. A woman? How could there be a woman here? Bai Ye was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he quickly discerned something amiss, though the woman appeared exquisitely crafted and lifelike. Her eyes were devoid of any vitality, completely motionless. Moreover, the style of her clothing, wasn't this a doll? It seemed that no matter how advanced technology became, humanity's fundamental desires remained unchanged. Gentlemen, please cease your quarrel. There are plenty of robots within the sanctuary. There is no need to fight over this one, especially since it is clearly not a combat model. Gao Hanqing interjected as a peacemaker. Black Panther, however, scoffed. though this robot may not be combat ready. It is more valuable than any of its kind. I once witnessed a similar model at a black market auction, where the auctioneer referred to her as a companion doll. Her skin was indistinguishable from that of a real human, and her expressions and movements were even more nuanced than those of a living being. Some affluent individuals bid millions for her. I discovered her first. The bounty hunter glared, clearly irate, and if not for the disparity in strength, he might have drawn his weapon. And what of it? Treasures naturally belong to the capable. Black Panther showed no intention of relinquishing his grip. How can you be so unreasonable? Bai Ye shook his head slightly, reflecting on the intriguing nature of humanity. Just recently, they had shared drinks as friends. Yet here they were, tearing at each other's throats over profit. He felt no disappointment, as he understood that human nature is rarely black and white, but rather a sophisticated shade of self-interest. Fortunately, not everyone was so consumed by greed. That's enough. Gao Hanqing began to pull out a check. We are all friends. There is no need to bicker over trivial matters. How about this? Bai Ye placed a hand on Gao Hanqing's shoulder. Fatty Gao. You must understand that not everyone can be friends, especially those who attain friendship through compromise. Gao Hanqing paused, gazing at the boy's calm eyes. After a moment of silence, he tucked away the check. You are right. Bai Ye exchanged a knowing glance with Li Yu. Li Yu took a step forward, his voice cold. It's rather noisy. The indifference in his tone brought the heated argument to an abrupt halt. Black Panther's expression shifted as he regarded Li Yu warily, a begrudging smile creeping onto his fierce visage. Apologies, Mr. Li, I was out of line. Gao's right. There are plenty of treasures here. There's no need for contention. Bai Ye nearly chuckled aloud. Look at that. Who said Black Panther was unreasonable? He is quite the rational fellow, it seems. Mr. Li, Boss Gao, considering the vast expanse of Sanctuary 189, our efficiency in searching is rather low when we are all gathered together. Perhaps we should split up? Black Panther suggested, his eyes flickering. Agreed, Li Yu responded calmly. Farewell. We shall take our leave. Black Panther immediately signaled to his subordinates to depart, not lingering for even a moment. Gao Hanqing's expression darkened slightly. He understood why Black Panther and his crew chose to leave. Bai Ye had no time to concern himself with such characters, instead turning his attention to searching the rest of the room. The group's focus had been solely on the companion doll, neglecting a thorough examination of this chamber. Clearly, this room belonged to a high-ranking individual within the Gene Institute, as it was spacious and exhibited hints of opulence. Most importantly, it was the only room housing the companion doll. Before long, he discovered a rusty safe hidden within a wardrobe. What was the password again? Bang! The muzzle of the breath of the skull emitted smoke. The password was correct. Inside lay a pale green syringe and a decayed experimental logbook. The gunfire drew the attention of the others, who gazed at Bai Ye with envy, knowing he had uncovered a complete genetic serum from the old era, a potential fortune. Bai Ye first examined the syringe. The murky pale green liquid inside seemed to have long since deteriorated, filled with floating debris, and looked rather unappealing. A faintly discernible label was affixed to the side. Primordial virus antidote? Bai Ye muttered, able to recognize only those 3 words. The scarlet virus serum? Gao Hanqing's eyes lit up. This must be the serum produced during the cataclysm, created by the people of the old era to combat the scarlet plague. How much is this worth? Gao Hanqing extended a finger. Bai Ye was taken aback. 100 million? Gao Hanqing shook his head slightly. 10 million? He shook his head again. Bai Ye's expression grew perplexed. 1 million? Not worth a dime. Gao Hanqing chuckled. Bai Ye's anger flared. Why is it deemed worthless? In this era, humanity has coexisted with the Crimson Plague, while those unable to adapt have transformed into aberrations, long since extinguished from existence. Perhaps a few research institutions would be willing to invest in this expired serum. Bai Ye, unwilling to part with it, stowed the serum away. After all, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Who knows if there might be a fool willing to pay for it? He picked up the experimental notebook, but as he did so, it slipped from his grasp, leaving only a handful of blackened remnants in his palm. The decay was far too severe. Rubbing his hands together, Bai Ye cautiously leafed through the notebook. Experiment 34 on the mutated crimson source. God sample experiment resulting in the gigantification of crimson pseudo-humans. Control group identifier for forbidden objects. Chapter 71, Forbidden Objects. What does any of this mean? God, pseudo-human, forbidden object, crimson source? Bai Ye began to play a game of fill-in-the-blanks. The notebook was so severely decayed that many pages were adhered together. Forbidden object? Gao Banqing quickly pushed forward, his eyes fixated on the words forbidden object. Do you recognize forbidden object? Gao Banqing gravely nodded. Most of the terms written here are unfamiliar to me, but I have seen forbidden objects several times in the intelligence archives of the Jinfu Merchant Guild. Bai Ye's interest was piqued. What is a forbidden object? Brother Bai, do you know the classifications of forbidden objects? Snake, Jiao Dragon. Indeed, Forbidden objects are categorized into 3 ranks, namely snake level, Jiao level, and dragon level. While forbidden objects of the gods transcend even the dragon level, they are deemed so formidable that they incite the apprehension of deities. Hence the name forbidden object of the gods. Bai Ye's eyes sparkled. So, there exists a forbidden object of the gods within the 189 shelter? There may be more than one. Gao Banqing pointed to the handwriting in the experimental notebook. Look, forbidden object appears more than once, and there's even a numbering system, indicating that there are likely multiple such objects in the shelter. Hey, where are you going, brother Bai? Bai Ye, already at the staircase, replied without looking back. What a silly question. Of course I'm going to find the forbidden object. Slow down, brother Bai. I'm merely speculating, theoretically. It is improbable that all forbidden objects are housed in the same shelter. The sound of Bai Ye's light footsteps echoed in response. Suddenly, a piercing scream halted Bai Ye in his tracks. That voice belongs to the Black Panther and his crew. Gao Banqing's expression shifted dramatically as everyone hurried down the stairs. Bai Ye was the first to reach the ground floor, and the moment he arrived, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse through the window, a sight that made his heart race. A colossal, crimson rambutan, bristling with red spikes, protruded ominously from the window. Countless crimson threads dripped down, resembling a torrential downpour of blood. Amidst the downpour, the Black Panther and his companions struggled desperately, fighting to sever the bonds of the crimson rain. One of the Black Panther's underlings was ensnared in a cocoon of red threads, which surged into his eyes, mouth, and ears until he was utterly submerged. What in the world is that? Gao Banqing paled, nearly collapsing against the petite yet sturdy figure of Xiao Kuei. Bai Ye furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the fragmented phrases in the experimental notebook. Mutation, gigantification, crimson virus. Could it be that the rambutan is a mutated form of the crimson virus? Quick! Save him! Li Beitian shouted, raising his iron spine Viper Mk-03 and firing through the glass. The powerful shot severed numerous crimson threads, allowing several of the Black Panther's subordinates to escape in terror. As for the Black Panther himself, a formidable figure at the 3rd needle level of genetic enhancement, he strained against the threads binding him, emitting a primal roar as he tore himself free, witnessing the tragic fate of his fallen comrade. The Black Panther's eyes blazed with fury. He drew his sidearm and unleashed a hail of bullets upon the crimson virus. I will obliterate you. The gunfire riddled the surface of the massive crimson virus with countless bullet holes, yet in the next moment, as it writhed, the holes miraculously sealed up. Damn it! The Black Panther discarded his weapon, dropping to all fours, his sharp claws glinting with a cold light. As he pounded the ground, the decaying surface cracked like a spider's web, a circle of billowing dust emanating from him. He truly resembled a ferocious leopard, leaping several meters into the air, his claws plunging into the skin of the crimson virus. With a sudden exertion of strength, he utilized gravity to slide down, his talons tearing open the crimson virus's abdomen. He crouched elegantly, his fierce gaze fixed upon the severely injured virus. The myriad of blood threads writhed violently, and its once rounded form began to deform irregularly. Gurgling sounds emanated from within the crimson virus, as if something were churning inside. The Black Panther slowly rose, a wicked grin spreading across his face. If you can't withstand even my strike, how pitiful. The next instant, with a resounding bang, the crimson virus burst open like a punctured balloon, showering the area with a deluge of blood and threads. This time, it truly rained blood. Yet the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Upon the rupture of the crimson virus, they finally discerned what lay within this colossal sphere. Corpses. A dense pile of bodies, crammed together as though squeezed by a giant hand, now revealed themselves as the virus disintegrated. The mass of corpses plummeted to the ground under the force of gravity, the bottommost bodies instantly transforming into a puddle of flesh. It was akin to dropping a steak into a plate brimming with sauce, with a resounding splat. The succulent meat splashed the sauce everywhere. The grotesque and horrifying mass of corpses lay eerily still on the ground, its height surpassing that of several surrounding buildings. So, all the bodies from the shelter were contained within the crimson virus, Bai Ye murmured softly. At that moment, the dispersed blood droplets and threads began to move ominously, swirling together frantically and forming countless miniature crimson viruses floating in the air. They resembled a sky filled with red dandelions, alluring yet sinister. I have a bad feeling about this. We should hurry. Before Gao Banqing could finish his warning, the countless corpses atop the massive sphere suddenly opened their eyes. Each pair of blood-threaded eyeballs fixated intently on the group, spreading panic among them. Run! Li Beitian bellowed, urgently urging everyone to flee. They sprinted for their lives, the sounds of scraping limbs and crawling echoing behind them. Gao Banqing, perched on Xiao Kuei's back, turned to glance back, a chill surging up his spine. The corpses were writhing free from the mass, their appearances indistinguishable from that of humans, save for their blood-red, crazed eyes. What kind of monstrosity is this? Aberrations? Yet their bodies show no obvious deformities, still maintaining human forms. Gao Banqing pondered, uncertain. Damn it, what do I care about aberrations? Just shoot them. The Black Panther snarled, drawing his pistol and opening fire on the oncoming tide of aberrations. His underlings raised their weapons, joining the fray as streams of gunfire erupted, transforming into a metallic storm that shredded hundreds of aberrations to pieces. Chapter 72. Liu. Just at this moment, aim for the head. The weakness of aberrations lies in the skull. Bai Ye drew forth his twin pistols, the bullets striking with unwavering precision into the cranium of the aberrant being, which promptly collapsed to the ground. As another aberrant lunged from the side, he deftly twirled his arms, unleashing a cascade of golden-orange bullets that traced two perfect arcs through the air, circumventing the obstructing edifices to strike the foe. The art of gunfu. Bai Ye was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous Bai Ye possessed such remarkable prowess, truly befitting a seasoned bounty hunter. The overwhelming gunfire momentarily subdued the horde of aberrants, yet soon they came to a disconcerting realization. Those who had been shot in the head were rising once more. Within the grotesque wounds on their heads, countless slender bloodlines writhed, swiftly stitching the injuries closed. How could this be? Black Panther was taken aback. Were not aberrants significantly weaker than ordinary aberrant beasts? How could they now withstand bullets? His astonishment turned to fury, and he abandoned his firearms, extending his fingers into lethal claws, his hands crossing in the air to carve a diagonal cross, disassembling an aberrant into 8 pieces. The scattered limbs writhed on the ground, with numerous bloodlines extending from the wounds, intertwining like twisted strands of dough. Mere seconds later, the aberrant stood upright once more, entirely restored. Black Panther struck again, this time shredding the aberrant into hundreds of fragments. The scattered pieces twitched momentarily before falling silent. Although he had successfully eliminated one aberrant, a chill gripped the hearts of the others. These aberrants were strikingly different from their preconceived notions, almost akin to the undead. Yet, not even the formidable aberrant beasts possessed such terrifying regenerative capabilities. Why should the feebler aberrants? Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Pseudo-beings. They were not aberrants, but the pseudo-beings mentioned in the experimental records. Amidst the fierce battle, the others could scarcely hear Bai Ye's words, or rather, they had no time to ponder the nature of these undead monstrosities. Whether aberrants or pseudo-beings, they were all adversaries. The sun above began to change hue, shifting from its incandescent brightness to a somber yellow, perfectly mimicking the setting sun. The afterglow of twilight bathed the ruins of the forsaken city in a dark red hue, casting shadows that deepened, mirroring the gloom within human hearts. Bang! A scarlet bullet erupted from the breath of bones, shattering a pseudo-being's skull like a watermelon hitting the ground. And this time, it did not rise again. A gleam of insight flickered in Bai Ye's eyes as he grasped the pivotal weakness. The bullets fired by breath of bones differed fundamentally from ordinary ones. They harnessed vital energy. Vital energy was the Achilles heel of the pseudo-beings. Black Panther hesitated for a moment, then summoned his strength, channeling vital energy into his claws. He felled a pseudo-being to the ground. And indeed, the familiar bloodlines did not re-emerge within this one. However, there was no hint of joy on his face. Instead, it darkened further, for human vital energy was finite. Even as a formidable warrior of the three-needle realm, his vitality was far superior to others, yet he could not hope to vanquish thousands of pseudo-beings. Some bounty hunters turned pale, their vital energy too weak to project outward like Black Panther. In truth, even Bai Ye could not release his vital energy. His ability to harm the pseudo-beings stemmed from breath of bones, directly siphoning his vitality. Among those present, only 2 could project their vital energy, Black Panther and Bai Ye. Black Panther, a genetically modified human of the three-needle realm, possessed extraordinary physical strength and abundant vital energy, making it natural for him to project it. Yet, Bai Ye, not being a genetically modified individual, exhibited methods even more potent than Black Panther's. While Black Panther could only affix vital energy to his claws, Bai Ye managed to imbue his bullets with it, achieving an effect reminiscent of breath of bones, albeit with less power. The 2 of them, alongside Bai Ye, who barely counted as half, were but a drop in the ocean against the vast army of pseudo-beings. As the pseudo-beings gradually encircled them, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Liu. In dire straits, they turned to Mr. Li. However, the current Mr. Li was more flustered than anyone. Mr. Li, please take action, or we shall perish here, Black Panther urged, having just torn apart 2 pseudo-beings, his face ashen from the severe depletion of his vital energy. Yes, Mr. Li acted swiftly. Gao Bancheng echoed, equally pale, though his fears stemmed from the ongoing battle. As of now, the wealthy and portly man had remained unscathed. His robotic maid, Xiao Kuei, exhibiting terrifying lethality. Her steel form delivered every punch and kick with unimaginable force, effortlessly sending multiple pseudo-beings flying. Had she possessed vital energy, she would undoubtedly carve a path through the throng. Liu felt as though he were being roasted on a spit. Faced with such dire circumstances, he had no choice but to intervene. With a grand sweep of his hand, the invisible magical force surged forth, sweeping dozens of pseudo-beings off their feet, crashing them into the surrounding structures, where they were buried beneath the falling debris, unable to emerge. Truly worthy of Mr. Li. The crowd felt a surge of hope, gazing upon the composed Liu with admiration. With a mere wave, he had sent dozens of pseudo-beings flying. Dispatching the remaining ones would be but a trivial task. Yet, within, Liu silently lamented. That last strike had drained him, nearly exhausting his mental energy, leaving his mind in a daze. He fought through the dizziness, his expression hardening as he raised his hand once more, only to suddenly let out a low groan, clutching his bandaged right hand tightly. Gao Bancheng and the others gasped in shock. Mr. Li, what is wrong? At that moment, Liu's right hand fell limply, a flicker of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Bai Ye immediately chimed in. Mr. Li was severely injured before and cannot act frequently. Gao Bancheng and the others felt a chill run down their spines as they finally understood why Liu had been bound in bandages. He had indeed suffered grievous wounds. What sort of being could inflict such harm on Mr. Li? Could it be one of the other 10 kings? Even gravely injured, Mr. Li could still slay aberrant beasts in a single blow, striking fear into the heart of the divine tiger, one of the 12 zodiac. How powerful must Mr. Li have been in his prime? What are we to do? Without Mr. Li's intervention, who will confront the army of pseudo-beings? The only option left is to flee, Li Baitian said solemnly. Just then, Black Panther collapsed to the ground in agony, and the others turned toward him in horror. Unbeknownst to them, his body had become infested with crimson spikes. The previously minuscule scarlet viruses had silently adhered to him, their sharp red spines piercing his skin, growing like writhing flesh buds deep within him. Help me. He trembled, pleading with the others, his eyes filled with terror and desperation. Yet suddenly, several bloodlines began to creep up his face. In an instant, his eyes were completely engulfed by the bloodlines, now a sea of crimson. It was as if someone had sewn his eyelids shut with needle and thread, binding them with red thread. The screams abruptly ceased, and the Black Panther, its body contorted, slowly rose, its crimson eyes fixated intently on the crowd, indistinguishable from a mere automaton. Simultaneously, crimson viruses, the size of eyeballs, floated through the air, swarming towards the onlookers like a horde of insects. A wave of terror swept over them. The automaton was already a formidable adversary, and now, with the addition of these crimson viruses capable of transforming individuals into automata, the situation had become utterly dire. Break through, Bai Ye shouted, pulling a mechanical leg from a torn sack and hurling it away. It was the last limb of the officer. As a revolver bullet struck the joint of the mechanical leg, the officer unleashed his final energy, creating a path for the group to escape the encirclement. The bounty hunters, too, unleashed their last-ditch grenades, bombarding their pursuers to fend them off. Just when they believed they could evade their fate, destiny played a cruel trick on them. From the opposite end of the street, an even greater army of automatons and eyeball-sized crimson viruses surged forth. 2 waves of automata converged from both ends of the street, creating a pincer movement, with crimson becoming the dominant hue of the dimly lit thoroughfare. It was evident that others had also shattered the crimson viruses, releasing more automatons. Li Baitian's face turned pale. Without a moment's hesitation, he smashed through the glass of a nearby house and vaulted inside. In utter panic, the others scattered, mimicking Li Baitian's actions as they frantically darted into the buildings on either side. With such a multitude of automatons, even Bai Ye felt a chill run down his spine. Even with time frozen, he could not slay them all. This way, Liu shouted, smashing open a large door and urgently beckoning Bai Ye. The two quickly dashed inside, not pausing for a moment, and leapt out through a window on the other side, sprinting away. As they exited the house, the dense mass of crimson viruses and automatons flooded in, filling the room to capacity. Their inhuman shrieks shrill like nails on a chalkboard, provoking a visceral discomfort. After vaulting over several houses, the cacophony of screams began to fade into the distance. Liu exhaled a sigh of relief, his heart still racing. That was close. Black Mountain is truly not a place for humans. I wonder how Gao Bancheng and the others are faring. Fear not, Gao Bancheng is protected by forbidden items. And with his wealth and the combat-made robots at his side, he will surely survive, Bai Ye replied, panting heavily. And the others? Their fate may depend on luck. However, I have a feeling Li Baitian will be fine. He has been remarkably low-key throughout, yet his prowess is formidable when it matters. Mastering gunfighting techniques and the martial arts of vitality, in a real confrontation, even the three-needle realm Black Panther might not be his match. Brother Yi, what shall we do now? The moment these words left Li Yu's lips, he felt a sense of relief, while it was delightful to remain silent and appear formidable. The prolonged quietude became suffocating. Keep running. The crimson viruses and automatons will surely spread outward. We must distance ourselves from them. Bai Ye pushed open a window and leapt out. Li Yu nodded and followed closely behind. Bai Ye soon arrived at another house, intending to infiltrate it to evade the crimson viruses and automatons. The optimal strategy was to navigate through the buildings, utilizing their structures to obstruct the enemy's movements. The sun had already sunk beneath the skeletal remains of the buildings, and the entire city resembled an inkwell, with only the outlines of the ruins writhing in the darkness. With a powerful kick, Bai Ye shattered the door, causing dust to rise and envelop the room in a haze of shadow. However, as he stepped inside, his progress halted abruptly. Crimson viruses. The room was filled with them, nearly occupying every inch of space, as if Bai Ye had plunged into a sea of red dandelions. He could even distinctly see a crimson virus settling on the tip of his nose, unfurling dozens of delicate tendrils that plunged downwards. Damn it, Bai Ye cursed, swiftly seizing the virus from his nose and flinging it away. At that moment, the other crimson viruses completely surrounded him. Time stop. Brother Yi, be careful. Li Yu's urgent shout echoed behind him, and in the next instant, the surrounding crimson viruses seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, grasped, and crushed. A vacuum suddenly formed around Bai Ye. Without hesitation, he turned and fled the house. The two continued to sprint, weaving left and right until they found a safe house to hide in. The previous dwelling must have been visited by others. Someone had likely lured the crimson viruses inside before escaping through the window, trapping the viruses within. Damn it, what bad luck. Bai Ye grumbled. Yet, the only response was silence. Bai Ye paused, turning to Li Yu. He saw Li Yu clutching his right hand tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His face pale. Following Li Yu's gaze to his right hand, the 3-meter-long invisible magic hand had lost its invisibility, now stained with crimson, as if splattered with uneven red paint. Brother Yi, I think I might be dying, Li Yu said with a weak smile. You've been infected by the crimson virus? Li Yu shook his head. I didn't come into contact with the crimson virus. I merely crushed them with the magic hand. I thought I would be safe since the magic hand isn't part of my body, but who would have imagined? He looked down at his magic hand, the crimson hue spreading like red ink on paper, having completely stained the magical appendage. This was also the first time Li Yu's magic hand was fully revealed, over 3 meters long, with a massive palm resembling that of a giant. Bai Ye's expression darkened. While I am here, you will not perish. He retrieved the crimson virus serum he had found earlier, preparing to inject Li Yu. Although it was long expired, it was a last-ditch effort. Just as he was about to administer the injection, a hand blocked Bai Ye's path. Li Yu's lips had lost their color, and his voice trembled. It's useless, Brother Yi. I can feel that the crimson virus has not invaded my body. Look, where are the bloodlines on me? Chapter 74, Li Yu's Last Wish and Lies. Bai Ye hesitated with the syringe in hand. Indeed, Li Yu's symptoms were starkly different from those of the Black Panther. The virus had infected the magic hand, which was intricately linked to his spiritual energy. The virus had infiltrated his psyche through the magic hand, and there was no salvation. Then I will inject the serum into your magic hand. He pushed aside Li Yu's left hand and plunged the needle into the crimson magic hand. Crack! The needle broke. He had forgotten. Li Yu's magic hand was as hard as iron and impervious to the needle's penetration. Staring at the broken needle, Bai Ye fell into silence. Li Yu was on the brink of death to save him, even though he had required no assistance. Yet, Li Yu still chose to rescue him. Li Yu's pallid face reflected in Bai Ye's gaze, his body growing colder, exuding a chilling resemblance to that of a corpse. The first adversary and friend he encountered after traversing into this world was now on the verge of perishing in this dark, desolate corner. While Bai Ye could do nothing but watch helplessly. If a person could live for 60 years, they would have approximately 189, 216, 000 10-second intervals in their lifetime. I have not lost unfairly in the game of fate. Take care. Although I fear death, I fear even more living with the regret and guilt of abandoning my friends to escape alone. The words of the past still echoed in Bai Ye's ears, leaving him momentarily dazed. Brother Yi, Li Yu's weak voice broke through Bai Ye's reverie. Before I die, I have one last wish. Bai Ye took a deep breath, fully aware of Li Yu's heartfelt wish, and earnestly pledged, rest assured, I shall take good care of your mother. Li Yu shook his head with difficulty. No, that is not the wish. Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback. Not that? Could it be that there exists a desire in Li Yu's heart that surpasses the importance of his mother? What wish? Speak it, and I shall fulfill it. Your mother will be well cared for as well. Brother Yi, my mother does not require care. Bai Ye furrowed his brows slightly. Why not? I have no mother. Bai Ye stared in disbelief at Li Yu, questioning his own hearing. What do you mean, you have no mother? With a weak smile, Li Yu replied, actually, I was deceiving you. My mother passed away due to illness when I was young. I had always said otherwise just to survive. Bai Ye was profoundly shocked. Born. I cannot fathom it. If my mother were to know from above that she saved her son so many times, she would surely be overjoyed. Li Yu silently smiled, his gaze gradually drifting, lost in the dark expanse of the ceiling, his vision blurring. Mother, I miss you. I can finally see you again. Wake up. Bai Ye hastily shook Li Yu. What is your wish? A flicker of clarity returned to Li Yu's eyes as he looked at Bai Ye, opening his mouth. Yet no sound emerged. Suddenly, Bai Ye felt a gentle nudge on his calf. Turning his head, he discovered it was Li Yu's foot kicking him. Once, twice, thrice, before the movement abruptly ceased. Bai Ye was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, realizing Li Yu's true wish was to avenge the 3 kicks he had received previously. Back in Grey Dust Town, when Li Yu had just become an extraordinary being, he had sent a note in the dead of night to meet, only for Bai Ye to subdue him with a gun and deliver 3 kicks to his backside. To his surprise, Li Yu had remembered it all this time. Li Zhua, your cleverness rivals that of a needle. Bai Ye started to speak, but the words faltered. Li Yu had already slowly closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his pale face. Bai Ye clutched the cold syringe tightly, rage swelling within his chest, but when his gaze fell upon the syringe, he suddenly froze. It seemed he had realized something, hastily aiming the syringe at Li Yu's crimson magic hand. This time, however, he did not inject. Instead, he pushed the syringe, allowing the murky green liquid to drip onto the magic hand. If the crimson virus could permeate the magic hand, then surely the serum could as well. As the first drop of pale green liquid fell upon it, a miraculous scene unfolded. The crimson seemed to retreat as if confronted by a natural enemy, dissipating significantly. Although the green liquid was quickly consumed, the crimson had notably faded. At that moment, Li Yu's chest exhibited a slight rise and fall. Bai Ye was overjoyed, continuing to drip the serum. He dared not empty it all at once, knowing that too much medicine could be fatal. After a third of the serum was used, the crimson on the surface of the magic hand completely vanished, yet deep inside, crimson veins resembling tree branches remained, akin to human blood vessels. The serum appeared unable to penetrate the interior of the magic hand. He dripped a few more drops, yet the internal crimson veins remained undisturbed. Suddenly, Li Yu sprang up from the ground, his eyes wide with terror as he scanned his surroundings, gasping for breath, a visage of both shock and vitality. Is this the underworld? What the hell? Brother Yi, when did you die? Bai Ye approached Li Yu with a stoic expression before delivering 3 swift kicks. Ouch! Why are you kicking me? That hurts. Wait, dead people can't feel pain. Am I alive again? Li Yu exclaimed in delight, inspecting his body, his gaze finally settling on the magic hand, now filled with crimson veins. This. He waved his arm, and suddenly, the magic hand extended at a visible pace, growing from 3 meters to 5, 8, 10. His excitement grew. With a mere thought, the magic hand began to retract, gradually shrinking to the size of an ordinary arm. It can stretch and contract at will. My magic hand is now flexible and seems even more resilient. Do not rejoice too soon. The crimson virus still lingers within your magic hand, and the bloodlines are the best proof. Although it has mutated your extraordinary abilities, it may come with repercussions. Bai Ye doused his elation with cold water. The joy on Li Yu's face waned slightly as he observed the dense blood vessels in his magic hand, feeling troubled. The magic hand's greatest ability was invisibility, and though it was now stronger, it had lost that crucial function, resulting in a questionable trade-off. Let me see if I can conceal the blood vessels. He gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength as if to relieve constipation, his face reddening. Finally, the blood vessels within the magic hand began to contract, countless tiny branches returning to the main trunk. Chapter 75, Targeting Bai Ye's Catastrophe. Huff! Li Yu gasped deeply, his eyes filled with astonishment. Wonderful, Brother Yi, the blood vessels can retract. Though I am still not quite skilled at it, and cannot retract them all at once. I will surely master it with practice. His voice trailed off, his gaze trembling as he fixated on Bai Ye's eyes. Brother Yi, your eyes. A sense of foreboding surged within Bai Ye. What is wrong with my eyes? The bloodlines. There are bloodlines in your eyes. Li Yu shouted in panic, his voice distorting. Damn it! Bai Ye cursed under his breath, pulling out a dagger and positioning it before his eyes to inspect. The gleaming blade reflected his eyes, revealing a writhing bloodline, worm-like, moving within the sclera. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ye did not hesitate. He thrust a finger towards his eyeball with great force. As his finger made contact with the surface of the eyeball, he fought the urge to close his eyes, pinching the writhing bloodline with fierce determination. Then pulling with sudden force. A bloodline half a meter long was forcibly extracted from his eye socket, accompanied by a spray of blood. Bai Ye's vision in his right eye instantly turned crimson, overwhelming pain causing him to shut that eye. Yet he did not relent. He continued searching his body. He knew that during the recent assault by the Crimson virus, some had infiltrated his body, and the sheer volume of the virus had made it impossible for him to notice them all. He should have detected it sooner. But in his efforts to save Li Yu, he had neglected his own anomalies. "You're back. It's on your back," Li Yu exclaimed. Bai Ye turned to find a crimson virus, like a leech, affixed to the skin at a tear in his shirt, with numerous fine bloodlines embedded within. "Let me handle it." Li Yu's magic hand shrank back to a normal size, precisely gripping the crimson virus, then yanking it away with great force. A chilling sound of flesh tearing echoed, and although the crimson virus was extracted, dozens of bloodlines remained attached to Bai Ye's back. Li Yu suppressed his physiological discomfort. Pulling while retreating, the bloodlines stretching longer and longer, creating the illusion of yanking Bai Ye's blood vessels. The resemblance between the bloodlines and actual blood vessels was uncanny, as if he were pulling a vein from the human body. With a pop, the bloodline was yanked free from Bai Ye's back, leaving behind a gaping wound, riddled with holes, resembling a surface punctured hundreds of times with a needle. "Brother Yi, are you feeling any better?" Li Yu inquired with concern. Bai Ye clenched his teeth tightly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as the excruciating pain from his wounds relentlessly assaulted his nerves. It was futile. The virus had invaded for far too long. As soon as Bai Ye opened his mouth, he felt an itch in his throat, as if countless minuscule insects were writhing within. These vile creatures multiplied swiftly, soon crawling out along his tongue. Bai Ye bit down hard. The sensation akin to snapping a thick noodle. Spitting onto the ground, he expelled several short, bloody strands along with a pool of crimson fluid. The sight of the writhing bloodlines on the floor made him instinctively nauseous. The mere thought of such filth coursing through his veins intensified his revulsion. Fortunately, half of the scarlet virus serum remained. If it could heal Li Yu's miraculous hands, it should also remedy his own affliction. He raised the syringe and forcefully plunged the broken needle into his arm. As the pale green liquid coursed into his bloodstream, the peculiar sensations within his body began to abate, the bloodlines retreating towards his abdomen. Li Yu anxiously observed from the side, desperate to assist, but at a loss for what to do, appearing somewhat helpless. "Brother Yi, are you feeling any better?" Bai Ye managed a nod. But before he could speak, his face turned ashen, and he pressed his hands tightly against his abdomen as waves of agony crashed over him. "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Li Yu exclaimed in alarm. "Is it the serum? I'll go find more medicine right away." Bai Ye opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. In his panic, Li Yu rushed at the door, colliding with it headfirst and tumbling to the ground. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to his feet and dashed into the street, randomly choosing a direction to run, unsure of where to find the serum, yet unwilling to halt. To search meant hope, to stop would spell despair. In the pitch-black room, Bai Ye's frail form seemed on the verge of being engulfed by the darkness. He could distinctly feel the scarlet virus gradually invading his body. The sensation of death creeping ever closer resembled being trapped in a gradually constricting, frigid iron box, the oxygen seeping away, his eardrums buzzing, culminating in the rhythmic pounding of his pulse against his temples. The very serum that cured Li Yu failed to save him. Perhaps it was a matter of insufficient dosage. Perhaps the spirit of infection at work, or maybe it was due to the disparity in their constitutions. After all, he was no extraordinary being. Yet the reason had become irrelevant. What mattered was his furious outburst. "Damn it!" Bai Ye roared, his dark eyes filled with defiance. He felt no fear of death, only an overwhelming rage. "You want to kill me? I'll take you down first." Time froze. A resplendent golden light burst forth. The youth stood defiantly atop a colossal golden dial, resembling a wounded, dying lone wolf. As time began to still, the tumultuous bloodlines within his abdomen quieted. Indeed, it seemed that living beings I came into contact with during this time stop also remained frozen, their time suspended, unable to act independently, yet manipulatable by me as if they were mere inanimate objects. In a prior encounter with a falcon, it had remained motionless, leading him to this hypothesis. Bai Ye expressionlessly raised a dagger and plunged it forcefully into his abdomen. He stifled a groan, cold sweat covering his face, yet his hand did not waver. The sharp blade gradually sliced through his flesh, blood instantly staining his hands. He discarded the dagger on the ground, thrusting his right hand deep into his abdomen. The warm, viscous, and slippery sensation transmitted from his hand to his cerebral cortex, yet he felt nothing due to the pain overwhelming his nerves like a tidal wave. He nearly ground his teeth to dust, enduring the torment as his right hand searched through his abdomen, finally grasping a bundle of bloodlines. With a fierce tug, he tore the bloodline from his body and tossed it aside. This act nearly caused him to faint, but relief washed over him. Repeating the process, he continued to reach within, extracting the bloodlines and discarding them over and over again. Chapter 76. The Faux Human Bai Ye. Blood pooled at Bai Ye's feet, and logically, such an endeavor would be unsustainable even for an extraordinary being. Yet he persevered. It wasn't that his physical resilience was exceptional, but rather that the scarlet virus was at play. A faux human infected by the virus possessed a terrifying regenerative ability akin to immortality. As Bai Ye transitioned gradually into a faux human, his recovery rate, while inferior to that of a full faux human, had already surpassed that of a normal human. It was precisely due to this enhanced regenerative capacity that he could purge the bloodlines from his body. 1 minute later, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. The restoration brought on by the scarlet virus was not an inexhaustible wellspring. It drained his vitality. In that brief minute, his life force had been depleted. Bai Ye's complexion was as pale as parchment, yet a smile graced his lips. A mere virus dares to challenge a god. I am the deity of a new era. He laughed silently, sensing that the serum within him had achieved a certain equilibrium with the scarlet virus. Previously, the overwhelming proliferation of bloodlines had rendered the serum powerless. But with their elimination, the serum finally began to take effect. Oh, time. Bai Ye's smile abruptly vanished, his expression shifting dramatically as he hurriedly disengaged the time stop, finally allowing himself a breath of relief. Damn it, I nearly wasted time. He murmured, but his vision began to blur. After all, he was not a faux human, and the significant blood loss led to his fainting. Uncertain how much time had passed, Bai Ye awoke, jolted by a pungent bitterness in his mouth. He abruptly opened his eyes, the first thing escaping his lips being, ugh. What the hell? It's so bitter, why is there so much gunk in my mouth? Lizwa? When did you come back? Li Yu, looking slightly aggrieved, wiped the drool from his face and lamented, Brother Yi, is this how you treat your savior? What savior? What did you give me? I fed you 2 million. 2 million? Bai Ye froze, swiftly connecting the bitter taste to the realization, mutated ginseng? He hurriedly lifted his shirt, revealing an impressive set of 8 abdominal muscles. The previously gruesome, bloody wounds had inexplicably healed, leaving only faint red marks. He recalled that after extracting the bloodlines, the wounds on his abdomen had begun to mend, but due to the loss of vitality, the healing had only progressed halfway before he lost consciousness. It appeared that Li Yu had returned, witnessed his excessive blood loss, and fed him the ginseng. Well done. Lizwa, you even thought to feed me ginseng. Bai Ye inhaled deeply, a grin spreading across his face. Guess what? I didn't die. I searched high and low for the serum, intending to return and collect your corpse, only to find you still alive, albeit severely blood depleted. I figured the ginseng should help replenish your blood, and lo and behold, it actually saved you. So, tell me, Brother Yi, how should I be rewarded? Li Yu said, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Reward? Bai Ye shot him a sidelong glance. I was merely going to take a nap, but you wasted a $2 million ginseng on me. Consider this debt noted. Remember to repay me 2 million in the future. Li Yu's face darkened instantly, but his bright eyes soon glimmered mischievously as he cryptically asked, Brother Yi, can you guess why you were able to eat ginseng even after fainting? Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback before his face drained of color. You didn't. Indeed, Brother Yi, just as you suspected, I chewed a little and fed it to you. Bleck. Bai Ye promptly doubled over, dry heaving on the ground, suddenly feeling that living seemed rather meaningless. With a hearty laugh, Li Yu exclaimed, I was merely jesting. You think I would want to? You have no idea. As soon as I brought the ginseng to your lips, you lunged for it like a famished ghost. Eyes shut, stuffing it into your mouth. Bai Ye glared at him, filled with indignation. I've realized that you have not spoken a single truth. You deceived me with ginseng and pretended to be a filial son, had it not been for the impending death. I doubt you would have ever uttered a word of honesty. Have you deceived me about anything else? Speak. Li Yu's mirth gradually faded, and he solemnly replied, Indeed. There is one matter. What matter? Bai Ye inquired. I apologize, Brother Yi, I just deceived you again. In truth, I took the ginseng with my mouth. I'll kill you. Moments later, Li Yu sat in the corner of the room, nursing a black eye, drawing circles on the ground with his finger in a state of grievance. Bai Ye, having vented his frustration, picked up a dagger from the floor and made a gentle incision on his arm, blood gushing forth. Li Yu exclaimed in shock, Brother Yi, there is no need for such self-harm to apologize to me. Get lost. Bai Ye retorted, not even glancing back, as he observed his wound, feeling a tingling sensation akin to ants crawling on his skin. Then something miraculous occurred. The wound began to heal at a visible pace. Just as I suspected. This mutated scarlet virus has endowed me with remarkable regenerative abilities, and my physical prowess seems significantly enhanced. I can only hope there are no lingering side effects. Bai Ye pondered silently. By the way, Li Zhua, how long have I been unconscious? Li Yu, still lost in his circles, replied, about an hour. An hour? Bai Ye hurriedly pulled out his golden pocket watch. It was already 8:29 p.m. This is bad. Yang Jia hasn't he already found the Panga USB and fled? Has he? We mustn't linger. If we don't hurry, they'll take all the good stuff. Bai Ye was impatient to rush out the door. But Li Yu's magical hand caught him. Brother Yi, we cannot go out now. The outside is swarming with the scarlet virus and faux humans. It's a death trap. I have my methods. You stay here while I quickly take care of this. Without further ado, Bai Ye flung open the door that Li Yu had just repaired and dashed outside. The moment he stepped out, he abruptly halted as if entering another realm. Countless eyeball-sized scarlet viruses filled the city, resembling a sky of red dandelions. He was not surprised. Hundreds of people had surged into Shelter 189. And faced with the assault of the gigantic scarlet virus's tendrils, they would not simply sit idly. Their counterattacks would inevitably lead to the rupture of the massive virus, releasing innumerable faux humans and smaller scarlet viruses. Time could not be wasted. The longer he delayed, the more perilous the situation became. Once the scarlet virus enveloped the city, even he would have to retreat. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye prepared to activate his time-stopping ability to cross the street, but suddenly froze. Wait, why aren't these scarlet viruses attacking me? He was astonished to discover that the myriad of scarlet viruses entirely ignored his presence, floating serenely in the air. Could it be a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes? It must be that he had already been infected and healed from the scarlet virus, causing his body to mutate, making him appear as one of their own. Chapter 77. How could mere mortals comprehend their fates? I hold the power to determine cause and effect. What about Li Yu? Bai Ye called out. Wait for me. I'll accompany you. We can look out for each other. Li Yu hurriedly approached. At that moment, the floating scarlet viruses in the street, akin to insects discovering prey, paused for a second before darting towards Li Yu. Crap. Brother Yi, run. Bai Ye did not flee. Instead, he closed the door, standing resolutely before it. The scarlet viruses halted in their flight before him, swirling quietly around Bai Ye, some even landing on his hands. The delicate scarlet tendrils writhing in the breeze, but not piercing his skin. Just as I thought. Bai Ye's elation grew. Without the threat of the scarlet virus, he could save so much time. Yet, why was Li Yu not afforded the same privilege? Brother Yi, what are you doing? Hurry inside. Came Li Yu's anxious voice from within. I'm fine. The scarlet viruses seem to regard me as a faux human and will not attack, Bai Ye explained. Li Yu quickly grasped the situation. Is it because you've already been infected with the virus? But why doesn't it apply to me? Is it because I was infected with the magical hand and not my body? Brother Yi, step aside. Let me try with the magical hand. Bai Ye slightly shifted, and the door was soon opened a crack, revealing an invisible hand adorned with scarlet veins that slowly extended out. This time, the scarlet viruses indeed did not attack the magical hand. Damn, this is unfair. We both contracted the virus and were both injected with the serum. Why is it that you are unaffected while only my hand works? Li Yu lamented. Enough with the complaints. If you're not coming, just stay there. I want to go. I would only be a hindrance. It's better to familiarize myself with the mutated magical hand and conceal the veins as soon as possible. Bai Ye nodded, understanding that Li Yu's earlier intention to accompany him stemmed from concern for his safety rather than a quest for treasure. Now that it was evident he could ignore the scarlet virus, there was no need for Li Yu to follow. Very well, wait here, Bai Ye concluded, plunging into the swarm of viruses, waving his hands to disperse the nearby viruses before officially setting off. At that moment, the once desolate city felt even more lifeless. The streets were devoid of any human presence, with distant shadows occasionally echoing the growls of faux humans. Hundreds who had come seeking treasure were either dead or hiding. He scanned the city, deep in thought, unaware of the Panga USB's location, but surmising it would not be in the residential areas or commercial streets. Thus, he headed towards the city's outskirts. In the abandoned city, Bai Ye traversed alone, the sky filled with red dandelion-like spores drifting like a crimson snowfall, casting an eerie hue upon the century-old city. He stepped over the dust-covered wreckage of flying cars, crushing the dandelions beneath his feet, while shattered billboards swayed in the air, and the red fluff flowed like a reverse river of blood over iron bridges. The false moon hung in the sky, casting its glow, pinning his shadow to the overgrown asphalt road. He resembled the sole wanderer in this city, pushing against the tide of red snow. Still holding on? A man in a black suit asked as he roasted a hare, glancing at the perspiring painter. Holding on, holding on. The painter anxiously circled around the canvas. I have a grasp, but this shouldn't be. According to the fate line, This character outside the script is merely a minor figure. I manipulate fate, inciting bloodshed. He should undoubtedly meet his demise, yet here he stands alive. Not only alive, but his fate line has thickened. This defies logic. The man in the black suit shot him a sideways glance. You, a manipulator of fate, discussing science with me is inherently unscientific. The painter fell silent. After a long pause, a gleam of understanding flickered in his eyes. I see now. It must be a divine artifact. A minor character, without any assistance. Able to alter a fatal fate line, must be utilizing an external force, and such power can only stem from a divine artifact. Suddenly, a thoughtful expression crossed the painter's face. This complicates matters. With a divine artifact's assistance, even Destiny's decree would struggle to eliminate him. Unless what? The man in the black suit broke off a golden-brown leg of the hare, ready to take a bite, only to have it snatched away by the painter. Delicious. The painter mumbled through a mouthful. Unless we can make him relinquish the divine artifact. What an astonishingly brilliant method. Upon your reminder, I have suddenly conceived a far more effective way to vanquish the tyrant. What method? The man in the black suit replied impassively. Let us renounce smoking and drinking. Adopt a regimen of early to bed and early to rise, and live for a century. After 100 years, without lifting a finger, the tyrant will surely perish. The painter interjected. At last, I comprehend why you spend your days conversing with the dead. Your words possess the power to infuriate the living, leaving only the deceased able to engage with you. You flatter me. Should you drop dead now, it would validate your claims. The painter, laughing in anger, retorted, I find no merit in debating with you. My approach may appear trivial, yet it is, in essence, indeed trivial. The painter declared angrily, in truth, simplicity is the most effective. Any intricate scheme ultimately aims to achieve a goal. That individual is shielded by divine talismans. To eliminate him, one must first cause him to relinquish those protections. Still trivial. You, the painter, took a deep breath, reminding himself to maintain his composure. The summer insect cannot speak of ice. He ceased to acknowledge the man in black, focusing intently on the canvas, murmuring softly. His fate line is safeguarded by divine talismans. A mere act of murder is insufficient. Therefore, one must intertwine his destiny with that of a doomed individual, leveraging the latter's demise to obliterate him. As he muttered, he sketched on the canvas. Before long, a girl clad in knightly armor, wielding a pure silver cross sword, emerged from his artistry. The man in black furrowed his brow. The Black Knight? Do you not fear the judgment of the Silent Court if you slay her? It is not I who wishes to kill her. Rather, it is her fate to die here. Why not let fate take its course and bind their destinies together, allowing her to perish alongside one who is not meant to be part of the script? What if that individual, relying on divine talismans, aids the Black Knight in evading death? This is what I mean by causing him to abandon his divine protections. As long as those talismans reside within him, he will not willingly part with them. But what if he ceases to be himself? What do you mean? The painter smiled faintly, knowing you would not comprehend. He casually sketched two grinning monkeys on the canvas, as if silently mocking. Satisfied with his creation, he recited with a smile, how could mere mortals comprehend the numbers of fate? I hold the scales of cause and effect, determining the cosmos. Chapter 78. The son of 1,000 gold cannot lounge in the hall. The monarch of 10,000 chariots does not tread into perilous realms. Bang! The painter cried out in pain, clutching his stomach as he vomited. The freshly consumed rabbit leg wasted. The man in black silently retracted his fist. Gu Huangquan, why are you acting so mad? Why did you strike me? The painter cursed in fury. Gu Huangquan replied stoically, you consumed my rabbit meat, and yet insult me. You deserve the blow. I was merely composing poetry. Indeed, your poetry serves to insult me. After walking for over 20 minutes, Bai Ye discovered a multitude of faux corpses in the vicinity, seemingly severed by some sharp weapon, each strike lethal. The opponent had utilized their life force, delivering a blow that shattered the life essence of the faux beings, rendering them unable to recover. Observing the familiar wounds, the figure of the knightly girl flashed in his mind. These sword wounds bore a striking resemblance to those inflicted by the pure silver cross sword she wielded. Bai Ye felt a surge of excitement. The knightly girl was the first to breach the 189 refuge, a descendant of the tyrant. Her purpose must also be linked to the Panga USB drive, and now that he had discovered her trail, it was evident he was on the right path. He quickened his pace, following the trail of battle marks. Suddenly, a piercing screech echoed from the shadows of a nearby alley. Bai Ye furrowed his brow, activating Breath of the Bones as he aimed his gun at the darkened passage. Shortly after, a grotesque figure burst forth from the alley. Upon seeing Bai Ye, it froze in an eerie surprise. Its blood-red eyes, veiled in crimson, stared unblinkingly at Bai Ye, as if questioning whether he belonged to its kind. It seemed that not only the crimson virus, but the foe beings would not attack him. Bai Ye pondered silently. What if I were to attack it? Bang! The yellow-orange bullet swiftly pierced the foe being's abdomen, inciting its rage. Its eyes turned an even deeper crimson as it charged toward Bai Ye with a ferocious roar. It appeared that as long as he refrained from attacking, he would remain safe. Bang! Another shot rang out, a crimson bullet exploding the foe being's head, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground, its skull gaping open. After traversing several collapsed skyscrapers, his vision expanded, as if entering another realm of the city. It was notably desolate, with a few sentry-like structures lining the roadside and numerous abandoned robots strewn across the ground. It resembled a forsaken military stronghold, and the traces of battle were even more pronounced here. This is it. Bai Ye's eyes gleamed as he bypassed the discarded obstacles, advancing deeper into the area. To his astonishment, the crimson virus was remarkably scarce in this location. Furthermore, as he pressed onward, it seemed to vanish entirely, as if there were something here that instilled fear in them, causing them to retreat entirely. He had no notion of how long he traveled when he suddenly heard faint sounds of combat. The noise originated from a distant location, barely perceptible by the time it reached him. He followed the sound, and soon, a colossal base came into view. This base spanned an extensive area, nearly a quarter the size of a city, encircled by a circular alloy wall. Every 5 meters atop the wall stood a gun resembling a Gatling. However, judging by its design, this gun was not a conventional kinetic weapon. With its streamlined metallic body and side display, it appeared more akin to a legendary laser weapon. Fortunately, these weapons had long been rendered inoperative. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have found it impossible to breach. The sounds of battle emanated from within the base, growing increasingly distinct, and Bai Ye even discerned the furious roars of the underworld tiger. He circled the wall, soon discovering the main entrance, where a solid alloy door, several centimeters thick, had been violently forced open, and a rusted sign hung nearby. Experimental base, no entry. The underground space of the 189 refuge was already limited. Yet the people of the civilized era had allocated such a vast area for an experimental base. One could only imagine its significance. If his assumptions were correct, this should be the core of the Pango project. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, silently reflecting that the Pango project, heralded as the creator of heaven and earth, must encompass a myriad of experimental endeavors. The previous foe beings and the mutated crimson virus were likely components of the Pango project. The people of the civilized era sought to unravel the mysteries of the crimson virus or perhaps to control it, only to inadvertently develop the mutated strain. The inhabitants of the refuge had all transformed into foe beings, indicating that some unforeseen incident had led to the leakage of the mutated crimson virus, infecting everyone. He slipped through the entrance, moving stealthily along the outer wall of the experimental base toward the source of the sounds, then cautiously peeked around the corner, exposing half of his head and one eye. Hiss! Bai Ye inhaled sharply. What manner of creature is this? Another foe being? On the opposite side of the experimental base, a dozen humanoid monstrosities towering over 5 meters were engaged in combat against the underworld tiger and others. Their muscular bodies were riddled with grotesque veins and decaying flesh. Their hands disproportionately large, resembling monstrous claws rather than human palms. Their razor-sharp knuckles gleamed with a chilling light like the scythes of death. In addition to the dozen currently battling, over 20 bloodied humanoid monsters lay lifeless on the ground, appearing to have died not long ago. Where could the tyrant Yang Jie be? Bai Ye was somewhat perplexed. He beheld the likes of the infernal tiger, the night maiden, and even that pretentious fellow, Li Xiao, all present. The first to breach the laser passage was among them, yet Yang Jie was conspicuously absent. As his gaze wandered, it landed on a gaping hole in a wall of the experimental base, and realization dawned upon him. The tyrant had already infiltrated the facility. These abominable creatures could hinder the infernal tiger and his companions, but they were no match for the tyrant. However, the tyrant's own circumstances seemed far from favorable. The interior of the experimental base resonated with the clashing of metal and the deafening sounds of explosions, so intense that even Bai Ye, hiding at a distance, could feel the tremors in the walls. Danger. It was exceedingly perilous. Bai Ye wisely chose not to engage in the fray, opting instead to remain a mere spectator. After all, whomever discovered the Pango USB drive would ultimately have to exit the base, at which point he could simply seize it, avoiding unnecessary risks. As the old adage goes, a son of 1,000 gold cannot sit in a low hall. A ruler of myriad chariots does not venture into perilous realms, and he, as a deity of the new era, had no intention of recklessly endangering himself. These damned experimental subjects, they could not be vanquished without exhausting their life force. The infernal tiger unleashed a powerful blow, shattering the arm of an approaching experimental subject, before charging to the side of the silver serpent. Chapter 79, Earth. It is all about birth. The experimental subject, whose arm had been obliterated, bellowed in fury, a searing crimson light enveloping its form. Sparks of light converged at the sight of the severed limb, and in an instant, amidst the scarlet glow, the torn muscles, bones, and skin rapidly regenerated, restoring it to its original state. The once smiling visage of the silver serpent now bore a frown. The tyrant's brazen intrusion had dismantled the containment mechanisms within the experimental base, releasing a multitude of experimental subjects. One could only ponder what the ancients had been researching, as each creature they had conjured rivaled even the most formidable of extraordinary beings, those with bounties exceeding 100 million. The infernal tiger exerted his strength, grasping the arm of the advancing experimental subject, and, akin to an ant lifting an elephant, hurled it away. Time could not be squandered. They needed to locate the Panga USB drive before the tyrant. Off they went, with all fours on the ground. His muscles swelled with vigor. The silver serpent, witnessing this, leapt into action, her small, mud-stained feet landing upon the back of the infernal tiger. He acted as her steed, charging forward, while she launched her strikes with ruthless precision, her delicate, pale arms akin to venomous serpents, each blow tearing flesh from the experimental subjects. United, they swiftly broke free from the encirclement and dashed into the gaping hole created by the tyrant, vanishing without a trace. Humph, 2 births. He Qianjun scoffed, deeply dissatisfied with the actions of the infernal tiger and the silver serpent. The group had collectively slain over 20 experimental subjects, and they were on the verge of annihilating the last of them. Yet, at this moment, the pair had chosen to flee, casting the burden upon the remaining fighters. With his silver hair billowing, He Qianjun suddenly sprang into the air, his agile form evading the oncoming claws, then using his legs to propel himself upward, climbing the robust arm of the experimental subject as if scaling a mountain, ultimately delivering a powerful stomp upon its head. Utilizing the force of the impact, he glided toward the opening in the wall of the experimental base. Despite being 100 meters away, his descent was insufficient to reach the mouth of the hole. However, in the next instant, his arms spread wide like a white crane taking flight. A surge of vitality emanated from him, transforming into countless crimson currents that flowed through his outstretched limbs. These vital energies coalesced into a pair of scarlet wings, propelling him through the air for 100 meters. Landing precisely at the edge of the opening, He Qianjun stood at the threshold, hands behind his back, casting a cold glance at the still battling crowd. Humph. I shall take my leave first. Birth, you 3, born into this world, dare to hide your blades within laughter, betraying trust and reversing your words. Xiao Ichi cursed vehemently. Hold on. Clang. The sword at his back suddenly unsheathed, transforming into a streak of light as it pursued He Qianjun. The moment the blade whisked past his head, Xiao Yi lunged forward, grasping the hilt, and in an instant, was propelled forward. Xiao Yi had also made his escape. These wretches. Li Xiao observed the remaining experimental subjects converging upon him, his eyes nearly bulging with rage. He believed that the strong should honor their word, as a promise is as solid as gold. Having agreed to confront the experimental subjects together, they should have upheld their commitment. Yet, one after another, these powerful beings fled. With a fierce determination, he sent a shadowy dart towards the opening, and with a swift shift, Li Xiao too made his exit. Let us enter as well. The phantom jester addressed the air beside him. Do you wish to assist that female knight? He cast a glance at the beleaguered night maiden. The glimmering sword light cleaved through the encroaching experimental subjects time and again, yet they persistently regenerated. But I feel she does not require assistance. The phantom jester tilted his head. As he observed, indeed, the night maiden needed no aid. She was still far from the opening and lacked the ability to shift, as Li Xiao did. To enter the cavity, she would have to force her way in. Yet, she did not charge recklessly. Instead, she swiftly dashed towards the nearest wall of the experimental base, pursued relentlessly by 7 or 8 experimental subjects, their encirclement tightening around her. The maiden exhibited no signs of panic as she raised her pure silver cross sword and gently thrust it into the wall before her. Clang! The sword plunged effortlessly into the wall, as if slicing through tofu. Following this, she traced a circular arc with her sword, and with a resounding clang, a heavy circular panel fell away, allowing her to gracefully slip inside. The massive forms of the experimental subjects could not follow her through the opening, their grotesque arms flailing in frustration. Within the cavity, the maiden observed the razor-sharp claws descending toward her, yet they grazed harmlessly by, unable to touch even the hem of her clothing. The featureless silver mask seemed to mock her silently, as the mere 3-centimeter gap felt like an insurmountable chasm. Oh dear, not only does she not need assistance, but she has also drawn the experimental subjects away from us. Hold on tight, E. The phantom jester grasped the air with one hand, while adjusting his tattered hat with the other, dashing forward with a spectral grace, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Several experimental subjects lunged to seize him, yet he adeptly evaded them, reminiscent of a clown walking a tightrope in a circus, swaying perilously, yet never falling. The last experimental subject blocked the entrance. The phantom jester executed a sliding maneuver, slipping beneath its legs, and then leapt into the depths of the base. With their targets lost, the experimental subjects let out a furious roar, the sound waves palpable, forcing Bai Ye, at a distance, to cover his ears. A few astute experimental subjects followed him inside, while the remaining 3 foolishly continued to claw at the Night Maiden. Is the show over? Bai Ye scoffed. Unable to witness the battle within the experimental base, left to wait in tedium. Regardless, he would never venture inside. Who knew what dangers lurked within? Better to await the others as they toiled to uncover the Panga USB drive, and then he would reap the rewards with ease. After approximately 10 minutes, the commotion within the experimental base intensified rather than diminished. It sounded as if an army were clashing inside, punctuated by violent explosions. Damn. These people wouldn't have destroyed my USB drive, would they? Surely not. After all, their objective was the USB drive as well. They couldn't be so foolish. Could they? Boom. A resounding explosion erupted from the wall behind Bai Ye, and before he could react, he was hurled away. Countless fragments of stone buried him beneath their weight. Bai Ye clawed his way out from the rubble, seething with indignation. Is there no sense of public decency? Can bombs be thrown about recklessly? From the now gaping hole, darkness loomed, and no voice responded. Only the relentless echoes of explosions reverberated onward. With a swift glance, he spotted a battered metallic box, a remnant of an explosion, resembling some form of intricate apparatus, though its identity eluded him. He surmised that it had been launched during a confrontation, colliding with the wall before erupting. How unfortunate. Thankfully, his physical resilience was commendable. As he spoke, the wounds on Bai Ye's back had already healed completely. This place was not safe. It would be prudent to find a more distant refuge. Just as he prepared to retreat, his peripheral vision caught a glimmering object amidst the debris. He hastily cleared away the rubble, and upon discerning the reflective item, he was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 80, An Object of Divine Taboo, Number 001, Undescribable, Unrecordable, Uncontainable. Was that a phone screen? A rectangular, semi-transparent display lay quietly among the stones, marred by numerous cracks. As he picked it up for closer scrutiny, he discovered intricate circuit boards concealed within the fissures. It could not possibly be a phone screen. It was too thick. This thickness was reminiscent of a mobile device. Could this be a relic from the era of civilization? Just a mere screen? Inspecting the cracks, Bai Ye felt a pang of regret. Before his transition, he had been an avid mobile phone user, indulging in daily gaming. And now he was experiencing withdrawal symptoms. After such an arduous journey, he had finally stumbled upon a piece of high-tech equipment, yet it was damaged. He fiddled with it for a while, but unable to power it on, he reluctantly tucked it into his pocket, hoping to restore it in the future and once again indulge in mobile entertainment. The discovery of the phone screen ignited a spark of inspiration within him. Though entry into the experimental base was impossible, he could scour the outskirts for overlooked treasures. Considering the multitude of explosions that had recently occurred, many walls had been obliterated. Perhaps other valuable items had been unearthed alongside the rubble. Bai Ye's gaze shifted towards the entrance the others had used, the site of the most intense explosions and debris. Since he had nothing better to do, why not seek out some hidden gems? He promptly set off in that direction. At that moment, the 3 rather dim-witted experimental subjects were still rummaging about, seemingly oblivious to the fact that their arms were stuck in crevices, lost in their futile endeavors. Bai Ye paid them no mind. After all, they were all infected by the crimson virus, part of his own kind. With a light-hearted step, Bai Ye trod over the debris, passing by the trio of experimental subjects. This immediately captured their attention, and 3 pairs of blood-red, menacing eyes fixated on him. Oh, busy fellows are we. I'm merely passing through. Do carry on, Bai Ye waved dismissively, attempting to sidestep the trio. However, to his surprise, the 3 subjects withdrew their hands from the crevice, slowly rising to their towering height of over 5 meters, looming ominously over Bai Ye. A chill ran down his spine. What now? You might want to take a closer look. We're all on the same side. Friends, he exclaimed, panic rising within him. Suddenly, 3 colossal shadows lunged at him, and he turned on his heel to flee. With that level of intelligence, you can't even recognize your own kind? It was unclear whether their stupidity was due to their low intellect, or if the experimental subjects and the pseudo-humans were fundamentally different beings. But one thing was certain. The 3 subjects showed no mercy in their pursuit. Despite their towering stature, the 3 subjects moved with remarkable agility, encircling him and relentlessly closing in. In an instant, all avenues of escape were blocked, with the only potential refuge lying at the entrance previously traversed by the others. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye dashed into the opening, with the trio hot on his heels. After running a dozen meters, he encountered a corner and swiftly maneuvered around it, breaking the line of sight with the three subjects. Suddenly, time froze. In that instant, silence enveloped the world, leaving only the sound of the boy's heavy breathing reverberating in the air. If it weren't for the fact that I can't kill you, I'd make it my mission to end you today. Bai Ye cursed under his breath, then retraced his steps, bypassing the three subjects and slipping back out through the entrance. Time resumed its flow, and the oblivious trio barreled into the corner, disappearing from sight. Watching their vanishing forms, Bai Ye felt a twinge of confusion. He couldn't shake the feeling that the three subjects were deliberately herding him into the experimental base. Huh? You think you can force me into the experimental base to meet my demise? Not a chance, he scoffed. After 5 seconds, the danger had completely dissipated. Bai Ye resumed his scavenging with renewed enthusiasm. The experimental base was now riddled with destruction, many areas having been demolished by Yang Jie and others. He didn't delve deep inside, but instead sifted through the debris on the periphery. Before long, he had unearthed a plethora of items: a metal cup with holes, a broken pin severed in two, a robot's head, a fragment of a chair leg, and a defunct automatic coffee machine. Bai Ye could hardly contain his disappointment. After investing 5 seconds to divert the trio, he had only acquired a pile of junk. This transaction was a significant loss for him. Presently, he had merely 2 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. I refused to believe that a cutting-edge experimental facility would yield such trifles. After relentless searching, Bai Ye finally stumbled upon a valuable item, a notebook partially scorched by fire. He opened it cautiously, his heart racing at the sight of the bold title, Containment of Divine Taboos. Though he could not decipher all the lettering, he surmised that this notebook likely documented the containment conditions for various numbered divine taboo objects. Even the snake-grade taboo item, Breath of the Bones, required containment for use, let alone divine taboo items, whose containment conditions were likely even more stringent. Flipping through the charred pages, he read, Divine Taboo Object, number 001, undescribable, unrecordable, uncontainable. Bai Ye was left puzzled, as this page was relatively intact, yet it was filled with a long stretch of emptiness, devoid of information, ending with 3 prohibitions. He felt an urge to question the record-keeping staff about the reasons behind such restrictions. He continued flipping through the pages. Divine Taboo Object, number 002, undescribable, unrecordable, uncontainable. Bai Ye couldn't help but chuckle in frustration, thinking to himself that if all entries were like this, there was no point in recording them. It was a waste of a notebook. He flipped several pages until he reached Divine Taboo Object number 010, which finally contained a bit more text, albeit still heavily charred and obscured. Damn it. Divine Taboo Object, number 039, the Forgotten One. Attracted to knowledgeable, complex, and interesting humans, feeding on information. Unable to attack or kill, can be contained, containment conditions. Finally, he found a page that was relatively complete, yet after reading it, Bai Ye was left in a state of bewilderment. The name of number 039 was the Forgotten One? A human? Is that even considered a divine taboo object? He turned to the next page, which featured an illustration of number 039, though it was mostly burnt, leaving only a vague resemblance of what appeared to be a man. After perusing for a considerable time, he eventually closed the notebook. It was somewhat useful, but not substantially so. This was Bai Ye's assessment. As much of it was damaged, he only gleaned names and numbers from many divine taboo objects, while others provided only containment conditions. He didn't even know how many numbers had been recorded, as the subsequent pages were even more severely charred, with some entirely incinerated. Chapter 81, Divine Taboo Object, No. 169, The Twin Monkey Statues. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Bai Ye jumped in alarm, quickly glancing towards the experimental base, his pupils constricting in shock. He beheld a gaping hole torn in the roof of the base, billowing black smoke rising ominously, and amidst that smoke, a colossal hand, resembling dragon claws and covered in black scales, burst forth. Countless fragments of stone scattered, dust billowed as if a rain of stones had commenced from the heavens. The hand was exceptionally colossal, rivaling the very essence of the experiment itself. What manner of creature is this? Just as he marveled at the sight, a multitude of metallic spikes erupted from the gaping maw, piercing through the obsidian-scaled giant's hand with ferocity. Following that, a thunderous crash reverberated, akin to the sound of titanic entities colliding. The black-scaled hand plunged back into the abyss, and the experimental base crumbled even further, the cacophony of battle intensifying. It was none other than the tyrant Yang Jie engaged in combat with it. Bai Ye could unmistakably recognize the power that commanded the metal. judging by the tumult. The master of the black-scaled hand possessed unfathomable strength, capable of contesting the tyrant Yang Jie to such an extent, a clear testament to their might. Bai Ye felt increasingly grateful that he had not ventured in. It was far too perilous, and even 2 minutes and 25 seconds would scarcely suffice to escape alive. He could not contend with even a single one of these monstrosities, nor could he prevail by freezing time, for the adversaries were akin to immortal beings, leaving him with insufficient time to extinguish their vitality completely. It was time to take action. Amidst his astonishment, Bai Ye did not forget to scavenge for debris, for the recent explosion had certainly unearthed a plethora of items. 5 minutes later, clutching an assortment of discarded remnants, he abruptly halted, his eyes sparkling with fervor, fixated on a nearby pile of rubble. Could it be a divine artifact? With a flourish, Bai Ye discarded the detritus in his arms and dashed toward the half-buried obsidian statue. This peculiar statue was palm-sized, with only its eerie, grinning monkey head protruding from the debris. Divine Artifact 169, what was it about the dual-born? Bai Ye paused before the statue, hastily retrieving his charred notebook to flip through its pages, soon locating the entry labeled 169. Divine Artifact, number 169, dual-born monkey statue, a pair of monkeys embracing each other. Containment difficulty level D. A dual-born monkey statue? Containment difficulty level D? His eyes shone with greedy desire, devoid of any sentiment. The notebook had recorded that containment difficulty was categorized into levels A, B, C, and D, with anything above level A being uncontainable. The difficulty level often represented the danger posed by the divine artifact. Not all were innocuous. A containment difficulty of D indicated that the dual-born monkey statue was relatively low risk. The heavens would not punish those chosen. This item rightfully belongs to me. Bai Ye did not approach directly. Instead, he picked up a shard of stone and hurled it at the dual-born monkey statue, which remained unresponsive. He then dragged over a severed arm from a deceased test subject, probing it a few times, yet still no danger was apparent. Although the containment difficulty was rated D, it was still a divine artifact, so caution was warranted. After much deliberation, he finally concluded that the dual-born monkey statue should pose no threat and cautiously extended a finger. His finger brushed against it and instantly recoiled as if electrified, but still, no danger presented itself. 1 finger, then 2, then 3, ultimately. He grasped the monkey statue in his hand, and nothing occurred. The sensation was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary wooden statue. Wait, where's the other monkey? His face fell in bewilderment. The illustration described a dual-born monkey statue as 2 monkeys entwined, yet the statue in his grasp was merely a single, grinning monkey. Arms spread wide, embracing the void. Was half of it obliterated? Could this still be of any use? Bai Ye's heart sank. Although he was scavenging, he did not genuinely wish to collect refuse. Clinging to a flicker of hope, he commenced his examination of the singular monkey statue. After 10 minutes of relentless scrutiny, even counting the hairs on its head, he still discerned no purpose. Well, having one is better than none, he consoled himself. And thus he stowed away the singular monkey statue. Within the confines of the experimental base, the knightly maiden of the silent court traversed a shadowy corridor, wielding a pure silver cross sword. The sword had long been stained crimson with blood, and with each step she took, drops of scarlet dripped from its tip, forming a sporadic trail upon the ground. Around her lay several rodents infected with the crimson virus, their bodies severed in twain, twitching faintly. Why would there be rats in the experimental base? A shadow of concern flashed through the knight's light brown eyes. Previously, she had discovered the species registry of the 189th shelter, which cataloged all animal species and genes brought in by the people of the old era. While the registry included rats, it only listed their genetic material, implying that live rats should not exist within the 189th shelter. Although the old era had mastered cloning technology, allowing them to replicate rats, she sensed that the situation was not so straightforward, for rats offered no benefit to the shelter. It should be noted that in the old era, experiments no longer used lab mice. They employed clones directly. If it were for the purpose of companionship, then hamsters or white mice would suffice, rather than these filthy, disease-ridden black rats. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the notion of peculiar preferences. It wasn't that she was overly sensitive. Rather, the sight of the rats reminded her of a certain individual, a profoundly dangerous person. The 12 Zodiac, the hidden rat. Perhaps I am overthinking this. The immediate priority is to locate the Pangu USB drive. The knight rushed through the corridor, aware that time was of the essence. She must find the USB drive before the tyrant, lest she lose her chance forever, for none could wrest anything from the tyrant's grasp. Fortunately, no one knew the precise location of the USB drive within the experimental base, and even the formidable tyrant had to search piece by piece. 5 minutes later, she halted, her gaze falling upon the rows of alloy doors lining the corridor. Were it not for the presence of these alloy doors, she might have suspected she was treading in circles, for the corridor's design had remained unchanged from beginning to end, resembling a scene endlessly copied and pasted. Most of these alloy doors had been violently breached, leaving only two still firmly shut. The knight first inspected the damaged doors, finding them utterly devoid of contents. Subsequently, she approached the closed alloy doors. Though the likelihood of the Pangu USB drive being within was slim, she felt compelled to take a glance. Chapter 82, A Life Exchange. Clang. The pure silver cross transformed into a sharp beam of silver light, cleaving the alloy door asunder. The interior's arrangement was laid bare before her eyes, and she frowned slightly, for behind this door lay nothing but discarded computers, hard drives, mobile phones, and other electronic refuse. A chaotic jumble, akin to a storeroom. She rummaged through the clutter with her sword, confirming it was all debris before swiftly advancing to the final alloy door. One stroke of her sword, and the alloy door swung open, revealing a monkey-shaped obsidian statue before her. The statue rested upon a metallic pedestal, encased in a square, transparent glass dome. It was a monkey with arms outstretched, grinning widely. Engraved upon the metal pedestal were the words, Divine Artifact, number 169, Dual-Born Monkey Statue. A divine artifact? A flicker of disappointment crossed the knight's eyes. While divine artifacts were indeed precious, they were not her objective. She slowly retreated from the room, only to kick a piece of debris in frustration. Whoosh! The debris accurately shattered the glass dome, striking the monkey's head. The dual-born monkey statue fell to the ground, unscathed and showing no signs of anomaly. The knight remained silent for a moment before turning to leave. Moments later, she returned, clutching an arm that she had severed from a previous test subject. She tossed the arm onto the dual-born monkey statue, yet still, nothing transpired. She re-entered the room, prodding the statue with a pure silver cross sword, its unmatched sharpness leaving no trace upon the effigy. After a series of tentative attempts, she ultimately grasped the statue with her gauntlet hand. It was at this moment that the previously inert statue suddenly emitted a chilling black light. The grinning monkey seemed to widen its smile, as if silently mocking her. Finally, she had fallen into the trap. The knightly maiden reacted swiftly, hurling the statue away almost instantaneously as the black light appeared. Yet no speed could outpace light, and she inevitably found herself enveloped in the dark glow. Meanwhile, outside the experimental base, Bai Ye, who was rummaging through litter, felt a sudden chill across his body. What the hell? He quickly retrieved the singular monkey statue he had, only to witness a dense, inky black light erupting from it. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast the statue aside. Clang! The wooden statue struck the hard, silvery metallic floor, producing a crisp sound. Bai Ye was momentarily stunned, blinking as he doubted whether he had ingested a hallucinogenic mushroom. For just a moment ago, he had been in an expansive square collecting trash, and now he found himself in a closed room crafted from silver metallic material. Gazing at the monkey statue lying upon the cold metallic ground, he stood bewildered for a moment, before a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. So, the power of 169 was instantaneous teleportation upon being thrown to the ground. But why the hell am I here? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Bai Ye suddenly froze, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror. Wait, why does my voice sound like this? A slightly trembling feminine voice emerged from his lips. What the hell? Is this the side effect of using 169's teleportation? The clean and bright girl's voice unleashed a torrent of expletives, perhaps due to the shock. Her tone held a quivering note of indignation, akin to an irate puppy wagging its tail, despite being filled with rage and astonishment. The words that escaped her lips were sweet like hard candy, laced with a hint of reckless desperation. Bai Ye was increasingly horrified. At that moment, he truly panicked. He had faced the crimson virus without flinching, but now he was on the verge of losing his composure. He hastily glanced down at his body, only to be further stunned. Knightly armor? And why was he wielding a pure silver cross sword? The more he looked, the more familiar it became. Wasn't this the attire of that knightly maiden from the Silent Court? Could it be? The keywords dual birth and soul from the forbidden object record suddenly flashed through his mind. No way. Bai Ye dashed to the monkey statue, snatching it from the ground. And upon closer inspection, his face paled. This was not the monkey statue he had found. The one he had discovered was embracing to the left, while this one faced right. Now everything made sense. The purpose of the dual-born monkey statue was soul exchange. The knightly maiden must have picked up the other half. And with both of them possessing the statues simultaneously, they triggered the statue's ability. Monkey brother, let me switch back. Bai Ye shook the monkey statue vigorously. The statue silently laughed, showing no sign of response. Damn you, you monkey. If you don't let me switch back, I swear I'll cleave you in two with this sword. Bai Ye, enraged, raised the pure silver cross sword to strike at the monkey statue, but halfway through, he was astonished to discover that the sword had vanished. Not only that, but he also felt lighter. The knightly armor had disappeared, along with the silver mask on his face. Could it be that the monkey brother has manifested? Have I transformed back? He frantically searched his body, only to freeze instantly. One item was missing, while two new ones had appeared. Looking down, his vision darkened. Clad in a black dress that accentuated a slender waist, her delicate legs emerged from beneath the hem, casting faint shadows at the knees, reminiscent of tender leaves not yet fully unfurled, exuding an unrefined sweetness. He could even catch a whiff of the girl-esque fragrance, mingled with a scent akin to incense used by ancient noble families, delicate and refined. I can't believe this. The girl in the black dress furiously tossed the monkey statue to the ground, her dainty, polished princess shoes repeatedly stomping on it. As she stomped, a stream of profanities poured forth, and amidst the sound of her heels crushing the statue, one could hear her huffing in irritation. Akin to a small beast whose tail had been stepped on, her ears flushed like crescent moons. Bang! The silvery metallic floor was dented under Bai Ye's foot. Startled, Bai Ye realized just then the immense strength concealed within the seemingly fragile form of the knightly maiden. After a bout of venting her frustrations, she calmed down. Primarily because there was no other option. Given the circumstances, finding a way to reverse the soul exchange was the priority. I am now inhabiting the body of the knightly maiden, so she must have taken residence in mine. The Forbidden Object Manual indicated that the containment difficulty for 169 was D, suggesting that reverting back should not be overly challenging. The dual-born monkey statue, depicted in the image as two monkeys embracing one another, might allow them to revert back if they could simply piece the two statues together. Thus, the immediate task was to locate my own self. Bai Ye picked up the statue and exited the room, finding himself in a long corridor. Damn! The girl in the black dress wrinkled her delicate nose and cursed audibly. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Chapter 83, and Shoutong. Bai Ye realized that he did not possess the previous memories of the knightly maiden, leaving him utterly clueless about the location of the experimental base or how to escape. With a mindset of grasping at straws, he prayed that the knightly maiden might have a map, and thus he began to rummage through her belongings. The black dress possessed hidden pockets, and as he reached in, he pulled out a collection of small trinkets, only to be dismayed upon inspection. What is this? Why is it all chocolate and fruit candies, with not a single useful item in sight? Gulp! Bai Ye unconsciously swallowed, a craving for sweets surging from within the maideness body. Eat, 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 that is all you think about. Infuriated, Bai Ye shoved a piece of fruit candy into his mouth. Damn, it's strawberry flavor, my least favorite. While munching on the candy, he fished in another pocket, this time retrieving a ring and a full-face sunscreen mask. As expected, a woman never forgets to protect her skin. He stowed the mask away and examined the ring. This was an alloy ring, intricately engraved with a small white dove poised to take flight. A ring? A forbidden object? What could it be? Bai Ye flipped the ring over and immediately noticed the delicate inscription engraved on the inner band. And Shoutong. And Shoutong? The knightly maideness name? What good is knowing her name? Why was everything left behind just this junk? And where are the pure silver cross sword and knightly armor? Why are they all gone? He contemplated for a moment, before arriving at a potential conclusion. Perhaps the cross sword and knightly armor were not physical objects, but rather manifestations of Shoutong's extraordinary abilities. The extraordinary beings are products of mental aberration. All powers are intricately linked to the psyche, since their souls had exchanged. And Shoutong's abilities would naturally be transferred as well, just as he still retained the ability to halt time. His abilities are intrinsically linked to the soul, a result of his own spirit being out of sync with the current flow of time. Thus, regardless of how often he changes his physical form, the power of time stasis remains ever present. Outside the experimental base, and Shoutong gazed expressionlessly at her soiled hands, her tattered garments, and the heap of rags at her feet. Reluctantly confronting this harsh reality, she had become Bai Ye. The moment she inadvertently touched a sensitive area to confirm her identity left her in a state of shock. It was her inaugural encounter with such a thing, and the impact was overwhelming. However, what troubled her most was the frailty of this body. It felt so weak that she could easily perish with a mere poke of a finger. Fortunately, her abilities and combat skills remained intact, granting her a semblance of self-preservation. She needed to locate Bai Ye without delay. It was far too perilous for him to remain alone within the experimental base. Her impression of Bai Ye was still favorable. This boy, hailing from the Wasteland, was willing to fight to the death for the residents of Grey Dust Town, embodying a belief in protection akin to the ideals of justice upheld in the Silent Court. And Shoutong strode purposefully towards the experimental base. As she took her first step, silver threads resembling spider webs crawled up her ankles. weaving a net of moonlight across her form. With her second step, the silver strands ascended her calves, blooming into metallic scales at her knees, each reflecting a chilling light. The third step saw a torrent of silver and black surge over her waist, with the outline of armor rising like a tide, the shoulder plates clicking into place. With the fourth step, a silver-white mask flowed over her face, leaving only her eyes glowing fiercely through the gaps. At that moment, Xiaotong slowly extended her right hand. Gripping the void, a dazzling silver light erupted, as if she held a myriad of galaxies within her grasp. The shimmering starlight coalesced into a slender silver cross sword. Taking form, this fully armed knight, without a hint of hesitation, plunged into the abyssal darkness. Done. The fates of the two became irrevocably intertwined, both plunging into a perilous calamity. The painter smiled faintly, standing with his hands clasped behind him at the edge of a precipice, the wild wind billowing his white robes, yet failing to disperse the triumphant smile that adorned his face. How do you know there is a twin monkey statue in Shelter 189? Gu Huangquan's icy voice echoed behind the painter. Could you step a bit further away from me? The painter turned back, exasperated. Why? Because I prefer not to have anyone behind me when I stand at the edge of a cliff, not even my own parents. No one is forcing you to stand at the cliff's edge. The location is of your own choosing, Gu Huangquan replied, his expression impassive. Artistic conception. Do you not understand? Standing at the edge of a towering cliff, overlooking a sea of peaks, watching the flowing clouds below surge like rivers, the heavens within arm's reach, capable of covering the sky with a mere gesture. So how do you know about the twin monkey statue in Shelter 189? The painter, with a hand to his forehead, sighed repeatedly, playing the lute to a cow, playing the lute to a cow. What do you intend to achieve? The painter's demeanor darkened abruptly. For Gu Huangquan had stepped closer, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he were compelling him to leap off the cliff. It was the hidden mouse. The hidden mouse told me, he exclaimed, hastily sidestepping Gu Huangquan, distancing himself from the cliff's edge. How does the hidden mouse know? The painter regained his nonchalant demeanor, casually responding, do you genuinely believe that after Apocalypse Corporation discovered Shelter 189, they did nothing? So, the Pangu USB drive was already taken by the hidden mouse? Who knows? The painter shrugged. In any case, the hidden mouse claimed that there was no Pangu USB drive inside. Instead, there were some extraordinary items. And his plan is to use those to eliminate the tyrant. Why must the tyrant be killed? Heroes abound, and while the tyrant is formidable, he is not without rivals. The painter's smile gradually faded, his gaze deepening. The tyrant must die. If he lives, the major factions of Bai Ye will remain restless. Is it because of his extraordinary abilities? The extraordinary abilities are but one reason. The greater concern lies in who he is. Before him, there were other superhumans capable of manipulating metal. Yet only he can be deemed the metal tyrant, the sovereign of metal. Firearms, artillery, armored vehicles, powered armor. These are the pride of various factions, capable of suppressing all superhuman threats. Yet in his eyes, they are mere toys. If you were one of those in power, could you sleep soundly? Cannot be won over? Won over? What manner of person is Tyrant Yangjia? Such a person is destined for one of two paths, either to reign supreme or to perish along the way. He will not bow to any man. He alone can disrupt the balance of the entire Bai Ye situation. It can be said that should he align with any one faction, that faction would decisively triumph over all, reigning over all of Bai Ye. Chapter 84. Greetings, human. I am Bai Ye. Gu Huangquan fell silent for a moment. It is a pity that such a fearsome character is soon to meet his demise. The painter smiled faintly. You are mistaken. The truly fearsome character is not the tyrant. Then who is it? I am. Even someone as strong as the tyrant will fall by my hand. Does that not clarify the matter? The painter suddenly let out a pained cry, hunching over as he clutched his stomach. Gu Huangquan, why do you strike me again? Gu Huangquan, his expression unchanging, retracted his fist. I do not know why. I merely could not restrain myself upon seeing your expression just now. There are dead mice here, severed by a sword, indicating that Xiaotong came from this direction. If I follow the trail of battle, I should be able to escape swiftly. Bai Ye followed the blood trail, advancing through the dim corridor. After about 5 minutes, he finally emerged from the passage into a hall reminiscent of a cafeteria. The hall was laden with dust and cobwebs, littered with remnants of food that had blackened and rotted. The cafeteria featured 4 doors, presenting Bai Ye with a dilemma. From which door had Xiaotong entered? He could only examine each door's markings one by one. Soon, he noticed that the dust on one door was significantly less than on the others, and there were also marks on the floor indicating it had been opened recently. His heart leaped with joy. It had to be this door, and Xiaotong had opened this door, causing the dust to fall and leaving traces on the ground. Bang! Bai Ye kicked the door open, ready to step inside, but his pupils suddenly constricted. There, in the passage beyond the door, stood a gentleman clad in a white suit, a gentleman's hat atop his head, and a cane in hand, striding toward him with measured elegance. The man leaned on his cane, moving with a graceful poise, a faint smile playing on his lips, resembling a noble surveying his domain. His handsome visage, tall stature, and the profound gaze concealed behind his monocle exuded an air of exquisite mystery. The man halted a few meters away from Bai Ye, smiling as he said, "Beautiful young lady, how may I serve you?" Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, instinctively tensing his body, as a surge of terrifying, boiling blood roared within his frail form. More than the title of young lady, he was far more concerned about the man's identity, for as far as he knew, there seemed to be no such individual among those who had intruded into the experimental base. Indeed, he had not encountered this man even at the entrance of Shelter 189. While Bai Ye had not memorized the faces of everyone, the man's striking appearance and demeanor were certainly unforgettable. "Who are you?" Bai Ye inquired. "Allow me to formally introduce myself, as this is our first meeting," the man said, slowly placing his long, fair hand over his chest, a composed smile gracing his lips tinged with seriousness. "Greetings, human. I am Bai Ye. Bai Ye, or from the main family. Isn't that the name of a divine beast?" Bai Ye quickly realized that Bai Ye was a mythical creature from ancient legends, an embodiment of wisdom, capable of articulate speech and possessing profound understanding of all things, including the supernatural, renowned for his boundless knowledge of both the past and present. "My beautiful lady, may I be permitted to kiss the back of your hand?" Bai Ye inquired politely, embodying the essence of a gentleman. A chill ran down Bai Ye's spine. He would much prefer to confront a ferocious experiment than to deal with a man seeking to kiss his hand. "Go home and kiss someone else." The delicate girl in the black dress suddenly seized a nearby alloy table, her terrifying strength lifting the table, which was welded to the ground, with ease. She hurled it violently at Bai Ye. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, but the issue was that Bai Ye was not human. Who greets others with, "Hello, human?" Bai Ye was utterly convinced that something was amiss with Bai Ye. He was not among those who entered the experimental base. Which signified what? It indicated that Bai Ye was indeed a resident of this base. The individuals from the civilized era within the base had perished a century ago. What good could Bai Ye possibly be? As the alloy table hurtled toward him at high speed, Bai Ye remained still, a smile gracing his face. When the table made contact with him, an uncanny scene unfolded. The alloy table passed through Bai Ye as if he were an apparition, landing with a resounding crash on the ground. "This is bad. I've encountered a ghost." Bai Ye's expression turned grave. Bai Ye chuckled. "I am not a ghost. I am merely a solitary soul in pursuit of knowledge, thought, and amusement." Knowledge, thought, amusement. Bai Ye was suddenly reminded of a piece of information from the catalog of forbidden artifacts. Forbidden artifact, number 039, the Forgotten One. Attracted to erudite, complex, and intriguing humans, feeding on information. Cannot be attacked, cannot be killed, can be contained, containment conditions apply. "You are 039? Bai Ye shrugged. "I do not fancy that designation. Humans arrogantly label the incomprehensible as forbidden artifacts, only to assign them numbers." Before he could finish his thought, Bai Ye had already fled. Watching the girl in the black dress retreat into the distance, Bai Ye's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He seemed to revel in the chase. Bang! Bai Ye burst through the door of the cafeteria, not sparing a glance behind him. Damn it! What terrible luck! First, I was tricked by 169. And now I encounter the even more formidable 039. What is going on here? There was no choice but to run. 039 was clearly not a being that could be dealt with using conventional means. The catalog explicitly stated that it could not be attacked or killed. The earlier incident with the alloy table corroborated this. How could one fight something that resembled a ghost? Even activating time stasis would be futile. After a considerable amount of running, Bai Ye turned a corner, arriving at a space resembling a laboratory, but it was evident that someone had been there before. Several corpses of experimental subjects lay scattered about, the area in disarray. Should have lost him by now. He glanced back over his shoulder, realizing Bai Ye was not in pursuit. Letting out a sigh of relief, Bai Ye thought, it seems he didn't follow. After all, 039 is drawn to those who are knowledgeable, insightful, and intriguing. I can at best claim to be merely interesting. Do not underestimate yourself, Miss Xiaotong. Bai Ye's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Startled, Bai Ye instinctively swung a punch at the suddenly appearing Bai Ye, only for it to pass right through him. Utterly ineffective. Turning on his heel, he fled, while Bai Ye, leaning on his gentleman's cane, followed with graceful steps, moving slowly yet appearing to close the distance effortlessly. No matter how fast Bai Ye ran, he could not escape. Chapter 85. You smell delightful. Why are you pursuing me? Aren't you seeking knowledge? Bai Ye interrupted with a smile. In terms of insight and thought, few can compare to Miss Xiaotong. I have no remarkable insight or thought. In my past life, I was a total failure, repeating a year just to gain admission to university. If that counts as having insight or thought. Bai Ye suddenly realized Bai Ye spoke the truth. He hailed from a civilized era, an age of information explosion, where one could learn about the world without stepping outside, and travel the globe through the internet. He had experienced grand adventures in novels, witnessed love and hatred in films, battled in the land of runes, fought zombies in Raccoon City, played the role of an assassin in the Middle Ages, a cowboy in the Wild West, and a gang leader in the city, gradually becoming the strongest Shura of the Watanabe clan, even storming the heavens and slaying deities. Upon reflection, his journey through countless realms, both ancient and modern, laid the foundation of his knowledge. If this did not constitute insight and thought, then what did? In his own era, such knowledge had been commonplace. But in the current age of cataclysm, was it not the hallmark of those who possessed insight and thought? Many Wasteland dwellers had never even seen the ocean in their lives. What is Miss Xiaotong pondering? Bai Ye's voice chirped in his ear. I sense your thoughts are undergoing rapid transformation, countless sparks of insight igniting, truly captivating. I'm sorry, I simply cannot resist. I shall indulge just a little. For you truly are quite enticing. A shiver ran down Bai Ye's spine. Before he could react, a sudden tremor gripped his brain, as if something had been stripped away, leaving a hollow sensation. He turned to look back and saw Bai Ye standing still, holding a swirling mass of yellow information, his expression one of rapture. That was my memory of thoughts. Curse it, what has he stolen? Bai Ye felt a mix of shock and fury, but the next moment, his expression turned peculiar. Bai Ye took a slow breath, the yellow information swirling upward, releasing tendrils of yellow smoke that wafted into his nostrils, his expression growing increasingly intoxicated as he savored. Ah, what refreshingly delightful knowledge. Anime, 3D, role-playing games. Who would have thought Miss Xiaotong was so well-versed in this area? Bai Ye, more than half of my hard-earned knowledge has been pilfered. Damn it, no wonder my head feels so clear now. That wretched Bai Ye. Since he has stolen my precious knowledge, he must also know that I am not in Xiaotong. Yet he continues to refer to me as Miss Xiaotong. What a twisted sense of humor. This won't do. I must flee swiftly. I cannot allow Bai Ye to benefit from my years of learning. Taking advantage of Bai Ye's moment of indulgence, Bai Ye sprinted away, soon hearing the sounds of battle ahead, his heart lifting with hope. Someone. Perfect, I can use them as a shield. He dashed through the dim corridor and quickly spotted a familiar figure. Li Xiao. At that moment, Li Xiao appeared quite disheveled, struggling against an experimental subject. It was evident he was no match for the creature. Although his shadow darts left numerous wounds, they were not fatal. Humorous dark guy? Bai Ye exclaimed in delight. But Li Xiao seemed oblivious, showing no reaction whatsoever. Hey, have your ears been deafened? He darted to Li Xiao's side and patted him on the shoulder. Yet, Li Xiao continued to ignore him, wholly focused on the experimental subject. Not only that, but the experimental subject also appeared oblivious to Bai Ye's presence, refraining from attacking. A sense of foreboding gripped Bai Ye's heart. Useless, Miss Xiaotong. Every prey I fixate upon falls into the boundary between existence and non-existence. Outsiders cannot receive any information about you. Bai Ye's nightmarish voice echoed once more, having finished savoring the yellow information and resumed his pursuit. Unyielding, Bai Ye delivered a swift kick to Li Xiao, who, oblivious to the impending assault, stumbled to the ground in disarray. Yet, his gaze remained averted, as he unleashed a torrent of aggression upon the experimental subject. Self-cognition has self-repaired. What delightful flavors shall I savor this time? Suddenly, Bai Ye appeared before Bai Ye, his slender fingers stroking his chin as if in deep contemplation over the evening's culinary choices. Time stood still. A resounding hum echoed as a colossal golden dial manifested beneath Bai Ye's feet, leaving Bai Ye, like a statue, frozen in place, his expression of amusement and distress crystallized. I shall make you taste this. Bai Ye roared, and with that, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Bai Ye's face, eager to test whether he could land a blow in this stilled moment. Yet, his small, delicate fist passed right through Bai Ye's visage, as though striking mere air. With no other recourse, he fled. After running a considerable distance, he finally released the time freeze, leaning against a wall as he sought to calm his racing heart. Damn that 039. This cursed entity disregards all forms of attack and can directly consume one's thoughts. I wonder how the people in the shelter managed to contain it. Miss Xiaotong, speaking ill of others behind their backs is hardly becoming of a lady, Bai Ye chimed in. A mischievous grin plastered across his face as he leaned casually against the wall a mere 3 meters away. How did you know I was here? Bai Ye queried, a tinge of irritation creeping into his voice. Bai Ye offered a slight smile, turning to patiently elucidate. The fragrance of your thoughts wafts through the air like a gentle spring rain, delicate tendrils intertwining, ensnaring my senses even across vast distances. I could not help but pursue it. It is utterly enchanting. A wave of discomfort washed over Bai Ye. It was profoundly unsettling. Though he understood Bai Ye referred to thoughts, the manner of his discourse sent shivers down his spine. I never anticipated that Miss Xiao Tong possessed abilities akin to teleportation. This revelation only heightens my intrigue. I must also express my gratitude to you for releasing me, for it has allowed me to appreciate the allure of your thoughts. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye felt a surge of anger directed at Xiao Tong. Realizing her actions had inadvertently led him to bear the burden of Bai Ye's mischief. Shall we continue, Miss Xiao Tong? Bai Ye began to saunter towards Bai Ye. Time freeze, Bai Ye shouted, and once again, he dashed away. As he ran, he desperately searched for traces on the ground, seeking the tyrant Yang Jie. In his mind, if anyone within the experimental facility could contend with 039, it would undoubtedly be one of the 10 kings, the tyrant. Even if the tyrant could not defeat 039, his experiences and insights as a member of the 10 kings might draw some attention from the entity. Locating Yang Jie was a simple task. He merely needed to observe where the metal had undergone significant alterations. Where the remnants of battle were most apparent, there lay the tyrant's path. Chapter 86. Viewing humanity from a divine perspective. After a prolonged chase, Bai Ye finally discovered the twisted remnants of metal. He released the time freeze and continued to sprint along the trail. Upon rounding a corner, he beheld the immense corpse of a monstrous creature. This beast, cloaked in jet-black scales and possessing a gigantic crocodilian head, exuded an aura of terror even in death, instilling dread in all who gazed upon it. Bai Ye recognized it immediately as the creature that had previously breached the facility's rooftop, extending its dark-scaled hand. He recalled the tyrant's fierce battle against this black-scaled creature. Now that he had encountered its remains, it followed that the tyrant could not be far behind. Wait, why hasn't Bai Ye caught up yet? A sense of unease washed over Bai Ye as he pondered this. Having dispelled the time freeze, Bai Ye should have appeared swiftly, just as before. Could it be that the distance was too great for him to detect the fragrance of his thoughts? Or was he merely indulging in a game of hide and seek? Bai Ye had little time to dwell on such thoughts. He had squandered precious moments fleeing, and now only had 1 minute and 26 seconds left. If he could not address Bai Ye soon, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Where's the tyrant? As he dashed past a corridor, a fleeting glimpse revealed a crimson figure standing within a large laboratory, its surroundings ravaged as if by a tempest. The figure, with its back turned to Bai Ye, stood immobile at the center of the chaos. Was this the self-discipline of a strong individual? Even without an audience, they maintained such an air of superiority? Bai Ye felt no inclination to comment. He simply wished to ascertain whether the tyrant could perceive him. Hey, Yang Jie, the black-skirted maiden called out exuberantly. Yet, the tyrant remained unresponsive, a statue among the ruins. Bai Ye's heart sank. Could it be that even the tyrant was powerless against 039's influence? He had previously thought the reason 039 had not pursued him for so long was due to the tyrant's presence, but it seemed that was not the case. Undeterred, he approached cautiously, gently tapping the tyrant's crimson pauldron. Suddenly, Yang Jie turned his head. A flicker of hope ignited within Bai Ye. Could he truly notice me? Yet, that brief glimmer of joy extinguished as Yang Jie fully turned, revealing his emotionless visage, eyes weeping blood, akin to a lifeless corpse. Holy hell! Bai Ye's scalp prickled. Not from fear of Yang Jie, but rather from an unsettling premonition. The tyrant's prowess was renowned, yet he now stood in such disarray. What did this portend? Instinctively, he glanced towards the direction Yang Jie had been observing, and was struck by a revelation. Upon a silver-white laboratory table lay a black and gold box, violently pried open to reveal its contents. As Bai Ye beheld the object within, his consciousness fragmented, akin to cotton tossed into a meat grinder. Countless sharp whispers pierced his cerebral cortex, akin to minuscule insects crawling within. Strangely, he could vividly visualize the object, yet the corresponding memories dissolved into oblivion. The dissonance was overwhelming. His eyes perceived an entity, yet the image could not solidify within his mind, leaving him bewildered as to what he had witnessed. A stream of blood tears cascaded from his eyes, and it was only at this moment that he comprehended why the tyrant remained motionless, and why 039 had not dared to appear. It was all due to the object before him. His thoughts grew sluggish, suffocating, as if he were sinking into the depths of an inky abyss, surrounded by an overwhelming sense of solitude and despair. Just as his consciousness neared obliteration, he summoned the last vestiges of clarity and resolutely activated the time freeze. Buzz. As the power of time descended upon the world, Bai Ye felt an immediate jolt. His body nearly drenched in cold sweat, as his consciousness broke the surface of the abyss. The black-skirted maiden hunched over, hands braced against her thighs, gasping for breath. Strands of hair, soaked in sweat, clung to her porcelain face. Damn, why must I encounter every conceivable danger? Bai Ye exclaimed breathlessly, rage bubbling within him. He sensed something was amiss. Ever since entering the Black Mountain, peril had relentlessly pursued him, like a series of interconnected traps. This was despite his unwavering caution and avoidance of recklessness. Initially, he had no intention of entering the experimental facility, yet the experimental subject had forced his hand. He had evaded that challenge, only to be ensnared by a soul swap, ultimately finding himself unwittingly drawn into the facility. Upon entering, 039 had immediately set its sights on him, and now he had been cornered to the Tyrant's location, only to encounter this abomination? In a state where time stood still, Bai Ye finally discerned the full visage of that entity. It was an eyeball, a crimson orb of considerable size. Akin to an adult's fist, its surface densely adorned with worm-like, protruding veins, while a peculiar gray mist permeated its murky lens. Even in the isolation imposed by the cessation of time, merely gazing upon the scarlet orb induced a profound dual discomfort, both psychological and physiological. What on earth could this be? Not only capable of immobilizing the tyrant, but it also instilled a sense of dread in 039, preventing it from approaching. Could it be a divine artifact of an earlier designation? Wait, my hands. Bai Ye stared in bewilderment at his own pale, elongated hands. They appeared unchanged. Yet an uncontrollable wave of strangeness and revulsion surged within him. Indeed, and Xiaodong's hands were exquisite, resembling the tender magnolia buds blossoming in the spring. The fair, delicate skin exuded a subtle pearlescent sheen, akin to a work of art. Yet, at that moment, such aesthetically pleasing hands only elicited a feeling of nausea in Bai Ye's eyes. The sensation of repulsion intensified, and he sensed a transformation in his cognitive perception, as if he were gazing upon his own body from an elevated perspective. In this vantage point, he beheld not the smooth hands of a maiden, but something far more fundamental. Beneath the seemingly pristine surface of her skin, a vibrant tapestry of colorful mycelium wove a thick blanket, those filaments writhing like tendrils. Teeming with a multitude of minuscule parasitic organisms, Bai Ye could not suppress his retching. His cognitive awareness was forcibly elevated by the crimson eyeball to an indescribable realm, akin to a human suddenly implanted with a divine perspective. While one cannot comprehend the divine viewpoint, if we were to liken a deity to a human, the sensation would be reminiscent of a cockroach upon seeing a human being imbued with the concept and awareness of its own humanity. The cockroach would recall its past, where the once magnificent garbage heap now only incites revulsion. Gazing once more at its body, it would find itself host to countless writhing larvae, filthy antennae sprouting from its head, and its mouth still gnawing upon the carcasses of its kin. From the cockroach's perspective, everything would appear splendid and normal. However, through the lens of humanity, one would find it unbearably unacceptable and despairing.